Mr. Jiang, according to Manager Lin, you are still a university student and wish to apply for a part-time position, is that correct? Yes. All right, please wait a moment. I will go to the HR department and check for you. The career woman before him gave Jiang Chen a standard workplace smile, then turned and left. Only after she exited the small office did Jiang Chen's taut body finally relax a little. This was his first time coming to a large corporation for an interview, and also his first encounter with a real female white-collar worker. As a current university student with nearly full shootin, attributes the fact that he had not stumbled over his words entirely was already quite a feat. As for why he had come here, and was even being received by a female white-collar worker, one had to start from an incident a month earlier. Jiang Chen's family was very poor, truly poor, not merely lacking in comfort. They were so impoverished that his university tuition had been scraped together by borrowing everywhere they could. When he sat the college entrance examination, he had already resolved that if he failed to get into a first-tier university, he would give up on going at all. After all, the tuition for second-tier and third-tier universities was far beyond what his family could afford. Even if they tried to borrow, they could never gather that much money. Fortunately, luck favored him. With a score just over the cutoff line, he was admitted to Linjiang University, a first-tier institution in Linjiang City. After his family shouldered his tuition, Jiang Chen began to study diligently, taking full responsibility for his own living expenses. However, the strain of constant work caused his grades to plummet. At times, he even had to skip classes for the sake of his jobs. By his sophomore year, his homeroom teacher had warned him countless times, and whether he could even graduate had already become a serious question. Later, his parents somehow heard about this. Just as they were steeling themselves to borrow yet more money to cover his living expenses, a job opportunity fell into their laps. About a month earlier, when Jiang Chen's mother returned to her maiden home, she happened to run into a distant relative. In their conversation, she learned that this relative was working as a junior manager at Yuhui Group and was currently recruiting a batch of outstanding information technology students to serve as NPCs for a groundbreaking game called Ascension, Ascend to Immortality. To ensure quality, they required a first-tier university background, and was Jiang Chen not precisely a first-tier IT major? After they talked it through, that distant relative agreed to give Jiang Chen a chance. Thus, a month later, Jiang Chen came to Yuhui Group in Linjiang City to attend an interview. Calling it an interview was an overstatement. He merely chatted briefly with the supervising manager who greeted him. That distant relative was at least a manager, and with his guarantee, Jiang Chen was hired on the spot. Whether he could remain long-term, however, would depend on his performance later on. Yuhui's game, Ascension, was already quite famous. When news of it first broke a few months earlier, it quickly became known among young people, and its earlier trailer had even climbed to the top of online trending searches. As its own introduction claimed, it was a truly epic-making title, transforming control from traditional mouse and keyboard to entering the game world oneself to manipulate the character. A virtual reality technology often seen only in anime and films. Rumor had it that this game was not merely a commercial project, and that Yuhui Group was only its agent. Behind it loomed some colossal entity, and its technology was said to originate from an extraterrestrial meteorite that had fallen decades ago. Though these rumors lacked any solid proof, they created enormous hype. The 10,000 slots for the early internal tests scheduled a week later were snapped up in under a minute. This phenomenon-level spectacle even drew the attention of the media, newspapers, and self-media, alike scrambled to report on the game. Although Jiang Chen was a student at a first-tier university in these times, even PhDs and graduate students struggled to find work, let alone someone with only a bachelor's degree. Therefore, he had never imagined that he would have anything to do with such a formidable internet company. Yet now he actually saw a glimmer of hope. His mother had told him that if he performed well during his part-time period, that distant relative might be able to secure him a full-time position at Yuhui after graduation. He had been sitting in the interview office for quite some time. Just as he was about to pour himself some tea, the door creaked open. At the door, the female white-collar worker from earlier had returned, but her expression did not look very pleasant. Seeing Jiang Chen, she immediately forced an apologetic smile. "Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry. Manager Fong from HR just informed me that the unconventional male roles in the virtual characters section of the operations department are already full." Full, eh? Jiang Chen was stunned. He had never encountered such a situation, and for a moment did not know how to respond. Yes, but there are still regular male roles available. It's just that regular male roles must remain online for 12 hours a day, and sometimes there will be overtime, so I'm a student. How could I possibly work full-time? Exactly, that's what I told them as well, but HR truly. Jiang Chen's face was full of disappointment. He felt he could already foresee the outcome. However, since you're related to Manager Lin, I did manage to secure another option for you. It just depends on whether you're willing or not. From her tone, it seemed there was still a chance. Jiang Chen's spirits immediately lifted. Please go ahead. As long as it's nothing illegal, I have no objection. Yet from the woman's hesitant expression, it was obvious that the matter was not simple. Jiang Chen did not care, though. Surely they wouldn't ask a university student like him to work as a security guard or a cleaner, would they? As long as it wasn't something like security or cleaning, which were no different from his previous part-time jobs, he could grit his teeth and endure anything. He even imagined something extremely exhausting, but it didn't matter. He had tasted all kinds of hardship in his earlier part-time work. In a small, apologetic voice, the woman said, "Actually, we still have vacancies for unconventional female roles. As long as you don't mind, there will be no problem." Female roles. Jiang Chen was stunned once more. Men can play female roles too. Won't there be issues with the voice and tone? Jiang Chen blurted out the question that had flashed through his mind. You don't need to worry about that. There are plenty of external devices for voice changing nowadays. As for tone, as long as you're careful, it won't be a problem. Right now, it all depends on your own willingness, Mr. Jiang. His own willingness. In his heart, he was more than willing. Playing a female role was no different from running a gender-bend account in a game. Plenty of people did it without any psychological burden. So why should he hesitate? Besides, once he graduated and became a full-time employee, he certainly would not continue using this account. For now, he only needed to pretend to be a woman in the game in exchange for a decent payment. From every angle, it was a profitable deal. If it's only a matter of acting as a female NPC, I don't think I'll have any problem with that. A lightness appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He had previously feared they might ask him to do something far worse. If it was merely pretending to be a female NPC, then naturally he had no objections. Oh, since you don't object, Mr. Jiang, let's sign the internship contract. The woman, somewhat taken aback by how straightforward he was, shot Jiang Chen a peculiar glance before pulling 2 sheets of paper from a nearby folder. Since you're part-time, your pay will be calculated based on your online hours at an hourly rate. You may work up to 8 hours a day at most, and settlement is done monthly. Do you have any questions about this, Mr. Jiang? She spread the contract out before him and handed him a pen. Jiang Chen gave it a cursory glance and nodded. That seems reasonable. I just want to ask, what is the approximate hourly rate? Although his mother had said the pay here was not low and far easier than his previous part-time jobs, he still had no clear idea. He needed to ask and be sure. The woman smiled. Because the work itself is very easy, the hourly rate is only 10 yuan. But if you perform well, there will be a bonus at the end of the month. 10 yuan an hour was indeed quite ordinary. Calculated over only 2 or 3 hours a day, it would even be lower than some of his previous part-time work. But those jobs had fixed hours. As an in-game NPC, he could spend nearly all his time there outside of classes, and it was far easier than physical labor. Overall, it was clearly better than his earlier part-time options. With that thought, he decisively moved the pen and signed his name at the bottom of the contract. The woman produced a seal, stamped it on the document, and then collected the papers. All right, Mr. Jiang, you can now be considered half a member of Yuhui Group, she said. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gao Lu. I'm currently the deputy supervisor of the operations department. Manager Lin instructed me to take good care of you. If you need anything in the future, you can come directly to me. Gao Lu smiled again, this time without the stiff, formulaic politeness from before. If Jiang Chen had been more smooth-tongued, he would probably have called her sister Lu already and referred to himself as Xiao Chun. But Jiang Chen was not the outgoing type to begin with. His cheeks flushed red as he let out 2 awkward chuckles. Supervisor Gao, please don't call me Mr. Jiang, he said, embarrassed. It feels strange. Seeing how unskilled he was at conversation, Gao Lu was rather understanding. All right then, I'll just call you Jiang Chen from now on, she said. Jiang Chen hurriedly nodded. Good. Jiang Chen, next you need to come with me to the equipment department to collect your virtual pod. Then you'll create your character. Only after we register it can you leave, she continued. With that, Gao Lu put the stack of documents back into the folder, then drew out another sheet from inside. She stood up in a crisp, efficient motion and went to open the door. Jiang Chen quickly followed her and then asked in surprise, do I have to create the character myself? Oh, the character's name and background are fixed, she explained. Only the appearance needs your template. Supervisor Gao, what do you mean by template? Jiang Chen asked hastily. In the game, Dang Xian, the character system is the same as in other games. It has a facet customization feature. But no matter how you tweak it, you still need a basic facial model, right? And that basic facial model is your own face. Oh, and don't worry too much. You're a man, but once you soften a male face, it can easily become a female one. The line between male and female features in humans isn't actually that clear. Jiang Chen touched his own cheeks. To be honest, years of irregular living had left his skin a bit rough, turning a face like his into that of a woman. He tried to imagine it, but no matter how he mentally rearranged the features, the result was bizarre. He simply could not conceive of how an ordinary male face like his could be transformed into that of a beauty. While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the two of them walked down the corridor and arrived at a door marked Equipment Storage Room. Gao Lu knocked twice, then pushed it open and led Jiang Chen inside. Inside were rows of transparent rectangular pods resembling coffins. Their interiors were crammed with intricate mechanical components. One glance was enough to tell they were extremely expensive pieces of equipment. A man in a suit inside the room saw Gao Lu enter and immediately walked over with a broad smile to greet her. Sister Gao, what brings you to our equipment room today? Gao Lu handed him the document she had prepared in advance, then pointed at Jiang Chen. A new part-time hire assigned to the virtual character section. This is the NPC he'll be responsible for. Take him to that NPC's virtual pod and have him complete the character creation. The man in the suit responded quickly, then glanced down at the document. As his eyes swept over it, his expression turned oddly strained. He stared at Jiang Chen for a long moment, then asked somewhat uncertainly, "Ms. Jiang." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. "I'm a man." "I knew it," the suited man laughed. "With those clothes and that look, you definitely don't seem like a woman." Laughing, the man in the suit slung an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulder and led him toward one of the nutrition pods. To ease the awkward atmosphere, the man in the suit went over the key points of the contract with Jiang Chen once more. He explained that only specially designated NPCs were permitted to use these virtual pods. Normal players all used virtual helmets. Under no circumstances was he to allow a player to log in through a virtual pod, or serious problems would occur. He also stressed that as an NPC, Jiang Chen must never reveal his NPC identity in either reality or in-game, and must not log out in front of a crowd. This was especially important for non-routine roles. Routine NPCs had 2 people rotating shifts, but non-routine ones logged in and out on their own with no one to take over. Therefore, when logging out, he must find a place with no one around, ideally his character's residence. If he violated these rules, the consequences would be far more severe than a simple pay deduction. He would be fired outright. Previously, Jiang Chen had assumed it was just an ordinary contract. He had not expected clauses like these. Now that he had heard them, he hurried to thank the man in the suit. The man waved it off cheerfully, saying that most newcomers were like this, and he was already used to explaining everything a second time. The two of them chatted as they walked, and before they realized it, they had arrived in front of one of the virtual pods. The man in the suit pressed a red button on the outside, and the virtual pod opened with a soft sound. Then he gestured for Jiang Chen to lie down inside. Once Jiang Chen had lain down in the nutrition pod, the man in the suit lowered the glass cover again. From the outside, it should have been transparent, but from inside looking out, all he could see was pitch black, the underlying principle completely unclear. Before Jiang Chen could marvel at it, the darkness before his eyes suddenly flickered. A dizzying sensation of the world spinning engulfed him, and with it a mirror materialized out of thin air. Reflected in the mirror was Jiang Chen's own face. A system prompt sounded, "Please adjust your appearance. All of your facial feature data can be modified within a range of 20%. As the prompt appeared, various facial detail adjustment modules began to appear over the face in the mirror. Eyes, nose, mouth, hair, eyebrows, jawline. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly at how realistic it all was, then began fiddling with the settings by feel. However, once he truly began adjusting his facial structure, he realized that within a mere 20% range, it was impossible to turn his face into that of a woman. No matter how he tweaked it, it still looked like a man. Gaolo had mentioned softening the features earlier, but there was no such option here. He could only keep trying step by step, relying on instinct. At this point, Jiang Chen was beginning to regret it. A cross-dressed person was not frightening in itself. What was truly terrifying was an extraordinarily ugly one. How was he supposed to live like that? After half an hour of trial and error, Jiang Chen finally managed to assemble the most feminine face he could. Yet if you remove that thick flowing long hair, it still looked like a man, and even plainer than his current appearance. But Jiang Chen had reached the limits of his ability. He extended a finger and pressed firmly on the confirm button beneath the mirror. With looks like this, he had no idea whether it would satisfy Gaolo. Even if it didn't, there was nothing he could do, unless she could alter the game's mechanics to increase his allowable adjustment range. A system prompt appeared, "Appearance adjustment complete. Your character's name is Ziyu. For the character's backstory, please refer to the official website." Creating character. 1 second 23. The anticipated successful creation never came. Instead, the creating character status bar suddenly shifted from white to red. Then the line, "Creating character," flickered and vanished. Detected that the original body is male and does not match the character's gender. Error. Unable to correct. Insufficient authority in character creation management. Transferring to central core for processing. After an ellipsis of silence, the system concluded, "Processing complete." Determination character gender priority. Beginning reconfiguration of body modules. Optimizing appearance. Outside the cabin, the man in the suit approached Gao Lu, surprised as he asked, "Sister Gao, is the company really that short-staffed? Why let a man play a female role?" Gao Lu wore a helpless expression. It's a relative of Manager Lin, still a student. Originally, there are very few unconventional roles, and we can't just dismiss him. Sister Gao, the problem is that a 20 adjustment is too forced. It may not look particularly beautiful. You know the main program of the game isn't here. We can't change the game's mechanics. Of course I know. However, most unconventional roles are just extras. I don't think players will pay much attention to how pretty they look. After all, he's Manager Lin's relative. Oh, just think of him as someone coming in to earn a salary. Hearing this, the man in the suit sighed. What about his voice? Voice? At worst, well, give him a voice-changing device. He can just wear that and lie in the virtual cabin later. Gao Lu waved her hand casually. Sister Gao, this game is not as simple as you think. The player's voice is not captured from the mouth. It's extracted directly through bone vibrations. No matter how many layers of fabric you put over his mouth, it won't help. Gao Lu's eyes widened in shock. No way. Sister Gao, do you think our equipment department doesn't know this? So, What should we do? Gao Lu was starting to panic. A female NPC turns out to be a man. If this gets out, it could have a huge impact on the game. How could she, as a mere deputy supervisor, bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? Sister Gao, don't be nervous. I didn't say it outright, and I still took him to the virtual cabin. Of course there's a way. What way? Gao Lu clutched the man in the suit, as if she had grabbed a lifeline. What else can we do? We can only let this brother Jiang try not to speak. It's best if he pretends to be mute. Mute. Not bad, let's go with mute. Gao Lu murmured, and then confirmed with a very firm tone. At this moment, Jiang Chen in the character creation interface felt extremely drowsy. He struggled to lift his eyelids and examined his reflection in the mirror. With willow brows and apricot lips, the facial features before him were unrealistically beautiful. Could humans really look this stunning? He didn't know, but he could be sure he had never seen a woman more beautiful than this unfamiliar goddess, whose features even bore a slight resemblance to his own. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt no surprise or astonishment, only waves of drowsiness washing over him, leaving no room for other thoughts. He had only one idea, finally looking like a girl. Before Jiang Chen could smile, his consciousness gradually faded away. He didn't know how long it had been when he vaguely heard someone calling him. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and before him Gao Lu and the man in the suit were looking at him anxiously. Phew, you scared me. If you didn't wake up, I would have almost called 120. Gao Lu patted her chest, seemingly relieved. Mr. Jiang, why did you fall asleep in the virtual cabin? The man in the suit also looked concerned. Jiang Chen's mind flashed back to the beautiful woman in the mirror. Feeling a bit dazed, he absent-mindedly replied, "It's nothing, just suddenly felt so tired. I finished creating my character. What should I do next?" Gao Lu stared at Jiang Chen for a while, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, nodded. "That's good. You can go back after registering your character. Remember to leave your address. Oh well, deliver the virtual cabin a week later, the day before the internal test. You can work from home after that." Supervisor Gao, did you forget? I'm a university student, living in a dormitory. Jiang Chen looked at the huge virtual cabin beneath him, wondering how it could possibly fit in his dorm. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Gao Lu seemed to realize it was indeed a problem. After thinking for a moment, she made a decision. How about this? We have a staff dormitory near Linjiang University. We can reserve a room for you, and the virtual cabin can be delivered there. How does that sound? Can I stay there even if I'm not a formal employee? Of course it doesn't matter. The dormitory isn't very full, and some rooms are empty, so the rent still needs to be paid. Being able to live off campus on his own, having his own little space, Jiang Chen was naturally more than willing. Next, Gao Lu explained some issues regarding the voice-changing device. Jiang Chen expressed some understanding of having to pretend to be mute. They exchanged phone numbers for future contact, as Gao Lu, being the deputy supervisor of the operations department, was technically Jiang Chen's superior. Thus, keeping a phone number was quite reasonable. After Jiang Chen left the Yuhui Group's building, Gao Lu gave the man in the suit a glance. Check how the character is doing. The man in the suit nodded and walked over to the front desk computer operating it. Gao Lu leaned in to take a look. Soon a character named Ziyu was found. Can we make it look a bit prettier? It looks oddly androgynous, quite strange. Gao Lu covered her face, finding it hard to look at. I think Mr. Jiang has already done his best. Any further adjustments might make it impossible to tell if it's male or female, the man in the suit said with a bitter smile. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a sense of helplessness. In the following week, Ascending to Immortality became increasingly popular, transforming from a well-known title into a household name, with sensational news becoming more exaggerated by the day. Finally, on the day of the internal test for Ascending to Immortality, Jiang Chen arrived at the staff dormitory of Yuhui Group, located not far from Linjiang University. This staff dormitory was one of many within Yuhui Group, situated in an ordinary community called Shuyuan Community, close to Linjiang University. All 5 buildings in the community were staff dormitories. When Jiang Chen used the key Gao Lu had given him yesterday to unlock room 301, he was immediately stunned. It was a standard 3-bedroom apartment, and the walls had obviously just been freshly painted. The indoor space was better than what Jiang Chen had at home. The room was equipped with all the basic amenities. 2 of the 3 bedrooms were empty, and the remaining one had a bed presumably prepared for Jiang Chen. When he entered the bedroom with the bed, he found that the virtual cabin had already been set up for him. Jiang Chen checked the time. There was less than half an hour until the server opened. Earlier, Gao Lu had called and mentioned that all virtual characters must log in and sign in at the opening moment, so he didn't have much time. He had originally planned to move immediately, but temporarily set that thought aside. Since the house was here, there was no need to rush. Jiang Chen slowly opened the virtual cabin, skillfully laid down inside, and closed the glass cover. Soon the screen displayed the character creation interface from before. The reflection in the mirror was still that stunningly beautiful woman. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, thinking that the game was quite user-friendly. Knowing he had sculpted an unattractive character, it actually helped him reshape the facial features. Just thinking about playing such a beautiful girl made his heart race. After feeling agitated for a while, he felt a heat flow coursing throughout his body. Jiang Chen felt parched and flushed, and a heaviness began to settle in his chest. Wait a minute, even if he was a student, he shouldn't be reacting this way to a woman, right? Moreover, this was just a game. How could he feel such an immersive sensation? System notification restructuring completed. Restructuring completed. What restructuring completed? Jiang Chen felt like he hadn't operated anything. How did the system notification suddenly appear? System announcement, Ascending to Immortality, has officially opened. All players entering the game for the first time, please click the Start Game button. Thinking about needing to enter the game immediately, Jiang Chen didn't care about anything else and quickly reached out to click the Start Game button in the mirror. However, when he saw that delicate little hand, he suddenly felt something was off. Was his hand this smooth? Jiang Chen thought he must have seen it wrong, hurriedly retracted his hand and lowered his head to take a look, only to suddenly be blocked from his view by two round protrusions. Jiang Chen seemed to realize something, but if he remembered correctly, he should only embody the character after entering the game, and the body in the character creation interface should be composed of the external body projection. What was happening now? A bug. Jiang Chen steadied his mind, trembling as he reached out toward those two ambiguous objects, but before he could grab anything, a countdown suddenly rang in his ears. It was the countdown to log into the game. Jiang Chen didn't want to go in without understanding what was happening. Not knowing how to cancel the login, he instinctively shouted, "Wait." As soon as the words escaped his mouth, a melodious, sweet voice emerged like that of a lark. However, the countdown continued unabated. With the sound of the word one, Jiang Chen's entire being was pulled into the mirror, and in the next moment, he found himself standing in a grand hall. System prompt: Congratulations, you have obtained the character-specific item Purple Veil. System prompt: Congratulations, you have acquired the first-tier spirit weapon Cloud Yang Sword. System prompt: Congratulations, you have obtained the storage bag. System prompt: Congratulations, you have learned the Cloud Yang Heart method. System prompt: Congratulations, you have mastered the sword control technique. System prompt: Congratulations, your cultivation level has risen to Chi Refinement 6th layer. As soon as she entered the game, a plethora of information suddenly burst into Jiang Chen's mind. Unbeknownst to her, a veil had already appeared on her face, and she felt a cold sensation at her back, as if a long-handled object had been added. My name is Qin Gaosheng. In the game, my character is Yunyingman's leader Yun Tian, and I am also the captain of the virtual character department's Yunyingman team. From now on, you will all be under my management. Suddenly, a deep male voice echoed in the hall. Jiang Chen looked around and noticed that at some point the hall had become filled with numerous men and women dressed in Taoist robes, appearing to be over a dozen in number. The speaker was a middle-aged man in the center of the hall, dressed in the most luxurious attire. It's about time. The virtual character department of Yunyingman will now call the roll. Please respond with present when your name is called to indicate your presence. Qin Gaosheng's expression was serious, complemented by his pure red Taoist robe, exuding an air of authority befitting a leader. Zhang Tiana, present. Lin Jiaxing, present. Su Meng, present. Jiang Chen, present. When it was Jiang Chen's turn, she immediately responded, her feminine voice indeed as expected. Her voice was so melodious that it drew the attention of several men and women toward her. However, behind the veil they saw nothing and quickly turned their heads away. Jiang Chen instinctively touched her throat. Wasn't it said that voices don't change? Why had her voice become so? Could it be that a bug had carried over into the game? Soon the roll call for more than a dozen people was completed and no one was absent. Qin Gaosheng was very satisfied, and after a round of praise he quickly dismissed everyone, citing time constraints, and urged Jiang Chen and the others to swiftly correct their speaking tone and familiarize themselves with the geographical environment of Yunyingman. As people began to leave the hall one by one, Jiang Chen instinctively moved her feet. But just as she stepped forward, an extreme sense of awkwardness flooded her body. Her lower body felt cold, as if something was missing. The two new weights on her upper body shifted her center of gravity, making her feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Earlier she thought pretending to be a woman in the game would be easy, but once she was truly in the game she realized that being a woman in a virtual reality game was far more difficult than she had imagined. But now that the contract was signed, it was clearly too late to back out. Jiang Chen could only awkwardly move her steps forward, yet the absence between her legs made it hard for her to adapt, causing her to unconsciously bring her legs together, looking as if she was walking with her feet turned inward. After walking a good 10 steps, she finally began to adjust, though her cheeks had already turned crimson. Indeed, this big man was feeling shy. This game was just too incredibly real. Upon exiting the hall, she was greeted by towering peaks, and the hall they occupied was merely an insignificant one among these mountains. Jiang Chen turned to look back at the hall and noticed a plaque hanging above which prominently displayed the words Yunyingman Conference Hall. Yunyingman Conference Hall. Jiang Chen murmured, her mind recalling the information she had read earlier. Before entering this game, Jiang Chen had gone to the official website to learn about the game's details, which included the NPC named Ziyu and information about Yunyingman. In the official NPC information, Ziyu's profile was quite minimal, practically more inconsequential than a mere extra. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that Ziyu's introduction was exceedingly brief. Ziyu, a disciple of Yun Yingmen, one of the personal maids of Yun Yingmen's leader Yun Tian's eldest daughter, Yunxiang, serving alongside another maid Biqing with a cultivation level of Qi refinement 6th layer. Compared to the lengthy introductions of other characters, Ziyu's was merely this short line. As for the introduction to Yun Yingmen, it wasn't much better. In Ascend to Immortality, there were a total of 53 sects available for players to choose from, among which the 5 major sects offered the best heart methods and sect mission rewards. Apart from the 5 major sects, there are the 12 immortal sects, which while offering lower rewards compared to the 5 major sects, have heart methods that are more specialized in certain areas, such as alchemy, weapon refinement, sword cultivation, and body cultivation. As long as players were not foolish, these 17 sects could be seen as the first choice for players. The remaining 36 minor sects were collectively referred to as the 36 caves. Neither their heart methods nor rewards could compare to these 17 sects. However, in terms of freedom, the 36 caves were much freer than other sects, as other sects often required participation in sect competitions or righteousness versus evil battles. If such activities occurred, disciples of the major sects would undoubtedly have to participate, while the minor sects did not have such obligations, making the 36 caves more suited for casual or lifestyle players. Yun Yingmen was one of these 36 caves, and compared to the other 36 caves, Yun Yingmen was more adept at sword cultivation. Being a minor sect, there wasn't much introduction about it, and the official website merely summarized a few core heart methods and divine abilities of Yun Yingmen. When it came to heart methods, Jiang Chen seemed to recall something and hurriedly muttered system. Then an icon abruptly appeared before her, displaying the words character status. Jiang Chen quickly clicked on it, and a status bar emerged. NPC Ziyu. Gender female. Affiliated sect Yun Yingmen. Cultivation Qi refinement 6th layer. Heart method Cloud Yang heart method. Items held purple veil, Cloud Yang sword storage bag. Practice techniques sword control technique. NPC introduction a disciple of Yun Yingmen, a personal maid of Yunxiang. Compared to players who entered with a blank slate, NPCs appeared in the game with a certain level of cultivation and a considerable number of items. However, NPCs could not independently enhance their strength, meaning whatever level they started with would remain the same. This was not surprising to Jiang Chen, as NPCs were not in the game for entertainment, but to serve players. If they could enhance their cultivation, then those leaders would arrive at Foundation Establishment or Golden Core, and what fun would that be for players? They would simply abandon the game. Just as Jiang Chen was sorting through the information in her memory, suddenly a system prompt appeared. System prompt: a malicious presence is approaching you. What does it mean to be malicious? Can the system also determine malice? No, the fundamental question is, why would the system give a prompt when someone approaches me? Before Jiang Chen could gather her thoughts, she felt a tap on her shoulder, and a cool female voice sounded from behind her. Are you Ziyu? Jiang Chen slowly turned around to find 2 women in colorful attire staring directly at her. The woman slightly in front had an outstanding appearance, her gaze deep and mysterious, and judging by the splendidness of her attire, she was evidently more extravagant. The woman standing a bit behind was similarly veiled like Jiang Chen, but her veil was blue. Although Jiang Chen did not know who the 2 women were, he still nodded in acknowledgement. The elegant woman shot him a disdainful glance. Senior Sister Gao said, you were quite reliable. How is it that you cannot even grasp the most basic character relationships? Didn't Senior Sister Gao tell you that once inside the game, bound characters should remain together at all times? Jiang Chen realized he truly had not heard this from Gao Lu, and simply shook his head. The elegant woman scoffed. If you don't know, then perhaps it's best you never find out. After all, you're merely an irregular character. Oh, and from now on you needn't follow me. She'll suffice. Jiang Chen blinked twice, his expression clouded with bewilderment. I haven't even introduced myself yet. I am Yunxiang's daytime controller, the one behind me controls Biqing. That's enough. From here on, do as you please. Just play your NPC role flawlessly. With that, Yunxiang turned sharply and strode away without a backward glance. Someone who waltzed in through connections expects me to look after them. Dream on. If not for her, my younger sister would never have been rejected. Senior Sister Yunxiang, I heard Ziyu's controller is actually male. Truly. At registration, her voice sounded unmistakably feminine. I have no idea how she pulls it off, but someone from Human Resources confirmed it outright. He's definitely a man. A man. Then it's even more revolting. System alert: 2 players are maliciously slandering you. They spoke loudly, deliberately so. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed tightly. She could not fathom when, or how, she had offended these 2 strangers. Was this what people meant by the treacherous nature of society? Yet another thought surfaced: what exactly was this system alert? Why would it casually notify her of mere slander? Only after Yunxiang's and Biqing's controllers vanished from sight did Jiang Chen recall she still needed to familiarize herself with this world. Within Yunxiang's sect, travel between its many peaks relied on white cranes available for rent on the mountainsides, payable for players but entirely free for NPCs. After touring all major and minor peaks of Yunxiang's sect, Jiang Chen soon arrived at a secluded mountain. At its summit stood an artificially carved stone cave, above whose entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the characters Ziyu. As Jiang Chen approached the cave mouth, a fierce, visible current of martial energy rushed toward her, yet dissipated before ever making contact. This was a common protective formation. Its refusal to attack confirmed beyond doubt that this cave truly belonged to the NPC ZU. The cave was modest in size, divided into several small stone chambers. Aside from rudimentary daily necessities, nothing else occupied the space. Jiang Chen surveyed it thoroughly in under minutes. As she stepped outside, a scroll descended from the sky, as if it had waited there for ages. It landed before Jiang Chen and burst into spontaneous flame. From within emerged Qin Gaoxing's unmistakable voice. Yunshang Ziyu and Biqing, report immediately to Yunyang Hall. Having just completed her tour of Yunyang sect, Jiang Chen knew Yunyang Hall was the sect master's residence. She swiftly mounted her crane and soared toward it. Yunyang Hall sat atop the central peak, some distance from her remote little abode. When Jiang Chen arrived, Yunshang and Biqing were already stepping gracefully from the hall. Upon seeing her, both wore expressions of undisguised contempt. "You needn't enter." Team leader Qin has grown impatient and instructed us to divide the task between ourselves. Divide it? Divide what? Jiang Chen sensed something deeply amiss. The authorization quota for the discipleship quest. Yunshang sighed theatrically. "I hear the quest issuance rate ties directly to month-end bonuses. Perform well, and your base salary doubles. Biqing, aren't we fortunate?" Biqing eagerly nodded. "Indeed, we possess both fortune and privilege. Unlike certain others who may have fortune, yet lack the life to savor it." The two exchanged quiet, mocking laughter. "System alert, you have been ridiculed by NPC Yunshang and NPC Biqing." Jiang Chen's brow tightened. She had assumed their disdain was passive. Now she realized they were actively hostile. "By the way, Ziyu," Team Leader Qin decreed, "that though you hold no quest issuance authority, you must accompany me. As my personal attendant, it would contradict your role to leave you behind when I venture forth. Thus you shall join us on our journey to Zhuxian City." Yunshang haughtily leapt onto a celestial crane station before the hall, then turned back and urged Jiang Chen, "What are you waiting for? Delay will cost us. The players will be snatched up by rival sects. And you certainly won't bear that responsibility." Jiang Chen muttered inwardly, but reluctantly remounted the crane. It seemed she truly could not afford to refuse. Zhuxian City was the largest metropolis in the game Ascension to Immortality, and the designated spawning point for all novices. Though only an afternoon had passed since launch, the swiftest newcomers had likely already completed their starter quests. Dispatching sect emissaries now was indeed optimal. Still, as a minor sect, even occupying the busiest plaza in Zhuxian City yielded only sparse inquiries. Jiang Chen observed for some time. Yunshang had assigned barely 2 or 3 tasks. With no tasks of her own, Jiang Chen felt no obligation to recruit players for them. She stood idly behind the recruitment post, quietly admiring Zhuxian City's vistas. Before long, Yunshang's and Biqing's smiles stiffened, yet neither surrendered. Within moments, they rallied anew, with a defiant, almost reckless resolve. First, Biqing, under Yunshang's instruction, removed her veil, then used her modest charm to literally drag passers-by into conversation. Next, Yunshang, seeing Biqing's efforts yield little, stepped forward herself, deliberately lowering the neckline of her robes. Indeed, Yunshang's beauty was undeniable. Within moments, several lecherous men gathered around her. Jiang Chen stared dumbfounded. Even in a game was such shamelessness necessary? Their antics drew frequent glances from emissaries of other sects. Jiang Chen refused to be lumped among those who traded dignity for attention. Seizing their momentary distraction, she slipped into a dim, deadened alley, summoned the system interface, and selected log out. After all, as an irregular character, she could log out at will. As the neural pod's glass lid retracted, Jiang Chen opened her eyes. She decided to first grab dinner, to steady her nerves, and then move apartments. For now, she could not bear another second inside the game. System alert: logging out in an unsecured environment poses extreme risk of exposure. Refrain from doing so in the future. Jiang Chen froze mid-racing. Wait, was she outside the game now? An illusion? System alert: what you hear is not an illusion. Jiang Chen drew a deep, steadying breath and asked, her voice trembling faintly even to herself, "Who?" That single word echoed through the room, causing Jiang Chen's pupils to contract sharply. Frantically, she glanced down at her chest. Why was it still distinctly curved? She hastily reached downward, toward her lower body. HSS. Ha ha ha. She must still be inside the game. Yes, she absolutely was. Otherwise, why would she retain her female form? Why would system alerts persist? But why did this game replicate her room with such eerie fidelity? Her mind reeled, chaotic, disintegrating. She felt herself slipping toward madness. System alert: please regulate your emotional state. Regulate what exactly? After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen finally managed to calm his inner turmoil. The sudden feminization and the strange system prompt forced her to admit that she was in trouble, and this trouble was closely related to the game. Who are you and what have you done to my body? Jiang Chen could only question the air. GM assistance system. Why haven't I seen this system on the official website? The GM Assistance System is a separation system dispatched by the central system to provide suggestions to GMs or to clarify their doubts. Yue Group is merely an agent of the central system and does not have the authority to intervene in the system's internal matters. GM. When did she become a GM? Jiang Chen shook her head. Who cares about your system authority? Quickly tell me how I can turn back into a man. This system does not have the authority to change the GM's gender, but the GM can submit a request to the central authority. Then I will submit a request. Submitting a request to the central authority requires a significant amount of energy consumption. The GM currently possesses 0 energy. If you forcibly submit a request to the central authority, your body will be used as nourishment, which may result in extremely adverse consequences. Consequences? What consequences? The system prompted. That means loss of nutrients. Your bonus nutrients include carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and a series of other elements. If completely lost, you will turn to dust. So you're saying that after all this I can't turn back? The system prompted. Correct. Jiang Chen sighed. Then you can at least tell me why I became like this, right? Due to the gender asymmetry, when the GM created the character simulation system could not determine it and submitted it to the central authority. After deliberation, the central authority chose to base it on the gender of the game character. But can't you use my real gender as a basis? According to the judgment of the central authority, a perfect face shape is more likely to be favored. The central authority treats this matter from the perspective of all humanity. Jiang Chen felt like she had a million curses stuck in her throat. However, given the system's attitude, she estimated she would not get anything more by asking. So Jiang Chen decided to take an indirect approach. From what you just said, am I a GM? From the system's previous words, Jiang Chen realized that she seemed to have some standing. The system prompted. You are a game administrator certified by the central authority. What the system referred to as GM indeed meant game administrator. As a GM, shouldn't I have some authority? The system prompted. As a GM, you enjoy most of the powers within the game, and at the same time you must bear corresponding responsibilities. Well, then let's talk about rights first. May I ask? The system prompted. Your rights do not include changing gender. Then let's not talk about it. The system prompted. Regarding your obligations as a GM, it is better for you to understand them, or else you may not survive this month. You. Speak. Jiang Chen gritted her teeth in anger, feeling as if she had dug a pit for herself. The system prompted. As a GM dispatched by the central authority, you need to regularly fulfill the following 2 obligations. First, continue to select future GMs for the central authority and help the central authority test them. Each time you complete a test, the central authority will reward you as encouragement. Second, retrieve the lost energy fragments for the central authority in the real world. Similarly, for each fragment retrieved, the central authority will provide you with certain subsidies, such as virtual information, becoming real, virtual items, becoming real, and so on. Both obligations must be completed once a month, otherwise the central authority will determine that the cost of transforming the GM does not match the returns, thus canceling the GM's existence. Canceling existence, is it really that harsh? The system prompted. This is the price for becoming a GM. Jiang Chen replied. Wasn't it you who forced me to become a GM? The system prompted. GM qualifications cannot be cancelled. After going around in circles, Jiang Chen understood that everything she had changed was irreversible. What a bandit treaty! Jiang Chen was left speechless with anger. Since there was no way for now, she didn't want to continue entangling with it, so she stood up and prepared to go out for dinner. Just as she reached the door, Jiang Chen seemed to remember something and hurried back to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Jiang Chen positioned her face in front of the mirror above the sink. In the mirror, her stunning appearance, identical to that in the game, reflected back at her long hair, cascading down her back, the male casual clothing slightly bulging. If she walked out like this, she didn't know what kind of strange look she would receive. However, at this moment, she was not in her dormitory. Although this large house belonged to her, she hadn't moved anything, and yet meaning she couldn't deal with her clothing and hair issues in this situation. Jiang Chen fiddled with her thick long hair and touched her chest, feeling this sensation was indeed strange. Suddenly her eyes caught sight of a box of masks on the sink. At that moment, a flash of inspiration crossed her mind. Instinctively, Jiang Chen reached out and pulled out a mask from the box, which she didn't know who had left behind, and put it on her face. Looking into the mirror again, the mask perfectly covered her nose and mouth, leaving only her pair of gentle, watery eyes visible. Since she couldn't change her current form, she might as well ensure that others wouldn't remember her. Jiang Chen admired her own cleverness and smiled with satisfaction before opening the door and heading downstairs. This time she didn't go straight to dinner, but first bought a hat from a nearby stall, tucking her long hair under the hat, and then headed directly to the dormitory building of the school. Now she just wanted to pack her things and move out as soon as possible. As for dinner in this outfit, she certainly had no face to go to the school cafeteria, so she could only wait until she returned to her new house. The dormitory building of Linjiang University was not within the campus, but located in a separate collective dormitory building in Linjiang University town. At this moment, everyone was eating either in the cafeteria or in their own dorm rooms, rarely appearing around the dormitory building, so it was undoubtedly the best timing for Jiang Chen to return and organize her belongings. When Jiang Chen arrived at the bottom of dormitory building 3 of Linjiang University, her face was already as hot as if it had been boiled. Along the way, she had been pointed at, feeling extremely embarrassed. After all, hair could cover up, but her chest could not. If it weren't for the mask covering her face, Jiang Chen would have wanted to find a river to jump into. Walking up the dormitory building, she soon arrived at room 206. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had informed her roommates that she was moving out earlier, otherwise with her current voice explaining to them would likely lead to 1,000 misunderstandings. Quietly using her key to open the dormitory door, a series of clattering sounds from keyboard strokes echoed inside. Damn, is this a primary school student? So bad. A frantic voice came from within. Jiang Chen poked her head in, taking in the entire dormitory at a glance. There was no one on the 4 beds, only one person sat at the desk below, and the bathroom light was off, indicating there was also no one there. Phew, Jiang Chen sighed in relief. If it was just the fat guy alone, then she might not be so easily exposed, as that fat guy could play games without even glancing at her, no matter how chaotic it was. Jiang Chen tiptoed into the dormitory, quietly approached her bed, and began to carefully tidy up her bedding. Halfway through her tidying up, Jiang Chen suddenly paused, then her gaze fell upon the charger beside the chubby guy's computer desk. The chubby guy named Lu Jiaxing was one of the 4 members of dorm room 206. He loved to play games crazily whenever he had nothing to do, often forgetting to eat while engrossed in his games. Recently, he had been using Jiang Chen's charger because his had broken, and this morning in her rush to leave, Jiang Chen forgot to take it back, which now became quite a hassle. Jiang Chen was not affluent, so she was definitely going to be stingy about a charger. She held her breath and slowly approached the chubby guy, gently placing her hand on the charger. To be honest, they were very close now. The chubby guy only needed to turn around for Jiang Chen to be exposed. Orange, your hand is blocking me, take it away quickly. The chubby guy impatiently swept Jiang Chen's hand and the charger aside. Orange was Jiang Chen's nickname, which she had accepted after initially hearing it without much resistance. Hearing the chubby guy's urgency, Jiang Chen knew he was deep into his game, and while secretly delighted, she quickly turned around. Just as she was about to return to her bed, she heard the chubby guy suddenly exclaim, "Wait a minute, Orange, did you put on perfume today? There's a faint scent. Have you got a girlfriend?" Jiang Chen's heart sank. How could she afford perfume? No, calm down, stay composed. She cautiously turned her head, trying to keep her chest turned away from the chubby guy. As she turned, she noticed that the chubby guy wasn't looking at her, but had simply asked casually. Jiang Chen sighed in relief, soothing her startled heart. "Orange, why aren't you talking?" The chubby guy's voice sounded again. Jiang Chen knew she had to respond, otherwise the chubby guy might grow suspicious, and if he looked over, it would be disastrous. She tried to lower her voice, speaking in a suppressed tone. "I didn't buy any." "Orange, what's wrong with your voice? It sounds weird. Have you been practicing fake voices lately?" "My throat isn't well." "How come you're taking on so many part-time jobs, but haven't ruined your body yet? Your throat is the first to go. You're quite peculiar." The chubby guy laughed to himself. Jiang Chen rolled her eyes and chose not to continue the conversation. Seeing that Jiang Chen had stopped talking, the chubby guy naturally also ceased his pointless banter and returned to his game. After a few minutes, Jiang Chen finally finished packing her bed. She set it up properly, pulled out her suitcase from under the bed, and walked to the wardrobe to start gathering her clothes. However, it seemed that fate did not intend for Jiang Chen to end her moving journey so smoothly. Halfway through her organization, the chubby guy suddenly exclaimed, as if he had eaten gunpowder. "Orange, have you lost weight recently? Wow, was your butt really that perky before?" Jiang Chen froze. His remark about her losing weight meant he had indeed been observing her. She carefully turned her head again, and sure enough, she found the chubby guy's sharp gaze scrutinizing her from top to bottom. Jiang Chen hurriedly lowered her head, trying to hide her eyes beneath the brim of her hat. "Orange, why are you wearing a mask and a hat? What are you doing pretending to be a big star?" Without answering, Jiang Chen turned back and quickly continued to pack the clothes from the wardrobe into her suitcase. "Oh, still acting all aloof, huh? Regardless of body shape, let's just talk about faces. You're not as handsome as me, so don't dream of being a big star. I've got the game ready, and since you haven't eaten yet, let's go to the canteen together to strengthen our bond as roommates." Saying this, the chubby guy walked over to Jiang Chen, one hand reaching out as he usually would. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen grabbed a piece of clothing to block her chest, then quickly turned around and kicked towards the chubby guy's stomach, pushing him back half a meter. "Orange, what are you doing? This shirt was just bought. It's hard to wash if it gets dirty." The chubby guy's face showed his displeasure. Anyone would be unhappy if kicked like that for no reason, and if Jiang Chen weren't his roommate, the chubby guy would probably have lost his temper long ago. Jiang Chen was about to apologize when suddenly the door behind her swung open. Then 2 people who were joking around rushed into the dormitory, one after the other. Jiang Chen instinctively turned her head. The 2 clearly hadn't expected someone to be blocking the door at this hour. One of them accidentally brushed past Jiang Chen's ear. Her mask was knocked off. "Orange, it's okay." The guy who brushed past Jiang Chen's ear hurriedly apologized, but before he could finish his words he fell silent. The other guy looked equally dumbfounded. These two were Jiang Chen's other two roommates Lin Fuqiang and Zhang Ke. Hey Fuqiang Xiao Ke, why do you both look like you've seen a ghost? The chubby guy asked quickly, fearing he would miss something as he noticed they were both frozen in place. Jiang Chen held her breath. It was truly wolves in front and bears behind. This time it seemed like she was really going to be in trouble. You? Lin Fuqiang pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't care about anything else and immediately revealed a sweet smile, then playfully stuck out her tongue timidly saying, Big brothers, I'm sorry, I'm Jiang Chen's younger sister. My brother has something to do today, so I came to help tidy up, that's why I entered your dormitory. As Jiang Chen said this, goosebumps covered her entire body. Here she was a grown man reduced to acting cute. In that moment she felt as if something called male pride had been ruthlessly smashed to the ground and trampled repeatedly. Lin Fuqiang quickly replied, It's okay, absolutely no problem. Zhang Ke also hurriedly said, Feel free to come over, definitely come more often. Orange's sister is our sister. While speaking, the two quickly adjusted their hairstyles and collars, throwing Jiang Chen flirtatious looks as if they were quite pleased with themselves. How had she never noticed before how extraordinary these two roommates were? A shiver ran through Jiang Chen's heart, though her face still wore a smile. She quickly put her mask back on and wasted no time, giving the two of them a chance to react, immediately stuffing the remaining clothes into her suitcase, grabbing it, and her comforter, and rushing out through the dormitory security door. Lin Fuqiang and Zhang Ke remained standing in place, frozen in a daze. The chubby guy let out a discontented hum. Seriously, have you never seen a woman before? Is she really that beautiful just because she's Orange's sister? The two were jolted back to reality by the chubby guy's snort. Lin Fuqiang immediately hugged the chubby guy. Fatty, my phone is out of battery. Can I borrow yours? I think it's necessary to build a good relationship with this future sister-in-law. Seeing Lin Fuqiang take the initiative, Zhang Ke, not to be outdone, opened his phone and found Jiang Chen in the chat group, sending a private message directly. You guys can't be serious. What if that girl isn't Orange's sister, but his girlfriend? Why else would she be wearing Orange's clothes? If she's Orange's girlfriend, they'll sever all ties with him. Lin Fuqiang immediately replied. If she's Orange's girlfriend, they'll find a place to bury him. Alright, you all are acting like you've gone mad. How come it feels like I've lost out on something just because I didn't see her face? Energy fragment. Could it be? System notification. This energy fragment is of level F, highly suitable for GM recovery. It is recommended to take action in the short term. As expected, the anticipated system prompt arrived. However, Jiang Chen was not foolish. Just moments ago it was said that a comparative assessment was extremely dangerous, so how could it now be deemed highly suitable? The statements were contradictory, clearly an attempt to deceive oneself. System notification level F is the lowest standard for energy fragments. If the GM is willing to execute this as a first-time collection, the central system will provide a free reward, and the GM receiving the reward will significantly decrease the difficulty of the assessment. A free reward that also reduces difficulty sounds quite tempting. What reward, oi? Jiang Chen decided to ask. After all, collecting energy fragments was an obligation she had to fulfill once a month. Since it had to be done if it seemed worthwhile, there was no harm in completing it. System notification rewards can only be issued with GM consent. Fine, pretend I didn't ask. Then what's the assessment after the difficulty is reduced? System notification. The danger level is reduced from extremely dangerous to dangerous. So you effectively haven't reduced anything. Jiang Chen felt like hitting something. System notification. Collecting energy fragments is inherently a dangerous task. The danger assessment level is the lowest among many levels and cannot be lowered further. So you mean if I accept the reward, this task will be the simplest and easiest for me? System notification correct. Jiang Chen sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. At this moment, she wondered what had gone wrong in her life. Not only had she lost her male characteristics, but now even her life seemed to be in jeopardy. I want to know, what exactly is that energy fragment? Why does your central system want to collect it? And why is a collection obligation that should be harmless assessed as dangerous? System notification. Energy fragments were originally part of the central system. When the central system fell to Earth, a massive impact caused part of it to separate from the main body. Those separated parts scattered through suddenly generated spatial rifts, especially in Linjiang City, where their numbers are the highest. These energy fragments possess immense power. They can affect various aspects of their surroundings, causing anomalies in certain areas, which can vary in severity and deepen over time. Jiang Chen had thought it was alien technology, that the meteorite was merely a rumor. Now it seemed that this game truly was like that. System notification. Given humanity's technological level, it may be possible to create small-scale mechanical virtual realities, but it is absolutely impossible to create a virtual world. The vast flow of information, the fluidity of player actions, and the evolution of civilization structures are beyond the capabilities of human computational devices. Facing the self-aggrandizing remarks of the auxiliary system, Jiang Chen could only manage a dry laugh. This matter concerns my life, so I need to think it over. System notification understood. While speaking with the auxiliary system, Jiang Chen unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the academy complex. Back in her room, Jiang Chen took out all her belongings, then ordered takeout for dinner while opening a shopping website, begrudgingly clicking on various daily necessities. Additionally, Jiang Chen found a shop selling women's clothing. Staring at the high prices and the bold women's clothing label made her hands tremble. Besides women's clothing, she even bought bras and hairpins, a series of feminine items. In that moment, Jiang Chen clearly understood that her life as a man was drifting further away from her. Before long, the takeout arrived, and transforming her grief into appetite, Jiang Chen quickly devoured a large bowl of rice. Then she found the virtual pod and lay back in, for no matter how angry she was, she couldn't afford to disregard money. More than 3 hours had passed since Jiang Chen last logged off, and the in-game sky turned to night just like outside. Jiang Chen cautiously emerged from the dead end and looked towards the enrollment point of the Yunyang Gate. The previously bustling Yun Shang and Bai Qing were now quietly seated on the chairs at the enrollment point. Since the two didn't continue to embarrass themselves, Jiang Chen no longer needed to avoid them. Instead, she naturally approached Yun Shang and sat on the last chair. As soon as she sat down, Yun Shang turned her head and looked at her curiously. "Are you Ziyu?" Yun Shang's tone was very cold, not at all like before. What puzzled Jiang Chen the most was that there was genuine confusion in Yun Shang's eyes with no hint of mockery. Jiang Chen seemed to recall something and hurriedly looked at Bai Qing, only to see that Bai Qing was not as close to Yun Shang as before, but instead sat there like a discarded woman lost in thought. Jiang Chen was now certain of her thoughts. She nodded. "I am Ziyu." After saying that, she countered with a question. "Are you the controller of Yun Shang at night?" "Yes, my name is Yu Xiao Xiao." "Yu Xiao Xiao." Jiang Chen saw no trace of a smile on her face, only coldness. "I heard Yang Shu mention you. It seems you weren't assigned to a task, right?" It seemed that Yang Shu was the daytime controller. Jiang Chen noted this name in her mind, and then put on an awkward smile. "That's correct." Yun Shang coldly smirked. "It seems Yang Shu doesn't like you very much." "Actually, I don't know why she dislikes me." Jiang Chen shrugged her shoulders, feigning innocence. "It's probably because of her sister. However, if she doesn't like you, that's her business. Since you are part of our Yunyang Sect's NPC team, you must contribute to your team. I hope such sudden log-offs won't happen again." Truly fair-minded, Jiang Chen pouted and quietly acknowledged. "Don't worry, I won't exploit you like Yang Shu. You see those players hesitating and unable to make a decision about which sect to join. They are your targets. Try to recruit them as much as possible." Yu Xiao Xiao pointed to a group of players lost in thought. It was a thankless task, and Jiang Chen felt displeased, but she still replied, "Understood." After saying that, she looked towards Bai Qing on the other side. Originally, she thought that Bai Qing, who looked displeased, would resist a bit, but unexpectedly, Bai Qing seemed eager to leave. Hearing Yu Xiao Xiao's directive, she immediately jumped toward the crowd. Jiang Chen realized she couldn't afford to waste any more time, and followed Bai Qing with a sigh as they walked into the square. There were actually quite a few hesitant individuals around, considering there were 53 sects in this game. Even discounting the minor sects, there were still 17 major sects, making indecision quite normal. Having a sect mission meant having aspirations. Bai Qing energetically approached players with all sorts of bizarre names over their heads. In ascending to immortality, the distinction between players and NPCs lies in whether or not they have a name displayed above their heads. If they do, they are players. If not, they are NPCs, making it easy to tell apart. Jiang Chen picked the nearest male player and glanced at the name hovering above his head. "Kill that scoundrel." This name truly left her with no desire to engage in conversation. Jiang Chen adjusted his tone and said, "Esteemed hero, might you be interested in becoming a disciple of the Yunyang sect?" Upon hearing this, the Si Na Gobi-sun immediately turned his head and sized Jiang Chen up from head to toe. "Well, it'll be. This NPC speaks rather pleasantly." A flicker passed across Jiang Chen's eyes. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed hero. Brothers, this maiden looks promising. Come take a look." Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, Desi Nagubi-sun suddenly shouted into the surrounding area, and moments later 2 burly men appeared at Jiang Chen's side. "System alert, players, let go of that beauty and burn. That social butterfly are approaching you." "Esteemed hero, I merely wish to ask whether you'd consider joining the Yunyang sect. Look at this. The game is astonishingly intelligent. The NPCs behave so naturally, they even initiate conversations with us." Desi Nagubi-sun eagerly called out to his 2 arriving companions. Jiang Chen's brow had already knotted into a deep Chuan shape. She felt quite frankly that she'd stumbled upon a fool. Seeing the 3 still pointing and whispering about her, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. She turned on her heel and strode purposefully toward Bai Qing. "Brother, look. The NPC seems offended." "Let go of that beauty," excitedly pointed at Jiang Chen as she walked away. "Hey beauty, don't rush off just yet." Burn, that social butterfly broke into a stride, chasing after her. Sensing their footsteps drawing nearer, Jiang Chen longed to break into a run, but before so many watching eyes, an NPC dashing forward would cause a scandal. After all, this was a Xinxiao world. Female cultivators wore flowing, elegant robes. Whether serene and refined or lively, and charming none would ever stride forth with ungainly hurried steps. To do so would surely land her on tomorrow's front page. An NPC could be brilliantly intelligent, but never violate the world's intrinsic logic. In no time Jiang Chen was overtaken. She gazed up at Burn, that social butterfly now standing squarely before her. She forced a faint smile. Esteemed hero, would you care to become a disciple of the Yunyang sect? Boss, she keeps repeating the same line. What do we do? Burn, that social butterfly, turned to Desi Na Gubi's son, who had just caught up, and asked, what sect is the Yunyang sect? Never heard of it. Brother two, do you know? Desi Na Gubi's son tilted his head toward let go of that beauty. Let go of that beauty shook his head bewildered. Never heard of it. Must be some minor sect. We're the three brothers. Why would we bother learning about obscure little sects? Jiang Chen's temples throbbed. Stepping forward, she placed a hand lightly on Burn, that social butterfly's shoulder, and smiled gently. Esteemed hero, you seem ill-suited for the Yunyang sect. Might I suggest seeking your path elsewhere? Let go of that beauty, startled by how close Jiang Chen stood, flushed crimson and murmured, smells nice. This game really is immersive. Jiang Chen knew her words had fallen on deaf ears. Yet provoking a public confrontation would tarnish the Yunyang sect's reputation. With a quiet sigh, she prepared to call out for help toward Bai Qing in the distance. Suddenly, Desi Na Gubi's son's voice rang out behind her. Beauty, how about this? Lift your veil so we can see your face. If you're truly lovely, we'll join your so-called Yunyang sect. What nonsense. Jiang Chen had reached her limit with these three fools. Whirling around, she was about to test her sword-flying technique, when in an instant a figure stepped forward from the side and stood before her. What exactly are you three doing? Don't think you can act lawlessly just because she's an NPC. Do you want me to screenshot this and report you to the official forums? The voice was crisp, a woman's. Jiang Chen studied the figure standing protectively before her, a high ponytail clad in standard novice attire, slightly shorter than herself, yet radiating an unmistakable heroic grace. Above her head floated three luminous characters by Luo Lan. Clearly this player, named by Luo Lan, mistook Jiang Chen for a helpless NPC under siege. But that suited Jiang Chen perfectly. She preferred not to intervene directly if possible. System alert: player by Luo Lan, ranked 18th on the Immortal Xia Realm Celestial list, is approaching you. This player qualifies for Game Master candidacy. Would you like to initiate an evaluation? Yes, no. She's on the Immortal Xia Realm Celestial list. Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. The Immortal Xia Realm Celestial list was what ordinary players called the power ranking. Within the game Ascension to Immortality, the ranking comprised two tiers: the Celestial list 30 players and the Terrestrial list 70 players, together comprising the 100 strongest players in the realm. Updated daily, the list was displayed on the Immortal Xia bulletin board before the Divine Stone of Zhuxian City. Evaluation criteria included cultivation-based divine abilities, spirit artifacts, and possessed items, though cultivation rank remained paramount. At this early stage, most players had either just joined a sect or hadn't yet done so, meaning raw power differences were negligible. Thus, anyone appearing on the Celestial or Terrestrial lists must have enjoyed extraordinary fortune, having acquired items beyond standard beginner quest rewards. Clearly, Bai Luo Lan was precisely such a fortunate player. Her chivalrous intervention left Jiang Chen with a favorable first impression. Recalling her monthly obligation to conduct one assessment, Jiang Chen hesitated only briefly before silently affirming yes. System alert: evaluation initiated. Each major cultivation breakthrough attained by the evaluated player will trigger a new assessment. Simulating preliminary trial. Trial simulation complete. Task assigned to GM's publishable tasks queue. Please review. Every NPC possessed a publishable tasks interface, and Jiang Chen was no exception. Summoning hers, she found the newly assigned task prominently displayed in the first slot. Publishable task. Destined quest: slay the Qi Condensation 3rd layer boss, Sky Devouring Wolf. Quest tier SSS. Form a party to defeat the colossal boss, Sky Devouring Wolf, within Huiling Valley, and achieve a grade or higher performance rating during the boss battle. Restriction: all party members must maintain cultivation below Qi Condensation 3rd layer. Failure conditions: death during the boss battle, or player attains Qi Condensation 3rd layer cultivation. Reward: 2 minor cultivation stages advanced, 1 3rd tier spirit artifact, 1 random divine ability. Publishable count 1. A destined quest, tiered at the highest possible SSS level. Though Jiang Chen knew the assistant system was formidable, she hadn't imagined it could generate a top-tier quest so effortlessly. If Yuhui Group had produced such an SS-tier quest, it would require weeks of development and approval from multiple senior executives, yet still might not clear review. And the rewards: while spirit artifacts and divine abilities were plausible, advancing 2 minor cultivation stages outright bordered on excessive. Such lavish incentives risked destabilizing game balance. Brother, one more beauty. Let go of that beauty, cried excitedly. Beauty? Nonsense. She's a celestial list goddess. How dare you compare her to ordinary beauties? Desi Na Gubi's son rapped. Let go of that beauty skull. Bai Luo Lan's sharp rebuke had drawn a growing crowd. many of whom clearly recognized her. Yet no one mocked or sneered at the three fools. Instead, all settled into eager anticipation, as if awaiting a spectacle. A celestial list goddess versus the terrestrial list top 3 anomalies. That's intriguing. Will by goddess fight them all alone? Unlikely. At this stage, everyone's power remains nearly equal, and those three are no trifling opponents. By goddess may well fall in battle. No one dies in Jiang City, but if those three truly escalate, they'll be hauled off by the celestial wardens. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. Jiang Chen listened and was profoundly stunned. Those three fools, ranked among the terrestrial list's top 3. I've long heard of the notorious names of you three scoundrels. Today this heroine shall act for justice. Bai Luolan flicked her hand, and a talisman appeared in her grasp. Within the main city of the system, players do not die, but they still suffer damage. This means that even if you cannot die, you can feel the pain of death. Of course, the consequence for the culprit is to be caught by the city management team and thrown into a cell for reflection. For some high-level players in the early stages of the game, being thrown into a cell means they will have significantly less time to improve their strength compared to other players, and they might even drop out of the top ranks. So at this moment, when Bai Luolan took out the talisman, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. She wouldn't be so irrational, would she? A talisman? No wonder the goddess Bai can enter the heaven ranking. Just this talisman alone is enough. But using a talisman here will only harm herself. The surrounding players expressed their astonishment at the object Bai Luolan held. Boss, she has a talisman, shouldn't we? The player known as that scoundrel hurried over to the other two, appearing somewhat guilty. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that a master from the heaven ranking would go to such lengths for an NPC. Besides, we want die in the city, and since we want die, there are no death penalties. That scoundrel snorted disdainfully. Jiang Chen also felt that Bai Luolan was probably just bluffing. However, to everyone's surprise, Bai Luolan made a hand gesture with the talisman and activated it. No way is the goddess Bai serious about this. I heard on the forum that the goddess Bai seems to really dislike men, especially those with improper intentions toward women. Previously, she had even beaten up a girl's boyfriend because he hit her. Does she meddle in other people's affairs too? It seems so, but the outcome wasn't good. What was the outcome? The result was that the girl, feeling sorry for her boyfriend, ended up scolding the goddess Bai, and her boyfriend, after being beaten, actually cheated on her right then, and they're saying that the goddess Bai was decisive in love and hate and confessed to her on the spot. The girl then broke down in tears and quit the game. Is that true? It sounds like a soap opera at 8 o'clock. Of course it's true, but it's quite the hot topic on the forum. You can check it out, there are screenshots. The surrounding discussions were clear to Jiang Chen. At this moment, she felt a mix of emotions, wondering what expression Bai Luolan would have if she knew she was protecting a man. The talisman in Bai Luolan's hands had already reached its limit, commonly referred to as charging up. The three fools noticed this and realized Bai Luolan was genuinely about to make a move, their faces changing dramatically. Just as they wanted to take something out, it was already too late. A fire dragon burst forth from the talisman, crashing towards the three, the massive explosion, leaving them mere mortals with no escape. Immediately, the anguished wails of the three fools echoed amid the flames. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, this game aimed to simulate reality, even the sensations of pain being entirely consistent with real life, meaning these three fools were truly experiencing the sensation of being burned alive. Such pain as she wondered if they would break down. Soon as the flames dissipated, the three men, though still intact, collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, drool and snot pooling around them, indicating that the intense pain had extinguished any thought of resistance. Step aside, everyone. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from outside the crowd, and players quickly made way for the approaching forces. System notification: the city guard of Jiang City is approaching you. In the next moment, a group of golden-armored guards surged into the crowd. The leading guard glanced at the exhausted that scoundrel and fixed his gaze on Bai Luolan. Bai Luolan merely smiled indifferently, as if already prepared. Come on, it's just jail time. How straightforward, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Although Bai Luolan wasn't the one she called for help, she nonetheless helped her. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to see if she could lighten the punishment from these guards. Regardless of the outcome, she felt she had done her utmost. As the guards began to bind Bai Luolan, Jiang Chen stepped forward, smiling at the leading guard, this general. The guard turned at the sound, and upon seeing Jiang Chen, his pupils suddenly constricted. Is there anything I can assist you with? The guard's tone shifted to a softer one. I just want to ask if she could receive a lighter punishment. The city guards were more like NPCs but resembled wild monsters. They were not controlled by the Yuhui group, but were genuine products of the game, having been refreshed as soon as each system main city was established. Jiang Chen didn't expect this NPC to influence the process of these guards. She just wanted to see what status NPCs held in the eyes of the system. Surprisingly, the guard captain answered without any hesitation. If that is your wish, of course it can be arranged. So simple. Jiang Chen felt a bit incredulous. Not just her, but the surrounding players watching were equally astonished. The normally emotionless city guards actually accepted the suggestion from this NPC. How is that possible? Player Bai Luolan is found not guilty. The guard captain turned to give orders to the other guards who quickly untied by Luolan. Jiang Chen was at a loss for how to react, as she only wanted to lighten the punishment, not to have her released outright. After completing these actions, the guard captain revealed a respectful expression towards Jiang Chen before leading the other guards away. The moment the guards exited the crowd, a sudden uproar erupted. Who is this NPC? Could it be that this NPC has connections with the Lord of the City? Could this be some hidden character? Perhaps there might even be a hidden quest. Watching the players gradually become chaotic, Jiang Chen knew that if she didn't get away, soon she would likely be surrounded. Without considering much else, she grabbed Bai Luolan's hand and asked, "Have you joined a sect yet?" Bai Luolan shook her head, "Not yet." "Then you should join Yunyang's sect, and find me inside the sect. My name is Ziyu. But the vice leader of the Yunu sect came to find me before, and we had already discussed it." Yunu sect. The 5 major sects. Jiang Chen secretly despised the NPC team from the Yunu sect. How could a prestigious sect stoop to poaching members in such a disreputable manner? "Then come find me at Yunyang sect before you reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement. But if you want to come, if not, just pretend I never said anything." Seeing the players drawing closer, Jiang Chen had no time to linger. She hurriedly finished speaking and then shouted towards the direction where Biqing was. "Biqing, there are so many players wanting to join a sect here." The players almost simultaneously turned to look in the direction Jiang Chen shouted. From afar, Biqing, still caught up in recruiting, first looked confusedly towards the source of the sound, and then she saw a dense crowd staring at her. So many people. This is a fortune. Excited, Biqing immediately abandoned the player in front of her and swiftly walked towards the crowd. As everyone turned their attention to Biqing, Jiang Chen quickened her pace, squeezing out of the crowd and turning into a small alley. Fearing someone would follow, she didn't log out directly, but wandered in the alley for a long time before finally logging off in a dark corner. Though Yu Xiaoxiao had told her not to log off without notice under the current circumstances, she truly had no way to do so and could only apologize later. Sitting up from the virtual pod, Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. She pondered for a moment and asked out of thin air, "System, was that incident just now you're doing?" System prompt: "Denied. The captain of the guards chose to obey due to sensing your authority." "My authority?" System prompt: "Correct, it is the authority of the GM. So her GM identity has such a use. Does that mean I can command those guards? Even make them act as my minions?" System prompt: "Denied. The guards will only obey you under circumstances beyond their code. Leaving the main city of the system violates the fundamental code of the guards." "TCH, that's boring." Jiang Chen shrugged, stepping out of the virtual pod, and just as she was about to collapse onto her new bed, she suddenly recalled something and rolled up her sleeves to sniff. Then Jiang Chen took out a set of her previous clothes from her suitcase and walked stiffly toward the bathroom. Staring at the large mirror in the bathroom, she swallowed hard. Even though she knew that taking a shower was inevitable and had prepared for it, she still felt extremely nervous at this moment. 1 piece, 2 pieces, and then the pants. By the time she was left with only a men's undershirt and underwear, Jiang Chen's face was already flushed. Trembling, Jiang Chen slowly removed the last piece of clothing and continued to take off her underwear. After doing all this, Jiang Chen looked at her naked self in the mirror. At this moment, her heart was filled with contradictions as the male mindset formed over many years clashed violently with her current female instincts. Her thoughts told her that the person before her was a woman and she should feel excited, while her instincts indicated that, lacking male hormones, she was not acting on impulse. After struggling for a while, Jiang Chen shook her head and turned on the shower, burying her entire head in the water. With a devilish figure and an angelic face, why was she still conflicted? At this moment, she should have displayed a lewd and lascivious gaze and taken advantage of the situation, but for some reason, she just didn't have that desire. After a long shower, when Jiang Chen came out of the bathroom and lay back on her bed, her mind was in turmoil. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, she finally managed to forget about the incident, but another thought suddenly surged up. She had class tomorrow. Given her current appearance, even if she went to the police station with her ID, no one would believe she was the unremarkable male Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took out her phone, thought for a moment, and then gritted her teeth to send a message to the fat guy. "Fat guy, please help me ask for a long leave tomorrow. I caught a bad cold." Soon a reply from the fat guy came through. "Orange, are you crazy? You missed so many classes before, and now you dare to ask for leave." Jiang Chen certainly didn't want to, but she was left with no choice. "The cold is serious. Just help me ask for leave, and if anyone asks later, I will handle it." "Okay, but you have to introduce your sister to me later. Let's talk about that later. If you don't introduce her, I won't help you." "All right, I will definitely introduce her to you when the opportunity arises." "Okay, it's on me." Jiang Chen closed her phone, but began to contemplate her future. Attending class was just a temporary fix, but in the long run, it was not a solution. She needed to find a way moving forward. As Jiang Chen was lost in thought, she unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, because she didn't have to attend class, she slept soundly until her phone suddenly rang, waking her from her dreams. Drowsily picking up her phone, Jiang Chen glanced at the number and was surprised to see it was from the fat guy. As usual, she pressed the answer button and said, "What's up?" However, there was silence on the other end for a while. Jiang Chen moved the phone away from her ear, checked the number again, confirming it was indeed that fat guy. She put the phone back to her ear about to ask again, when she suddenly heard the fat guy's embarrassed voice on the other side. Am I interrupting you and Orange's sister? What interruption? Jiang Chen was about to snap back, but froze in place. Right, she now had a female voice and was no longer a man. Jiang Chen quickly slapped her face a couple of times to wake herself up. She had nearly forgotten that she had transformed into a woman, almost exposing herself. Jiang Chen hurriedly added, My brother just went to the hospital, he must have forgotten his phone. You know how careless he is, haha. The fat guy on the other side only chuckled awkwardly, clearly not quite believing her. By the way, if you have anything to say to my brother, you can tell me, and I'll pass it on. Jiang Chen quickly added a sentence. After hesitating for a moment, the fat guy finally spoke. So Orange sister, when your brother comes home, tell him to come to Linjiang Film City. Tonight the film crew of the big star Zhuang Yu will be filming here, and he must go to the film city tonight. If he misses this opportunity, he won't get another chance. Zhuang Yu. Jiang Chen's mouth slightly opened as she adored that big star. Recently she heard that he was filming a new drama, but she didn't expect the filming location to be in Linjiang City. Jiang Chen was incredibly excited and quickly replied, Okay, I will tell my brother. After hanging up, Jiang Chen quickly looked at the time and was shocked to find that it was already noon. She immediately started brushing her teeth and washing her face, putting on her clothes. After completing all this, she put on a hat and a mask. Without her female clothing having arrived yet, Jiang Chen could only wear men's clothes. After all, it would be too eye-catching for a girl to appear on the street in men's clothing, and Jiang Chen didn't want to attract such attention, so she had to wear the mask and hat for the time being. After going downstairs, Jiang Chen headed towards the film city. Linjiang Film City is not particularly close to the university town. It takes about an hour by bus. When Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of Linjiang Film City, it was only around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The reason she arrived so early was firstly to scout the area and secure a favorable position, and secondly, it was because the system had specifically mentioned the energy fragments. The system had clearly informed Jiang Chen that the evaluation of the energy fragments was dangerous, and they were located within Linjiang Film City. This meant that there were unknown dangers lurking within the film city. However, with so many people coming and going in the film city every day, nothing had happened so far indicating that this danger was not easily triggered. Jiang Chen arrived early to uncover the source of the danger and avoid triggering it as much as possible. System prompt: You have arrived at Linjiang Film City. Do you wish to accept the duty of collecting energy fragments from the film city? Yes, no. Jiang Chen decisively clicked no. After all, she was here to see the big star. She had no time to collect energy fragments. Besides, if accepting this duty would trigger the danger, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? At this moment, the Ascension to Immortality forum had already erupted over a post titled Suspected Hidden NPC Discovered. The post featured a series of screenshots documenting Jiang Chen's earlier exchange with the city guard captain. Accompanying them was a commentary. According to a reliable source, this NPC is Ziyu, an ordinary disciple of the Yunyang sect. Yet newly initiated disciples rarely encounter her within the sect grounds. How astonishing that a seemingly ordinary NPC commands authority over the city guard captain. Moreover, all 4 players involved in the incident later joined the minor Yunyang sect, clearly swayed by something extraordinary. It is strongly suspected that Ziyu is a hidden NPC offering exceptionally rare quests. The post instantly drew thousands of replies, most speculating on Ziyu's true nature. A smaller faction debated her appearance. Overnight, this enigmatic NPC became a sensation among closed beta testers. Meanwhile, within the game world, the Yunyang sect saw an unexpected influx of players from other sects, all wandering its halls, relentlessly inquiring after Ziyu's whereabouts. The sect's reception NPCs were left exhausted and grievously sullen. Jiang Chen, however, remained entirely unaware and had just entered the film studio complex. Linjiang Film Studio was modest in scale, yet home to a remarkably well-preserved ancient princely palace. To maximize its utility, the Linjiang municipal government developed the surrounding area into a cluster of period-accurate filming sets, adopting a dual revenue model combining location rentals and tourism. Though not among China's premier film studios, Linjiang distinguished itself through exceptional value, affordable rates, and high production quality. The visit of Zhuang Yu, a top-tier celebrity, to shoot on location sent ripples through studio management. Eager to capitalize on the publicity, they had plastered her posters along both sides of every main street within the complex. Consequently, foot traffic surged far beyond usual levels. Though crowds teemed the studio, offered one distinct advantage: an abundance of costumed extras in eccentric attire. Here Jiang Chen, dressed as a striking young man, blended seamlessly, drawing no more attention than any other performer. Jiang Chen strolled leisurely along the studio's winding lanes, but her auxiliary system remained utterly unresponsive, silent, as if deactivated. Even repeated verbal prompts elicited no reply. Just as she prepared to explore deeper into the filming zone, a familiar figure brushed past her. Short cropped hair, unmistakable features. Jiang Chen recalled her clearly, the same young woman she'd collided with downstairs while packing for her dormitory return. The short-haired woman no longer appeared flustered, but her face was pallid, her gaze darting warily, scanning her surroundings as though braced for danger. Jiang Chen watched her intently for several moments. Then, as if steeling herself, the woman abruptly turned and strode purposefully toward the studio's most renowned landmark, the ancient princely palace. It was near this woman that the auxiliary system had previously detected energy fragments. Intrigued, Jiang Chen quietly fell into step behind her. At the palace entrance, the woman did not join the stream of tourists entering the main structure. Instead, she veered toward a row of small, unassuming civilian-style houses beside it. Each house contained multiple rooms, each door bearing a metal plaque inscribed with crew restroom. She halted before one door, hesitated, then knocked firmly. The door opened swiftly. A middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap emerged. Director, the short-haired woman murmured, bowing her head deferentially. "Who are you?" the man asked, frowning. "Tang Kurson," she replied, her voice dropping even lower. "Tang Kurson," he muttered. Then his expression shifted abruptly. Pointing at her, he exclaimed, "You're the guest actor who fled halfway through yesterday's shoot." "Yes." His face darkened ominously. "What are you doing back here? Do you have any idea how much you delayed our entire production schedule by a full day?" "I'm so sorry, director. I truly didn't mean to. I've actually come to formally withdraw from the production." She bowed repeatedly. "Withdraw from the production?" His voice rose sharply, his earlier scowl now twisted into outright fury. A minor guest actor abandoning a scene mid-shoot, then returning to announce her resignation. Unthinkable. "Fine, withdraw if you must. But I'll reshoot everything you've filmed so far. None of your footage will be used, and you'll receive no compensation." "I understand. I never came for payment. I only wanted to inform you in person." Tang Kurson nodded. "Understood," he grumbled dismissively. His face clouded with ill humor. Under his breath, he cursed. These days, even extras lack basic professionalism. Wasting my time. What kind of casting director sent me this? Tang Kurson turned to leave, but paused upon hearing his words and pivoted back. "Director, this is entirely my fault. Sister Zhao had nothing to do with it. Could you please continue working with her crew? Continue with her crew, and risk another 10 or 15 days delay. Am I the fool, or are you?" He offered no leniency whatsoever. Tang Kurson flushed crimson. "Director, I didn't run off without cause." "No cause?" he sneered. "Then tell me why, since I'm giving you the chance. Convince me, and I'll reconsider hiring your casting coordinator." It's because the palace is haunted. I saw it myself yesterday." Haunted? He'd anticipated countless excuses, but not this. For a stunned second he laughed. A bitter, incredulous bark. "Miss Tang, have you lost your mind? Haunted? Why are you the only one terrified, while everyone else walks in unscathed?" "I'm perfectly sane. The ghost was devouring Sister Fong last night. She will kill again tonight." Tang Kurson clenched her fists, knuckles white against her skirt's hem. "Sister Fong? You mean the palace custodian? Miss Tang, I suspect you require psychiatric evaluation. She suffered sudden cardiac arrest yesterday, was rushed to hospital, and pronounced dead on arrival. No ghosts, just tragedy." "But, no buts," he cut in, waving her away impatiently. "Hey sir, if anyone dies at the studio tonight, will you apologize to her tomorrow and pay her what she's owed?" A clear, poised voice rang out from behind Tang Kurson. She turned bewildered and saw a young woman standing there, hat low, mask covering her mouth, dressed impeccably in masculine attire. The person eavesdropping nearby was none other than Jiang Chen. She had initially intended to remain hidden, but Tang Kurson's hesitant, evasive tone stirred a quiet suspicion. Tang Kurson knew something more about the ghost, something she felt too embarrassed or uncomfortable to voice aloud. To uncover what she couldn't utter, Jiang Chen needed to earn her trust. People of timid disposition often possessed meticulous minds, precisely why Jiang Chen stepped forward to defend her, paving the way for closer proximity. As for the ghost's authenticity, Jiang Chen believed it almost the instant Tang Kurson spoke. Tang Kurson had fled the film studio because of the ghost. Meanwhile, the system had registered energy fragments upon her presence. If nothing went awry, that ghost was inextricably linked to those fragments. And given the fragments' mutative properties, it was entirely plausible the ghost itself had been born from them. "You're her friend, eh?" The middle-aged man sneered, instantly branding Jiang Chen as one of Tang Kurson's opportunistic hanger-son. Watching Jiang Chen argue with the man, Tang Kurson felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. She strained her memory, searching desperately for any trace of that figure. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. "Senior sister, you're the one I bumped into yesterday." Seeing that Tang Kurson had recognized her, Jiang Chen merely offered a slight nod before turning to the man. "Not a friend, but that's irrelevant. Will you agree or not?" "Agree. Why on earth should I comply with such a demand?" The man shook his head dismissively. Alarmed by Jiang Chen's relentless pressure, Tang Kurson grew anxious. The man before her was no ordinary figure, but Lu Haixing, the renowned director. Offending him could spell serious trouble. Hastily, she tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. "Senior sister, let's drop it. This really has nothing to do with you. I shouldn't have dragged you into it." Jiang Chen glanced at her coolly, The moment you collided with me yesterday, it became very much my concern. Tang Kersen blinked, failing to grasp the implication. Jiang Chen then turned back to Lu Haixing with a mocking smile. So the great director himself doesn't even know how to admit fault. Say what you like, little girl. Lu Haixing snorted coldly and reached for the doorknob. I've matters to attend to. I won't waste time with two reckless girls. He moved to shut the door, but before the latch clicked, his hand froze, pinned beneath another larger one. Director Lu, hold on a moment. From within the room emerged a young man in a sharp suit and dark sunglasses, materializing seemingly out of thin air, his hand now barring the closing door. Mr. Mu, what brings you out? These are just unruly girls. I'll handle them myself, Lu Haixing said, his stern expression softening instantly upon seeing the young man. Director Lu, I overheard your exchange. A true director must command not just authority, but genuine respect from his cast. Wouldn't you agree? The young man smiled faintly as he posed the question. Lu Haixing mumbled a vague assent, bewildered by the unexpected line of inquiry. Yet right now they clearly don't respect you. You're among China's most acclaimed directors. If you can't resolve dissent from two young women, how then shall you command the loyalty of A-list stars? Lu Haixing paused, momentarily flustered by the veiled implication. He pulled Mr. Mu aside and whispered urgently, Mr. Mu, what are you doing? They're plainly causing trouble. Why join in their nonsense? Mr. Mu replied softly, I've spotted a promising talent. Do me this favor, Director Lu. Grant me this small courtesy. A promising talent. For Mr. Mu to use such phrasing meant exceptional potential. Lu Haixing glanced toward Tang Kersen and Jiang Chen. Tang Kersen was passable in appearance, but fell short of conventional beauty. Since striking looks were the bare minimum for a rising star, he dismissed her outright. Could it be the one dressed in masculine attire? He appraised Jiang Chen. Her figure was indeed graceful, her face remained obscured by a mask, but her eyes sparkled with uncommon vivacity, hinting perhaps at latent beauty. Lu Haixing hesitated only briefly. Mr. Mu's favor carried extraordinary weight. Nodding to the young man, he cleared his throat and declared loudly, Mr. Mu is right. As a nationally renowned director, I cannot allow two young women to tarnish my reputation. Very well, I'll prove myself to you both. If anyone dies tonight, I'll issue a public apology and compensate accordingly. Outdoors, Jiang Chen hadn't truly expected Lu Haixing's compliance. Her provocation served less to sway him, and more to impress Tang Kersen. Yet, just as Lu Haixing moved to close the door, and Jiang Chen prepared to leave, a mysterious Mr. Mu appeared from nowhere. What left Jiang Chen utterly speechless was how effortlessly Mr. Mu had swayed the director's decision. Though the turn of events caught her off guard, it ultimately brought relief. So long as Tang Kersen spoke truthfully, Jiang Chen held absolute certainty someone would die tonight. Emerging calmly, Mr. Mu nodded politely to both Jiang Chen and Tang Kersen. With my word as guarantee, Director Lu will honor his pledge without fail. Who'd renege on a debt owed to two children? Lu Haixing grumbled, then turned sharply and strode back inside. Once Lu Haixing disappeared indoors, Tang Kersen understood the matter was settled. Gratefully, she bowed deeply to both Jiang Chen and Mr. Mu. Thank you, senior sister, and thank you, Mr. Mu. That title, senior sister, was awkward. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched, though she kept her smile steady. It was nothing. Mr. Mu too responded with warm, effortless grace, urging Tang Kersen not to dwell on it. After exchanging pleasantries with Tang Kersen, Mr. Mu shifted his attention fully to Jiang Chen. Unlike his easygoing manner with Tang Kersen, he addressed Jiang Chen with marked courtesy. My name is Mu Tingfei. It's a genuine pleasure to meet you. At Mu Tingfei's sudden formality, Jiang Chen responded with equal solemnity. Jiang Chen. A fine name, Mu Tingfei remarked appreciatively. Thank you. A faint tick pulled at Jiang Chen's lips. Such an ordinary, even masculine-sounding name. Hardly fine. His praise rang hollow. There had to be an ulterior motive. Sensing her mild resistance, Mu Tingfei's smile faltered, then smoothly resettled into place. Miss Jiang strikes me as refreshingly direct, so I'll dispense with pretense. Tell me, what are your thoughts on celebrities? Celebrities? Well, I do admire one if that's what you mean. But why ask? Jiang Chen looked at him puzzled. Mu Tingfei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he withdrew a card from his sleeve and handed it to Jiang Chen. I'm Deputy General Manager of Tianfeng Entertainment and a professional talent scout. This card serves as my credential. As Mu Tingfei's words fell, Tang Kersen suddenly exclaimed, pointing at him, You are a scout from Tianfeng Entertainment. Mu Tingfei smiled. That's right. Senior Mr. Mu has handed you a card. That's Tianfeng Entertainment, one of the two major entertainment giants in the country, which has nurtured numerous stars. Every extra dreams of working there. You are about to become famous. Tang Kersen shook Jiang Chen's arm excitedly, as if she had been chosen by the scout. Mu Tingfei was very pleased with Tang Kersen's reaction, his smile deepening. It's not surprising for an ordinary woman, especially one who makes a living acting, to react this way when a top agency extends an olive branch. But the problem is Jiang Chen is not a woman. How could she take on the identity of an actress? If someone were to investigate her, she would be exposed. Moreover, her ID clearly states that her gender is male. When it comes to signing contracts, what could she produce? She couldn't possibly say she didn't have an ID. So Jiang Chen did not show signs of delight, instead smiling gently. Mr. Mu, you're joking. I know nothing about acting or singing and am still studying. Miss Jiang, there are countless handsome men and beautiful women graduating from film schools, but why are there so few stars who actually become famous? Let me put it this way, not knowing how to act or sing is not a problem. You can learn. What matters is that you have good looks, a pleasant personality, and effective promotion. It's truly troublesome. Jiang Chen waved her hand again. Mr. Mu, as you said, one must have good looks. I am actually rather unattractive. Miss Jiang is joking again. I, Mu Tingfei, have seen countless women who, just from your features, I can tell whether your facial features are well defined. At this point, Mu Tingfei seemed to realize that his phrasing was inappropriate and quickly added, after all, I work as a scout and I must possess some basic skills. I really don't need it. I have no interest in this field. Jiang Chen was not a smooth talker, and how could she compare to someone like Mu Tingfei who had been in the social scene for so long? Seeing that her polite refusal was ineffective, she had to simply reject him. In response to such a rejection, Mu Tingfei merely smiled faintly. Not everyone can afford to refuse becoming a superstar. Some people refuse out of fear of being scammed, but since he had given her his business card and had Director Liu as a reference, it was naturally legitimate. This point he believed the other party also understood. Since it wasn't fear of being scammed, there could only be one possibility. Mu Tingfei had seen many cases like this. It was a misunderstanding of the star profession or a lack of clarity about it. Miss Jiang, you might have some misunderstandings about being a star. In reality, the so-called hidden rules in dramas, where one sells their body, are not as prevalent as you think. The so-called hidden rules are mutual agreements between the parties involved. If an actor wishes to maintain integrity, they might miss some opportunities, but they are definitely not coerced. Regarding lost opportunities, I, Mu Tingfei, guarantee that Tianfeng will provide you with ample chances. If you miss one, we will pursue another. We absolutely will not force you to do anything you dislike, and this can be written into the contract. Additionally, a star's income may be much higher than you imagine, and whether you graduate from college or not becomes less important, doesn't it? Mu Tingfei was painting a grand picture. To be honest, few people could elicit such conditions from him at first glance, but this person named Jiang Chen made him feel that it was worth it at first sight. He even thought that better conditions were negotiable. However, Mu Tingfei could never imagine that Jiang Chen was not motivated by these opportunities. Her identity determined that she could not change jobs at all. Thus, no matter how grand a picture Mu Tingfei painted, Jiang Chen could only reluctantly shake her head with a smile. Mr. Mu, thank you for your kindness, but I really have my reasons. Wasn't it too ungrateful to not be satisfied with such conditions? Mu Tingfei thought for a moment and said, if Miss Jiang has any other requests, feel free to mention them, and I will consider them accordingly. Mr. Mu, it's really not about conditions, it's just she wanted to make big money as a star. If only a scout had approached her when she was still a man, it would have been great, but now it just wasn't possible. Seeing that Jiang Chen was refusing outright with no signs of hesitation, Mu Tingfei understood that it wasn't about the conditions. It seemed she genuinely had her reasons. He slowly said, it seems Miss Jiang indeed has some reasons. How about this? If you ever consider this field in the future, you can call me using the business card I gave you, and the conditions will remain unchanged. Seeing that Mu Tingfei no longer pursued the matter, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly put away the business card repeatedly, saying it was no problem. I have some matters to discuss with Director Liu. If someone actually dies tonight, you can come back here tomorrow, and I will have Director Liu personally apologize to you. Mu Tingfei spoke with utmost ease, as if death meant nothing to him. Jiang Chen knew that Mu Tingfei himself didn't really believe in such things. The promise he made was merely to showcase his good side. However, as long as he made that promise, it was sufficient. As Mu Tingfei returned to the house, Tang Kersen rushed over and linked her arm with Jiang Chen's, lamenting, Senior, it's such a pity you didn't accept. That's Tianfeng. If you won, at the very least, you'd be a first-tier star. Jiang Chen shook her head. She wanted to, but circumstances didn't allow it. Looking up at the sky, she noticed the sun slowly setting, reminding her of the real reason she came to help Tang Kersen. Kersen, would you like to accompany your senior sister for a meal? Jiang Chen swiftly corrected her mistake. In the past, she would never have dared to ask a girl out for a meal, but now in this female body, she felt no fear. Sure, senior. I know a steakhouse in the film city that serves amazing food. Let's go there. Steak. How much is it? Jiang Chen stiffened. A steaks seemed quite expensive, especially in the film city. Are you worried about money, senior? When they arrived at the steakhouse and saw the menu, Jiang Chen's hands trembled slightly. This is called inexpensive. The cheapest steak costs 150 yuan. Why not just rob a bank? Jiang Chen glanced around. There were quite a few people. If she left now, it would be embarrassing, so she had to endure the heartache and order one. Seeing the inner turmoil in Jiang Chen, Tang Kersen smiled. Senior, just order. This meal is on me as a thank you for helping me earlier. You're treating, but it's so expensive. It's just over 100. It's not like it's thousands of yuan. Jiang Chen was stunned by Tang Kersen's words and quickly looked up, reassessing Tang Kersen. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that Tang Kersen's skin was quite fair and tender, clearly not weathered by hardships. She had earrings and a jade pendant around her neck, and even her clothing seemed to be branded. Could it be that Tang Kursen was a little wealthy? Seeing the expensive items on Tang Kursen, Jiang Chen stopped refusing. When the steak arrived, Jiang Chen removed her mask, revealing a flawless face. Tang Kursen was captivated at once. Senior, I finally understand why Mr. Mo wanted to find you. Even as a girl, I am amazed by you. Those men will definitely be enchanted. Jiang Chen was well aware of her own charm, and just smiled. I'd rather have girls be enchanted by me. Senior, absolutely. You will definitely attract both men and women. Tang Kursen's movement paused, and she forced a smile. Senior sister, can we not discuss this? No, Jiang Chen shook his head. All right, but if I say anything, you have to answer me a question first. Tang Kursen proposed a condition. What question? Why were you so confident when you made that ridiculous bet with Director Liu earlier? Also, what do you mean when you say that after I bumped into you yesterday, we had a connection? Senior sister, I want to know, do you know something about ghosts? Or do you have some kind of connection with them? Tang Kursen put down her knife and fork, her expression becoming serious. No, I know nothing about ghosts, but I might know the causes of their existence, which could be considered a connection. Tang Kursen suddenly stood up. Do you know the causes of ghosts? Her sudden movement drew the attention of everyone around. Tang Kursen's face reddened, and she immediately sat back down. Jiang Chen looked at the adorable Tang Kursen and couldn't help but reach out to pat her little head. I said I might know, but that doesn't mean I do. So can you tell me about that ghost now? Senior sister, do you only know the causes? Is there anything else like ghost hunting? Or do you have a powerful magical tool on you? No, I don't have any powerful magical tools, but how does ghost hunting and magical tools relate to what you said? Tang Kursen nodded. I see that ghosts in movies can sense when others talk about them. I'm worried about you. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. Tang Kursen was afraid that ghosts would come to trouble her. She smiled slightly. So if you don't tell me, will the ghost not come after me? What if I happen to be the ghost's target tonight? Maybe if you tell me, I can find a way to save my life. Tang Kursen quickly waved her hand. Senior sister, I survived yesterday because of something my grandmother gave me. Even if you hear it, you won't have the same luck as me. Something your grandmother gave you. Jiang Chen stared intently at Tang Kursen. Tang Kursen felt the intensity of Jiang Chen's gaze for too long, and suddenly her eyes turned red as if she was about to cry. Jiang Chen couldn't let Tang Kursen cry, so he averted his gaze and made up a lie. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do you think I would intervene in this matter without a way to protect myself? Actually, I am a ghost-catching master. The reason I denied it earlier was that my master doesn't allow me to speak carelessly. Now that I've told you, you must keep it a secret. Really? Really, otherwise how would I know there are ghosts here and stand up for you in front of that Director Liu? Tang Kursen pondered for a moment, seeming to find Jiang Chen's words reasonable. Then she continued, the reason I didn't die yesterday was that a string of Buddhist beads my grandmother gave me saved me. At this point, Tang Kursen paused, lowering her voice a bit. That was something that happened last evening at that time. According to Tang Kursen, around 5 or 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon, she was filming a recently started palace drama in the royal palace. Tang Kursen was merely a guest actress playing an inconsequential concubine. The scene involved her character fainting the female lead at dusk, attempting to throw her into a well to drown her, but ultimately failing. This scene had no dialogue. It was originally a simple scene. However, as it reached the part where Tang Kursen was pulling the female lead to the well, an accident occurred. The actress playing the female lead was suddenly propelled away from the well's edge by a force surging from the well. Initially, both the actress and Director Liu thought that it was because Tang Kursen had accidentally pulled the lead actress by the button of her clothing. So they signaled to shoot it again. This time there was no force, but the area around the well was exceptionally cold, so cold that Tang Kursen could barely feel her hands. During the shoot, Tang Kursen trembled, almost pushing the female lead into the well. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and pulled the lead actress aside just in time. Meanwhile, Liu Haixing was forced to call cut. Just as Tang Kursen was secretly relieved, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes staring back at her from the well. The eyes were bloodshot and wide open despite the pitch black, while she could see them clearly for some reason. This discovery made Tang Kursen step back several paces, her hair standing on end. At that moment, Liu Haixing expressed his dissatisfaction. A simple scene had failed twice, which was simply unforgivable. Tang Kursen was immediately scolded harshly. Even when scolded, the intense feeling of fear compelled her to look back at the well, wanting to verify if what she saw earlier was real. This time she saw nothing. The well was still pitch black, appearing somewhat eerie under the sunset. The third take began shortly after, and as before, Tang Kursen dragged the female lead to the well. This time, there was no force, no eyes. Just as it was about to finish, she caught a glimpse of a small hand in her peripheral vision across the well. Tang Kursen was startled, but thinking of the possibility of another failed take, she suppressed her fear and continued to push the lead actress as if nothing had happened. But things were far from over. In the blink of an eye, she encountered the most terrifying thing she had ever seen. She saw a pale hand suddenly reaching out from behind the female lead, gently resting on Tang Kursen's hands. Then a pale-faced woman with her hair in a bun emerged through the female lead's body, drilling out from her chest. That face had no skin, only grotesquely exposed flesh. Tang Kursin screamed. Oh, she wanted to run, but her hands were firmly held by the ghost, unable to move. The ghost slowly leaned its face towards Tang Kursin, and just as it was about to touch her, that ghastly face suddenly split open, with a large mouth viciously lunging at her. Just as that wide mouth was about to bite her, the Buddhist beads in Tang Kursin's hands flashed with a golden light, sending the ghost flying. In that moment, Tang Kursin couldn't care about filming anymore. She ran desperately towards the palace exit, ignoring everything that Lu Haixing and the others shouted behind her. Only when she reached the palace door did Tang Kursin muster the courage to look back. Sister Fong, who had been knocked down, kept struggling and calling for help, yet the others seemed oblivious, staring only at Tang Kursin, who had run to the doorway. Soon Sister Fong lost her movement. At the same time, the standing Sister Fong suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. The actions of the female ghost that had been tearing at her stopped, and she suddenly raised her head, grinning ominously at Tang Kursin. Tang Kursin dared not linger any longer and dashed out of the film set, even changing her clothes outside. Later, she ran into Jiang Chen in the college town. Senior sister, that's all I have. I hope it can help you. Tang Kursin forced a smile, clearly reluctant to revisit the memory. Listening to Tang Kursin's account, Jiang Chen grew even more puzzled. The ghost seemed as genuine as a real ghost, afraid of spiritual objects like Buddha beads. If this ghost was a product influenced by energy fragments, then it should resemble a biochemical monster wearing a ghostly facade. How could it possibly fear Buddha beads? Kursin, where did your grandmother get the Buddha beads? Jiang Chen asked again. When Grandma gave them to me, she said they were passed down through generations in our family. She mentioned they were once a relic from a certain temple. I didn't believe it before, but after this incident I think Grandma must have been telling the truth. Passed down? A temple's relic. Isn't that something imbued with Buddhist aura? Did she guess wrong? Perhaps this ghost isn't a product of energy fragments, but something that exists on its own. But how were the energy fragments detected by the system? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more confused she became, especially since the system was still malfunctioning at that moment. While Jiang Chen was deep in thought, the outside of the restaurant suddenly became lively. Soon people inside began to look outside. Jiang Chen could hardly think of anyone else who could incite such madness today, as she knew it was the big star Zhuan Yu. Glancing at the sky outside, she realized that without her noticing, the sunset had turned into a pitch-black night sky, yet the crowd surging in and the bright streetlights still illuminated the street. Senior sister, it's dark now, let's eat quickly. Tang Kursin hurriedly picked up her knife and fork. Jiang Chen nodded and also took her knife and fork. This time, she didn't mimic Tang Kursin's pretentiousness, but directly dug into the steak. The way she ate left Tang Kursin dumbfounded. After finishing the grand meal, Jiang Chen put her mask back on and walked out of the steakhouse with Tang Kursin. Where are you going next, senior sister? Tang Kursin, however, appeared excited, showing no intent of going back. To fulfill my original purpose for coming here, Jiang Chen pointed to the posters lining the street. Senior sister, are you a fan of Zhuan Yu? Tang Kursin exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Typically, female celebrities have mostly male fans, especially for someone like Zhuan Yu, who rose to fame due to her looks. It couldn't be said that all her fans were male, but surely 99 of them were. How could such a beautiful woman like Jiang Chen be a fan of Zhuan Yu? If we're talking about acting skills, Zhuan Yu could only be considered average, and her singing was just so-so. Tang Kursin couldn't fathom what could attract Jiang Chen to Zhuan Yu. Jiang Chen, unaware of Tang Kursin's thoughts, candidly admitted, I suppose so. The first time I saw her I was captivated. Don't you think Zhuan Yu is extraordinarily beautiful? Moreover, she speaks with such grace and poise. However, as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Tang Kursin burst into laughter, saying, Senior sister, don't tease me. When it comes to beauty, you look like you stepped out of a painting. How can Zhuan Yu compare to you? As for her being graceful and poised, that's because she's a star. In front of the public, she has to act gracious and poised, even demure. You don't know her private life, so how can you know her true character? Perhaps she's quite harsh in private. Jiang Chen touched her own face after hearing this, almost forgetting that she was now a woman. Using beauty as a reason felt rather forced. You make a valid point, but your senior sister still likes Zhuan Yu. Jiang Chen decided not to look for excuses any longer and straightforwardly expressed her thoughts. She had liked Zhuan Yu back then, and even with her gender change, that affection remained unchanged. Her feelings had not changed at all. Senior sister, so you really have to go next? Tang Kursin asked cautiously. I came to the film set today precisely for her, so of course I must go. All right, I'll accompany you, senior sister. Tang Kursin suddenly put on a serious face. You're going too? What are you going to do? Aren't you worried that ghost will come looking for you again? Jiang Chen admired Tang Kursin's courage. She had just been scared by a ghost here yesterday, and now she was staying here at night. I can't just watch such a beautiful woman like you distort your gender perception. I must uncover Zhuan Yu's true self and help you correct your gender awareness. As for the ghost, you said you can catch ghosts, so I'm not afraid. Tang Kursin stood with her hands on her hips, taking a righteous stance for Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen's views on gender were truly fine. Jiang Chen wanted to retort, but realized she had no reason to stop Tang Kursen. In the end, she could only throw out, "Do as you please. If you want to come, then come along." Tang Kursen immediately hugged Jiang Chen joyfully. The soft body pressed against Jiang Chen felt like the first time a woman had embraced her. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had already lost any physiological reaction. Following the flow of people, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at a filming location. Outside this filming location, a considerable crowd had already gathered, with women's voices and screams occasionally coming from inside. Finding a relatively sparse area, the two finally got a clear view of the filming set. The set consisted of several thatched roof houses forming an ancient village. In the center of the set, a seductive woman was hurriedly backing away, while in front of her a white-clad woman with disheveled hair floated in the air, slowly gliding towards the seductive woman. As the distance between them closed, the seductive woman let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing on the ground. At that moment, a voice shouted "Okay" from the side. In an instant, several staff members rushed forward to carry the white-clad woman down from the air and immediately draped a coat over her. The previously fainted seductive woman stood up as if nothing had happened, surrounded by staff asking if she was all right. Just then, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. "Zhuang Yu, I like you. Zhuang Yu, I love you. Zhuang Yu, you're the best." Upon hearing these voices, the seductive woman immediately responded with a sweet smile towards the crowd, prompting even louder howls from the surrounding audience. "It seems Zhuang Yu is pretty nice in her personality." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at Tang Kursen. Tang Kursen pouted, mumbling, "Senior sister, it's too early to jump to conclusions." Just as the two were speaking, a sudden, inexplicable cold wind howled past. The chill made everyone present shiver involuntarily. Uncertain if it was an illusion, the sign reading "Filming Crew of Palace Grievance" appeared to be dimmer than before. "Everyone please tidy up. The upcoming scenes will be filmed entirely in the Prince's Palace." At the director's shout, the crew quickly organized the props and costumes, while Zhuang Yu, surrounded by a crowd, left the small village set and headed towards the central palace of the film city. Tang Kursen's face turned pale, as she clearly did not expect these people to shoot in that palace, knowing well that it was truly haunted. Jiang Chen also felt uneasy. Filming a horror movie in a genuinely haunted place would lead to significant problems, whether in a film or a supernatural novel. "Kursen, why don't you go back first? They'll check the palace." Jiang Chen, noticing Tang Kursen's poor complexion, knew she was afraid of yesterday's events and offered this advice. Tang Kursen shook her head. "It's fine, senior sister. We'll go too. Last time there were only 7 or 8 of us, but this time we have so many people. I don't believe that ghost would dare to show itself." Jiang Chen glanced at the large crowd of fans surrounding them. Indeed, the atmosphere was lively. Generally, ghosts would rarely appear in such a noisy environment. The actors filming the horror movie were in fact in greater danger than the onlookers. "All right, stay close to me and don't wander off," Jiang Chen solemnly instructed. Tang Kursen nodded repeatedly. As the filming crew arrived inside the palace, Jiang Chen finally understood the internal structure of the palace. Inside the main gate was a spacious stone floor with the main hall at the front and 2 smaller side halls on either side. Above the main hall there was no signboard indicating its name. It was unclear where it had gone. On the vast stone floor in the center there were neatly arranged greenery patches of various sizes. In the upper left corner of the greenery patch, there was a small well that Tang Kursen must have referred to. The staff of the filming crew pushed everyone outside, set up a warning line, cleared a space, and then began constructing the makeup tent and setting up the scene. While watching, Jiang Chen also kept an eye on his surroundings, hoping to find some clues. However, he found no clues about the ghost. Instead, he saw Lu Haixing and Lin Tingfei walking in from outside the palace, talking to each other. Since Jiang Chen and Tang Kursen were positioned near the main entrance, Lu Haixing and Lin Tingfei noticed them as soon as they entered. The two men seemed to have exchanged some words. Lu Haixing walked toward the filming crew, while Lin Tingfei approached Jiang Chen and Tang Kursen. "Miss Tang, Miss Jiang, you haven't left yet." Lin Tingfei greeted them warmly. "We are watching the big star Zhuang Yu film, but why is Mr. Mu still here?" Jiang Chen politely countered. "Oh, perhaps Miss Jiang doesn't know. Tianfeng Entertainment is actually the investor of this Lingjiang film city, essentially the controlling party, and Zhuang Yu is one of our artists. It is only natural and reasonable for me to come and check on my own artist performing in my territory." Mu Tengfei spoke calmly. "I see." Jiang Chen forced a couple of laughs, inwardly scornful of these wealthy people. Was it necessary to flaunt their wealth in front of her? "Then please enjoy the show, Miss Jiang. I still need to visit the crew to check on Zhuang Yu." Mu Tengfei smiled at Jiang Chen and turned to head towards the crew. After an unknown amount of time, the director of the crew finally emerged from the recording studio, and Zhuang Yu, along with the actress who played the ghost, walked out of the makeup tent, signaling that they were about to start filming. The crowd instinctively fell silent, yet no one noticed that the sign for the filming group of Palace Grievance had unexpectedly gone dark. Zhuang Yu and the other actors briefly rehearsed, allowing everyone on set to understand the general storyline of the scene. The character portrayed by Zhuang Yu wakes up in a strange palace after fainting in the previous village. While cautiously searching for an exit, she hears a dripping sound behind her, and just as the female protagonist turns around, she sees the ghost. To highlight the authenticity, the actress playing the ghost must remain hidden behind a foam wall until the sound is heard. Since this part consists of the female lead's inner monologue, it shouldn't be too difficult. For an experienced actress like Zhuang Yu, it would be a piece of cake. With the director's call, Zhuang Yu quickly got into character. Her pitiful demeanor excited the male spectators, and Jiang Chen was no exception. The result was a strange look from Tang Kurson, who stared at him for quite some time. With the plot unfolding and the atmosphere intensifying, everyone knew the ghost was about to appear. Tick, tick. The sound of dripping water began to echo. A white shadow floated out from behind the foam wall, heading straight towards Zhuang Yu. The white figure was soaked water droplets continuously falling from its clothing. Stop, stop, stop. Who's in charge of the sound effects? This is just causing chaos. The director of the filming crew immediately shouted to halt, seemingly unaware of the situation. However, the white figure did not stop, it continued to drift towards Zhuang Yu. Jiang Chen realized something was off. The sound of the dripping water perfectly matched the water droplets falling from that figure, but how could the sound of falling water be so loud? Unless... In the filming area, Zhuang Yu seemed to have noticed that her colleague was getting increasingly closer to her. She frowned and turned to ask, Wu Yin, is something wrong? Before she could clearly see the appearance of the white figure behind her, it suddenly accelerated. Get back. At the same time, Jiang Chen's shout echoed from behind. At some point, Jiang Chen had already rushed into the filming area. She suddenly yanked Zhuang Yu, causing the white figure to grab at nothing and emit a chilling, eerie laugh. Who the hell is this? How could they come in here? Today's fans really lack manners. Someone quickly pull her away. The director's furious voice came from a distance. Jiang Chen had no time to pay attention to him. She was focused on the white figure. At this moment, Zhuang Yu, whom she had just saved, appeared to see something terrifying, her face filled with fear and daze. Before Jiang Chen could offer comfort, Zhuang Yu suddenly grabbed her shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah!" Then Jiang Chen felt her body lighten as she was flung out. She stared in shock at Zhuang Yu, who had already dashed out of the palace. She never expected that the big star she admired would just throw her out like this. System prompt warning. Warning. The system recommends you immediately undertake the task of collecting energy fragments from the film city. Yes, no. Jiang Chen thought it was just the right moment for the system to pop up, and she silently muttered yes. Chapter 18, Chaos 1. Jiang Chen crashed to the ground hard, and behind her a cold aura relentlessly assaulted her body, causing her senses to fade. System prompt task acceptance successful. Since this is the first time for the GM to undertake this task, you can exchange any information held by your character in the game for reality. Please choose. How can I remember what I have in the game? Just randomly pick something that can deal with it right now. At this moment, Jiang Chen had no time to recall what she possessed. Besides, she had hardly used the abilities of NPCs in the game, and there was no impression at all. System prompt. The assistance system recommends you exchange for a first-tier spiritual weapon, the Yunyang sword. As a spiritual weapon, the Yunyang sword does not require mental cultivation to activate and inherently counters evil entities. Then it's settled. System prompt starting exchange. Jiang Chen could feel the sensation of something touching her back, and a suffocating feeling surged in her heart. Just as Jiang Chen was struggling to catch her breath, a warm current suddenly surged into her left hand, dispelling all the coldness. Unbeknownst to her, a pale, purple long sword had appeared in her left hand. With her senses restored, Jiang Chen brandished the long sword directly towards the back. A scream rang out as the white-clad ghost was sent drifting far away, one hand clutching her abdomen, gazing warily at Jiang Chen. Why did you see that? She transformed from empty-handed to wielding a long sword. What kind of mechanism is this? Incredible. She dared to carry a weapon. You can't say that the actress playing the ghost is quite skilled. She managed to dodge when an ordinary person would have been cut in half by now. That actress is called Wu Yin. I know her. She usually seems soft and cute. There's no reason for her to be so skilled. Stop making guesses. I see this is about to film an action scene, but shouldn't a Taoist priest show up at this time? How could it be a female hero? The surrounding onlookers murmured in surprise. Compared to their confusion, the director sitting in the main seat understood completely. This was not filming a movie, but clearly a public act of violence. Damn it. She dares to wield a weapon and attack people. Where's security? Get the security from the film city over here and throw her out. In the director's eyes, Jiang Chen had already been deemed a dangerous person, and Zhuang Yu's fleeing was interpreted as having run away upon seeing Jiang Chen's weapon. The commotion outside made Mu Tengfei and Lu Haixing in the studio restless as they both stepped out of the filming studio only to see Jiang Chen at a distance wielding a long sword facing the actress Wu Yin who played the ghost. Behind Jiang Chen, a group of hesitant staff members was urging her to stop. Shaoli, where's Zhuang Yu? Why is Miss Jiang holding a weapon? Lu Haixing reprimanded the director, who was named Shaoli. It was apparent that Lu Haixing's position was significantly higher than that of the director Shaoli. Hearing Lu Haixing's angry shout, Shaoli's previous bravado deflated, and with a hint of grievance he pointed at Jiang Chen saying, Zhuang Yu has run outside the palace and her manager is chasing after her. It's all this woman's fault. This girl is to blame. Lu Haixing looked at the gleaming sword under the light and felt slightly uneasy. With his years of experience shooting period dramas, he judged that this sword must be sharpened and extremely sharp. Mr. Mu, do you think she is planning to kill someone because of what happened with Tang Kursen this afternoon? Lu Haixing asked with an odd expression. Mu Tingfei shook his head. I spoke with Miss Jiang for a bit. Although she is not good at socializing, her personality is quite cheerful, and her thinking is no different from a normal person's. Do you think a normal person would commit such blatant murder? But she is currently holding a weapon towards Wu Yin. This can't be fake, right? There must be a reason for this. Mr. Mu, I know you have faith in her, but right now, senior sister absolutely did not kill anyone because that thing is not Wu Yin. Before Lu Haixing could say anything more, he was interrupted by a hurried voice. He and Mu Tengfei simultaneously turned to the left only to see Tang Kursen gasping for breath looking at them. Miss Tang, do you know what happened? Mu Tengfei asked curiously. Mr. Mu, Director Lu, take a good look at that white-clad woman's face. Since she is playing a ghost, Wu Yan's makeup should be pale, and under this lighting you can see some clues. But that white-clad woman's face is pitch black. Mu Tingfei and Lu Haixing both looked over, and indeed the white-clad woman's face was entirely dark, making it hard to see clearly. Mu Tengfei asked in a deep voice, are you saying that is the ghost you mentioned this afternoon? Tang Kursen nodded heavily. Huh. Little girl, stop making up stories. Wu Yan's hair is already down and her current position is not directly illuminated. Perhaps it's just our perspective that's flawed. Moreover, there are so many of us here. Even if there were a ghost, it would hide and not dare to show itself so openly. Lu Haixing, this old hand in the industry, clearly did not believe it. Tang Kursen was at a loss for words and could only stomp her foot heavily, casting a hopeful glance at the more amiable Mu Tingfei. Mu Tingfei, pondering slightly, glanced at Jiang Chen and Wu Yin, who were still in a standoff. Just as he was about to make a decision, Wu Yin suddenly charged towards Jiang Chen. Seeing the ghost charging, Jiang Chen quickly raised her sword to defend herself. But the ghost feigned a move and suddenly turned, drifting towards Mu Tingfei, Lu Haixing, and Tang Kursen. Kursen, run! Jiang Chen felt a sense of foreboding, but Tang Kursen stood frozen, unable to react. The staff witnessing Wu Yin bypass, Jiang Chen rushed forward, all eager to please. Sister Wu, that move of retreating to advance was excellent. Sister Wu, you are brave. Ooh, I admire you. Sister Wu is simply amazing. However, Wu Yin did not slow down. One of the staff members who walked in front of her sensed something was off and was just about to dodge. Easy. In the next moment, Wu Yan's hand had viciously stabbed into the chest of that staff member. Instantly, blood sprayed out, and the surrounding crowd and staff were dumbfounded, as were Mu Tingfei and Lu Haixing. However, Wu Yin did not stop there. She dragged the staff member's corpse and continued drifting towards Tang Kursen. As Wu Yin got closer to the spotlight, her face gradually became visible. But this white-clad woman was not Wu Yin, though she was clearly a monster made of flesh and blood. At this moment, the previously stunned crowd and staff instantly scattered in all directions, with many feeling nauseous at the bloody and gory scene. Just as the ghost's other hand was about to touch Tang Kursen, a purple long sword came slicing down between the two. Seeing the long sword, the monster's pupils constricted, and it hurriedly retracted its hand, creating a considerable distance. Jiang Chen, who had rushed over with all her might, was gasping for breath. Even so, she still felt like she couldn't catch her breath, so she simply removed her mask for easier breathing. To be honest, if it weren't for that staff member who slightly delayed, the ghost Jiang Chen would not have made it in time. System prompt: the strength of this anomalous life form will increase with human deaths. Please ensure that no further casualties occur, otherwise the difficulty will escalate to extremely dangerous levels. Jiang Chen rolled her eyes. The system really had the luxury of sitting back and talking. Ensure? How could she ensure anything? The ghost was floating while she was running. It would be a miracle if she could catch up. Xianyu and Mr. Mu should head outside the palace. I will distract that ghost. Jiang Chen knew she couldn't catch up with the female ghost, so she had to take the initiative, continuously drawing the ghost's attention and ensuring it couldn't divert its focus, ultimately preventing herself from being led away by the ghost. Senior, please be careful. Tang Xian, aware that she couldn't help much here, quickly made her way to the palace entrance, while Lu Haixing and the young director named Xiao Li had already fled far away. However, Mu Tengfei displayed a commendable courage in the face of danger, still directing the panicked people to run outside the palace. Seeing Tang Xian leave, Jiang Chen raised her Yunyang sword and struck. She had never learned swordplay or any martial arts, but randomly swinging the sword was not a problem. This Yunyang sword, being a flying sword, was indeed different from an ordinary sword. It was extremely lightweight, virtually weightless, allowing Jiang Chen to wield it without much exertion. Of course, others naturally didn't know the weight of the Yunyang sword, especially Lu Haixing. Stuck at the blocked palace exit, he occasionally glanced towards Jiang Chen and the ghost, and when he saw this young girl swinging the sword so rapidly, his eyes nearly popped out. Those who had never handled a sword didn't understand its weight. Having previously held a real sword, Lu Haixing knew better. Swords in dramas appeared weightless because they were fake. In reality, swords were much heavier than spears. Weapons are forged from steel, which is already heavy and becomes even heavier after refinement. Although spears seem large, most of their body is wood with only a small part being iron, while swords are entirely made of iron. A normal person without physical training would be exhausted after swinging a sword a few times, let alone flailing it like a whip. Though the ghost was more agile than Jiang Chen, it couldn't disregard the harm brought by the sword. Even if it could dodge each strike, it had no opportunity to look elsewhere, fearing that a moment's carelessness would lead it to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. This continued for about 10 minutes, and only then did the people inside the palace gradually exit. When Jiang Chen saw that there were no more people around, she finally stopped swinging the sword and began to step back towards the palace exit. The ghost on the opposite side bared its teeth, but still dared not approach even a fraction. She realized that this ghost was extremely afraid of the Yunyang sword. As long as she held the sword, even lying there, the ghost wouldn't dare to attack her. Soon Jiang Chen retreated to the entrance of the palace, backing up about 10 more steps before the ghost's figure disappeared from her view. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. Jiang Chen was startled and was about to draw her sword when she heard a very familiar voice. "Senior, are you okay?" The person who appeared was actually Tang Kuxian. "Kuxian, why are you still here? Do you not want to live?" Jiang Chen gave Tang Kuxian a heavy pat on the forehead. Tang Kuxian rubbed her head in grievance. "I was afraid that if something happened to you, no one would be there to help, so I stayed behind. As for safety, don't worry, senior, I hid quite well just now." In the face of the ghost, Jiang Chen truly wanted to crack open Tang Kuxian's head to see what it was made of. "What about the others?" Mr. Mu just calmed the others and left. As for him and Director Liu, they seemed to be holding an emergency meeting and left first. "I see, then let's head back. Let's call it a day. We should all go home and rest." Tang Kuxian agreed, and then asked, "Senior, what happened to the female ghost?" "What can I do about it? That thing can fly and disappear. What can I do? Of course it's still inside. This matter can't be rushed. I need to think of a way to prevent it from escaping. And you, Kuxian, shouldn't come here for a few days. I feel that the female ghost seems to have its eyes on you." "Got it, senior." Tang Kuxian giggled, then pulled out her phone. "Senior, let's exchange numbers. If that female ghost comes looking for me, I can call you for help." Hearing this, Jiang Chen knew that this girl was trying to get her phone number. However, since it was rare for her to make a female friend, she directly gave her number. After Tang Kuxian saved the number into her contacts, she happily waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. Seeing her excited demeanor, Jiang Chen seriously suspected that Tang Kuxian's main purpose for hiding here wasn't to worry about her, but to get her phone number. By the time Jiang Chen returned to the academy community, it was already past 9 o'clock. Glancing at the idle virtual chamber that had been in use all day, Jiang Chen truly had no desire to enter the game again. She quickly took a shower and lay down on the bed. Before long, she fell asleep. The next day, while Jiang Chen was in the midst of a dream, she was once again awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt particularly irritated. It was one thing to wake her up yesterday, but now it was happening again. Once could be tolerated, but who could endure being woken up by their phone every day? Fuming, Jiang Chen picked up the phone ready to curse, but suddenly remembered the embarrassment from yesterday. She immediately lowered her voice, mimicking a man's tone, and said, "Hello, who is this?" The excited voice on the other end belonged to the chubby friend. "Chengzi, did you go to the film city yesterday?" Jiang Chen impatiently replied with a grunt. "Did you see the video online? The Linjiang Film City has become a sensation today, and your sister is too. A lot of people are discussing her." "What sister? What does Linjiang Film City being popular have to do with me? You fatso, if I catch you calling me this early again, I will block you." "Chengzi, did you eat gunpowder today?" "You." The voice cut off abruptly because Jiang Chen had already pressed the hang-up button. Just as she was about to turn over and sleep again, Jiang Chen recalled what her friend had just said. Online video. Linjiang Film City. Jiang Chen sat up in surprise, quickly opening her phone again. She glanced at the time. It was already past noon. It seemed she had wronged her friend earlier, but Jiang Chen felt no guilt. Instead, she became more agitated for having wronged someone else. Upon opening her social media app, Jiang Chen saw that someone in the class group had posted a news link. Shocking. The Linjiang Film City has been haunted by a female ghost, resulting in 2 deaths yesterday. Surveillance footage has leaked, providing irrefutable evidence. According to Mu Tongfei, the vice president of Tianfeng Entertainment, Linjiang Film City has begun to investigate this matter seriously and will resolve it promptly. When Jiang Chen clicked in, she found that the article included a video recording of the female ghost's attack yesterday and the segment where Jiang Chen confronted it with her sword. In addition, many people who experienced it firsthand were commenting below, asserting the video's authenticity. The beautiful Jiang Chen, who faced off against the ghost in the video, also became the subject of discussion among these commenters. One creative individual even compared the ghost to a malevolent demon and Jiang Chen to a celestial being sent to capture it. This comment surprisingly became the top trending post. The more Jiang Chen read these comments, the more irritated she became. Suddenly, she clutched her lower abdomen, her expression changing rapidly, and in the next moment, she dashed towards the bathroom. Jiang Chen touched the sanitary napkins she had just bought from the supermarket, her eyes already devoid of light. Just moments ago, she had placed this product which she had only seen in television commercials underneath herself. At that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of despair. After sitting in a daze for a few minutes, Jiang Chen finally regained some spirit. She took a deep breath and decided to do something to numb herself. System, are you there? System prompt, do you have any instructions, GM? I ask you, how should I deal with that thing in the film city? System prompt, you can deal a fatal blow with the Yunyang sword. Nonsense, I am asking you how to hit her with the Yunyang sword, that's why I'm asking you. System prompt, the auxiliary system is only responsible for assisting the GM in recovering energy fragments. It has no obligation to assist with anything other than energy fragments. Hey, what are you talking about? That female ghost was caused by the energy fragments, right? Since it was caused by that thing, shouldn't it be your responsibility? System prompt, the anomaly last night belongs to something that already exists in this world. The energy fragments merely enhance the abilities of the anomaly. Essentially, the anomaly does not fall under the category of energy fragments, and its structure varies greatly. Jiang Chen was suddenly enlightened. She had found it strange that ghosts were afraid of prayer beads. It turned out that this female ghost was a real entity not created from energy fragments. So you really have no way to help? Jiang Chen still asked, unconvinced. System prompt, repeatedly, the auxiliary system is only responsible for assisting the GM in recovering energy fragments. It will not process requests outside of that, and cannot provide accurate prompts. Jiang Chen, in her fury, wanted to point at the system and curse it furiously, but she also knew that even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, the system's cold nature would probably not respond to her at all. Just as Jiang Chen was about to go crazy, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck her mind. System, you said you are only responsible for assisting the GM in recovering energy fragments, right? System prompt, correct. Then you must know where the energy fragments in the film city are hidden, right? System prompt, it has been confirmed that the grade energy fragment is located at the bottom of the well in the royal palace of the film city in Linjiang City. Why didn't you say that yesterday? System prompt, this information was obtained after a long period of shielding and searching yesterday. It was unclear before. Shielding? Were you silent yesterday because you were shielding me? System prompt, correct, to prevent the energy fragments from hiding their aura and thus cutting off the system's sensing functions. So it was like this. Jiang Chen sighed, and then silently repeated the information about the energy fragment at the bottom of the well several times. In fact, what the system just said gave her a hint. Since she couldn't catch up to that female ghost, why not deal with the energy fragments directly? After all, her duty was only to recover the energy fragments. As for the female ghost, she didn't believe that the ghost wouldn't come after her in the end. Of course, this matter wasn't as simple as Jiang Chen thought. After all, she had not forgotten the standard of danger. If she guessed correctly, the reason the female ghost dared not attack Jiang Chen was simply because the ghost did not want to take risks. If it really came down to a life-and-death struggle, the ghost who could appear and disappear at what would undoubtedly be Jiang Chen's worst nightmare. She certainly did not want to perish alongside the female ghost. So she had another bold idea to ask Tang Kurson to help her get some protective Buddhist talismans or something similar. Since the female ghost was afraid of such things, she naturally needed to prepare more. By then, if she was covered in Buddhist and talismanic objects, what could that female ghost do to her? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen secretly felt that she was truly clever beyond compare. Jiang Chen took out her phone just as she was about to call Tang Kurson. She suddenly remembered that although Tang Kurson had taken her phone number last night, she hadn't told Jiang Chen her own phone number. In other words, Jiang Chen did not know Tang Kurson's phone number unless Tang Kurson called her first. It seemed she would have to wait again. Jiang Chen rubbed her face in self-pity. With nothing to do, she opened her phone's news page and typed Linjiang City Film City into the search bar. Rows of news about the haunting at the film city appeared densely. Jiang Chen scanned quickly and soon found the news she wanted to know. Jiang Chen gently clicked on the news titled, "Two people mysteriously died in Linjiang City Film City yesterday, one of whom was star Wu Yan, rumored to be killed by a ghost." The news detailed the manner of the two deaths. Wu Yan, like the previous cleaner, died from fright, while the other male was a staff member of the palace grievance crew, the man who had been pierced by the ghost. The news pointed out that the most bizarre part was that the crowd present last night unanimously stated that the staff member was killed by a ghost, and the wound on his chest indeed looked as if it had been stabbed by a hand. The news also mentioned that the police are currently treating the female ghost in the surveillance video as a psychopathic murderer. It is said they are also searching for the girl who confronted the female ghost in the video. They hope that girl can provide some evidence, but so far neither the female ghost nor the girl with the sword has given the police any leads. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. How could the police even have her on their radar? She remembered that the video had captured her face even after she had taken off her mask. If she wanted to avoid trouble in the future, she guessed she would need to continue wearing a mask and also change its color. Moreover, even if she did that, she wouldn't necessarily be safe, as the police could easily find out her location through Mu Tengfei and Tang Kursen. The most terrifying part was that if the road surveillance in Linjiang City was thorough enough, she should have already been discovered. Jiang Chen could only hope that the roads she traveled were not well monitored. After all, she did not want to end up at the police station discussing ghosts and the values of socialism with those uncles. It would be best to minimize going out during this time, Jiang Chen thought, as she turned her attention to the virtual chamber. Since she couldn't go out, she might as well play games to earn money. As for her schoolwork, Jiang Chen had already given up. At this rate, it was clear she wouldn't be going back anytime soon, and not getting her certificate was already a certainty. Opening the virtual chamber, Jiang Chen was about to log into the game when her gaze was caught by the Yunyang sword that she had carelessly tossed beside her bed last night. If the police came to search her, this purple long sword would be too conspicuous. Jiang Chen quickly picked up the Yunyang sword and stuffed it under the quilt. After doing all this, she lay back down in the virtual chamber. As the scene changed, when Jiang Chen opened her eyes again, she found herself back where she had logged off last time, accompanied by a dozen sound transmission talismans swirling above her. Ziyu, as soon as you log in, drop by the Yunyang sect for a while. Ziyu, why are you still not online? NPC Ziyu, if you don't return to clean up this mess, I'll deduct your pay. So you are not planning to log in today then? Fine, don't expect your bonus this month. All of those transmission talismans without exception had been sent by Yun Tian, the sect leader of Yunyang sect, namely the NPC squad leader Qin Gaosheng. What vexed Jiang Chen was that she had only missed a single day online. How could her bonus be revoked? Besides, she was an unconventional role. Did she not have the freedom to decide when to log in? And if it were something urgent, would they not have called or texted Gaola? Sending only transmission talismans would not have alerted her. The more Jiang Chen brooded, the angrier. She grew nearly furious enough to draw the flying sword behind her and slash at will. She frowned. Her Yunyang sword still existed in the game. System notice: information and items exchanged into the real world remain present in the game. However, identical information and items cannot be exchanged a second time. So that was how it worked. Rather convenient. The presence of the flying sword diverted Jiang Chen's attention, and much of her anger dissipated. Cancel my bonus. They'll see what reason you have for that. She muttered to herself and walked toward the street. According to the contract, as an unconventional role, she was entitled to decide when to appear. Most likely Qin Gaosheng had not asked Gao Lu to summon her, because there was no reasonable basis to force her online. Upon leaving the alley, Jiang Chen found Xianyuan City strangely quieter than before. The streets were less boisterous, and even the fronts of the 17 great sects recruitment posts were not crowded as they used to be. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen understood why the game was still in closed beta. Once the initial rush to choose sects had passed, there was no new blood. Most players chased higher-level maps to cultivate, so the new player's city, Juxian City, thinning out was only natural. Those who had not yet changed vocation were either players foolishly nourished on Ragstorch's tales, or those who had failed to enter the game at the beta's opening. They were not numerous. Glancing toward the Yunyang sect's recruitment post, Jiang Chen noticed the NPCs. There were no longer Yunshang and Biqing. Instead, a young male disciple stood in their place. She had only seen him briefly inside the main hall before and was not well acquainted with him. The young disciple had the audacity to be idle. Seeing no one around, he sat at the recruitment desk engrossed in a book he had apparently bought from somewhere. Jiang Chen approached and lightly tapped the table. Startled, the disciple snapped the book shut, and without raising his head recited with practiced fluency, "Esteemed lady, would you like to join our Yunyang sect?" At the end of the line, he finally lifted his head fully. When he saw Jiang Chen, he froze utterly. His mouth opened slowly, his finger rose to point, but no words came out. Was he really so excited? Jiang Chen found his exaggerated expression disconcerting. "Ziyu," the young disciple cried, his voice trembling with excitement. It's me. By the way, where are Yunshang and Biqing? Why have they been replaced by you?" As if not hearing her question, the disciple darted to the place where the Xianhe were kept, led one over, and visibly relieved, exclaimed, "Ziyu, you're finally back. If you'd been a day later, I swear the whole Yunyang sect would have gone mad." "Gone mad? That's dramatic. What happened?" Jiang Chen had no idea what had transpired. "It all started with you earlier. Well, anyway, just hurry back. I happened to be on duty here today and escaped the worst of it. Others were harassed yesterday, and today straight through I think everyone's about to crack." The young disciple patted the immortal crane's back and gestured for Jiang Chen to mount. Wanting to return to the sect promptly, she obliged and sat upon the crane. Mental collapse. If the sect truly was in such a state, then Qin Gaosheng's indignation made more sense. Even so, Qin Gaosheng had no right to cancel her bonus out of the blue. She did not even know what had happened. She was plainly one of the victims. As the crane rose into the sky, Jiang Chen's resolve hardened. She would go to Qin Gaosheng and demand a proper explanation. Inside the Yunyang sect, the atmosphere was unusually lively. Ziyu had not appeared all day, which only convinced the players more firmly that she must be a special NPC. What had once been hesitant rumor on the forum had now turned into resolute belief. As Jiang Chen flew toward the sect gate, she noticed the number of players inside Yunyang sect was greater than she had expected. Such a scale did not belong to a small sect. Many present were even disciples from other sects. Before she could take a closer look, she saw two players rise from an approaching immortal crane and shout, "Damn, we found Ziyu. We're rich, we're rich." They both wore expressions of exhilaration. Rich. Since when had she become a talisman of fortune? Jiang Chen watched the approaching crane with puzzlement. Out of courtesy, she offered a smile. "Hey, what shall we do next?" "What do you mean what to do?" "Of course, ask her for a quest." "Right, that makes sense." Their muttered plans reached Jiang Chen plainly. Ask for a quest. What quest could she offer? Her only destiny quest had been assigned to Bai Luolan. "Ziyu Fairy, we are disciples of the Tianyi sect. Do you require any assistance?" One of them hurriedly asked. "Yes, if you have any troubles or tasks, tell us," and well help the other chimed in. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. This was the standard ploy to coax a quest from an NPC. She smiled and said, "I have no troubles." Her meaning was clear. There is no task. Please leave. They exchanged glances. That can't be. How could there be no quest? Idiot, hidden NPCs, hidden quests aren't that easy to obtain. Of course there are trigger conditions. Reasonable. But what are the conditions? I don't know. We can try everything. Let's start by raising NPC affinity the simplest way. That could work. But how do you raise affinity without a quest? Spend money. Doesn't the shop sell roses? The two of them, as if unaware of the brazenness of their plan, discussed it openly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had no idea when she had become a hidden NPC. This was clearly troublesome. Best to withdraw for now. Just as she thought to leave, she realized that without her noticing, a dozen or so immortal cranes had appeared around her, many bearing passengers. They had surrounded her. "Hey, Ziyu has been exposed. Hurry and buy the gift." "Why rush? It doesn't take time to top up credits." Exposed. What did that mean? Could it be that all these people had come for her? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. System notice player Jian Wuhan has used the shop item rose on you. Please confirm the increase in affinity toward this player. Note the maximum affinity increase from this item cannot exceed 10 points. He actually spent money on it. Jiang Chen helplessly selected a 1 point. System prompt: your friendship level with player Jian Wuhan has increased to 1 point. System prompt: player Crazy has used a shop item the rose on you. Please confirm the friendship increase, noting that this item's maximum increase cannot exceed 10 points. System prompt: player Kinfadei has used a shop item the rose on you. Please confirm the friendship increase, noting that this item's maximum increase cannot exceed 10 points. System prompt: player Zhanlong has used a shop item the rose on you. Please confirm the friendship increase, noting that this item's maximum increase cannot exceed 10 points. Just as Jiang Chen finished selecting, a series of system prompts began to flood in. She noticed that the players surrounding her started to mimic the player named Jian Wuhan, continuously using roses on her. Jiang Chen selected 1 point several times, but gradually she realized that these messages seemed endless. Unbeknownst to her, the crowd around her had doubled in size. A single rose only adds 1 point. The officials are so greedy. What do you know? Adding just 1 point shows how unparalleled this NPC is. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and silently thought, "System, can't you just process this in bulk for me?" System prompt: there is a bulk processing option accessible to the GM, but as roses do not have a fixed value, please select a fixed value. Upon hearing that bulk processing was possible, Jiang Chen's expression brightened a bit. "Then let's set it all to 1 point. System prompt: receive processing in bulk." Just as Jiang Chen sighed in relief and prepared to leave, she found herself completely trapped in midair, surrounded by densely packed players in every direction. Headache. System prompt: player Jian Wuhan has used 3 roses on you. Please confirm the friendship increase, noting that this item's maximum increase cannot exceed 20 points. System prompt: player Balak has used 10 roses on you. Please confirm the friendship increase, noting that this item's maximum increase cannot exceed 30 points. However, the system prompts that had just disappeared suddenly flooded her mind again. System, didn't you say you would process it in bulk? Jiang Chen asked through gritted teeth. System prompt: the processing referred to by the GM pertains to ordinary roses. 3 roses and 10 roses are different items. Then process all system prompts related to roses to 1 point. System prompt: according to the instructions from the Yuhui group, 3 roses and 10 roses are valued higher than ordinary roses. Does the GM confirm treating all roses equally? Yes, of course. With so many messages, how could anyone process them all? This game's information isn't just a series of program boxes. It's not as simple as clicking with a mouse. Every prompt must pass through Jiang Chen's mind in its entirety. The overwhelming repetitive messages crashed against her. It was remarkable that she hadn't gone crazy. System prompt: receive processing. Jiang Chen had barely relaxed for a second when suddenly she almost lost her temper. System announcement: player Jian Wuhan has pursued NPC Ziyu with fervor, generously gifting her 100 roses, stirring the heavens, a tale worthy of song hereby announced to the entire server. System announcement: player Qingchu has pursued NPC Ziyu with fervor, generously gifting her 100 roses, stirring the heavens, a tale worthy of song hereby announced to the entire server. So didn't you say you would handle it? System prompt announcements are a form of public notice and do not require GM selection. The value of 100 roses has already been set to 1 point of friendship. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. GM, shouldn't friendship levels be able to go negative? System prompted exists. Do I have the authority to change the friendship level of roses to negative? System prompt. According to the description of roses, there is no minimum value. Typically, NPC regulations require it to be above 0. But if the GM petitions to use a negative value, theoretically, it does not violate central regulations and can be executed. Alright, then change everything related to roses to an increase of 100 friendship points. System prompt. This violates human values. Do you confirm execution? Execute. Jiang Chen had finally figured it out. Even adding 1 point would give them hope, so it was better to simply reduce friendship points and see if they dared to keep using roses. System prompt received. Almost immediately after Jiang Chen gave the order, a chorus of wails erupted around her. What the hell? Why did my friendship drop to 100? What kind of monster NPC is this? Isn't she just robbing me of money? Your roses angered Ziyu. Friendship 100. Is that even a thing? I'm done playing. I'm quitting this game. Exactly what kind of virtual reality game is this? It's just a money trap. In an instant, the crowd surged, and many looked at Ziyu with expressions filled with anger instead of the excitement they had before. The 100 friendship level was quite fitting. If it weren't for the fact that players couldn't attack NPCs in the safe zone, Jiang Chen guessed that most of these players would have certainly taken revenge on her. I'm leaving. Whatever hidden NPC, I won't take this quest even if I die. Exactly, I'm leaving too. The surrounding crowd thinned by more than half. Those remaining were either unwilling to part with their significant investments or still held onto a glimmer of hope. Seeing a clear path ahead, Jiang Chen immediately urged her crane to speed forward. The remaining players, seeing her leave, quickly followed suit, seemingly preparing to observe further. Thus, Jiang Chen flew ahead while they followed. When she arrived at the entrance of the Yunyang Hall, the players still hadn't dispersed. The noise outside the Yunyang Hall disturbed the NPC disciple on guard, who was taking a nap. When he looked up, the first thing he saw was a sky full of densely packed players. Instead, Jiang Chen, who landed first, went unnoticed. Before Jiang Chen could speak, the guard disciple revealed a look of panic and shouted at the group of players, I don't know anything. I truly don't know where Ziyu is. Jiang Chen awkwardly cleared her throat and said, Ziyu is right here. Only then did the guard disciple notice the person standing on the ground. As he spoke, the gatekeeper disciple quickly pointed behind Jiang Chen. The players behind you are looking for you. You should handle it quickly. Jiang Chen glanced at the players reluctant to leave, shook his head, and said, Don't worry, I've already dealt with it. They'll disperse naturally in a while. By the way, hasn't the sect leader been wanting to see me? Let me in. The gatekeeper disciple looked at the group of players silently following Ziyu, and seeing that they weren't surrounding him asking questions like before, he nodded. It seems everything has been resolved, so you can go in. With that, the gatekeeper disciple stepped aside, allowing access to the Yunyang Hall. The Yunyang Hall was not large. Inside was a small courtyard with the main hall. Upon entering, Jiang Chen immediately spotted Qin Gaosheng sitting in the main hall enjoying tea. As she stepped over the main hall stairs, Qin Gaosheng also noticed Jiang Chen. He took a slow sip of tea, completely devoid of the urgency he had shown in the communication talisman. Although Jiang Chen was filled with anger and wanted to question him upon arriving here, she realized that her nature remained as shy as ever, and the words she intended to say were stuck in her throat. After holding back for a long time, it finally turned into a simple question. Sect leader, you wanted to see me. Qin Gaosheng gently placed his teacup down, his eyes narrowing slightly. You finally know to come back. What do you mean by that, sect leader? I remember I have the right to log in and out freely, right? By the way, I wanted to ask you about the cancellation of my bonus. Oh, what does that mean? Seeing that Qin Gaosheng was being so unyielding, Jiang Chen suddenly found the courage to express all her concerns in one breath. Qin Gaosheng tapped on the table and replied nonchalantly, That's the meaning? Oh, no matter how many tasks you complete this month, you will not receive a bonus at the end of the month. This is a right I still possess as the team leader. On what basis? The contract doesn't say. Qin Gaosheng interrupted Jiang Chen, continuing, It's not about whether you log in or not, rather it's because you have brought a negative influence to our Yunyang sect. The contract clearly states that if an NPC performs actions outside, without authorization, that negatively impact the sect's image, that NPC will face penalties. Am I wrong? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched, but I didn't affect the sect. Although you didn't impact the sect's image, you did something far worse than that. Qin Gaosheng interrupted Jiang Chen once again. Do you know how many people have flocked to our Yunyang sect because of you over the last 2 days? Do you even know how many NPCs we have in total at Yunyang sect? Our entire Yunyang sect has had to deal with a surge of players, leaving even our own disciples unattended. A large number of tasks and processes have been forcibly interrupted, causing severe negative impacts on the development of the sect and the growth of disciples wishing to join. Just for this, I would say it's fortunate that I haven't requested to deduct your salary. Watching Qin Gaosheng rant, Jiang Chen almost felt guilty, wondering if the influx of players to Yunyang sect was her fault. She still couldn't understand why she was labeled a hidden NPC. Moreover, shouldn't an increase in the number of people in a sect be a cause for celebration? Sect leader, no matter how you say it, I did not violate the contract, so I have not violated it. You have no right to cancel my bonus. Although Jiang Chen's identity meant she might not be assigned many tasks in the future, even the smallest amount was still crucial for her, especially since she was barely making ends meet. I can cancel it if I say so. Oh, I have that right. And I have the right to report you to Supervisor Gao. Upon hearing this, Qin Gaosheng scoffed, about to say something more, but suddenly paused, as if he noticed something, swallowing the words back. At some point, a communication talisman appeared above Qin Gaosheng, which was different from the usual yellow talismans used for communication between NPCs. This one was red. Qin Gaosheng quickly took the talisman, which soon ignited spontaneously, revealing a woman's voice within. Qin Gaosheng, the company has received a large number of complaints about Ziyu. You need to have Ziyu come to the company in 3 days. Manager Lin wants to talk to him. The voice was very recognizable, and Jiang Chen quickly recognized it as Gao Lo. As for the so-called large number of complaints, Jiang Chen had a rough idea of the reason. This incident must have escalated significantly for her distant relative to want to talk to her. Was what she did really that serious? Alright, you heard it. A large number of complaints. Go to the company headquarters in 3 days. You might lose your job and still want to talk to me about bonuses. Don't argue with me. Go take care of those players outside. As for the bonus, I won't deduct it. Qin Gaosheng pretended to be regretful, sighing and shaking his head. Jiang Chen should have been pleased that Qin Gaosheng wouldn't deduct her bonus, but for some reason, she couldn't feel happy about it. Deep down, she had a persistent feeling of discomfort, sensing that the bonus wasn't something she earned, but rather a charity from Qin Gaosheng. Jiang Chen gritted her teeth and forced a calm smile. Then I thank you, sect leader. I hope you mean what you say. Oh, please don't go back on your word. Of course it stands. It stands for this month. Qin Gaosheng replied indifferently, as if he were certain Jiang Chen would be dismissed. Then Ziyu, a disciple of Yunyang's sect, will take my leave. As for those players outside, you need not worry, I've already dealt with them. They probably won't want to step foot in Yunyang's sect again. After saying this, Jiang Chen turned and briskly walked out of the main hall. At the entrance of the hall, the players had long disappeared, leaving only the gatekeeper disciple in a daze. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen approached and patted the gatekeeper disciple on the shoulder. Is there something else, Ziyu? The gatekeeper disciple turned and looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Tell me, do you know how much that rose sells for in the player marketplace? Are you talking about a regular rose? Yes. About 100 yuan. Then what about 3 roses or 5 roses? 3 roses would be 3 times that, and so on. So you mean 100 roses would cost 10,000? Yes, what's wrong with that? Jiang Chen gasped in shock. 10,000 yuan was nearly half a year's salary for her. No wonder people were complaining about her. Spending 10,000 and losing 100 friendship points, even the wealthiest would be unable to endure that. It seemed she had truly gotten herself into trouble this time. Jiang Chen blankly walked towards the Immortal crane storage point, and before reaching it, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Sister Ziyu, I've come to find you. Jiang Chen mechanically turned her head and saw a curious Bai Luolan dressed in the Yunyang sect's robe looking at her. Seeing that it was the player Bai Luolan, Jiang Chen immediately adjusted his mindset. How could an NPC, especially a disciple of a celestial sect, appear so dejected? Sometimes being overly humanized could lead to excess. Adjusting his smile, Jiang Chen curiously asked Bai Luolan, haven't you joined the Yu Pavilion? Bai Luolan replied with a hum. After Sister Ziyu left that day, I initially intended to join the Yu Pavilion. However, I later thought that if I joined the Yu Pavilion and then went to Yunyang sect to accept tasks from Sister Ziyu, I wouldn't feel at ease. So I simply joined the Yunyang sect. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Jiang Chen's fondness for Bai Luolan grew. If only those players who had just besieged her had been so understanding. If it were ordinary tasks, it wouldn't have been a problem. But that day the onlookers were saying that Sister Ziyu is a hidden NPC, and you called me to find you before I reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. I was worried that I might have triggered some major quest. In fact, I was a bit concerned that if I went to other sects, Sister Ziyu might lower my task rewards. If that happens. Bai Luolan's words stumbled as she seemed to feel a bit materialistic, shaking her hand dismissively. Of course, although those players say Sister Ziyu is a hidden NPC, they might be wrong. If Sister Ziyu's task is quite ordinary, it wouldn't matter because my current situation in the Yunyang sect is excellent. Sect Master Yun, Sister Yun, and all the elders and disciples have been very caring towards me. Whenever there's a task, they seek me out first. I've heard that the competition in the Yu Pavilion is intense, and here at least, I don't have to compete with them. Bai Luolan almost poured out everything she was thinking, and Jiang Chen found himself liking her more and more. In gaming, everyone pursues strength. There's nothing shameful about joining the Yunyang sect for hidden tasks. Moreover, she was so honest about it. Junior Sister Bai Luolan, there is indeed a task here, but first tell me, are you at the 2nd level of Qi refinement now? Upon hearing this, Bai Luolan's face lit up with joy as she nodded, absolutely at the 2nd level. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and quickly opened the task release interface, selecting the fateful task and assigning it to Bai Luolan. But in the next moment, Bai Luolan's smile froze, and she trembled as she said, Sister Ziyu, are you really a hidden NPC? Jiang Chen did not answer. Bai Luolan looked at Jiang Chen innocently and asked, Sister Ziyu, this fateful task has an SS level quality. The tasks I completed before didn't even reach level. Are you sure I can do it? Of course you can. Didn't you see it says to defeat the 3rd level Qi Refinement Sky Devouring Wolf? And even if you reach the 3rd level and fail, what does it matter if you are at the 2nd level? Bai Luolan replied with an, oh, as she looked at the task scroll, then pointed out a question, Sister Ziyu, what does this rating mean? Rating. Isn't the rating a feature that players have by default? This was something Jiang Chen didn't voice, as she had always thought the rating was a player feature, but it seemed it wasn't the case. System, please explain how the rating works. Jiang Chen had no choice but to seek help from the system. System prompt. The rating is given by the judging group based on the test situation, with scores ranging from F, E, D, C, B, A to S. The judging group consists of GMs, the tested boss, and the auxiliary system, with the final result being the average of the 3. She could understand the auxiliary system, but why was there a strange element in between? Speaking of which, what does the tested boss mean? System prompt. The tested boss in this test refers to the Sky Devouring Wolf, and once the fateful task is issued, the Sky Devouring Wolf will naturally be aware. So that means the Sky Devouring Wolf actually has intelligence. System prompt. Correct. It is quite normal for demons and monsters on the path of cultivation to possess intelligence. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Oh, she had always thought demons and monsters were just wild creatures with a few skills. Sister Ziyu, what's wrong? Bai Luolan called out when she saw Jiang Chen standing there in silence. Oh, it's nothing. That a rating is a special mechanism. In short, the better you perform, the more correct it is. Jiang Chen quickly replied. Bai Luolan looked confused, but finally clicked to accept the task. Jiang Chen received a prompt that the task had been accepted and added, the Sky Devouring Wolf is not easy to deal with. You remember to form a good team. Got it. But can the number of team members be infinite? Why isn't there a limit on team size in the task? This. Jiang Chen didn't know either, but the system definitely wouldn't have such a loophole. Otherwise, if they gathered a few hundred people, no boss at the 3rd level of Qi Refinement would stand a chance. You'll understand when you get to the Hualing Valley. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and gave a middle ground answer. Since the task didn't explicitly state it, it must mean that the location itself has hints. The Hualing Valley was discovered recently, and it is said that at most 4 players can enter at once. Just then Jiang Chen suddenly heard a voice with a playful tone. Hey, you don't need to look for anyone, how about letting the 3 of us help you? Unbeknownst to her, 3 players dressed in Yunyang sect robes had walked up behind Bai Luolan. When Jiang Chen saw the faces of the 3 and the names above them, she was stunned. If Bai Luolan joining the Yunyang sect could be understood, she never expected any reason for these 3 to join the Yunyang sect. Come on, line up and chant with me. Sister Ziyu is great. Sister Ziyu is great. Sister Ziyu is great. The 3 chanted in unison, causing Jiang Chen to shiver with goosebumps. These 3 were none other than the ones who had been killed, burned, and chased by Bai Luolan. What kind of wind blew through the 3 who had been knocked senseless by Bai Luolan's talisman? Stockholm Syndrome. Yet the conditions for that illness didn't even apply. You 3 really are persistent ghosts. Bai Luolan clearly knew that these 3 had also joined the Yunyang sect, and snorted coldly. Bai Luolan, what do you mean by that? We're just trying to help you, the one who had been burned shouted. Exactly. We're still among the top 3 on the Tianzi list, while you've dropped 3 places. If this continues, you might fall behind us, and then we'll see how arrogant you can be. Let go of that beauty. Another one sneered, unwilling to back down. Jiang Chen had thought Bai Luolan had already fallen out of the rankings, but she didn't expect her to have only dropped 3 places. It seemed Qin Gaosheng and the others were serious about this, probably treating Bai Luolan as a prized asset for nurturing. After all, it was only natural for a player from the prestigious Tianzi list to receive some care upon joining such a small sect. What are you 2 whispering about? This time we're here to assist Senior Sister Bai. Mind your words carefully. Desi Na Gubi's son sternly reprimanded them. Assist me. Just now I saw you 2 sneaking behind me. Don't think I don't know you're only after a share of the spoils, Bai Luolan retorted, suddenly standing tall and unyielding before the 3. Desi Na Gubi's son chuckled slyly, turning instead toward Jiang Chen. Senior Sister Ziyu, last time we truly erred. We've even joined the Yunyang sect as penance. How about sharing just a portion of the task you assigned Senior Sister Bai? Jiang Chen offered a faint, enigmatic smile. No. Desi Na Gubi's son blinked in surprise. Correct. There is only this one task. Jiang Chen spoke with utter honesty. She was telling no lie. Boss, I think Senior Sister Z, you must feel we haven't shown enough sincerity. Xiaoxi Na Guxian Chong murmured softly into Desi Na Gubi's son's ear. That makes sense. Desi Na Gubi's son nodded vigorously, then turned to Bai Luolan with a broad grin. Senior Sister Bai, you've struck gold. To prove our remorse to Senior Sister Z, we 3 hereby volunteer our services, free of charge. Bai Luolan rolled her eyes. Unnecessary. I'll find help myself. Bai Luolan, don't refuse kindness so brusquely. With your solitary nature, who among your peers could truly be called a friend? Though we rank only third among the Earth-ranked disciples, none in the Cultivation Spirit Valley know it better than we do. We were there at its very founding. Xiao Na Guxian, Chong bellowed loudly. Founding. Jiang Chen's divine sense instantly sharpened. She had caught a crucial keyword. Who said I'm an orphan? I certainly have friends. Dozens of classmates. Many play the same game. Bai Luolan sprang up like a startled, fluffed-up kitten. Clearly those words had struck deep into her heart. Then name just one classmate ranked within the Immortal Xiao list. Xiao Na Guxian Chong sneered. Bai Luolan fell silent, speechless. You three, did you truly pioneer the Cultivation Spirit Valley? Jiang Chen finally interjected. Absolutely. We discovered the valley ourselves, though back then we'd barely reached Qi refinement level 1. Even fighting minor beasts left us utterly exhausted, so we fled the dungeons soon after. Dasina Gobi-san, eager to please Jiang Chen, beamed eagerly. Humph. Unable even to defeat minor beasts. What use are you? Bai Luolan shot them another scathing glance. Hey Bai Luolan, you speak from comfort. Since that dungeon's discovery, 3 expeditions have entered. One included 4 elite disciples ranked among the top 10 of the heaven-ranked list, all already at Qi refinement level 2. Yet they fell before a mere minor boss, never even glimpsing the true final boss. Should we mere level 1s be ashamed for failing against lesser foes? Hardly. Xiao Na Guxian Chong glared indignantly at Bai Luolan. And what cultivation level have you all reached now? Jiang Chen asked the trio directly. All of us stand at Qi refinement level 2, Dasina Gobi-san replied promptly. The conditions were met. Jiang Chen nodded in quiet satisfaction, then turned to Bai Luolan. Senior Sister Bai, can you find anyone stronger than these 3? Bai Luolan opened her mouth, to protest perhaps, but the unwavering gaze in Jiang Chen's eyes silenced her instantly. Her voice faltered and she lowered her head, murmuring, Not yet, but I'll surely find someone soon. Then go with them. Back in Juxian City, Jiang Chen had overheard whispers about Bai Luolan. Her reputation, a righteous, unyielding female cultivator whose moral fervor often provoked others. That alone might not have been fatal. Her beauty could easily win loyal allies. But with men she wielded only sharp scorn or icy disdain, as if determined to broadcast their every flaw. Such a person had no true friends. Exactly. Trust us, we'll guard you without fail. Our earlier failure taught us well. Today we possess 1,000 ways to subdue even the lowliest beast. Dasina Gobi-san thumped his chest proudly. Yes, rest assured. Fong Kai Na Go Mei Nu added cheerfully. Bai Luolan shot the 3 a look of undisguised disdain, then reluctantly nodded toward Jiang Chen. If Senior Sister Ziyu insists, then I'll accompany them. However, she pivoted sharply. But make no mistake, should I find you useless, I'll withdraw from the dungeon and seek new allies. Nothing in the quest forbids leaving mid-dungeon after all. Agreed. Dasina Gobi-san responded instantly. Only then did Bai Luolan exchange friendship tokens with the 3. Players communicated via spirit scrolls. Unlike NPCs who could summon anyone freely, players required mutual friendship tokens to activate such scrolls, and each scroll demanded purchase. When do you plan to depart, Senior Sister Bai? Jiang Chen asked. Senior Sister Ziyu, I wish to first visit Juxian City to procure supplies and refine my techniques. I intend to face this trial at peak strength. Very well. Should you feel unprepared, withdraw immediately. Never enter the boss chamber. Regret will come too late. Understood. As the 2 concluded their exchange, Bai Luolan turned to leave, when a voice echoed distantly toward them. Senior Sister Bai, and you 3, what are you doing gathered around Senior Sister Ziyu? Jiang Chen glanced up to see Yunshang and Bai Qing approaching gracefully, in broad daylight. This must be Yang Shu Jie, the one who so deeply disliked her. Yunshang's expression darkened. Other sects may mistake Senior Sister Ziyu for some hidden NPC. That's forgivable. But you, why follow such nonsense? Haven't I made it clear? She offers no quests. Young mistress. Senior Sister Yunshang. Jiang Chen and the 4 disciples greeted her in unison. Yunshang cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Chen, then smiled warmly at Bai Luolan. Senior Sister Bai, I've secured a new quest for you, one perfectly suited to advance your cultivation. I've held it aside just for you. Come quickly. Her tone dripped with indulgent affection. Yet Bai Luolan shook her head. Senior Sister Yunshang, I cannot advance further right now. Indeed, it was true. To ascend again risked breaking through to Qi refinement level 3, and all prior effort would be undone. Yunshang froze. This was the first time Bai Luolan had ever refused her. Her gaze snapped furiously toward Jiang Chen, mistakenly assuming she was to blame. Yunshang stepped closer, leaning in to murmur into Jiang Chen's ear. Bai Luolan, and those 3 were recruited only through my relentless efforts. If your interference causes them to fall behind the vanguard tier, I reserve the right to file formal complaints with Captain Qin and Senior Sister Gao. Jiang Chen looked at Yunshang innocently, continuing to play the role of Yunshang's maid miss. I truly did nothing. Bai Luolan seemed to sense that the atmosphere between the two was not good and hurriedly advised senior sister Yunxiang, I really have some reasons for not being able to take on this task. It has nothing to do with senior sister Ziyu. Yunxiang shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare, then immediately smiled at Bai Luolan, saying, I see, then he'll continue to keep it for junior sister Bai. Whenever you want to take it on, you must come to me. Thank you, senior sister Yunxiang. Bai Luolan expressed her gratitude. Yunxiang then flicked her sleeve and walked into the Yunyang Palace, with Biqing seemingly to find Qin Gaoxing for something. After the two left, the one who was called that bastard snorted coldly, saying such a woman is too scheming. I've seen many like her. Previously, she was still bragging in front of her father, claiming how she had painstakingly recruited us. Don't say that, at least she has been very caring towards us. Bai Luolan sighed. Caring? It's just for her own little schemes. Don't pretend you didn't notice. The one who was called that bastard curled his lips. So what if I noticed? Unless you stop doing tasks for the sect in the future. Bai Luolan glared at that bastard, and then hopped onto the celestial crane, smiling at Jiang Chen. Senior sister Ziyu, I'm leaving first. Whatever, as long as I can cling to senior sister Ziyu's thigh, who cares? Said that bastard. With that, the three of them also jumped onto the celestial crane, one after another, bidding farewell to Jiang Chen. After all four left, Jiang Chen stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do next. Every NPC has their own duties within their scope of work, and her NPC duty was to take care of Yunxiang, while also assisting her in issuing tasks. The problem was that Yunxiang currently did not like her at all, meaning she truly had nothing to do. Jiang Chen helplessly pulled up the system interface, which now showed the time as 1531. Seeing that mealtime was still a while away, she sat on the celestial crane and flew towards her nominal home in the game. Upon reaching the mountain peak, Jiang Chen did not enter the cave, but chose a spacious area outside to stand straight. She began to close her eyes, repeatedly thinking about the 4 characters Yunyang heart method. At that moment, her hands began to move involuntarily, as if guided by an innate talent. As her fingers slowly moved, a warm current gradually surged within her lower abdomen. It seemed this was the Yunyang heart method of the 6th layer of qi refining. Jiang Chen silently thought to herself, then reached behind her to draw out the Yunyang sword. She again mentally recited the sword control technique. Her hand moved without her control, sending the sword flying straight out. Then, as several fingers formed intricate patterns, the body of the Yunyang sword shimmered with purple light. At this moment, Jiang Chen regained control of her hand, and a very simple manipulation technique flooded into her mind. Jiang Chen tried to slightly raise her hand, and the Yunyang sword floating in midair indeed rose a bit. When she lowered her hand, the sword descended as well. Suddenly, Jiang Chen pointed forward, and the Yunyang sword shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! The long sword struck fiercely into the mountain peak ahead. Jiang Chen took a few steps back, and the long sword returned from the mountain. When the Yunyang sword returned to Jiang Chen, she spread her fingers, and the purple light on the sword dissipated, dropping to the ground. Although the sword control technique is a standard skill for all sword cultivation sects, using it was incredibly exhilarating, akin to wielding a sniper rifle with a target lock, shooting exactly where one points while also controlling the bullets. Intrigued by the sword control technique, Jiang Chen practiced several times in a row. She played until around 5 or 6 o'clock before finally calming her mind and logging off. After exiting the virtual cabin, Jiang Chen just pulled out her phone when she noticed a new message. The message indicated that a package had arrived and was now in the delivery room of the Academy's apartment complex. Jiang Chen's expression turned strange. If she had bought anything recently, it must be that item that had arrived. After bringing everything from the delivery room back home, she even felt a bit nervous. Jiang Chen cautiously opened the various packages, and one by one rare items began to appear. The most embarrassing of all was undoubtedly the blue bra. When Jiang Chen made the purchase, she had thought to select the most masculine color, but now looking at it, a bra is a bra. No color can hide its essence. After taking off her male clothing, Jiang Chen picked up the blue bra. Looking at it, she felt a rush of emotions. Before she became a woman, this kind of item was something she would hardly ever touch, and now she not only has to wear it daily, but also touch it every day. With clumsy techniques, Jiang Chen spent a full half an hour fastening the blue bra. She lowered her hands, moved around a bit, and aside from feeling a bit tight at the chest, everything else was fine. The bra task was complete, and now it was time for the female outfit segment. Compared to the embarrassing bra, the female outfit was much less shameful, and Jiang Chen expressionlessly put on the outfit. This female outfit was not a traditional dress, but rather more of a casual unisex clothing, naturally reducing the level of embarrassment. After tidying up her appearance, Jiang Chen went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. In the reflection, a radiant young girl exuded her immense charm. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Just as she was about to pose with her hands on her hips and smile, her expression suddenly changed drastically. She hurriedly dashed out of the bathroom and collapsed onto the bed, her mind swirling with fear. Had she just looked in the mirror to see how pretty she was? When did she start to gradually get used to this body? No, she is a proper man. I am a man, I am a man, I am a man. Jiang Chen kept repeating, giving herself a psychological suggestion. Just as Jiang Chen was gradually losing herself, a sudden vibration below made her jump up in fright. Upon checking, she realized her phone was ringing. What happened? Why are you thinking about going to the film studio again? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Tang Kersen chuckled foolishly. Senior sister, just now Mr. Mu called me and said that director Liu is willing to apologize for that incident, and it is said that he is preparing to cast me as the second female lead the ghost played by Wu Yan. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Doesn't Mr. Mu know the current situation at the film studio? What do you mean he doesn't know? Tang Kersen suddenly replied, astonished. The latest news from the film studio has spread wildly throughout the university town. It is said that Tianfeng Entertainment has invited a Taoist, and that Taoist is going to perform rituals at the film studio tonight. In other words, after tonight the film studio will be safe. A Taoist. Is that reliable? I hope it's not another scam. You see those plot lines in dramas where they go around scamming money and then get killed by ghosts. Senior sister, don't worry. Mr. Mu is a vice president of a company. He wouldn't choose someone randomly. He told me that this Taoist definitely has real skills as he comes from a long line of practitioners having passed down for 5 generations. If it were fake, it would have been exposed long ago. I feel like I'm more reliable, Jiang Chen pouted. Senior sister, weren't you also helpless against that female ghost yesterday? Perhaps this Taoist is really skilled in his craft. Let's hope so. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling that something was off. Although there was a Taoist handling the matter, now she still thought she should prepare for the worst. Kersen, can you still get something like Buddhist beads or other Taoist artifacts? Jiang Chen continued to ask. We don't have any at home, but I go to the temple with my grandma every weekend. I can help you look then, senior sister. Alright, if you can find some, I would appreciate it. The price shouldn't be too high. Don't worry, those old monks at the temple are more than willing to give my grandma some blessed items. They wouldn't dare ask her for money. Tang Kersen's giggles came through the phone. That's good to hear. Jiang Chen felt a bit relieved knowing it would be free. Senior sister, enough about the ghost and the Taoist. You still haven't answered if you're going to accompany me or not. Tang Kersen began to act cute over the phone. Of course I will accompany you. You've helped me, how could I not? Then senior sister, let's meet at the film studio entrance in an hour. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and walked towards the restroom. She tidied herself up and gathered her long hair into a ponytail. Looking at herself like this, she appeared much more refreshing. Next, she took a mask from the sink and put it on again. Having finally donned a female outfit, hoping no one would say anything, she unexpectedly caught the attention of the police. Jiang Chen now felt like a wanted criminal, afraid of the police, her classmates, and even her relatives. Sigh, Jiang Chen sighed, then pulled out the Yunyang sword from under the bed, looking for some old men's clothes. She cut these clothes into pieces and stitched them together to form a long strip of fabric, finally wrapping the Yunyang sword layer by layer with it. Since flying swords do not require anyone to hold them, the sword's ends are not protruded, and when tied up it resembles a long wooden stick. Although carrying it on her back still felt a bit awkward, it was much better than carrying a shiny sword. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen strapped the Yunyang sword to her back and headed downstairs. When Jiang Chen finished her meal and arrived at the entrance of the film studio, the crowd had already reached a peak. For some reason, there were more people today than ever before. Senior sister, over here. Tang Kersen's voice came from afar. Jiang Chen looked over and saw Tang Kersen standing at the corner waving her little hand. Today Tang Kersen wore a white dress and her short hair seemed to have grown a bit longer. Her previously pretty face had become even more charming. Jiang Chen squeezed through the crowd and approached Tang Kersen, asking curiously, Kersen, why are there so many people here tonight? It seems like there are several times more than usual. Isn't it because the film studio has gained notoriety? These people either want to see ghosts or watch the Taoist perform rituals. In any case, even though someone died at the film studio, it has attracted a larger portion of visitors. These people really aren't afraid of death, are they? Sometimes people are like that. They become curious just by hearing about something without experiencing it themselves, but when they actually go through it, it's too late for regrets. However, the number of people seeking danger is indeed a minority. With so many people here, it's likely that the so-called Taoist has given them a sense of safety and mystery. After the two met up, they followed the crowd toward the Wang Palace. When they arrived at the palace, it was also packed with people. In the center of the palace, there was a Taoist altar. Beside the altar, an elderly man in a deep yellow Taoist robe was chatting with Mu Tengfei and Lu Haixing. Around the Taoist altar, a security line was drawn, and at intervals, a film studio security guard stood watch. Tang Kersen directly pulled Jiang Chen and squeezed through the crowd until they reached the edge of the security line. In front of the security line, Tang Kersen took out her phone and dialed a number. Soon Mu Tengfei's phone rang on the other end. Mu Tengfei showed an apologetic expression to the Taoist, then walked aside to answer the phone. Hello, Mr. Mu, senior sister and I are here right behind you. On the other side, Mu Tengfei quickly turned around, and Tang Kersen immediately waved her hands. Mu Tengfei smiled slightly and walked towards Tang Kersen. As he walked, he signaled to the security guard nearby. The security guard understood immediately and walked over to Tang Kersen and Jiang Chen, signaling for them to come in. Only then did Tang Kersen and Jiang Chen bend down to pass through the security line. The sudden entrance of the two immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the palace. Jiang Chen, recalling her previous exposure in the video, felt a surge of embarrassment. Fortunately, this time she had changed into women's clothing and tied up her hair, so it shouldn't be so easy to recognize her. Very soon Mu Tengfei stood in front of the two. He was still as cheerful as ever. Miss Tang, Miss Jiang, you two should rest over there for a bit. I will go call Director Lu now. Jiang Chen and Tang Kersen nodded, following the security guard to a space behind the security line filled with tea and stools. The two casually picked a stool to sit down. They saw Mu Tengfei approach. Lu Haixing exchanged a few words, and then Lu Haixing left while Mu Tengfei returned once more. Miss Tang, there are too many people here. Director Lu finds it hard to apologize. He asked you to go directly to the cruise lounge where he will apologize to you and also directly sign the contract for the second female lead in the upcoming Palace Grievances production. Tang Kersen nodded happily, following a security guard away from there. Once Tang Kersen had walked far, Mu Tengfei turned back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart sank. However, I've already taken care of this matter, Mu Tengfei said, turning to add another remark. Jiang Chen looked at Mu Tengfei suspiciously. I should have mentioned that I won't do anything as a star at your agency. Miss Jiang, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely have no ulterior motives. Helping you like this is simply because I, Mu Tengfei, believe in you. I hope that when you consider pursuing a career as a celebrity in the future, you'll think of me first rather than going to another company. Mu Tengfei maintained a smile. Is it really just that? Miss Jiang, you are too suspicious, but really is just that. Oh, that's good then. Jiang Chen nodded. Since someone had helped her out for free, she was naturally very grateful. Miss Jiang, I used my connections to handle matters with the police, and in return you agreed to prioritize our Tianfeng when you decide to become an artist. We are even now, and I hope you will consider what I am about to say as an independent matter. From your tone, it sounds like you have something to ask of me. Jiang Chen glanced at Mu Tengfei. She thought to herself that this matter was not that simple. Even if Mu Tengfei claimed they were, even the cost of settling things with the police was not proportional to his request. A normal person would likely have lingering doubts at this point. No, it's not about asking Miss Jiang for a favor. Rather, I want to do business with Miss Jiang. Business? Yes, Miss Jiang, in a month, our Tianfeng Entertainment will hold a world-class fashion exhibition in Donghai City. Designers from all over the world will participate, and the theme is for them to create outfits that best highlight the beauty of the models we provide. These designers have high standards and will not settle for just any woman. After careful selection, we are still missing one model. We have been searching for 3 months, and if we hadn't run into Miss Jiang yesterday, we would have had to randomly pull someone in. But now that we have Miss Jiang, she is undoubtedly the perfect choice for the model. Jiang Chen's appearance in the surveillance video was not very clear, but upon closer inspection, one could still discern her excellent foundation. In Mu Tengfei's eyes, the fact that she could present such a posture in such unclear footage indicated that her real beauty must be extraordinary. Model? I can't be a model. Jiang Chen shook her head vigorously. How could they ask her to go on stage, shake her hips, and flaunt herself? Unless one day she completely changed her mind. Miss Jiang, please consider this carefully. Being a model does not require any professional skills. You simply need to wear the clothes made by the designers for a brief appearance and take a few photos. Of course, this modeling gig is completely unrelated to settling things with the police and is purely a business transaction. If you are willing to participate, we are prepared to pay this amount. Mu Tengfei extended 3 fingers. Do wealthy people nowadays enjoy being so ostentatious? Who knows what 3 fingers mean? I won't do it for any amount of money, Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Mu Tengfei smiled. Miss Jiang, 3 million. You only need to stay in Donghai City for a week, wear some clothes, strike a few poses, and you can earn this much money. Jiang Chen was taken aback, stammering, how much? 3 million, not a penny less. Jiang Chen gasped. She had always thought it was 3,000, at most 30,000. If it was 3,000, she would definitely scoff at it. If it were 30,000, she could endure it for the sake of her man's reputation. But 3 million. That was 10 times 30,000, 100 times 3,000. She could never save that much money in her lifetime, yet it was suddenly available to her. Mr. Mu, do I really just need to wear some clothes and take a few photos? Jiang Chen struggled to suppress her impulse to agree, carefully inquiring. It's absolutely genuine. However, the ownership of the clothes you wear and those photos will not belong to you, but to our Tianfeng group. No problem, Jiang Chen almost blurted out. Clothes. Photos. What use are they when it's a full 3 million? The dignity of a man. That had long been trampled by her countless times. Even if she stood at her doorstep and shouted that she was a man, her parents would probably not believe it. Thus, she was prepared to sacrifice that dignity once more, as she would pick it back up later. Miss Jiang, you are indeed straightforward. Please leave your phone number. In a month, I will have my people contact you to take you to Donghai City. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but still provided her mobile number. Miss Jiang, rest assured, our Tianfeng is not one of those unscrupulous mobile businesses. We will not leak your phone number. Mu Tengfei joked. Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly, realizing she had been overly cautious. Then the two began to chat casually. Mu Tingfei spoke with a clear purpose, seemingly trying to extract some family information from Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was keenly aware of this. Whenever sensitive topics came up, she deliberately diverted the conversation, making Mu Tingfei return empty-handed multiple times. Before long, Tang Kersen finally ran back, beaming with excitement. Seeing Jiang Chen, she immediately leaned and excitedly shouting, "Senior sister, I was just scouted by an agency. I'm about to become a star." An agency? Tang Kersen was supposed to sign a contract with a film crew, so why was she involved with an agency? Jiang Chen looked at Mu Tingfei in confusion. "Don't look at me. She didn't join Tianfeng, it's a small agency. That agency wanted to expand recently and was looking to recruit some potential actors. They asked me for recommendations, so I recommended Miss Tang, and director Lu sent over a few clips of her previous performances. Soon that small agency expressed their willingness to sign her. I must say Miss Tang is quite lucky," Mu Tingfei said casually. But anyone with discernment could see that luck had little to do with it. Being recommended by the vice president of Tianfeng certainly added points for Tang Kersen. However, given Tang Kersen's looks, it would indeed be difficult for her to be discovered and cultivated by talent scouts. Mu Tingfei's push behind the scenes had certainly lowered the difficulty for her. Tang Kersen naturally understood this. After being clingy with Jiang Chen, she immediately ran to Mu Tingfei, bowing repeatedly in thanks. It was evident that she was genuinely grateful to him. "Mr. Mu, I just walked around the palace and truly sensed a strong feeling of resentment. This resentment is quite troublesome. I worry that the female ghost will take advantage of the crowd to kill people without anyone noticing. If we delay, her power will grow stronger. I suggest we hold a ritual immediately." An old voice came from ahead. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw the old Taoist priest who was chatting merrily with Mu Tingfei and Lu Haixing approaching them step by step. So anxious. Shouldn't the Taoist first check the surveillance footage from last night in the lounge? Mu Tingfei was taken aback. No modern instruments can't reveal anything. However, due to his trust in Taoist Qian, Mu Tingfei did not ask any further and replied, "In that case, Taoist Qian, please begin quickly." Taoist Qian nodded and then added, "Mr. Mu, before we start, I need you to find a few people to help me." "No problem." Taoist Qian needs how many, and to do what, just tell me. The Taoist surnamed Qian did not answer immediately, but began calculating with his fingers. However, the more he calculated, the more furrowed his brow became. Seeing Taoist Qian's expression, Mu Tingfei quickly asked, "Is the noise bothering you? Should I have the crowd disperse?" Taoist Qian waved his hand. "No need, a larger crowd can actually intimidate the ghost. I was just trying to deduce the ghost's birth date and time, but for some reason I can't seem to do so. It's quite strange." "Well, no worries. Even if I can't discern the ghost's birth date and time, I can adapt to any situation. Please prepare 7 people for me, Mr. Mu." "All right." Mu Tingfei glanced around at the security personnel, was about to call out, but suddenly had a thought and turned to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen had no way of dealing with the female ghost last night, it seemed the ghost had no way to deal with her either. Given this, having Jiang Chen among the 7 would certainly be best. Thinking of this, Mu Tingfei turned and smiled at Jiang Chen. "Miss Jiang, let me introduce you to this renowned Taoist from my hometown, Taoist Qian." Jiang Chen sized up Qianzhen. Mu Tingfei then pointed to Jiang Chen and said to Qianzhen, "This is Jiang Chen, Miss Jiang. Thanks to her, we didn't suffer significant casualties yesterday, as she managed to hold off that female ghost." Upon hearing this, Qianzhen's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he nodded to Jiang Chen, asking, "I wonder which sect Miss Jiang hails from, a prestigious school or a humble family?" Neither. Jiang Chen had no knowledge regarding these matters. "Oh, has Miss Jiang been taught a few tricks by any masters?" "Not really, it's more like self-taught." Jiang Chen thought for a moment. The sword was a weapon from her game, so saying she self-taught wasn't entirely incorrect. Jiang Chen answered honestly, but this statement caused Qianzhen's expression to darken. "Absurd. Is the art of ghost capturing and exorcising something that can be learned just by reading scriptures? You probably survived yesterday merely by chance." Qianzhen shouted angrily, showing no respect to Jiang Chen. His fierce demeanor made Jiang Chen want to hit him. She couldn't help but think, was she not capable of reviewing the surveillance footage circulating online? Jiang Chen was filled with indignation. Seeing the tension between the two, Mu Tingfei hurriedly tried to mediate. "Taoist Qian, please don't be angry. Miss Jiang actually possesses considerable strength." After speaking, he turned to Jiang Chen and explained, "Miss Jiang, the situation is like this. Taoist Qian said he needs 7 people to assist him, and among those here you are most familiar with ghosts, so I would like you to be one of the 7 and help Taoist Qian a little." "No way." Jiang Chen and Qianzhen almost spoke in unison. Jiang Chen's refusal, Mu Tingfei could understand. After all, Qianzhen's attitude towards her wasn't good. However, he did not understand why Qianzhen would refuse. Although Qianzhen seemed to hold some prejudice against Jiang Chen, clearly someone knowledgeable in this area would be much better than someone who wasn't. "Mr. Mu, don't misunderstand. While Miss Jiang may be a bit arrogant, my refusal is not based on that, but rather because these 7 must be of pure yang constitution, meaning they must be men." Qianzhen spoke with certainty, making it quite convincing. I see. Mu Tingfei then awkwardly looked at Jiang Chen and said, Miss Jiang, I apologize, you can continue sitting. I will help Daoist Qian prepare for a moment. After saying this, Mu Tingfei walked over to the security perimeter to begin gathering the guards. Once Mu Tingfei left, Qian Jin shot Jiang Chen a glance absurd. He then flicked his sleeve and leisurely made his way to the altar. Tang Kurson, witnessing all this from the side, said somewhat resentfully, Senior, that Daoist Qian seems to dislike you a lot. Who cares? Jiang Chen never took the words of these nonsensical people to heart. She stood up and continued, Kurson, you've signed the contract. Shouldn't we head back now? What's there to see? Besides, if this Daoist can't even deal with the ghost, then this place will be even more dangerous. In Jiang Chen's view, rather than watching this here, it would be better to go back and play games. If Daoist Qian could indeed eliminate the female ghost, she could return tomorrow to collect the fragments. If he couldn't, staying in this special seat would make her an even easier target for the ghost. Senior, you might have to wait a bit. The production company's contract is signed, but the office just asked me to go over there later to take a few photos for reporting materials. Tang Kurson showed an apologetic expression. How long will it take? Very soon. Jiang Chen had no choice but to sit back down reluctantly. At this moment, in the center of the venue, 7 sturdy security guards had already been gathered. Qian Jun distributed the large rooster he had prepared in advance equally among the 7. After giving a few instructions, the 7 men held the roosters and stood in a strange formation in front of the altar. Once the 7 were in position, Qian Jun walked to the front of the altar, raised his peachwood sword, and sternly shouted, Begin the ritual. As he spoke, he pointed the peachwood sword, which accurately directed towards the well. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. This Qian Jun truly lived up to his reputation, as he could actually perceive that the female ghost resided within the well. Qian Jun began chanting incantations, dipping the sticky rice on the altar into the black dog's blood, and with a flick the sticky rice flew towards the mouth of the well, landing entirely inside. Why aren't you showing yourself quickly? Qian Jun shouted again. At this moment, the surrounding crowd fell silent, and from the mouth of the well, thin wisps of black smoke began to rise. Seeing the black smoke, Qian Jun blinked, seemingly thinking he had misjudged. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen quickly drew out the Yunyang sword from behind, ready to unsheath it. What are ghosts? Qian Jun, someone who has been in this line of work for generations, knows all too well. The so-called ghosts, rather than being spirits, are more appropriately described as a form of electromagnetic wave or a malicious thought entity. Ghosts exist everywhere in the world. Humans cannot see or touch them, and ghosts cannot touch humans either. Only when this thought entity undergoes some kind of mutation can it interfere with humans. However, even mutated thought entities can only kill by entering dreams or creating illusions. If a person has a strong will, then ghosts are utterly useless. This is also why ghosts have always been mentioned, yet remain undetectable, for they do not possess a physical form. Only cultivators like Qian Jun can sense a hint of their presence. As for the ghosts depicted on television, Qian Jun has always scoffed at them. If ghosts were truly that powerful and terrifying, humanity would have long been nearly wiped out by them, and it would not be as peaceful as it is now with only occasional rumors. When he took on this job, Qian Jun had not watched the videos online. After receiving a call from Mu Tingfei in the morning, he hurried to the film city for the substantial reward, spending the time from morning to afternoon either on the road or preparing the talismans he would need. This does not mean Qian Jun is overconfident. Rather, according to the basic beliefs of cultivators like him, invisible ghosts cannot be detected by the naked eye or instruments. Since nothing was visible in the video, there was no need to watch or inquire further. Seeing that Qian Jun did not ask questions, Mu Tingfei assumed he was confident and did not explain in detail that the ghost had a physical form, only vaguely mentioning that a female ghost had killed. Qian Jun had always believed that the ghost was killing the 2 victims through illusions. Only now did he realize he was completely mistaken. This ghost was nothing like the thought entities they usually encountered. It was clearly an incredibly real soul. This greatly impacted Qian Jun's values. However, with the situation as it was, Qian Jun had to act decisively. He shouted, "Everyone point your chicken heads at the female ghost." The 7 security guards immediately complied. Yet the ghost appeared unaffected, still floating at the mouth of the well, her head slightly twisted at a bizarre angle, grinning with a strange laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Tang Kurson, who were in the special class, could clearly feel that the female ghost was watching them. Jiang Chen hesitated no longer, swiftly drawing the Yunyang sword and raising it in front of her, locking eyes with the female ghost. As Jiang Chen drew the Yunyang sword, the ghost's laughter abruptly stopped her expression, turning wary. Qian Jun, witnessing the female ghost's stillness from the front of the altar, was overjoyed and sternly said, "Beast, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape my 7 gates lock dragon formation." As he spoke, Qian Jun picked up the black dog blood from the altar and poured it all over the peach with sword, shouting, "Die." Qian Jun began to walk and dance toward the female ghost, conjuring multiple sword flowers out of thin air, causing the red black dog blood to scatter beautifully, thrilling the onlookers. From the perspective of special effects, this was undoubtedly a high-skill, high-difficulty sword dance performance. As Jiang Chen approached the female ghost, he finally caught her attention. The female ghost let out a fierce roar toward Jiang Chen and then swiftly flew toward Jiang Chen. Before anyone could react, the next moment the female ghost had already slapped the peachwood sword out of Jiang Chen's hand. This is bad. Jiang Chen immediately rushed toward the female ghost. She initially thought that Jiang Chen was displaying impressive skills with the peachwood sword, but now she realized that he was merely a facade of strength. Jiang Chen was stunned when the female ghost knocked the peachwood sword away. Before he could regain his senses, the female ghost had already grasped his neck with both hands. The surrounding security guards, seeing this, dared not stay nearby and immediately scattered in all directions. Jiang Chen's face turned red from the choking as he desperately tried to pull off his Taoist robe. Then, biting his tongue, he spat a mouthful of blood toward the female ghost. The ghost was splattered with blood, making a crackling sound, but aside from that, the female ghost showed no intention of letting go. Master Ancestor, save me. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally managed to loosen the ties of his robe. He shouted as he tore it open, revealing a jade pendant inside, depicting an old man sitting cross-legged, which suddenly emitted a brilliant light. The female ghost shrieked in shock, but her hands still clutched Jiang Chen tightly. Seeing that this did not make the ghost loosen her grip, Jiang Chen's face turned ashen. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to give up, struggling and await death, a streak of light descended. The female ghost hurriedly withdrew her hand, yet one hand was still a moment too late, slicing off a large chunk. Accompanying this was the jade pendant of Jiang Chen, which was also severed from its cord. With a clatter, the jade pendant fell to the ground. Grab this jade pendant and take everyone away from here immediately, Jiang Chen urged as she arrived. She truly wanted to chop this useless Taoist with her sword. He was incompetent and yet causing chaos. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly as she really did not want to have to deal with the ghost again. It was not only unbeneficial but also exhausting. If the female ghost went wild, she might be in danger. Just when Jiang Chen thought the next actions would be similar to yesterday's, she suddenly heard another clang. The sound was very close. Jiang Chen glanced to the side and saw Jiang Chen bent over, trembling all over as he stretched his leg. Meanwhile, the jade pendant that had fallen at his feet was accidentally kicked away by him while he was trying to pick it up. You are a Taoist after all. How can you be this scared? Jiang Chen felt helpless to complain. Just as she was about to tell Jiang Chen to leave first and let her pick it up, Jiang Chen suddenly moved. He took a step and hurriedly chased after the direction in which the jade pendant rolled. However, the rolling direction of the jade pendant was in a semicircular arc curving toward the female ghost. Jiang Chen, focused on the jade pendant, did not notice he was getting closer to the ghost, still rushing forward as if afraid of missing it. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This was not how to seek death. Sure enough, the female ghost, having lost one arm, saw Jiang Chen approaching and immediately grasped him again. This time Jiang Chen had no jade pendant with him. Even though Jiang Chen rushed over, she was simply unable to reach him in time. The female ghost had learned to be clever. She did not choke Jiang Chen to death, but instead pulled him up and floated toward the well, directly jumping in with him. When Jiang Chen reached the well and looked inside, it was already pitch black. She knew very well that if she did not hurry to rescue him, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly die. Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Mu Tingfei, who looked somewhat pale. Mr. Mu, prepare a rope immediately. I need to go down. Mu Tingfei, not disappointing his status, immediately understood Jiang Chen's intent upon hearing her call. He calmly instructed several security guards, dismiss these spectators, go get the rope, right away, hurry. The security guards sprang into action. Jiang Chen walked to the spot where the jade pendant had rolled and slowly retrieved it, already forming plans in her mind. Though earlier than she had expected, this might yet prove an opportunity. Because Jiang Chen had been dragged to the bottom of the well, she now had motive to descend and attempt a rescue. But the pendant did not dissipate when it touched the female ghost. Unlike Tang Kursen's prayer beads, meant this pendant was far more potent than ordinary Buddhist or Taoist talismans. Even if Tang Kursen promised to look into such objects over the weekend, who could say how effective they would truly be? The pendant had just unleashed a tremendous surge of energy while in Jiang Chen's hands. It was unquestionably a supreme treasure. At first glance, the pendant seemed incapable of injuring the ghost, yet Jiang Chen could sense that without that eruption of power, Jiang Chen's head would likely already have been severed from his body. Putting the pendant into her sleeve, she heard Mu Tingfei call out, Miss Jiang, the rope is here. Jiang Chen turned. The crowd outside the palace had largely been driven away. Several guards stood at a distance from the well, holding the hemp rope, unwilling to come any closer. With no other choice, Jiang Chen approached the guards. Give it to me, she said, reaching for the end of the rope held by one of them. The guard handed it over at once. Jiang Chen wrapped the rope around her body twice and tied a neat butterfly knot. When I am lowered, you will ease me down slowly. If I reach the bottom, I will tug twice. If I need to be pulled back up, I will pull the rope 3 times. Do you understand? She instructed the guards. The guards assured her repeatedly that they understood. Mu Tingfei then stepped forward, worry in his voice. Miss Jiang, should I send a few more people down with you? Jiang Chen glanced at the guards. They all averted their eyes at once. She would have welcomed a few assistants to draw the ghost's attention, but judging by these men, they would only tremble in the well. If they died, they would merely grant the ghost more experience. No need, Jiang Chen replied coldly. The guards suddenly erupted with joy, casting looks of gratitude at her from afar. Alone, she stepped to the edge of the well and glanced back at the guards who remained stubbornly far away, sighing inwardly. It was fine for them to keep their distance. The rope was long enough. She only hoped they would not flee at the slightest provocation. After testing the rope and finding it secure, Jiang Chen jumped into the well. During the descent, she kept the tip of the Yunyang sword pointed downward, prepared for a sudden attack from below. As she fell deeper, the light faded, and the air grew foul. A nauseating mix of rot and urine assaulted her nostrils. After an indeterminate time, her feet struck something hard beneath her, the bottom at last. There was no water in the well. It had long since dried up. Gradually, Jiang Chen became accustomed to the dark and could make out larger shapes around her. She tugged the rope twice and it ceased to descend. Untying the hemp, she scanned the space and immediately noticed a small cavern to her left. Collecting herself, she moved toward the little cave, Yunyang's sword held against her chest, ready for any danger. The entrance was narrow, barely half her height, yet upon stepping inside, she discovered a realm unlike the bleak mouth of the well. Stalactites and stalagmites shimmered with a lattice of colored light illuminating the hollow. At the cave's far end, she found Qianzhen curled in a corner, trembling. As she drew closer, she realized the lower part of his garments was completely soaked. No wonder she had smelled urine, or it came from here. Jiang Chen felt a chill. For a man well past 50 to be in such a state, he who claimed to exorcise ghosts, was almost absurd. Still, in a strange way, it was fortunate. Though she professed to have come down to save him, a ghost would kill in an instant. It would not wait for someone to fetch a rope. Jiang Chen had assumed Qianzhen dead. Finding him alive was unexpected. She paused instead of rushing forward, continually surveying the surroundings. Qianzhen was here, but where was the female ghost? Jiang Chen was no fool, but she would not run recklessly. If Qianzhen were the ghost in disguise, she would be walking to her own death. She shifted her gaze, and after a moment noticed details. She had missed bats clinging to the rock and several strange alien flowers and herbs. Most significant of all, not far from Qianzhen lay a skeleton in ancient garb. Above the skull, a single stone differed completely from the other mineral formations. The so-called stone was better described as glass, for at its center burned a flickering flame that leapt as if it were alive. System prompt: energy fragment detected. Please recover it as soon as possible. Jiang Chen froze. So that was the energy fragment. Are you Miss Jiang? Miss Jiang, save me quick. At some point, the crouched Qianzhen had seen Jiang Chen at the cave entrance and began to cry for help in a panic. Now that he had been spotted, Jiang Chen stepped toward him and asked as she walked, "Taoist Qian, so you are not dead after all. I thought you were surely gone." Qianzhen answered with a face still pale from fright. "I too believed I was done for. Fortunately, my Yangji Ganlu proved decisive at the crucial moment." Yangji Ganlu. Jiang Chen glanced toward the damp patch. "You're in driving off ghosts. Could that be? When I was young, my master once divined my fate and told me I must never break my chastity in this life, or I would face mortal danger. I have obeyed for 30 years out of duty. At first I doubted, but I endured. Today's events prove that the 60 years I preserved my purity have at last borne great merit. My master did not deceive me." Pride spread across Qianzhen's sallow face as if he anticipated praise. Even on the verge of death, he was self-satisfied. Jiang Chen shook her head, unwilling to waste words on such a fool. Unconsciously, she had stepped to Qianzhen's side. Just as she reached out to grab him, her right hand, still gripping the Yunyang sword, drove the blade hard backward. A terrible scream tore through the cave from behind, echoing in every corner. Jiang Chen looked at the stunned figure of Qianzhen before her, and a small cunning smile flickered in her eyes. "You." Qianzhen pointed at Jiang Chen. "What are you talking about? Your acting is laughably crude. Would a Taoist master past 50 truly jest about himself? Had he never spoken to me before, I might have hesitated, but his character had long since revealed itself in full, unyielding, stubborn, and fiercely uncompromising." As he spoke, Jiang Chen instantly withdrew the outstretched hand and swiftly drew forth a jade pendant from within his sleeve, pressing it firmly against Qianzhen's chest. Qianzhen barely had time to react. The moment the pendant touched his body, a mournful, desolate wail echoed forth from within it. To be honest, I've long wondered why the energy fragment produced only that single female specter. After all, the mutation originated from the region itself, not from individual entities. Now, however, I understand the other corrupted spirits were simply too weak, so frail they could not withstand even the overwhelming human qi permeating the outside world. Thus, whenever we arrived, only that one female ghost ever manifested. Jiang Chen's words had scarcely faded when chilling gales erupted around them, accompanied by ceaseless, sorrowful wails. Qianzhen's eyelids began to roll upward uncontrollably. After several violent tremors, his gaze suddenly stilled. Then, as if aged 10 years in an instant, he trembled violently, pointing a quivering finger at Jiang Chen and uttering a statement that even startled Jiang Chen herself. How can a girl like you wield my sect's ultimate yang artifact, the Tai Su pendant? It is impossible. This pendant can only be activated by the pure yang essence accumulated over 20 years of celibacy. Though near death, he awoke only to interrogate Jiang Chen, leaving her utterly speechless at Qian Zhen's absurdity. Yet those 20 years of celibacy struck her with peculiar, unsettling intensity. After all, she might never graduate from celibacy in this lifetime. As for maidenhood, perhaps in the next. I see. Qian Zhen murmured, eyes fixed upon the jade pendant in Jiang Chen's hand. Master Ancestor, do you believe male Taoist masters no longer suit the times? Might female masters attract greater favor? I understand fully. Upon my return, I shall take 100 disciples, every last one a woman, to ensure the Qian family rises once more. He raved on, his entire worldview visibly shaken anew. Yet that 100 disciples, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel increasingly uneasy. At that moment, the surrounding wails and howls swelled louder, growing ever more frenzied. Seeing this, Jiang Chen had no patience left for Qian Zhen's ravings. She whirled sharply and dashed straight toward the energy fragment. System, can the energy fragment be severed directly? System notification: yes, under specific conditions. If the fragmented energy remains within 2 meters of the auxiliary system after shattering, the system may still absorb it. Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Chen shed all hesitation and swung her sword downward with crushing force. As if sensing imminent peril, the surrounding gales surged into violent frenzy, converging upon Jiang Chen all at once. Yet these gales proved no match for the Yunyang sword. Each sweep shattered them into dissipating wisps. Jiang Chen was now mere moments away from seizing the energy fragment. Suddenly, the pile of white bones beneath the fragment trembled faintly. Then in an instant, the female ghost erupted from within them. The abrupt turn of events froze Jiang Chen mid-stride. She still held the Yunyang sword aloft. Was charging headlong really wise? Yet just as Jiang Chen braced for a direct clash, the ghost abruptly lowered her head, slipping beneath the blade with eerie grace. Like a serpent, she coiled up from Jiang Chen's feet, wrapping tightly around her back. The Yunyang sword could not reach such an angle, so Jiang Chen frantically swung the jade pendant by its cord behind her. The ghost shrieked relentlessly, but clung ever tighter to Jiang Chen's back. Danger! She seeks to possess you. Qian Zhen suddenly cried out in alarm. Jiang Chen immediately felt a prickling, numbing sensation spreading across her back, and shouted urgently, "Can possession happen so easily? How do I break free?" Possession depends upon both the host's constitution and the spirit's strength. Given this ghost's ferocity, even a robust adult would struggle to resist, let alone a girl inherently attuned to Yin energy like yourself. Stop stalling, just tell me how to stop it. Ordinarily, biting one's tongue to release yang-infused blood suffices, but this ghost possesses tangible form. Whether that method works, I cannot say, unless what? Unless the blood comes from a celibate man's tongue. A celibate man's tongue blood is the most potent yang essence under heaven. Though lacking in raw destructive power, it forms an impenetrable shield for the soul. No ghost, however vile, could ever possess you. Master Qian, may I ask you something? Miss Jiang, facing such peril, you still find time to question this humble Taoist. Truly, I am awestruck. Master Qian, if a man who'd maintained 20 years of celibacy underwent surgery in Thailand, would his tongue blood retain its supreme yang potency? An excellent question. Strictly speaking, post-surgery, he ceases to be a man, but the yang essence accumulated over decades does not vanish overnight. Its persistence hinges largely on how recently the procedure occurred. If long ago, it is surely gone. If performed recently, however, that yang essence remains profoundly potent. Ah, good. With resolve, Jiang Chen bit down hard upon her own tongue. Ah! The ghost behind her recoiled as though struck by immense force, shrieking in agony. Jiang Chen felt searing heat erupt across her back, as if her flesh were boiling in scalding water. Before Jiang Chen could cry out in pain, the ghost let loose an even more harrowing wail. Her hands previously gripping Jiang Chen's shoulders snapped inward, and she collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Feeling sudden relief across her back, Jiang Chen whirled and brought the Yunyang sword down in a decisive strike. As the ghost attempted to flee, Jiang Chen hurled the jade pendant. The pendant blazed with fierce light, then shattered as if its lifespan had expired. The ghost stumbled violently from the impact, and in that single fatal misstep, Jiang Chen drove the Yunyang sword deep into her spectral form. The ghost convulsed once, uttering no sound, before dissolving into nothingness. Why could she not possess you? Qian Zhen stared dumbfounded. Those questions you asked just now, could it be? Jiang Chen's lips twitched twice. Then she strode forward and delivered a sharp kick squarely to Qian Zhen's head. Qian Zhen crashed heavily to the ground, but refused to close his eyes, continuing to stare unblinkingly at Jiang Chen. Why did that ghost not seize you, heathen as she did me? Why did she risk injury merely to possess you? Master Qian, some truths are best left unknown. Jiang Chen raised the hilt of the Yunyang sword and brought it crashing down upon Qianzhen's forehead once more. Her strike was perfectly calibrated, a blow strong enough to render him unconscious, yet posing no danger to his life. The cave was still filled with a chilling wind, yet this wind lacked the ferocity it had when it attacked Jiang Chen earlier. Jiang Chen clapped her hands as she had long wanted to give that old Taoist a good beating, and she had to admit the feeling was truly refreshing. Of course, her intention was not merely to vent her frustration, but rather it was purposeful. She had heard from someone that when a person's head suffers a violent impact, they often lose some of their most recent memories. Although she didn't know if it was true, it was worth a try. If it turned out to be true, that would be best if false, then a trip to the hospital would lead to no one believing the ramblings of someone claiming to have suffered a concussion. Seeing that Qianzhen was lying still with lifeless eyes, Jiang Chen finally felt at ease and walked toward the energy fragment. The surrounding chilling winds suddenly picked up, and the weak spirits seemed agitated, yet they dared not approach Jiang Chen. With the female ghost no longer obstructing her, the other little ghosts posed no threat. Instead of using her sword to slash at them like before, Jiang Chen reached out her hand to touch the energy fragment. System prompt contact with grade energy fragment initiated absorbing. As the glass-like stone touched Jiang Chen's palm, it began to melt with a sizzling sound, as if it were some corrosive substance. In just a moment, the fist-sized stone had completely melted away in Jiang Chen's hand, leaving not a single drop. System prompt grade energy fragment absorption complete, transferring to central system. System prompt transfer successful. The central system will provide feedback, beginning feedback process. System prompt feedback successful. GM will receive the following rewards from the central system. Please check. You will receive the following fixed reward. The cultivation of the character in the game is reflected in reality. You will receive the following random reward. Randomly materialize the items held by the character in the game. Random chances 1. Since this is your first time completing a fragment collection task, you will receive an additional materialization opportunity. Current chances 2. System prompt. Do you wish to claim everything now? Yes, no. Jiang Chen did not hesitate to select yes. System prompt beginning to grant fixed reward. Reward complete. Congratulations, GM. Your cultivation has reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Since the player does not possess a heart method, the system will additionally reward GM with the Yunyang heart method from the 1st to the 6th layer. Jiang Chen felt as though her entire body was infused with a peculiar power, becoming incredibly light and her senses sharper than ever. When she gently jumped, she surprisingly soared half her body height. Without a running start, Jiang Chen felt that with one she could jump even higher. Such a leap was already infinitely close to the limits of human capability. In addition, Jiang Chen sensed a warm flow coursing through her blood, a sensation entirely different from that in the game. In the game, unless Jiang Chen consciously sensed her heart method, she felt no different from an ordinary person. However, in reality, she could feel her cultivation at all times. System prompt beginning to grant random reward. Executing random selection. Ding. Selection successful. You have obtained a storage bag. Storage bag, a common spatial magic tool for storing items in the game. Ascending Immortality classified as a non-spirit tool due to lacking a grade. System prompt beginning to grant additional reward. Executing random selection. Ding. Selection successful. You have obtained a purple veil. System prompt as the purple veil is an NPC exclusive equipment with no effects. The system will replace it with a similar item for the player. System prompt beginning replacement. Replacement successful. You lost the purple veil and obtained the Mist Illusion Veil. Mist Illusion Veil, a Tier 3 spirit tool, extremely rare. When activated, it can dispel certain illusions. When worn, it creates an illusion that allows cultivators below the foundation establishment stage and mortals to perceive the wearer in a way determined by the wearer. The illusion can only be activated for 5 consecutive hours each day. As soon as the system finished speaking, a belt the size of a palm and a white veil appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Chen. Before either could fall, Jiang Chen quickly reached out her non-sword holding hand to catch the storage bag, then used her wrist to secure the veil that was still drifting down. Jiang Chen glanced at the storage bag, and with a thought, the Yunyang sword in her other hand instantly vanished. At that moment, she could clearly feel the Yunyang sword was within the storage bag. With another thought, the Yunyang sword reappeared in her hand. Quite convenient, Jiang Chen contentedly stored the storage bag away and looked at the Mist Illusion Veil. The Mist Illusion Veil was a white veil. After examining it for a while, Jiang Chen could not discern anything notable. Given the veil's effect without anyone else testing it, she decided not to investigate further and simply tossed it into the storage bag. At this moment, aside from the lingering chill in the cave, there was no longer the previous gust of wind. With the loss of the energy fragment's support, these ghosts seemed to have reverted to ordinary spirits, no longer possessing their prior power. Jiang Chen approached Qianzhen, who was still unconscious, and grasped his Taoist robe, giving it a slight tug. Surprisingly light. Jiang Chen felt a bit astonished. Could it be that gaining cultivation not only increased her jump height, but also her strength? With another tug, Jiang Chen managed to lift Qianzhen entirely. Indeed, her strength had increased, and she secretly rejoiced as she began to pull Jiang Chen toward the cave's exit. Dragging him out of the cave, Jiang Chen saw that the rope was still hanging, and she let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed those security guards still had a bit of conscience. Reaching the rope, Jiang Chen lifted Jiang Chen with one hand, while with the other she securely bound him, then pulled 3 times. The rope began to rise slowly. Before long, a voice from above the well reached her. "Senior sister, did you bring Daoist Qian up?" Jiang Chen felt somewhat comforted, while everyone else dared not approach the well. Only Tang Kersen had the audacity to come and inquire, clearly showing her concern for Jiang Chen. "Yes, everything is fine down here. The female ghost is dead," Jiang Chen shouted to the outside. "Really? That's wonderful." Tang Kersen immediately called out a few times into the distance, "Lower the rope again, senior sister is still down there." Soon the rope was lowered once more. Jiang Chen tied herself to the rope and then pulled it 3 times. She was subsequently lifted up. As Jiang Chen climbed out of the well, a crowd had gathered in the distance. In the middle of that crowd, Qian Zhen lay motionless on the ground. Seeing Jiang Chen come up, Mu Tingfei, who had been standing there, quickly approached and asked what happened to Daoist Qian. Hearing this question, Jiang Chen knew it was time for her to perform. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, unable to help but say, "When I went down, Daoist Qian was in a fierce battle with that female ghost. I was just about to rush in to help, but Daoist Qian accidentally got hit by the ghost and crashed against the wall, striking his head. He fainted immediately, and after I dealt with the ghost, Daoist Qian has not woken up. I have no idea how he is now. So he just bumped his head. That's good to hear." Mu Tingfei also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that another death in the film city would be truly irreparable. "Miss Jiang, I really don't know how to thank you this time. How about this? Tianfeng is willing to offer 30,000 as compensation for your hard work. What do you think?" 30,000. Jiang Chen was taken aback. They actually have money. She had never considered such a stroke of good fortune. "I know Miss Jiang must think this is too little, but our Tianfeng has invested too much in that fashion show recently and is now financially strained. The last payment of 100,000 was promised to Daoist Qian. Given that Daoist Qian has ended up like this because of it, first using some formation to prevent the ghost from moving and later still battling fiercely with the ghost in the well, he has fulfilled his responsibility. Therefore, we cannot deduct this money, and Miss Jiang will have to bear with it. We can only offer 30,000. 100,000. So that person surnamed Qian is so capable of making money." Jiang Chen felt a surge of jealousy. After all, she had managed everything while Qian Zhen had only contributed his jade pendant, which was somewhat useful, but had done nothing else. However, Jiang Chen could not tell Mu Tingfei that this matter had nothing to do with Qian Zhen and was entirely resolved by her. If she said that, regardless of whether Mu Tingfei believed her, her friendliness would surely plummet, making him think she was a cold-hearted or greedy person. Moreover, Jiang Chen had previously claimed that Qian Zhen was fighting hard in the well. Now to say he had nothing to do with it would be like slapping her own face. Watching the 100,000 slip away before her eyes, Jiang Chen felt heartbroken. Why did she have to let her mouth run loose and create such a reason? "Miss Jiang, what's wrong?" Seeing Jiang Chen gritting her teeth in frustration, Mu Tingfei asked with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. 30,000 is great. Let's go with 30,000. Jiang Chen quickly nodded. "Then please provide me with your bank account number, and I'll have the finance department transfer the funds to you." Jiang Chen immediately provided a number. No one was more familiar with her bank account than Jiang Chen, as she had only one and had used it for many years. Mu Tingfei recorded the account number in his phone and then walked over to check on Qian Zhen's injuries. "Senior, are you injured?" After Jiang Chen finished talking with Mu Tingfei, Tang Kersen approached, slightly worried. "Do I look like someone who would get hurt by that little ghost?" Jiang Chen joked. "I don't think so either," Tang Kersen giggled. "Senior, should we head back now? Aren't you supposed to go to that agency for a photo shoot?" Jiang Chen looked at Tang Kersen in confusion. "It's done. While you were downstairs, I went and took a few pictures. That was quick and finished in no time." "I see, then let's head back. It's getting late anyway." Jiang Chen glanced at the deepening night sky and nodded. The two said goodbye to Mu Tingfei and left the film city. When they reached outside, an ambulance happened to pull up at the hospital entrance. Several medical personnel got out and hurried toward the Wang Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, it should have been Mu Tingfei who called for them due to Qian Zhen. After parting with Tang Kersen, Jiang Chen was just about to hail a cab when her phone rang. She picked up and a female voice came through. "Jiang Chen, it's me, Gao Lo." Jiang Chen recognized it was Gao Lo and quickly lowered her voice, pretending to be male. "Supervisor Gao, is there something you need? About the matter coming up in 3 days at the company, you should be aware, right?" It turned out to be work-related. Calling late at night to inquire, Gao Lo was indeed diligent. "Captain Qin has already informed me," Jiang Chen replied. "Good. Jiang Chen, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully." "Truthfully? This sounds serious." "Supervisor Gao, go ahead and ask." Jiang Chen felt a bit anxious. "Are you a hacker?" "Supervisor Gao, you must be joking. My home situation means I barely use the computer. How could I be a hacker?" "Then how come your voice and features have changed? They don't match what we have on file here at all." Gao's voice sounded somewhat weary. Supervisor Gao, I really don't know. After I entered the game, I just turned out like this. When Jiang Chen first entered the game, she knew nothing. Alright, consider this a casual inquiry, as the issue isn't severe. Let me ask you about that video circulating on the forum. Do you have any explanation for that? Video? What video? Supervisor Gao, I don't even own a computer, how would I know about any forum? Alright, I almost forgot. In that case, use your phone's browser to search for our Ascension official site, then click on the forum, and look for the video at Yukansik that is currently trending. Jiang Chen agreed, and somewhat suspiciously ended the call, opened her browser, and found the Ascension official forum. Almost instantly, Jiang Chen spotted the eye-catching post. Discovery of suspected hidden NPC character. Jiang Chen clicked in, and saw a video playing showing her chatting with the guards in Juxian City. Jiang Chen finally understood why Gao Lu was looking for her. Did you see it? What explanation do you have for this? Supervisor Gao, I was just trying to help that player named by Luolan. I don't know why those guards let her go. Do you believe me? I don't believe you. Although I don't believe our technical department didn't find any anomalies in your data while testing the game. We originally thought this was just an anomaly, but then events unfolded that we had to take seriously. Supervisor Gao, what happened? It's about your ability to reduce player goodwill to 100. Jiang Chen, are you hiding something from me? Supervisor Gao, what could I possibly hide from you? Do you realize that you are currently the biggest bug in the game? Our entire Yuhui technical team is in a frenzy over you, and yet we have no solution. Supervisor Gao, is it really that serious? Jiang Chen, Manager Lin called you here not just because of a complaint, but because of everything that has happened during this time. In 3 days, be prepared with your explanation, otherwise you might get fired. Gao Le's words made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. Fired? That's enough. Think it over carefully, Jiang Chen. The voice on the other end of the line fell silent. Jiang Chen slipped the phone back into her pocket, her anxiety deepening. If she lost this job, how would she face her parents? How would she account for it to others? She wandered home in a daze. That night, for once, she lay awake, unable to sleep. She drifted off only when she no longer knew the hour, vaguely aware that dawn was already breaking. System alert notice. Player by Luolan is exploring the Huiling Valley. Conditions for triggering the evaluation test have been met. Please Game Master immediately enter the Huiling Valley instance to prepare for assessment. System alert notice. Player by Luolan is exploring the Huiling Valley. Conditions for triggering the evaluation test have been met. Please Game Master immediately enter the Huiling Valley instance to prepare for assessment. Jiang Chen felt her mind threatening to fracture, yet the system's voice still echoed insistently in her ears. By Luolan, Huiling Valley. With great effort, Jiang Chen raised a hand and retrieved her phone to check the time. 910. Are today's youth truly this industrious? Jiang Chen murmured inwardly. She forced herself out of bed, completed a hasty wash, then reclined into her neural immersion pod. System, where have they progressed? System alert, the Bai Luolan squad has nearly reached the midsection of the Huiling Valley. Then there's still time. Jiang Chen closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she stood precisely where she had logged out last. Mounting her immortal crane, Jiang Chen suddenly realized she had no idea where the Huiling Valley even was. System, can you auto-navigate me there? System alert confirmed. The immortal crane beneath her feet instantly responded, as if receiving command. Before Jiang Chen could steer it, the creature spread its wings and soared unbidden toward a distant direction. At that moment, outside the Huiling Valley, an unexpected crowd of players had quietly gathered. Many stood before 2 large wooden signboards, each bearing an identical abstract topographic map. On both maps, 4 red dots pulsed steadily, inching forward with measured slowness. When Jiang Chen arrived, the players remained transfixed upon the twin boards. Today's quite entertaining. 2 pioneering squads are attempting the Huiling Valley simultaneously. Give it up. Do you really think Bai Luolan's team from Yunyang sect stands a chance? The real focus is Juetian's squad from the 5 great sects. Don't underestimate them. Bai Luolan's progress appears no slower than Juetian's. They've already reached Qi refinement level 2. No minor monster could stall them. Their pace is perfectly reasonable now. But once they confront the first boss, the true contest will begin. By the way, I heard Juetian's squad applied for an official live broadcast of their run today. Anyone know where they are right now? I've got intel. They're about to reach the same minor boss they previously failed to defeat. Jiang Chen frowned faintly atop her crane. What uncanny coincidence. That 2 teams were pioneering the valley at once. Juetian. That name sounded strangely familiar. Jiang Chen strained to recall. Suddenly memory surfaced last night. While browsing the official forum, she'd seen not only her own post, but beneath it countless threads announcing that Juetian, ranked first on the celestial rank list, would soon attempt the Huiling Valley dungeon. She hadn't paid attention then, but now it all came rushing back. System, now that I've arrived at the Huiling Valley, what should I do next? Jiang Chen asked casually. System alert, please Game Master enter the Huiling Valley dungeon instance. Enter. Jiang Chen glanced down at the valley entrance, already choked with players. She had no desire to join the crush, nor did she know whether alternate entrances existed. System alert: as Game Master, you may enter the Huiling Valley dungeon directly. The system will automatically teleport you into the designated tester's instance. The Huiling Valley and the Huiling Valley dungeon are conceptually distinct. The former is a tangible canyon visible across the open world, a tranquil, monster-free scenic locale ideal for leisurely exploration. The latter is a simulated replica of the valley's terrain, an isolated dungeon space. The dungeon's entrance lies precisely at the valley's mouth, effectively blocking access to the open-world valley itself. To enter the latter, one must descend from above. Seeing that entering the valley granted instant access to the dungeon, Jiang Chen directed her crane downward into the gorge. Perhaps she had lingered too long aloft. Below, players quickly recognized her striking violet robes and veil. Isn't that NPC Ziyu? Yes, it's her. Last time she swindled me out of thousands. Why would an NPC suddenly appear here? Could this be a hidden quest? Hidden quest? Are you daft? I suspect Ziyu is just another profit-driven NPC engineered by Yu Hui to fleece us. Though Jiang Chen's arrival stirred animated speculation among players, she faced no further harassment. As she glided past the low hills encircling the Huiling Valley, the system's prompt chimed anew. System alert: dungeon space detected. Initiating teleportation. Destination confirmed: Huiling Valley Dungeon 001. The moment the alert faded, Jiang Chen's surroundings dissolved and reformed. The sky had darkened without warning. She was no longer aloft, but standing before a cave mouth. Her immortal crane had vanished without trace. Who dares intrude upon the primary Huiling Valley dungeon? A hoary voice resonated slowly from within the cavern. Jiang Chen fixed her gaze upon the cave's mouth. Abruptly, a pair of enormous luminous eyes gleamed forth from the darkness. You are? Ah, so you are the administrator. Before Jiang Chen could react, a colossal white wolf's head emerged from the cave, followed by its vast, powerful body. In moments, a towering white wolf, twice Jiang Chen's height, stood before her. Tian Wolf strode forward with lithe grace, halted before Jiang Chen, dipped its massive head, narrowed its eyes, bent its forelimbs, and knelt reverently at her feet. After 3 solemn seconds, it rose again and spoke in human tongue. I have received the heavenly edict. Today, the administrator graces this place to oversee the squad within Dungeon 002, correct? Jiang Chen had no notion what Dungeon 002 referred to, so she simply smiled. Yes, the one with 1 woman and 3 men. Tian Wolf closed its eyes once more. A strange, shimmering light coalesced before its brow, spreading, unfolding until it formed a perfect square of luminous curtain. At the instant Tian Wolf reopened its eyes, the curtain flared alive with imagery by Luolan, and her 3 companions appeared trapped in crisis. Before them loomed a black-flamed wolf locked in tense confrontation with the quartet. Administrator, is this indeed the group? Tian Wolf asked. Yes, exactly them, Jiang Chen nodded. Staring at the black flame-toothed wolf before her, Bai Luolan grew increasingly anxious. Hey, you 3 brothers, don't you have any ideas? Bai Luolan raised her Yunyang sword, executing a rather mediocre sword technique that struck the black flame-toothed wolf. We weren't here back then, how could we know? Kill that bastard, shouted someone, narrowly avoiding the attack from the black flame-toothed wolf. We've been hitting it for so long, and it hasn't taken any damage at all. Where's the boss that can withstand this? Hurry up and think of something. Bai Luolan urged. Why are you so anxious? We're thinking, aren't we? The one who let go of the beautiful woman complained. I think this wolf is problematic. How can it take so much beating? It's definitely not something 2 layers of chi refining can handle. Burn that happy-go-lucky son of a bitch, added another person. Stop making excuses. Its destructive power is only slightly higher than an average 2nd-layer chi refining beast. Its characteristic is that it can take a beating. Let's hold on a bit longer and see. The one who shouted to kill that bastard gripped the Yunyang sword tightly, flowing through the sword techniques to unleash the beginner-level divine ability, 9 Dragons Devouring Toad of the Yunyang sect. In an instant, 9 golden rays shot forth from his Yunyang sword, striking the black flame-toothed wolf and causing a series of explosions. From the perspective of power, this divine ability was not low in rank. However, the black flame-toothed wolf remained unscathed. Damn it, that was my strongest strike. No effect at all. The one who shouted to kill that bastard had a bitter expression. He knew very well that had it not been for the limited attack power of this wolf, they would have been dead long ago. Watching the 4 gradually fall into a bitter battle, Jiang Chen, who was in the 001 instance along with the Tianwu wolf, felt troubled. System, what is this monster? Jiang Chen silently asked in his mind. System prompt: black flame tooth wolf, elite level beast of the 3rd layer of chi refining. Only the 3rd layer of chi refining. Just an elite monster, and it's this strong. Jiang Chen was taken aback. System prompt: the black flame tooth wolf itself is not strong, it simply has a naturally high resistance to the 5 elements. Are you saying we don't need divine abilities? But that doesn't make sense. With the agility of this black flame tooth wolf, without divine abilities we can't even hit it, and it might not break its defense. After all, cultivators rely on spiritual tools and divine abilities, their physical strength is quite limited. For instance, Jiang Chen at the 6th layer of Qi refining could at least be considered a semi-foundation establishment cultivator, but his senses and physical attributes only barely reached the limits of humanity, not yet fully surpassing it. System prompt: use attributeless divine abilities and spiritual tools immediately. Attributeless divine abilities. Are you talking about sword techniques? When it came to attributeless divine abilities, Jiang Chen, who didn't know much, could only remember the sword techniques. System prompt: sword cultivators, sword techniques, technique, cultivators, gravity techniques, talisman, cultivators, evil repelling talisman, and poison insect cultivators. Various divine abilities can all deal extra damage to it. I see. Jiang Chen lowered his head and began to ponder. Indeed, nowadays players focus on outstanding divine abilities. When they see a powerful divine ability, they immediately want to learn it, but the commonly learned sword techniques, gravity techniques, and evil repelling talismans, which are essential for beginners, have been overlooked. It's hard for most to conceive this. Tianwu Wolf, can I see the other group's strategy for the instance? Jiang Chen asked the Tianwu Wolf. As you wish. The Tianwu Wolf once again created a curtain like before. Inside the curtain, another instance scene where another team was located immediately appeared. Compared to Bai Lulin's side, which was in a bitter battle, this group seemed to have found a way, actually forcing the Black Flame Tooth Wolf to retreat step by step. System: they seem to be using 5-element divine abilities as well. Why is the Black Flame Tooth Wolf continuously retreating? Jiang Chen was even more puzzled. System prompt: the Black Flame Tooth Wolf is not suffering because of the 5-element divine abilities. All the damage comes from the figure in the black robe. Black-robed figure. Jiang Chen indeed spotted a person among the four wearing a black robe obscuring their features. Judging by their build, it should be a woman. While everyone else was using various divine abilities to attack the Black Flame Tooth Wolf, only that black-robed person occasionally threw out some strange powder. Could it be poison? System prompt: this player is a cultivator from the Holy Sect, one of the 12 immortal sects specializing in poison insects. The Black Flame Tooth Wolf is not immune to immortal poison. Indeed, one must say that this team led by Zhu Tian was quite lucky to have a poison cultivator. Jiang Chen glanced at the few people and noticed that the leader Zhu Tian and the poison cultivator both seemed to be at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, evidently a stage higher than the other two, which was why the poison cultivator could inflict such significant damage on the Black Flame Tooth Wolf alone. Before long, the Black Flame Tooth Wolf on Zhu Tian's side finally could not withstand the attacks from the immortal poison and collapsed to the ground. The members of Zhu Tian's team, except for the black-robed figure, all huddled together in celebration. They had been stuck against this mini-boss for too long, and finally they passed it feeling overjoyed. Meanwhile, players watching the live broadcast on the official website were equally excited. Zhu Tian had cleared this level, which meant they now had a strategy sample. This time Zhu Tian didn't use any tricks, so other players thought that the reason they couldn't defeat the Black Flame Tooth Wolf before was due to insufficient cultivation. It seemed that as long as there were 2 cultivators at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, they could clear this level. This erroneous assumption would lead countless players to suffer in the future until Bai Luolan by chance revealed the reason, solving the confusion for all players. Of course, with the live broadcast, Zhu Tian's team was being praised to the highest degree, and posts about Zhu Tian began to flood the forums. The status of this top expert on the Immortal Hero ranking seemed even more solidified. Administrator: the next encounter in the 003 instance will be mine. Ooh, I should head over now. The Tianwu Wolf acknowledged Jiang Chen with a nod of its head. You're heading over. The Tianwu Wolf nodded its head. Tianwu Wolf, if there are hundreds of teams of players in the instance, are you going to run over one by one? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Of course not. It's just that this is the first strategy for the instance, and the rewards are quite rich, so I must personally send my consciousness to assess them. After the first time is over, for subsequent instances, I will only send out my avatars. In this instance system, there are countless replicas of me existing. As long as the instance requires them, they can be transferred over. These replicas lack consciousness and intelligence, but are nearly indistinguishable from me, and they can respawn indefinitely after death. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen gained a general understanding of the operation system of the instances. Then go ahead, the earlier you go, the earlier you return. The Tianwu Wolf lifted its head and let out a low growl. Then a black hole appeared out of nowhere in front of it, sucking the Tianwu Wolf in. Meanwhile, the 2 curtains remained in place. It seemed that these curtains were not the Tianwu Wolf's divine ability, but a function inherent to this space. Jiang Chen looked again at Bai Luolan and the others, but the 4 of them were becoming increasingly disorganized in their fight. Did it mean he was going to fail his first test? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and quietly opened the system, selecting the option to create a sound transmission talisman, a function freely available to all NPCs. Use swordflight art to attack. Do not employ the 5 elemental arts. Remember this well. Jiang Chen repeated twice, then silently murmured Bai Luolan's name in his heart. The instant Jiang Chen released the voice-conveying talisman, a black spatial fissure tore open before him. and the talisman vanished into it without a trace. When Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward Bai Luolan, the talisman had already appeared, unseen, unheralded, hovering above her head. Jiang Chen had long anticipated the system's intervention. He quickly offered an awkward smile. System, I truly hold Bai Luolan in high regard. Truthfully, this isn't cheating. It's a reasonable reminder, a benevolent tip from the chief examiner himself. Your justification is invalid. And then tell me, what do you intend to do? Fine, I did cheat for them. Seeing the system's unyielding rigidity, Jiang Chen suddenly grew bolder. Surely the central authority wouldn't dare revoke the sole game master's status. System, you are my auxiliary system, aren't you? Correct. And then shouldn't you act in my best interest? I hold this young woman in genuine esteem. Can't you simply look the other way? This time the system remained silent. And only after a long pause did its voice return. And is this a formal directive from the game master? You may treat it as such. And understood. The auxiliary system acknowledges the game master's directive and will withhold reporting this incident to the central authority. All subsequent consequences shall rest solely upon the game master. No problem. Let consequences fall where they may. I'm not intimidated. And Jiang Chen glanced toward Bai Luolan. And by then the voice-conveying talisman had ignited spontaneously. From within the flames emerged Jiang Chen's recorded voice. And Bai Luolan and her three companions froze, utterly unprepared to hear Jiang Chen's voice echo inside the trial realm. How does Senior Sister Z know we're running this trial? Gasped the fair maiden, eyes wide with disbelief. And this isn't mere knowledge. She feels as though she's watching us fight right now. Dasina Gobi's son jerked upright, scanning the surroundings. And never mind that now. If Senior Sister Zu instructed us to use sword flight art, then we will. Bai Luolan directed her flying sword toward the black flame fawn wolf. The flying sword struck true, but the black flame fawn wolf merely staggered, then lunged again at Bai Luolan. And she shifted lightly aside, evading the assault with effortless grace. Could Senior Sister Zu be deceiving us? Even after being struck by sword flight art, the black flame fawn wolf bears no wound whatsoever. Xiao Sina Guxian Chong blurted out, stunned. Senior Sister Zu hasn't misled us. It is effective. That single strike had confirmed it for Bai Luolan earlier when she'd unleashed far more potent arts against the Fang Wolf. It hadn't reacted to her at all, pursuing its original target without deviation. Yet this time, the moment the sword flight art landed, the Fang Wolf instantly pivoted and charged her. Damn it, it is working. But the art's cultivation rank must be too low, the damage insufficient to wound it deeply. That's why the Fang Wolf only hesitated momentarily. The Sina Gobi's son had also discerned the truth. And of course its rank is low. Who in their right mind would practice swordflight art for leisure? Fang Kai Nagu Menu muttered under her breath. In the main trial realm, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. She was precisely the one who trained swordflight art relentlessly. After all, as a mere attendant, it was the only art she'd been permitted to learn. Enough deliberation, low rank or not, we'll wear it down. Maintain disciplined positioning. When chi depletes or injuries mount, withdraw immediately to consume pills. We brought ample reserves. Dasina Gobi's son raised his swordflight art coalescing at its tip. And worry about yourself first. Your earth rank list standing hardly inspires confidence. Don't drag us down. Bai Luolan dodged the Fang Wolf's lunge once more. And gradually her formation settled into rhythm. And half an hour later, a wave of astonishment rippled across Huiling Valley's outer rim. Look, Bai Goddess's quartet has moved, and they've actually cleared that minor boss. Weren't they all at Cultivation Establishment 2nd tier? How is that even possible? Compared to them, Zhu Tian's team seems comparatively weak. And not so fast. Zhu Tian's group defeated the same boss in under 10 minutes, whereas Bai Goddess took nearly 50. Enough of Bai Goddess's trial. Zhu Tian's team has just encountered the true boss. Within the main trial realm, Jiang Chen redirected her attention to Zhu Tian. He had just eradicated the remaining wild beasts and now stood before a location identical to the one where she herself stood. Before them loomed a cavernous entrance. During the boss encounter phase, Jiang Chen had cross-referenced every art deployed by Zhu Tian's party against the official compendium, reaching a definitive conclusion. This team's quality was exceptionally high. Zhu Tian required no introduction, disciple of Tianyi sect, one of the 5 great sects and currently the most renowned immortal cultivation sect in ascending to immortality, ranked first on the immortal martial heaven rank list, widely regarded as the game's supreme player. His arts were extraordinary, likely capable of overwhelming 2 Bai Luolan's combined. The black-robed woman hailed from Sheng sect, one of the 12 immortal sects, and almost certainly ranked among the elite on the immortal martial heaven rank list. Her cultivation establishment 3rd tier attainment confirmed her prominence even within Sheng sect's hallowed halls. The remaining 2 disciples, both at cultivation establishment 2nd tier, were likewise formidable. The younger woman belonged to Yu Pavilion, one of the 5 great sects, the young man to Luo Zhao sect, another of the 5 great sects. Yet it was the Luo Zhao sect disciple who drew Jiang Chen's particular attention. In ascending to immortality, the 53 sects were divided into orthodox and demonic factions. Their disciples engaged in perpetual conflict, rarely cooperating, especially within the fiercely competitive 5 great sects where factional quests abounded. Luo Zhao sect was a demonic sect. For one of its disciples to forsake demonic alliances and join Zhu Tian's orthodox-led party placed him in grave peril. Should fellow demonic sect disciples witness this, they would likely brand him a traitor, rendering future cooperation with his own sect all but impossible. To willingly accompany Zhu Tian on this frontier expedition, despite such risks, implied only 3 possibilities. First possibility, this demon cult disciple is Zhu Tian's friend. Yet a question arises. If they are friends, why do they belong to opposing sects, one righteous and one demonic? If they truly stand on opposite sides of the Tao, then why would he risk ostracism from his own faction to lend aid? Thus the notion of friendship can be definitively ruled out. Second possibility, this demon cult disciple himself commands a major faction within the demon cult, possessing both authority and influence, free to act as he pleases, utterly indifferent to slander or gossip. Yet this Luo Zhao sect disciple, though seemingly competent in cultivation, wears only common spirit artifacts, hardly the gear befitting a faction lord. Hence the second possibility also collapses. That leaves the third, he has received extraordinary favors from Zhu Tian. Yet at this stage of the game's closed beta, all in-game advantages remain ephemeral, subject to deletion with every server reset. After weighing all possibilities, Jiang Chen arrived at a conclusion even she had not anticipated. Zhu Tian in the real world must wield considerable influence and wealth, and the demon cult disciple's willingness to assist him stems solely from tangible worldly inducements. All other explanations can for practical purposes be dismissed. Within the dungeon, the voice of the devouring heaven wolf slowly echoed forth from the cavern. Who dares intrude upon the spirit-refining valley? Like Jiang Chen's earlier encounter, 2 colossal crescent-shaped pupils first glowed from the darkness. Only then did the devouring heaven wolf gradually extend its massive wolf's head. Zhu Tian's 4 companions instantly tensed upon beholding its immense form. Mortals, I grant you 2 choices: defeat me, or persuade me to spare you. They exchanged silent glances, then without uttering a word, charged straight at the devouring heaven wolf. No choice. Foolish. The beast bared its maw. Instantly 4 colossal tornadoes erupted around it, halting their advance mid-stride. Their faces paled at the sight of those terrifying vortices. System, this power level is absurd. Are you certain this boss is meant to be challenged by cultivators at Qi Refinement 2nd or 3rd layer? Even Jiang Chen, observing from the main dungeon, recoiled at the sheer destructive force of those tornadoes. System notification: the Spirit Refining Valley dungeon is a skill-based trial. Just as the first boss, the Black Flame Fong Wolf, requires attributeless divine abilities, so too does the final boss, the Devouring Heaven Wolf, demand precise tactical execution. Had Zhu Tian's party chosen option 1, the wolf's divine abilities would have been weakened. Choosing option 2 would leave its strength unchanged. Choosing neither enraged the beast, automatically elevating its rank by 1 tier. Thus at present the Devouring Heaven Wolf possessed the might of a Qi Refinement 5th layer cultivator. There's this kind of mechanic. So players were expected to spar verbally with the boss. Jiang Chen sensed the dungeon designer's profound malice. Inside the dungeon, Zhu Tian's group could only scatter and flee before the overwhelming tornadoes, utterly incapable of mounting any meaningful offense. After 3 minutes of evasion, the Devouring Heaven Wolf spoke again. Foolish mortals, choose once more. Shall I devour you whole, or reduce you to ashes with my divine arts? Again none answered. A minute later the wolf's claws blazed crimson, and in an instant it vanished, reappearing before the female disciple of the Yu Pavilion. The young woman froze. Before she could react, she was struck aside by a single thunderous blow. Midair her body dissolved into a fleeting streak of starlight. Outside the Spirit Refining Valley, the red dot representing the disciple flickered and vanished from Zhu Tian's dungeon board, sparking murmurs among the onlookers. Zhu Tian's squad has already lost a member. Does anyone know how? It's barely been minutes. How could they lose someone already? Is that even possible? Amid the clamor, another player logged in. Damn it. This dungeon isn't meant for Qi Refinement 3rd layer cultivators. It demands at least 5th layer strength. The boss unleashes ultimate techniques from the very start. Zhu Tian's team never stood a chance. Right now they're getting utterly pulverized. He vented his frustration. But the official site lists the recommended level as Qi Refinement 3rd layer. Give it a rest. The site even monetizes NPCs. What's one little falsehood? Noticing the Devouring Heaven Wolf's further augmentation, Jiang Chen asked, was this escalation also triggered by Zhu Tian's silence? System notification correct. This is a recovery dialogue. Choosing either option, or even voicing one's true intention, will restore the wolf's strength to its baseline. Chaos engulfed Zhu Tian's dungeon. A minute later the Luo Zhao sect disciple met his end, struck down by a single fatal blow from the Devouring Heaven Wolf. Only Zhu Tian and the black-robed figure remained, clinging desperately to survival. Another 3 minutes passed. The devouring heaven wolf spoke again. You possess some strength. I offer you 2 paths. Swear fealty to me, or become my feast. Hearing the wolf speak once more, Jiang Chen pondered. System. Is the wolf's offer timed precisely every 3 minutes? System. Notification correct. Does answering increase the boss's power? System. Notification no. If each response weakens one aspect of the boss, or at least prevents its escalation, then brute force becomes unnecessary. Simply endure answer each prompt and prolong the exchange. The longer one delays, the weaker the boss grows. System. Notification correct. This mechanic is ruthlessly designed. Even if players discern the necessity of responding, the 3-minute interval creates mounting uncertainty. How many questions remain? Are answers right or wrong? With each unanswered prompt, doubt festers. Did I misstep somewhere? The urge to end the trial swiftly intensifies, and haste inevitably corrupts positioning. On the surface, the dungeon appears to test players' judgment, but no answer is inherently correct or incorrect. Its true purpose is psychological, to exploit the terror of the unknown, luring players into self-sabotage. 3 minutes elapsed once more, yet Zhu Tian's pair remained silent. The devouring heaven wolf surged in power yet again. This time, Zhu Tian finally fell, while the black-robed woman endured to the very end. It was not that her cultivation surpassed his, but rather that, beyond toxic arts, she kept numerous venomous creatures. On several occasions, certain death had been averted only because her beasts perished in her stead. The Holy Sect ranks among the lesser-known sects among the 12 immortal sects. Its official website offers no remarkable descriptions of its divine arts. Yet in this woman's hands, those same arts manifested terrifying, unparalleled lethality. Perhaps this is the fundamental distinction between a hyper-realistic simulation and a conventional virtual game. With Zhu Tian's entire squad slain, the game's forums erupted, players flooding official channels with furious inquiries. As the players were filled with righteous indignation by Luolan and her companions gradually approached the boss location. After concluding matters related to the 002 dungeon, Tunshin Wolf returned to the main dungeon and spoke to Jiang Chen before directly heading back to the 002 dungeon. Jiang Chen stealthily took out a communication talisman. Say, just as she managed to utter a word, the system's voice abruptly interrupted her. System prompt: if any unreasonable situations continue to exist, the system reserves the right to forcibly terminate this test. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly, then tossed the communication talisman away, silently calling out by Luolan's name. This one word shouldn't be a problem, right? System prompt: please refrain from further communication with the player by Luolan, otherwise the player by Luolan will be deemed disqualified. Don't worry, I absolutely will not transmit anything further from now on. Jiang Chen redirected her gaze back to the curtain, hoping by Luolan would understand her meaning. Within the curtain, when the communication talisman emitted that one word in front of Bai Luolan, she looked utterly perplexed. Not just her, but the 3 who aimed to kill that scoundrel were equally baffled. What does this mean, senior sister Ziyu? Bai Luolan looked at the 3. From that hesitant tone, it seemed she wanted to say something, but was interrupted. What does say mean? What is she trying to say? The 4 stood still, not advancing any further, appearing very invested in Jiang Chen's communication talisman. Jiang Chen felt greatly relieved. Yes, they needed to think carefully and quickly discover something. The 4 pondered with furrowed brows for over 10 minutes, but couldn't come up with anything. Outside the Spirit Transformation Valley, many people still stood around. Although the players were not optimistic about Bai Luolan and her group, since they were there, they naturally wanted to see how it would end, so they did not leave. Seeing Bai Luolan and her companions standing still for over 10 minutes, many began to express their surprise. By the way, is there something in front of the boss room? Just a few small monsters, right? I saw during the live stream that Zhu Tian and the others cleared them out in just a few moves. Then it's strange, why aren't they entering the boss room now? Are they scared? I don't think it's that simple. Just as the players were discussing, a commotion suddenly arose around the outskirts of the Spirit Transformation Valley as people began to clear a path, and soon a man and a woman emerged from the crowd. The man was dressed in the attire of Tian E sect, his Dao robe exquisite, while the woman was cloaked in black, obscuring her appearance. Upon seeing the 2, the surrounding crowd began to whisper. It's Zhu Tian and Jing Jihua. They don't look too good. A losing this time must have cost them their ranking. A friend in my city just told me Zhu Tian dropped to 2nd place, surpassed by that individual from the Soul Prison Palace, and Jing Jihua also dropped from 4th to 5th. It's no wonder they look grim. The 2 seemed completely unaffected by the surrounding chatter, and instead focused on Bai Luolan and the others on the terrain panel. Jing Ji, what do you think? Zhu Tian glanced at Jing Jihua. Jing Jihua pondered for a moment. 4 Foundation establishment stage cultivators dare to explore. They must have some insights about this dungeon, and now they are stopping in front of the big boss. Rather intriguing. Do you think they have a strategy for this dungeon? Zhu Tian mused. It's possible. I remember they are all disciples of Yin-Yang sect, right? Zhu Tian seemed to recall something. Yin-Yang sect? What sect is that? Isn't Bai Luolan trying to join the Yu Nu Pavilion? How did she end up there? Jing Ji furrowed her brow. You're just too closed-minded. Yin-Yang sect is one of the 36 caves and mansions. Recently, wasn't there a very popular hidden NPC on the forum? I think it's called Ziyu, and it's located within Yunyang sect. Hidden NPC. You suspect. Exactly, although many players say that Ziyu is just an official money-making tool, I don't quite believe it. If there isn't solid evidence, how could Bai Luolan possibly join such a small sect? With her potential, if she entered Yu Pavilion, she'd already be hovering around the 10th rank. Why would she endure such hardships? Jing Jihua contemplated for a moment. Let's wait and see. If they can really get through, then that NPC called Ziyu should be reevaluated. The first event of the Immortal Demon War should also be starting soon. We must rapidly increase our strength. The nearby players overheard some of the conversation, and when the two mentioned the NPC Ziyu, they began to ponder. The Immortal Demon War is the most crucial aspect of the entire closed beta. After the Immortal Demon War concludes, the closed beta will basically be declared over, leading to the official open beta. Although the data from the closed beta won't carry over to the open beta, the ranking rewards from the Immortal Demon War will be distributed during the open beta. As long as one ranks high in the Immortal Demon War, the advantages gained during the open beta will multiply. Just as the players were becoming impatient, Bai Luolan and her group in Dungeon 002 took action. The 4 red dots began to step into the boss room. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, watching from the main dungeon, started to feel worried. Because the 4 had not thought things through at all, they had entered recklessly. Humans, I now give you 2 choices. First, defeat me. Second, persuade me to spare you. In the 002 dungeon, Tunshin Wolf still made his grand entrance with that question exuding overwhelming dominance. Tunshin Wolf's human speech caught the one aiming to kill that scoundrel off guard. Is that even a question? Of course we'll defeat you. Bai Luolan brandished her flying sword, surprisingly responding earnestly. The 3 aiming to kill that scoundrel couldn't help but laugh at Bai Luolan's serious answer. No, Bai Luolan, the boss is reciting its entrance line. How can you respond to that? The one aiming to kill that scoundrel laughed uncontrollably. Bai Luolan's face flushed as she seemed to realize that her response had been somewhat unnecessary. To mask her embarrassment, Bai Luolan controlled her flying sword to continue attacking Tunshin Wolf. This time, Tunshin Wolf still summoned a tornado, but compared to the one from Zhu Tian's party, this tornado seemed much weaker and lacked an oppressive presence. Although it was hard for Bai Luolan and her group to find the opportunity for effective attacks, it was at least not to the point where they couldn't evade at all. Well done, I appreciate you. You now have 2 choices. Tell me your name or refrain from doing so. Tunshin Wolf extended a claw, pointing at Bai Luolan. You don't have the right to know. Bai Luolan replied coldly. After her words fell, Tunshin Wolf showed no change. Just like that, 3 more minutes passed, and Tunshin Wolf spoke again. This time, both Bai Luolan and the one aiming to kill that scoundrel realized that Tunshin Wolf's lines were seemingly more complex than they had imagined. However, it is uncertain whether the dialogue is useful or not, or what should be done next. 3 minutes passed, and Bai Luolan made for consecutive choices. Jiang Chen, watching from the main instance, was anxious because among the 4 choices Bai Luolan made, only 2 reduced the attributes of the Devouring Wolf, and the reductions were barely noticeable in defense and speed. Currently, the Devouring Wolf was hardly taking any damage, and it hadn't even moved, making these reductions imperceptible. Since there were no visible changes in the Devouring Wolf and the frequency of attacks was extremely low, the 4 of them grew increasingly impatient. In their eyes, if this continued, it would not be the Devouring Wolf that would fall but them. After 3 more questions, they received debuffs of reduced defense, and reduced speed. What terrible luck! Jiang Chen looked at the system's prompts, secretly lamenting. Although the Devouring Wolf did not gain any enhancements, its original form was already strong, and finally, after half an hour, the first casualty appeared. The one who fell was the one who had been burned. After being hit by a tornado's attack, he intended to retreat to heal, but when he fell back, he found that his stock of healing pills was already exhausted. As a result, he had to ask the other 3 for help. The 3 prepared to let the one who released the beautiful woman and Bai Luolan attract the Devouring Wolf's attention, while the one who had killed that guy would be responsible for providing the pills. However, the 4 clearly underestimated the boss. Just as the one who had killed that guy was about to take out the pills from his storage bag, the Devouring Wolf suddenly turned around, directly unleashing several firebirds from its mouth aimed at the one who had killed that guy. Seeing that he was about to be attacked, the one who had been burned rushed forward, taking all the firebirds meant for him, instantly turning into stardust. The action of the one who was burned was indeed very correct. After all, he was already injured. Since someone had to die, it was clearly more appropriate for the one who had been burned to sacrifice himself rather than the one who had killed that guy. Third brother. The other 2 shouted in anger. The bond between the 3 brothers was deep. Seeing the one who had been burned killed by the Devouring Wolf, the other 2 attacked the wolf like madmen. Bai Luolan desperately tried to call them back, but they ignored her. However, as soon as the 2 rushed forward, they were hit repeatedly by dense tornadoes. So foolish, so foolish. Jiang Chen was anxious. Her greatest fear had come to pass. Fortunately, the damage from the unenhanced tornadoes was not enough to kill them instantly. After taking a few hits, the 2 became a bit more sober. Just as they were about to retreat, 2 tornadoes unexpectedly surrounded them from behind, trapping the 2 in the center. Big brother, what should we do? The one who released the beautiful woman suddenly lost his composure. Leave all the pills for Bai Luolan. Huh, big brother, we bought these pills with our own money. How can we give them all to her? People are about to die. Oh, what do you need the pills for? Give them to her. The one who had killed that guy directly pulled out various ceramic bottles from his storage bag and tossed them towards Bai Luolan. Oh, the one who released the beautiful woman was unhappy, but did as instructed. Bai Luolan, this time it's our three brothers who owe you. Consider these pills as our apology, and you figure out the rest yourself. The one who had killed that guy cupped his hands towards Bai Luolan. In the next moment, both of them were caught between four tornadoes and turned into stardust. Bai Luolan put the pills thrown by the two into her storage bag and fell into confusion. Alone, how was she supposed to deal with this boss that she had previously never even touched? Now she regretted it deeply. Had she known it would be like this, she shouldn't have come with these three fools. It was just a death in the game. It wasn't like it couldn't be revived. Did they really have to rush in to sacrifice themselves? The devouring wolf fixed its gaze on Bai Luolan. However, just as she was about to give up struggling, the tornadoes suddenly dissipated. You managed to drag me to the point of exhausting my spiritual energy. Impressive, but that's all. I'll give you two choices. First, leave here obediently, and I'll act as if nothing happened. Second, be crushed into meat paste by my claws. The devouring wolf spoke again. Exhausted spiritual energy. A glimmer of hope flashed in Bai Luolan's eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, sitting in the main instance space, realized something. System, what are this time's options? Choose 1. The player instance fails. I choose 2. Speed decreases. Any other response power of the divine ability decreases. If option 1 was selected, by Luolan, who had a fateful task, would definitely not choose it. Since the devouring wolf had exhausted its spiritual energy, other responses would be useless. Thus option 2 was the best choice. Since it had turned into a melee battle, a decrease in the devouring wolf's speed would certainly benefit Bai Luolan. In the instance upon hearing this, Bai Luolan's expression turned cold. If the three fools had no brains, then Bai Luolan was simply lacking in common sense. As long as someone spoke disrespectfully to her, she would definitely retort. Then come on and turn me into meat paste. Without a moment's thought, Bai Luolan blurted it out. This time her character led her to select the correct answer. As you wish. The devouring wolf brandished its claws and charged at Bai Luolan. Expecting the devouring wolf to directly kill her, Bai Luolan was momentarily stunned when the attack began. Because it was too slow. As the devouring wolf's claws swung down, a flurry of dust and debris erupted from the spot where Bai Luolan had been standing. The power was incredibly strong. If Bai Luolan were unfortunate enough to be struck, she would certainly be heavily injured if not killed. Yet Bai Luolan showed no fear and instead smiled. There's a chance. Jiang Chen saw the devouring wolf's movements and exclaimed, "Why is it so sluggish?" According to the system prompt, considering the previous slow debuff, the devouring wolf had now accumulated 3 layers of speed reduction debuffs, leaving it with only 1/3 of its original speed. 3 layers have such an effect. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, the devouring wolf's defense reduction debuff had stacked even more. Wouldn't that mean? Dodging the attack, Bai Luolan's hands moved in a circular motion, initiating a high-level divine ability aimed at the devouring wolf. 3 minutes later, the sky devouring wolf made another choice, once again slowing down. As it was a close-quarters battle, this decrease in speed was noticed by Bai Luolan. At that moment, she vaguely understood the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. Say, if her guess was correct, Sister Z's intention was to have her continuously answer questions, as long as she kept making choices until the end. Victory would be theirs. The speed and defense of the sky devouring wolf had been reduced to a certain extent, but it was still a big boss, and Bai Luolan was still having a hard time fighting it. Having exhausted her spiritual energy multiple times, if it weren't for killing that turtle son and letting go of that beautiful woman to obtain the elixirs, Bai Luolan probably wouldn't even have the capital to grind the sky devouring wolf. At this moment, outside the Spirit Transformation Valley, the crowd had already dispersed significantly. When that popular player was burned to death, these players felt that Bai Luolan's team was finished. The remaining people simply wanted to see how it would end, hoping for a miracle. When only Bai Luolan was left, the last players had to admit that the miracle was gone. They shook their heads and began to leave one by one. Similarly, Zhu Tian and Thornflower, who were also watching, did the same. With an expressionless face, Thornflower said, "Zhu Tian, perhaps your speculation is wrong. They do not have the strategy for this instance." "Not necessarily. Perhaps they have a strategy, but lack the strength to clear it. In any case, it's no longer necessary to watch. Guessing here is pointless. Bai Luolan, you are more familiar with it. If you have time, go ask." After Thornflower finished speaking, she walked away directly. Zhu Tian pondered for a moment and slowly left with the crowd. The Spirit Transformation Valley gradually became deserted from the initial throngs of people. Only the red dot on the terrain board continued to flash. The red dot flickered for a long time, yet it never disappeared. Until a player who happened to pass by for a task saw that terrain board. The player rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Half an hour ago he had been here and had always thought this instance would end quickly. But now that red dot was still flashing. He hurriedly used the screenshot feature to capture the image and posted it on the forum. Then he quickly wrote a title: "Shocking. Bai Luolan single-handedly remained in the Spirit Transformation Valley instance for half an hour. Almost simultaneously with the player's post-a-system announcement resonated throughout the game. System announcement with perseverance by Luolan having killed that turtle son, let go of that beautiful woman, and burned that popular player successfully defeated the boss Sky-Devouring Wolf in the Spirit Transformation Valley instance, achieving the first kill. At this moment, the entire server trembled. Meanwhile, this post on the forum instantly went viral with players leaving comments. Is this true? The goddess defeated the boss alone. The issue is obviously not here, okay? Didn't you watch the live stream? With the boss damage, you can't withstand it, let alone grind it down. While this is a team instance, yet it was soloed by one person. This game is toxic. Please, goddess, share the strategy. The forum's excitement did not affect Bai Luolan, ere at this moment, she was gasping for breath in the instance, incredibly excited. Because just now the boss was dead and the instance was cleared. In the place where the Sky-Devouring Wolf fell, many precious materials dropped, enough for her to make a fortune. Inside the main instance, Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the nervous sweat from his brow. During this half hour, Bai Luolan had almost made several mistakes, causing Jiang Chen's heart to race. Just as Jiang Chen was calming his heartbeat, a space next to him suddenly tore open, followed by the massive body of the Sky-Devouring Wolf emerging from within. Administrator, I'm back. The Sky-Devouring Wolf nodded its wolf head towards Jiang Chen. You didn't die? Jiang Chen pointed to the corpse behind the curtain, looking at the intact Sky-Devouring Wolf in disbelief. I did die just now, but in this instance I have an immortal body, so I resurrected. Then what about that corpse? The corpse is just an illusion. Oh, that makes sense. If the Sky-Devouring Wolf died, wouldn't the score be invalidated? Administrator, can we start evaluating the tester now? Oh, of course, I'll go first. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, defeating this instance by herself, I think the highest level evaluation is suitable for her. System prompt GM's rating is level confirm. Confirm. System prompt starting evaluation. Next system you evaluate. System prompt understood. The system is starting a comprehensive evaluation. System prompt, although the tester almost defeated the Sky-Devouring Wolf alone, considering the other three assistants played a significant role in the first 30 minutes. In fact, the tester only fought alone in the latter part. Moreover, during the instance, the tester received multiple prompts from the GM and did not rely entirely on her own ideas. Based on the above, the system's evaluation is clever. Although Jiang Chen had thought the system would be unsympathetic, he did not expect it to give a C, which clearly stated that Bai Luolan was not qualified. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the Sky-Devouring Wolf. To achieve an overall score of A, there was only one condition, which was that this boss also gave an S. But would the Sky-Devouring Wolf give an S? That was the highest rating by Luolan, and the others did not completely crush it, but had to struggle hard to barely defeat it, having lost manpower and barely won after an hour of struggle. If he could give an A, Jiang Chen would be fortunate. How could he expect the Sky-Devouring Wolf to give an S? It's level. The Sky-Devouring Wolf said slowly. Jiang Chen was taken aback. From the perspective of the instance's completion, the tester's team's completion was not good, which resulted in a deduction of points. However, the fact that the tester defeated me alone completely overshadowed this point and added the score back, but just like that, it still only qualifies for an A level. To allow me to give an S level is also a bit of favoritism. I really like her boldness. The Sky-Devouring Wolf's tone was filled with satisfaction. System prompt starting evaluation. System prompt evaluation successful. Tester by Luolan's first test assessment is A level qualified. In the Immortal ranking of Zhuangxian City, a somewhat unfamiliar name abruptly rose to the top, immediately attracting the attention of all passersby. Bai Luolan female, Yunyang Sec Chi, refining 4th layer overall combat power ranking first. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have completed the first trial. Feedback is now being transmitted to the central core. System notification. Feedback successful. Calculating rewards. Reward 1, NPC use cultivation realm will advance to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Reward 2, 1 randomly selected grade 3 spirit artifact. System notification initiating random reward draw. Executing selection. Ding. Selection successful. You have obtained the 7-colored flowing cloud robe. 7-colored flowing cloud robe, a grade 3 spirit artifact. When worn, it dramatically enhances resistance against fire and poison divine arts. Reward 3, 1 randomly granted divine art. System notification bestowing random reward. Executing selection. Ding. Selection successful. You have acquired the divine art Imperial Phoenix Demeanor. Imperial Phoenix Demeanor, a rare divine art comprising 10 tiers. It is a hidden art from the scripture Ascension to Immortality, accessible exclusively to female cultivators. When activated, it induces profound mental disruption in adversaries. Should an opponent's mind falter under its influence, the practitioner gains absolute authority to shatter their psyche, causing instantaneous collapse or even death. As the system announced each reward, Jiang Chen gradually sensed her strength transforming. Within her spatial storage pouch, 2 new items now rested, no longer barren as before. As always, newly acquired items demanded immediate familiarity. Jiang Chen first withdrew the 7-colored flowing cloud robe and draped it over herself. Before she could even withdraw her arms, the robe adhered seamlessly to her body, as if imbued with sentience, and fastened itself with elegant precision. In moments, the purple disciple robe of Yunyang sect was entirely supplanted by the 7-colored flowing cloud robe. Tunshin Wolf, unleash that flaming bird you used to defeat those players. Test it on me. Jiang Chen addressed Tunshin Wolf, who stood quietly nearby. Having already discerned the robe's extraordinary nature, Tunshin Wolf nodded. Its maw opened wide, and a single miniature flaming bird soared toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen made no move to evade, letting the flaming bird strike the robe directly. No sensation at all. Tunshin Wolf, amplify your output. After all, I am now a chi refinement cultivator at the peak of the 10th layer. Even if this robe fails to withstand it, I can intervene instantly. Surely you don't imagine a mere level 4 boss could obliterate me. Jiang Chen perceived Tunshin Wolf's hesitation and immediately signaled reassurance. Understood. With a mighty gape, Tunshin Wolf expelled an identical flock of flaming birds, the very same that had incinerated the arrogant player moments earlier, hurtling toward Jiang Chen in unison. Dozens of flaming birds struck Jiang Chen in rapid succession, yet she felt no pain. Instead, a delicate, tingling numbness suffused her entire being. The effect exceeded expectations. Jiang Chen beamed with delight. She removed the 7-colored flowing cloud robe and returned it to her spatial pouch, then reached inside once more and drew forth a book. System notification: Divine Art Manual, Imperial Phoenix demeanor detected. Would you like to cultivate it? Jiang Chen confirmed without hesitation. System notification: cultivation successful. Jiang Chen swiftly opened the system interface and navigated to the Divine Arts tab. Previously, with only sword-weaving art available, she deemed it unworthy of inspection. Now, upon opening it, she found the menu astonishingly intricate. Directly behind sword-weaving art appeared the notation LV, 5-inch. Unsurprisingly, this indicated the art's cultivation level. For a chi refinement cultivator at the 6th layer, LV 5 sword-weaving art was neither exceptional nor mediocre, it was solid. Similarly, the newly acquired Imperial Phoenix demeanor bore the notation LV, 1-inch. Following the level designation were attribute classifications. Sword-weaving art lacking elemental affinity displayed a blank field. Imperial Phoenix demeanor, however, was marked illusion, signifying its nature as an illusionary art. Jiang Chen fixed her gaze upon Tunshin Wolf and silently intoned, Imperial Phoenix demeanor. Instantly, precise instructions for its activation flooded her consciousness. She guided her spiritual energy according to the method. In the next breath, her mind emptied entirely, devoid of thought, desire, or intention. Only pure, unmediated alignment with her innate self remained. Had an outsider witnessed Jiang Chen in that moment, they would have recoiled in awe. She stood as though a celestial maiden untouched by mortal dust. The aura radiating from Imperial Phoenix demeanor stirred her long tresses gently. Her expression was utterly serene, detached, aloof, profoundly still. Even her pupils held no ripple, no tremor of emotion. Less a doll than a newborn infant, radiant with pristine sanctity. At the sight of Jiang Chen, Tunshin Wolf faltered momentarily, then sank to its knees. As it knelt, its own cognition began to recede, its crescent-shaped eyes glazing over into vacant stillness. After roughly 1 minute, Jiang Chen suddenly perceived 2 luminous threads woven into her awareness. Threads whose purpose she intuitively grasped. One, if pulled, would reduce Tunshin Wolf to madness or idiocy. The other, far more devastating, would sever its consciousness entirely, ending its life instantaneously. This sovereign command over life and death, truly the dominion of an emperor. Jiang Chen exhaled softly, releasing the art. Before her, Tunshin Wolf rose again, bewildered with no memory of what had transpired. Following this trial, Jiang Chen could not suppress her elation at the art's overwhelming potency. Yet simultaneously, she recognized its limitation unless her target instinctively revered or adored her. The art rendered nearly inert. Outside Huiling Valley, by Luolan, who had exited the dungeon ahead of Jiang Chen, was instantly surrounded by a surging crowd of players. Goddess Bai, please share how to clear this dungeon. Goddess Bai, we're fascinated. How did you leap from Chi Refinement Layer 2 to Layer 4? Did you trigger a hidden quest? Miss Bai Luolan, may we ask whether you hold any official collaboration with the game developers? Overwhelmed by the throng, Bai Luolan hastily produced an earth-phasing talisman and snapped it. The world spun. She reappeared instantly within Juxian City. If spirit transmission talismans are complementary blessings for NPCs, earth-phasing talismans are privileged conveniences for players when not engaged in combat. Players may activate them anytime to return directly to their city. For NPCs, however, such talismans do not teleport to the capital, but instead shift them instantly to a random location within a 10-li radius. Upon arriving in the capital, Bai Luolan did not relax. She knew full well others possessed the same talisman. The instant she landed, she bolted toward the plaza's edge, intent on mounting her immortal crane and fleeing. Just short of the crane roost, she caught movement in a nearby alley. A trio of hands waving urgently from the shadows. Then 3 unmistakable faces emerged half-lit in the gloom. It was the trio who had slain that arrogant fool. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, Bai Luolan glanced around, and noticing no one paying attention to her, immediately darted into the alley. Bai Luolan looked at the 3 hiding in the alley with confusion. Why are you here? Waiting for you. The one known as Kill That Tortoise glanced outside the alley and spoke mysteriously. Waiting for me? How did you know I would pass by here? Given the commotion you just caused, it surely attracted a crowd of players to block the dungeon entrance. With your personality, how could you resist such excitement? To leave the dungeon, you would have to use a ground escape talisman, and just because you arrived at Juxian City doesn't mean you're safe. Thus, you will surely find a way to leave quickly, and what could be faster than a celestial crane? Kill That Tortoise said proudly. Bai Luolan shot him a skeptical glance. Who taught you this? Kill That Tortoise's smile froze. What do you mean? Of course it's my own reasoning. All right, the 3 of you together can't even guess where I'm going, let alone analyze it so logically. Bai Luolan glanced behind the 3. She found no one. Just as she was puzzled, a hearty laugh echoed from nearby. By girl, it's been a long time since we last met. A man dressed in the attire of the Tianyi sect stepped out from the shadows with a warm smile. Lu, Zhu Tian. Bai Luolan's expression darkened instantly. By girl, would you care to go upstairs for a chat? Zhu Tian pointed to the 2nd floor at the mouth of the alley where a tavern was located. Absurd him leaving. Just as Bai Luolan turned to leave, she heard Zhu Tian let out a long sigh. By girl, let's keep reality and the game separate. You better not confuse the two. Are you threatening me? What are you talking about, Bai girl? How could I possibly threaten you? Moreover, there's no need for me to threaten you. As long as I mention it to your father, is there still a need for any threats? Zhu Tian, a cornered rabbit will bite, so don't go too far. By girl, I'm truly not going too far. I just want to experience a new life in the game. You see, I'm chatting with you as a stranger. It's you who have subjectively infused feelings into this, isn't it? Bai Luolan took a deep breath, glared at Kill That Tortoise and the other 2 standing beside him, and after calming herself down, said blandly, Zhu Tian, I know what news you want, but since you said you would approach this as a stranger, you must pay the corresponding price. That's only natural. Zhu Tian seemed prepared, replying quickly. Bai Luolan strode ahead toward the tavern, and Zhu Tian smiled, slightly following closely behind. Kill That Tortoise and the other 2 noticed that the relationship between the 2 seemed quite strained. It appeared that they had angered Bai Luolan this time. The 3 exchanged glances, growing somewhat worried. What if Bai Luolan told Sister Ziyu about this? Wouldn't that mean they would no longer receive hidden quests in the future? Feeling anxious following the 2, they began to regret their earlier thoughts. They had initially believed the 2 were not acquainted, and the benefits offered by Zhu Tian had indeed tempted them. But now, compared to Sister Ziyu not giving them tasks, those benefits paled in comparison. The 5 reached a small tavern located at the mouth of the alley. After greeting the tavern NPC, they ordered a table full of dishes. They then proceeded to the 2nd floor, selecting an elegant private room, and sat cross-legged. By girl, since you know what I want, I won't be indirect about it. Zhu Tian took out a scroll from his storage bag and placed it on the table. This is a contract scroll. Once used, the contents within will form a contractual relationship. Although I don't know the principle behind it, if one party fails to fulfill the contract, they will face system penalties, resulting in their cultivation being reset to 0. Zhu Tian, you're quite wealthy being able to buy something like this. It must be very expensive. Kill That Tortoise's eyes sparkled. This item was a special purchase from the shop with limited availability each week and a high price. Bai Luolan shot Kill That Tortoise a glare. Be quiet. Kill That Tortoise shrugged and fell silent. Bai girl, listen closely. If you can tell me the strategy for the Transformation Valley, I can guarantee that in the upcoming battle between the Immortals and Demons, your ranking will surely place you among the top 3 of the righteous path. This promise was indeed of utmost importance. In the battle between the Immortals and Demons, a higher ranking means better rewards during the public test. The top 3 of the righteous path, including the demonic path, would at least be among the top 6. The Tian ranking has 30 people each, not a simple character. Among these 30, the top 6 could greatly impact many people's interests. Bai Luolan was somewhat surprised. This doesn't seem like the behavior of that ostentatious young master outside. Zhu Tian, it seems you truly consider yourself another person playing the game. I said in the game, am not him. Zhu Tian smiled slightly. So tell me, why are you offering me such favorable terms? Bai Luolan asked in a low voice. Because, by girl, you are currently number 1 on the Tian ranking. Even without our assistance, your solo efforts wouldn't rank too poorly. Therefore, we feel that if we don't give up a piece of our hearts, we won't be able to move you. Bai Luolan nodded, seemingly agreeing with this reasoning. This time I'll say you have persuaded me. I'll accept this deal. Bai Luolan opened the contract scroll and placed her hand on it. Gradually, words began to appear on the scroll. Bai Luolan understood very well that even though she possessed the strength of being number 1 on the Tian ranking, she still seemed weak in the eyes of these powerful factions. Previously, she estimated that she might barely squeeze into the top 20 with all her effort, but now with the assistance of these factions, she had gained the confidence to aim for the top spot. Pleasure cooperating with you. Zhu Tian also extended his hand to the contract scroll. As Zhu Tian's hand touched it, the scroll began to disintegrate, signifying that the contract was established. After completing this, Bai Luolan shifted her gaze to Kill That Tortoise and the other two. What benefits did you gain, as she asked. Kill That Tortoise walked to Zhu Tian's side, placing a hand on Zhu Tian's shoulder, and chuckled. Nothing much, just that when the event comes around, Zhu Tian will let us tag along with them for some points. Seeing the smug expressions on Zhu Tian and Kill That Tortoise, Bai Luolan felt increasingly disgusted. Indeed, men were all the same, just like her father. By the way, Bai girl, you're planning to attend the fashion show in Donghai City next month, right? Zhu Tian seemed to have thought of something. I really don't want to go, but you should know my father better than I do. Bai Luolan's eyes dimmed. The virtual chamber slowly opened, and Jiang Chen stepped out. The reason for coming out at this moment was that Jiang Chen was eager to test something that might affect her future, so she chose to log out of the game. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, her class had a lesson scheduled for 2:00 p.m. this afternoon. She walked into the bathroom, tidied her hair and collar, and then stepped out satisfied. Descending downstairs with a thought, the misty veil appeared in her hand. Jiang Chen tied the veil around her ears, and then walked awkwardly to the security room. Taking a deep breath, she thought to herself that if this attempt failed, it would be quite embarrassing, as who in modern times would wear a veil for no reason. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen tapped on the door of the security room. After a while, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in security uniform stepped out. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Uncle, I'd like to ask if there's a package for me today." The security guard looked Jiang Chen up and down, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Chen replied, "I live over there." She pointed toward her building's floor. "I remember a girl with the surname Jiang lives there. How could a big man like you be living there?" The guard became alert immediately. Hearing the guard's words, Jiang Chen's heart raced with excitement. She had succeeded, her plan had worked. "Oh, I'm Jiang Chen's brother. She's at home playing a game and can't come down, so I'm here to pick up her package." Seeing Jiang Chen could state her full name, the security guard finally relaxed and waved his hand, saying, "I haven't seen any packages under Jiang Chen's name today. Maybe you can come back later to check." Jiang Chen knew there was no package for her. She was just testing the waters, so she replied, "That's fine, I'll just step out for a bit." Jiang Chen smiled at the guard, exited the college community, and tightly clenched her fists, almost jumping with excitement. Although it was merely an illusion, and she had only 5 hours in this form, she had indeed transformed into a man in the eyes of others. If her memory served her right, she still looked like her former self before becoming a woman. Walking toward the school, pedestrians around her did not stare as they used to, further confirming to Jiang Chen that her illusion was effective. When Jiang Chen arrived at school, the teaching building was already filled with students attending class. She touched the veil on her face, finding it secure before heading into the building and making her way to the classroom for the day. She slowly pushed open the classroom door, and countless pairs of eyes turned to look at her. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt an immense pressure, fearing that she might be exposed. Soon those gazes returned to their own business. It seemed there was no problem, and Jiang Chen felt relieved. "Qingziwao, why are you here for class today?" From a distance, Jiang Chen heard the chubby boy's cheerful voice. Following the sound, she saw the chubby boy Lin Fuqiang and Zhang Ke sitting together. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lin Fuqiang and Zhang Ke waved at her. Noticing an empty seat next to the chubby boy, Jiang Chen sat down as usual. Before she transformed into a woman, the four of them always sat together for class, and this time was no exception. However, just as Jiang Chen sat down, she suddenly heard the chubby boy with a mischievous grin reaching out to touch her. Jiang Chen instinctively blocked the chubby boy's hand. "Qingzi." The chubby boy blinked his innocent big eyes. Usually he would drape his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulders to talk about games, but today seemed different. Yeah, I don't like it when others drape their arms around me, so please don't do that again. I'm not into that." Jiang Chen hastily refused assertively. "Qingzi, come on, you used to be the one who did it the most." Lin Fuqiang shook his head and laughed. "In any case, I won't be doing that again. You all should pay attention too." Fearing being taken as joking, Jiang Chen immediately reiterated. With the chubby boy's stature, it would be quite problematic if he tried to drape his arm over her. Back then she was still fit enough to share the weight, but now if the chubby boy did that, she would be shoved right into his arms. Thinking of that scene, Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down her spine. "Huh." At that moment, Zhang Ke suddenly spoke up. "Since just now it feels like there's a familiar fragrance. Do you smell it?" Lin Fuqiang sniffed. "It seems familiar, like I've smelled it before." The chubby boy quickly sniffed as well, and it seemed he remembered something. "Isn't this the scent of Jiang Chen's sister?" At this, the three of them, chubby boy Lin Fuqiang and Zhang Ke, immediately turned to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart raced, and she dared not speak. "Qingzi, be honest, did you use your sister's perfume?" The chubby boy stared at Jiang Chen as if he were looking at a pervert. Jiang Chen quickly replied, "Yes, I saw that perfume smelled nice this morning, so I sprayed a little." "No, Qingzi, this perfume clearly has a feminine fragrance. How can a man like you wear it? It feels so perverted to me." Lin Fuqiang couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "Is that so? Then I won't wear it next time, ha ha ha. I won't wear it." Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly. The others were baffled by Jiang Chen's inexplicable actions, and just then the teacher walked into the classroom. Jiang Chen and her friends finally closed their mouths, sitting up straight in anticipation of the class. As the bell rang, the classroom became noticeably quieter. Of course, the occasional rustling sounds could still be heard. For example, the two girls in front of Jiang Chen were secretly playing on their phones, and their conversation was clear to Jiang Chen. Look, the report on the Film City incident has come out. Has it been resolved? The vice president of Tian Fengmu said it's been resolved, it should be fine now. Was it that Daoist who resolved it? Officially, they say it was Daoist Qian who resolved it, but many people who went to the scene say it was a woman who settled the issue. A woman? Yeah, it was the woman who confronted the ghost in that previous video. They all said she was the one who dealt with the ghost. Is that true? I heard another version before that said the woman was a fairy, but don't tell me those otaku were just making wild guesses. It's possible, but while this woman is beautiful, the video was so blurry that saying she's a fairy feels excessive. I don't think her taste resembles that of a fairy at all. That's true. The clothes and pants look like they're made of cheap fabric and they don't match her lovely face. Clearly a purer outfit would suit such a cute face better. What a pity for such a beautiful face. If I had her looks and figure, I would definitely captivate a bunch of men when I go out. She was born that way, you should give up on that. The two girls giggled as they chatted. Jiang Chen touched her face and looked at her clothes. By the way, Qingzi, our class is organizing a summer outing next week. Do you want to go? The chubby boy, having nothing to do, suddenly recalled something and turned to Jiang Chen. Summer outing? Where to? It was indeed unprecedented for their stingy homeroom teacher to actually organize an outing for the students. Oh, it seems to be Juyang Mountain in Linjiang City. The chubby boy thought for a moment and replied. Jiang Chen had heard of Juyang County, which was under Linjiang City, but she had never heard of Juyang Mountain. Given the name, there should be some connection between the two. Qingzi, you are so out of touch. Haven't you heard about the Juyang martial arts tournament that has been heavily promoted throughout Linjiang City recently? Lin Fuqiang blinked in surprise. Jiang Chen shook her head as she had been focused on gaming lately. Even when she wasn't gaming, she was busy with various matters, leaving her no time to pay attention to these things. Qingzi, I feel like you're more of a homebody than I am. The chubby boy scrutinized Jiang Chen, and if not for the fact that the person before him looked just like Jiang Chen, he would have suspected that he was looking at another person. Lately, I've been holed up at home due to work. Don't mind that. Is there a connection between the Juyang martial arts tournament and Juyang Mountain? The chubby boy smiled smugly. Listen closely, the Juyang martial arts tournament is held at the peak of Juyang Mountain in Juyang County. This tournament is said to gather most of the martial arts masters from across the country. Renowned schools like Shaolin Chinjiagu Wudong and others will send disciples there, making it a grand event in the martial arts community. Even the provincial television station from Shueisha will be there to broadcast it live. At this point, Zhang Ke chimed in. A few days ago, Old Wu asked us if we wanted to go somewhere to have some fun. Everyone was curious to see what the tournament was like, so it was decided. Old Wu was Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher Wu Chunshui. Being over 40, wearing glasses, and appearing quite refined, he was referred to as Old Wu by the class. Most homeroom teachers in college let students fend for themselves, so there weren't many opportunities for interaction. However, Jiang Chen was an exception. She had met Old Wu nearly as many times as her previous middle and high school homeroom teachers. She was summoned by Old Wu almost every few days. By the way, Qingzi, you haven't said whether you're going or not. If you want to go, we'll sign you up with the class monitor. The chubby boy continued to ask. Jiang Chen initially wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought of something and swallowed her words. I'll go. Jiang Chen turned and said another word. Initially, she didn't want to waste time playing, but the phrase martial arts grand event sparked an idea in her. She currently had the strength of the 6th layer of Qi refinement and possessed the Yunyang sword, but beyond that she had no effective methods to defend herself, having spiritual power that she couldn't utilize. Even though her physical abilities were significantly above average, this level of fitness was fine for dealing with ordinary people. However, when it came to confronting beings transformed by energy fragments, she lacked confidence. The weakest class was already so difficult to handle, let alone ED or class. Thus, learning some techniques to enhance her strength and ensure her survival was far more important than making money at this stage. Moreover, with the 30,000 yuan that Mu Tongfei had given her, she no longer felt such a desperate need for money. Of course, Jiang Chen had thought about the authenticity of these martial arts masters. After all, martial arts scams were rampant now, and most so-called martial arts masters were fine for health preservation, but were just showmen when it came to combat. However, upon further reflection, she realized that even showmanship could be impressive. The flashy moves in traditional martial arts were inherently quite striking, and with her current physical condition, performing such moves could indeed leave an impact. No one could guarantee that all altered beings were ghosts. If there were rational entities among them, such flashy moves might indeed be of assistance. Oh, Qingzi, you're about to strike it rich. I thought you'd refuse. Lin Fuqiang teased from the side. I've been doing all right lately, so I just want to go out and have some fun. Jiang Chen replied perfunctorily. The class continued, and the group chatted idly, soon drifting off topic, eventually leading to the matter of Jiang Chen's ostensibly younger sister. Whenever Lin Fuqiang and Zhang Ke mentioned her non-existent sister, they became overly excited, bombarding her with questions about all the information regarding Jiang Chen's sister. Jiang Chen had no choice but to fabricate some information, ultimately saying that her sister had gone home, effectively cutting off the two men's curiosity. However, hearing this, the chubby boy was displeased. He pulled out the promise Jiang Chen had made to let him meet her sister. Jiang Chen felt guilty and resorted to playing the rogue, claiming her sister had left without a word and she didn't know. After engaging in a verbal sparring match with the three for a whole class, Jiang Chen finally felt a sense of relief as she stood up from her seat. However, just as she was about to escape through the classroom door, she was blocked by a figure at the entrance. Looking up, Jiang Chen's previously good mood plummeted to the depths. Laughter erupted behind her, and as the chubby boy Lin Fuqiang and Zhang Ke walked past her, they sighed in regret, revealing expressions of pity. "Teacher," Jiang Chen called out softly. "Jiang Chen, please come to the office for a moment." Wu Chunshui's face was long, and he looked quite displeased. Jiang Chen nodded, knowing she couldn't escape today. Fortunately, there was only one class in the afternoon, which should be enough time. Wu Chunshui turned and strode forward, and Jiang Chen had no choice but to follow him. The two of them descended from the teaching building, walked into the office building, and soon turned into an office. When Jiang Chen exited the office, the sky had grown somewhat dim, and she blinked, her eyes filled with bitterness. She couldn't tell whether this conversation was good or bad. Wu Chunshui had let her off the hook, promising that as long as Jiang Chen didn't skip classes haphazardly in the future, she would still be able to graduate and obtain her certificate. However, this came at a cost. For the upcoming summer outing, Wu Chunshui required Jiang Chen to participate and to help him with something for a day at Juyang Mountain. Jiang Chen didn't know what this task entailed, but she knew it wouldn't be anything good, especially in remote areas. Now her reasons for joining the summer outing were even more justified. After leaving the school, Jiang Chen didn't head straight back, but instead went to the Huaguo Rural Bank outside the university town. She approached an ATM, took out her only bank card, and inserted it. After entering a string of passwords to log in, Jiang Chen clicked on the balance inquiry option. When she saw the number 3 followed by 4 zeros on the screen, all that remained on her face was a silly grin. After checking her account, Jiang Chen clicked the back button, opened the transfer option, took out her phone, and found a string of bank card numbers she had saved in her notes. After entering the account number and inputting 2000, she finally pressed confirm. Once all this was done, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed and shaking off her previous gloom. However, just as she stepped out of the bank, her phone rang. Jiang Chen looked at the caller ID and felt a tightening in her chest. It read Jiang Chenglong, her father. Anxiously, Jiang Chen answered the phone, only to be met with an immediate questioning voice. "Chen, what's going on? Where did you get this money?" "Dad, I earned this money," Jiang Chen replied hesitantly, lowering her voice. Jiang Chen did not expect her father to notice so soon. After half a year apart, had her frugal father actually turned on text notifications? That would cost 2 yuan a month, which her dad and mom would never consider for such a loss. She had initially planned to think of a good explanation overnight for tomorrow, but now it seemed she had to explain right away. "What happened to your voice? Does it have anything to do with this money?" The urgency in his voice began to reveal a hint of worry. "Dad, you're overthinking. My throat has been inflamed recently, but this money is truly mine. Last time you and Mom sent me to that Yuhui group, I helped them with a very important task, and they rewarded me with this money." This lie, if analyzed, wasn't entirely false since the process was correct, but Jiang Chen had changed helping the film city to helping Yuhui. "Really? Chen, don't lie to me. There are plenty of university students with your skills. How could you possibly be of great help in such a professional company?" "It's true, don't worry, Dad. You know what kind of person your son is," Jiang Chen said sincerely. The voice on the other end responded with a low hum. "All right, Dad believes you. Since you can earn money now, come home once this semester ends." "Come home?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Yes, it's time to arrange a marriage for you." Jiang Chen stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. "Dad, are you out of your mind? A marriage? I'm still in school. Stop talking nonsense. 20 is already late. Your dad was with your mom when he was 18. That was in the past. Things are different now, and I'm still in school." "What's different?" "Studying isn't a big deal. When you come back this time, if you find someone suitable, just settle down, and after graduation you can directly get married and register your marriage." But she couldn't exactly say, "I'm already a woman." Would she really bring trouble to someone else's daughter? "Dad, I think we should wait until my career is stable before discussing this matter." "Stop talking nonsense. Since you're doing so well at Yuhui, can't you continue working there after graduation? What else do you want for a stable career?" Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. She was on the verge of being cut by Yuhui. How could she call that stable? Her father was very stubborn. If there wasn't a proper reason, it was unlikely she could escape. Who knew when he would storm in from the countryside to find her? Methods. Methods. Chen, listen carefully. If you don't return by the end of the semester, I'm coming to the city to find you. "Dad, actually, I have a girlfriend now." There was a pause on the other end. "Is that true? Don't lie to me. Your dad isn't that easy to fool." "It's real, absolutely true." "All right, then you bring that girl home to show me at the end of the semester. If you can't bring her back, just go on a blind date." "Oh, that's so soon. Can you wait a bit?" The sound of a dial tone interrupted her. Jiang Chenglong had hung up. Girlfriend. Speaking of a girlfriend, how should she bring her home? Jiang Chen fell into deep conflict. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Chen either attended classes or stayed home playing games. During these 2 days, Jiang Chen had a great time in the game as all the players were revolving around by Lalan, and she could finally hang out in the game practicing her swordsmanship. When she had time, she would go to the wild and use the Emperor Phoenix pose on those bosses to test the effects. However, due to her GM identity, these bosses were all submissive to her. Each time she used the Emperor Phoenix pose, those bosses were almost immediately controlled, offering no resistance at all. At her highest achievement, Jiang Chen managed to control a boss at the early Foundation establishment stage. As for higher-level bosses, she had not heard of them from players, nor did she have the time to explore the unknown vast map of ascending to immortality by herself. On the 3rd day, Jiang Chen dressed herself, donned the misty light veil, and headed out taking the bus. By the time she got off, she was already at the entrance of Yuhui Group. As before, Jiang Chen walked to the front desk on the 1st floor of the building and smiled at the receptionist, saying, "Hello, I have an appointment with Gao Lu, the deputy supervisor of the operations department. Could you please notify her?" "Sure, please wait a moment." The receptionist picked up the office phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Sister Gao, someone is looking for you." "Yes, it's Jiang Chen." After a few seconds, the customer service lady hung up the phone and said to Jiang Chen, "Please follow me." The two walked in front of each other, and soon the customer service lady led Jiang Chen to an office. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this office, as it was the same one where she had interviewed last time. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the office, she saw Gao Lu sitting on the sofa. "Jiang Chen, take a seat. Manager Lin will be here shortly." Jiang Chen did not decline and naturally sat down. "Before Manager Lin arrives, I have a few questions you must answer first." "Understood," Jiang Chen replied, indicating her honesty. Gao Lu smiled with satisfaction, took out a piece of white paper from the desk, and picked up a pen, continuing first regarding the changes in character models, the release of the City Guard Army in Juxian City, and the -100 friendliness. "Are you completely unaware of the reasons behind these events?" Jiang Chen nodded. "I don't know." "Good. The second matter, did you notice anything unusual while these events were happening? Any abnormalities should be reported to us." Jiang Chen shook her head. "No abnormalities." Gao Lu wrote down Jiang Chen's responses on the white paper. "Lastly, we would like to ask you to cooperate with us by logging into an NPC character within the company. Do you agree?" Jiang Chen's expression stiffened. "All right." Jiang Chen knew that if she refused, she would likely lose this job. As for logging into a character in front of so many people, it should be fine, as she didn't believe these staff members could discover the system's existence. Just then the door swung open, and a man in his 30s dressed in a crisp Western suit stepped inside. Gao Lu immediately rose to his feet upon spotting the suited man and bowed respectfully. "Manager Lin." Manager Lin acknowledged him with quiet composure before walking steadily to sit opposite Jiang Chen. "Have you finished your task?" he asked slowly. "All recorded," Gao Lu replied. "Then please step out for now." Gao Lu quickly gathered his things and hurried out of the room. Manager Lin took the seat Gao Lu had just vacated and studied Jiang Chen carefully. "You bear a striking resemblance to Aunt Ing." A faint smile touched Manager Lin's lips. Jiang Chen's mother was named Lin Ing, so Aunt Ing clearly referred to her. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "People often say I look just like my mother." "Is that so? Then my guess was right." Lin Shu picked up a teacup from the side table, filled it to the brim, and handed it to Jiang Chen with the easy warmth of an elder sharing idle conversation. "My name is Lin Shu. Has your mother ever mentioned me to you?" Jiang Chen quickly accepted the cup and shook his head. "She told me to call you Uncle Lin." "Uncle Lin works perfectly well." Lin Shu poured himself a cup of tea as well. "You're aware, I assume, of the numerous complaints filed against you?" "Yes, I am." "I heard from Gao Lu that you were entirely unaware of these incidents." "That's correct. I have no idea how or why this happened." A flicker of unease crossed Jiang Chen's heart. Lin Shu nodded gravely. "These hackers have gone too far. Our technical department will conduct a thorough investigation and deliver you a full resolution." He sighed softly, the weight behind it unmistakable. "Truth be told, your uncle bears immense pressure over this matter. It was only after Anning pleaded with uncommon sincerity that I personally approved your hiring a university student like yourself into our company." That sigh carried unspoken meaning, and Jiang Chen felt a cold premonition stir deep within him. "I know this isn't your fault, but now that it's happened, answering to upper management has become untenable. Just recently, we refunded 50% of all player purchases made through the in-game store, and still their voices refuse to be silenced." By this point, even Jiang Chen, who prided himself on modest intelligence, could no longer mistake Lin Shu's implication. This job was comfortable, stable, and deeply meaningful to him. Leaving would wound his parents' hearts, and unless cornered with no alternative, Jiang Chen was unwilling to walk away so easily. "Manager Lin, might I ask for a reassignment? Not necessarily back to NPC duties, any role would do." "No." System notification denied. Almost simultaneously, both Manager Lin and the system spoke the same word. "Shaochen upper management has already fixed its gaze upon you. This is no longer about NPCs. It's about your continued presence at Yuhui. Remaining here would cast your uncle as nepotistic, inviting ostracism for you, and constant anxiety for me. It's a losing proposition for us both. Lin Shu explained with solemn paternal concern. System Notification Yuhui Group serves as the sole authorized agent of the Central Authority in China and the only gateway into the game. Moreover, the GM's virtual pod is the only one equipped with a neural interface installed by the Central Authority. Departing Yuhui means for now permanent exclusion from the game. Lin Shu's words had nearly extinguished Jiang Chen's hope, but the system's revelation plunged him into agonizing indecision. System, what does Soul Pathway mean? Can't a dedicated login device be fabricated for me? Jiang Chen demanded inwardly. System Notification, no standalone login device currently exists. Furthermore, the Central Authority lacks sufficient energy reserves to fabricate another neural interface. Attempting to log in via a non-neural virtual pod risks catastrophic data corruption and irreversible deletion of your character profile. So, I'm trapped here for life. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. System Notification only for the present. Once the Central Authority accumulates adequate energy requests from the GM, including fabrication of a new neural interface, will receive priority consideration. Approval is highly probable. What kind of absurd predicament was this? Jiang Chen stood momentarily stunned. Xiao Chun, you've only been with us a few days, yet I know your affection for Yuhui runs deep. Let me make this decision. Your salary from today until months in will be quintupled. How does that sound? Not satisfactory, Jiang Chen murmured. Xiao Chun, countless promising companies are emerging across the nation, many far hungrier for fresh talent than Yuhui. With your degree from Linjiang University, one of China's elite institutions, you'll undoubtedly land a position far superior to ours. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, assuming Jiang Chen simply found the compensation inadequate. Jiang Chen held Lin Shu's gaze for a long moment. Then, swallowing his pride, asked, Uncle Lin, is there any way I might remain even as an NPC? Give me one chance. I will redeem myself. Only days earlier he'd accepted menial tasks without complaint. Now he demanded reinstatement as an NPC. Lin Shu's expression darkened instantly. This was blatant overreach. Xiao Chun, given our relationship, I'd hoped for an amicable parting. But now, I'm profoundly disappointed. Jiang Chen, I formally notify you you are dismissed. The final syllable, hired, died unspoken as a firm double knock echoed at the door. Lin Shu swallowed the word and called out, Who is it? Manager Lin, the senior director has just issued new instructions. The voice outside belonged to Gao Lo. Senior director. That gave Jiang Chen pause. He knew the current director was simply Director Yu. But Senior Director Yu. That was unexpected. Everyone at Yuhui knew the senior director had withdrawn from operations years ago, leaving full authority to the younger director. Though Lin Shu held a senior managerial post in operations, he'd only risen to it recently, and had virtually no direct dealings with the senior director. So why then would the senior director intervene, specifically for him? I'm in the middle of a discussion. Please relay the directive when I return. But sir, this order concerns Jiang Chen. Lin Shu stiffened. Concerning Jiang Chen, how could the senior director possibly know him? After a brief pause he said, Come in. Gao Lo entered and moved quietly to Lin Shu's side, leaning close to whisper into his ear. Lin Shu's expression shifted rapidly, from calm to delight to shock and finally to utter incredulity. Understood. You may withdraw. Manager Lin waved dismissively at Gao Lo. As Gao Lu passed Jiang Chen on her way to the door, she paused, gave him a long knowing look, and silently mouthed 3 words, You've got it. You've got it. What did that mean? Ah Chen, it appears I acted too hastily regarding your dismissal, Lin Shu said, clearing his throat with evident embarrassment. After further deliberation by our senior management, Jiang Chen, you have been rehired. Lin Shu clapped enthusiastically, beaming even more brightly than Jiang Chen herself. At last Jiang Chen understood what Gao Lu had meant earlier. Yet another thought struck her. When exactly had she developed any connection with old Mr. Yu? After finishing his applause, Lin Shu's gaze softened markedly as he looked at Jiang Chen. Ah Chen, how on earth did you come to know old Mr. Yu? How does she know? Jiang Chen froze, utterly at a loss for words. This time we owe it entirely to old Mr. Yu's staunch support. He insisted that with you aboard we'd detect bugs far more efficiently. That's why you've been retained. Of course, that's merely a diplomatic pretext. You really are quite the sly one, summoning old Mr. Yu as backup. Had you simply mentioned your acquaintance with him earlier, your Uncle Lin would never have scolded you. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. Her Uncle Lin was indeed extraordinarily opportunistic. Yet truth be told, she had no actual relationship whatsoever with old Mr. Yu. System, do you have any insight into this matter? Jiang Chen silently queried within her mind. System Notification, having detected an imminent GM-level crisis, the system has reported the incident to the Central Authority. The recent intervention is highly likely its direct response. If Yuhui served as the Central Authority's authorized agent, then old Mr. Yu's immediate accessibility suddenly made perfect sense. Regardless, one thing was certain. Jiang Chen had emerged from this unscathed. By the way, besides rescinding your dismissal, old mister, Yu has granted you special privileges, Lin Shu declared, his tone now luxuriously relaxed, utterly transformed from his earlier demeanor. What privileges? Jiang Chen's curiosity stirred instantly. Your official designation will henceforth operate independently of the Yunyang Gate team, free from your squad leader's authority, and report directly under Gao Le. Moreover, you'll possess autonomous mission assignment rights. Henceforward, you'll receive tasks directly from our operations department, not via your squad leader. That said, since all in-game personas are currently fixed, you must continue portraying yourself publicly as a disciple of the Yunyang Gate. Only after the official public beta launch will we integrate a narrative arc to formally sever your affiliation with the sect. Having delivered this torrent of information, Lin Shu took a sip of tea and continued, also your hourly wage will increase by 5 yuan. Jiang Chen stared at Lin Shu in stunned disbelief. She'd caused a major scandal, yet now she was being promoted and given a raise. Truly, truly. Her voice trembled with barely contained emotion. Absolutely true. The company will also refund the remaining 50% of funds to affected players. However, we cannot erase the impact you've had upon them. No need to erase it. No need at all. Jiang Chen inwardly winced. She'd be overjoyed if players simply left her alone, certainly not daring to tamper with their palpable disdain. That settles it. Gao Le will handle the handover shortly. Lin Shu rose, strode forward, and firmly patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Keep up the excellent work, and remember, should anything arise, turn to Uncle Lin. I'll resolve it for you. With that, Lin Shu strode confidently toward the door. Jiang Chen watched him go, silently scoffing. Her Uncle Lin possessed truly astonishing audacity. No sooner had Lin Shu departed than Gao Le entered. She smiled at Jiang Chen. It seems you won't be leaving Yuhui after all. No, I won't. Jiang Chen shrugged, then added thoughtfully. Oh, and regarding my earlier internal login as an NPC character, I can now escort you to the Academy Residential Complex to retrieve the neural interface pods. Unnecessary. Old mister. Yu has personally decreed that all your records are fully legitimate, and instructed us not to overcomplicate matters. Gao Le spread her hands in a gesture of wry resignation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of unexpected goodwill toward this unseen elder. His perception ran remarkably deep. Very well, let's complete your re-registration paperwork and you're free to go. Gao Le produced another document and began conversing with Jiang Chen. Once the forms were signed, Jiang Chen exited Yuhui. As she stepped out of the building, 2 pairs of eyes locked onto her from the rooftop above. Father, is this Jiang Chen? Yes. Why does she seem veiled by a faint gossamer mist? As though she weren't entirely real. An illusion. You mean Jiang Chen too has been granted power by that entity? No. Though the entity offered no explicit declaration, I sense profoundly that our standing before it differs fundamentally from hers. Irrevocably so. Do you mean she holds greater significance than we do? The aged voice remained silent. Only a low chuckling laugh echoed. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. To appear in that visage. Were I 20 years younger, I might well have fallen utterly entranced. Father, what are you speaking of? What visage? Have you pierced through the illusion? Nothing of consequence. Just remember this, Jiang Chen must never be dismissed. At times she must even be indulged. Understood? Yes, father, I understand. Oblivious to the scrutiny above, Jiang Chen boarded a bus and rode home to her residential complex. The following week passed swiftly. Jiang Chen settled into steady rhythm, attending classes by day, immersing herself in the game by night. Protests against ZU on the Yukanshu official website dwindled rapidly, until eventually they vanished entirely. This development thrilled Gao Le, who immediately shared the news with Jiang Chen. Yet Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in her chest, an unsettling dissonance. Had the controversy truly subsided in just 7 days? She knew instinctively it couldn't be that simple. Furthermore, Jiang Chen noticed a sudden influx of players from other sects into the Yunyang Gate. These players shrank from her like plague carriers. And yet, it wasn't mere revulsion she saw in their eyes. Beneath their fear flickered something else, raw, ravenous longing, suppressed only by some unspoken constraint. 1 week later, Zhuxian City erupted into extraordinary fervor. On the upper floor of a tavern named Feishan Restaurant, over a dozen figures sat cross-legged in solemn formation. Any seasoned observer of the Immortal cultivation rankings would have trembled at the sight, for every single occupant ranked among the celestial tier players, and all belonged to the orthodox sects. Foremost among them stood the Tianyi sect and the Yu Nu Pavilion, the elite disciples of countless immortal sects gathered here, led by Zhu Tian himself. Now that all esteemed guests have assembled, let us deliberate seriously upon the impending Immortal Demon War. But first, one matter demands absolute candor from each of you. Your revelations may prove pivotal to our future cultivation. Zhu Tian swept his gaze across the assembly. What matter? Asked one player. Everything you know about the NPC ZU, Zhu Tian replied. ZU? Why focus on her? Another player asked, perplexed. Because before the Immortal Demon War commences, we must uncover her optimal strategy. This is our foremost, most critical priority. However, none of this mattered to Jiang Chen as she was currently idly sitting on the bus rented by the school. The journey from Linjiang City to Jiang County wasn't far if taken via the highway. The bus took only 30 minutes to reach Jiang County. Though Jiang County is just a small county, it is quite underdeveloped and is said to still be one of the poverty-stricken counties in Shueisha province. In recent years, Jiang County has made significant efforts to develop its tourism industry, which has finally led to some improvement in its economy. Among the tourism projects, the most thoroughly developed area is the iconic Jiang Mountain in the center of the county. This time, the Jiang Martial Arts Conference has brought new business opportunities to Jiang County. When they arrived at the foot of Jiang Mountain, the area was already bustling with a crowd of people. Everyone listen up, this summer trip lasts for 2 days. We will return to school the day after tomorrow at noon. During this time, everyone is free to explore, but the activities must be confined to the Jiang Mountain range and must not leave this area. Do you all understand? As soon as they got off the bus, Wu Chunshui was shouting loudly with a megaphone. Additionally, regarding your accommodations, I have booked a hotel. Each room in the hotel contains 4 beds, and everyone will receive their keys through their dormitory leader. Is that clear? All the students responded sporadically. As for Jiang Chen's group, their dormitory leader Lin Fuqiang went to collect the keys. After Lin Fuqiang returned with the keys, Zhang Ke eagerly asked, Fuqiang, did you find out where the hotel is? Lin Fuqiang pointed to a nearby 3-story house, saying, look, it's right there. There. Zhang Ke's jaw dropped. That's not a hotel but looks like a residential house. And it seems to be decades old. Can they really be this stingy? The fat one also wore a disgruntled expression. I told you which hotel would have 4 beds. So that's how it is. But this money isn't coming from him. Does old Wu really have to be this tight-fisted? Zhang Ke shook his head, expressing his strong dissatisfaction with old Wu. The 3 of them complained, but their bodies obediently followed the crowd towards the residential house. Upon arriving at the house, Lin Fuqiang led Jiang Chen and the others to the room they would be staying in. As soon as the door opened, a foul odor wafted out, causing Jiang Chen and the others to quickly cover their noses. Lin Fuqiang held his breath and rushed to the window to open it for ventilation. After the wind had blown for a while, the smell inside faded somewhat, and Jiang Chen and the others dared to step inside. The room was slightly larger than their dormitory, containing 4 beds. From the materials, it seemed they were made of wooden boards, and on the beds were 4 distinctly shabby sheets and blankets, which appeared to be newly changed. Apart from the 4 beds and blankets, the rest of the room was bare, lacking even a cabinet for storage. The room had its own bathroom, but the mirror was fogged and the toilet was yellowed. Fortunately, there were no residues left behind, otherwise Jiang Chen would surely have vomited. What bad luck. Let's go while it's still early. Let's head up the mountain and take a look, Zhang Ke said, disdainfully tossing his backpack onto the bed and being the first to step out. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and the others each followed suit. When the 4 of them reached the foot of Jiang Mountain, many people were already there. Among them, besides students from Linjiang University, there were also some muscular individuals in short-sleeved shirts, likely members of a sect participating in the competition. Jiang Mountain isn't very high, but its ridges stretch on endlessly, filled with a desire for exploration. It took Jiang Chen and the others less than half an hour to reach the summit. When they arrived at the summit, they found it was somewhat different from what they had expected. A vast expanse of concrete covered the ground, which was quite large, at least the size of 5 or 6 football fields. At the far end, a temple sat there with people coming in and out. In front of the temple, a platform had been erected where 2 disciples in different attire were engaged in combat. Oh, they're still fighting. The fat one eagerly rushed towards the platform. Lin Fuqiang, Jiang Chen, and Zhang Ke immediately followed. On the platform, the 2 were locked in a fierce struggle, exchanging punches and kicks. Surprisingly, it was devoid of the flashy moves seen on television and instead was quite straightforward and unadorned. Hey brother, can I ask a question? Who are the 2 fighting up there? The fat one enthusiastically patted a nearby spectator on the shoulder. The spectator turned to stare at the fat one for a moment and replied nonchalantly, Yang Ling from Wudang's Bagua Palm is fighting Zhang Yiyuan from Wing Chun. Wudang Bagua Palm. Isn't Wudang known for Tai Chi? The fat one was slightly taken aback. The spectator disdainfully glanced at the fat one and said, Tai Chi is promoted in Xinjiagu. Who told you that it belongs to Wudang? You've watched too many novels. Wudang only has Bagua Palm, not Tai Chi. The fat one scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. At first it was fine, the 2 were just testing each other, posing dramatically. But once they truly engaged, they ended up grappling on the ground. After watching for a while, the fat one found it uninteresting. This isn't a martial arts competition, it's wrestling. Boring him leaving, the fat one muttered in disappointment. If Jiang Chen had any interest at the beginning, she had lost it now. While flashy moves might impress, this was neither impressive nor practical, making it utterly useless to her. Before the group could turn around, a hand had already landed on the fat one's shoulder. Wait a moment. The 4 of them immediately stopped upon hearing the voice and turned to look at its source. It was a bald young man in a robe, and behind him were 5 similarly fierce-looking individuals. This friend, the ones fighting on the platform, are our disciples from Wudang Bagua Palm. They are currently entangled in a soft technique from our Bagua Palm. Is there any issue with that? The bald young man had a cold gaze, and his muscular frame made the fat one tremble with fear. Nothing at all, I was just saying something casually. The fat one immediately backed down. Just saying casually. No, I see that you walk with confidence and strength. You must be a fellow practitioner. Since you believe our Bagua palm is lacking, please do enlighten us. The bald young man gestured with his chin towards Jiang Chen and the others, while the 5 disciples behind him all surrounded them. Jiang Chen thought the bald young man was just causing trouble for the fat one, but to her surprise, he was now targeting all 4 of them. Who did she offend? At this moment, the crowd around gradually moved closer, eager to know what had actually happened. Fellow villagers, there are 4 individuals who believe that my Wudong Bagua palm does not live up to its name and wish to teach us a lesson. Our Wudong cannot back down, so I ask all of you to supervise and help restore the dignity of our lineage. The bald man cupped his hands toward the surroundings, speaking as if he truly believed it. At this moment, the fat man was already bewildered, not knowing what to say, but his submissive expression made it clear to anyone that he absolutely did not want to compete. The people present were not fools. After observing the situation for a while, they understood what was happening. However, they were not inclined to interfere and were even somewhat eager to watch the spectacle. Just then, the match on the stage also concluded with a victory. After a tussle, the slightly stronger disciple of Bagua palm emerged victorious, yet despite winning, the disciple's clothes were tattered and his face was marked with scratches. The victor is the Wudong Bagua palm. As the Wudong Bagua palm won 3 matches and lost 2, they advance in the competition. The referee announced the results loudly. The disciple was instantly elated and rushed over to hug the bald man tightly. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. A gay man. All right, this round is over. There will be about an hour of rest. Who among you wants to go first? The bald man was comforting the disciple while asking Jiang Chen this question. The fat man had been trembling since earlier. Zhang Ku and Lin Fuqiang both kept their heads down with stiff expressions, likely terrified. Yes, you go first. Jiang Chen was still hesitating on whether to play dead when suddenly the bald youth's voice called out. Jiang Chen looked up to see the bald man pointing at him. I see you are calm and confident, so you must have some assurance. You go first. The bald man stared at Jiang Chen, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The meaning behind his words was unmistakable, while others were afraid. How could you be so calm? Are you looking down on us? Looking for a fight? Jiang Chen sighed. To be honest, if it were just some minor probing or wrestling, these people might not be her match. However, if she truly fought seriously, it would become complicated to explain. Then please teach me. After some thought, Jiang Chen ultimately stepped onto the stage as she had no choice. Abin, you go. The bald youth casually pointed to a disciple. The disciple responded and gracefully leaped over the railing. Please teach me. The disciple, named Abin, made a seemingly martial arts starting pose toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen secretly found it amusing, not paying much attention, as these people's starting poses were likely just for show. Once a real fight started, they would surely expose themselves. Seeing the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curve slightly, the disciple assumed Jiang Chen was mocking him and charged over angrily. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the movement was incredibly slow. Just as the opponent was about to strike, Jiang Chen, her foot moved. It was a vicious low kick that, while not guaranteed to be crippling, would certainly cause pain for a good 10 days to half a month. Indeed, the moment he was struck in the lower region, the opponent's fist immediately retracted as he clutched his groin. The disciple named Abin let out a pig-like scream, rolling on the ground while clutching his pants, making it seem as if his manhood were severed. The bald youth in the audience was clearly startled. You actually played dirty, and you have no sense of martial ethics. At that moment, another disciple jumped onto the stage. A wheel battle. Do you have no shame? Jiang Chen looked at the disciple and mocked him. You were the first to use underhanded tactics, breaking the rules first. The disciple snorted coldly and charged over, clearly holding back compared to the previous one to prevent being caught off guard by Jiang Chen again. Just as Jiang Chen was about to casually dodge, she suddenly felt a numbness under her armpit. She realized another disciple of Wudong Bagua palm had sneakily approached from behind and seized her arms. Ever since becoming a woman, Jiang Chen had never allowed anyone to touch her body. The moment she felt someone touching her, her anger surged, and she forcefully gripped the disciple's hands. With a shoulder throw, she flung the person behind her forward, colliding at high speed with the disciple rushing in from the front. What the hell? Did I just see that skinny body actually throw a strong man out? Wait, this doesn't make sense. The person being restrained shouldn't be able to exert force like that. Where did she get that strength? She must be a master. She is definitely a judo expert. The bald youth could no longer stand still. He beckoned the remaining 2, and all 3 leaped onto the stage simultaneously. Not bad, it seems you have indeed trained. But you have angered me today. No matter how skilled you are, it won't help you now. The bald youth spat and approached Jiang Chen menacingly, while the other 2 disciples flanked him, forming a 3-on-1 situation. Compared to the other 5 disciples, the bald youth's weight and physique clearly placed him in a different category. In his eyes, as long as Jiang Chen couldn't grab him, she wouldn't be able to utilize judo effectively. If she couldn't unleash her judo skills, then pitting strength against strength with his physique, he was certainly not afraid. Although the bald youth's assumption was reasonable, he did not realize that Jiang Chen was not employing any judo tactics, but was simply naturally strong. Thus, when the bald youth got close, Jiang Chen unceremoniously delivered another kick to his abdomen. The bald youth had intended to withstand the blow with his impressive physique and then retaliate, but the next moment his expression changed dramatically as he was sent staggering back several meters, clutching his stomach and kneeling on one knee. This exaggerated display nearly led the audience to believe it was staged. However, the other two disciples knew the bald youth's temperament, and he would never fake such a situation. He was genuinely in pain. The two disciples immediately dared not approach, but instead rushed to the bald youth's side, inquiring about his injuries. This time Jiang Chen slowly walked toward the bald youth. Everyone saw it. The Wudong Bagua palm is nothing but this bullying the weak with numbers oppressing the vulnerable. Remember their true colors from now on. After saying this, she had already approached the bald youth. The two disciples saw Jiang Chen and immediately released the bald youth's hand, retreating a short distance, afraid that Jiang Chen would kick them too. Jiang Chen did not pursue the two disciples as she focused on the bald youth just as she was preparing to deliver another kick when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure rushing towards her from the corner of her eye. The figure moved swiftly, causing a stir among the onlookers. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless and quickly leaped several meters away. As disciples, why bully an ordinary person? A middle-aged man's voice drifted over softly. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a solemn gray Taoist robe, far more orthodox than the bald youth's, and wearing a formal Taoist crown suggesting high status. Astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Both the middle-aged man's surprise assault and Jiang Chen's evasion were breathtaking. Indeed, their speed bordered on the inhuman. System alert: spiritual energy fragment signature detected. Initiating source localization. Alert confirmed: source identified as Wudong Mountain. Fragment tier. Tier assessment unknown. Jiang Chen gazed at the middle-aged man whose speed rivaled her own, then heard the system's report, and instantly understood this man too had undergone mutation from a fragment. No wonder his velocity defied natural limits. System, can't you determine the fragment's tier? Jiang Chen silently queried. System alert: the target's last contact with the fragment occurred too long ago. Residual aura is exceedingly faint. Precise evaluation is currently impossible. Jiang Chen furrowed her brow. Another fragment, hidden deep within Wudong Mountain. That place lay thousands of miles away. She would never go there, not unless utterly reckless. Certainly not now. Senior Uncle Zhang, the bald youth pleaded meekly, eyes downcast. Senior Uncle Zhang snorted in disapproval, fixing the youth with a stern glare. I've told you repeatedly, beyond every mountain lies another, beyond every master a greater one. Humility must be your foundation. Yet you never learn. With such arrogance, how could I ever admit you into the inner sect to cultivate martial arts? The youth's face crumpled. Senior Uncle Zhang, it was them. They mocked us, calling our disciples mere pretenders. I couldn't stand it. Hey, don't slander me. I only muttered under my breath. The stout young man bristled, instantly bursting into protest, and instinctively edged closer to Jiang Chen, subtly signaling he had powerful backing. Senior Uncle Zhang sighed wearily, then offered Jiang Chen a respectful half-bow. Might I ask, young sir, what sect do you hail from? To attain intersect status at such a tender age is truly extraordinary. Intersect disciple. Jiang Chen's thoughts spun. What hierarchy was this? I'm no intersect disciple of any sect. Ah, perhaps then you are a disciple of some reclusive grandmaster dwelling deep in the mountains. Jiang Chen shook her head again. It seems this young sir prefers discretion. Senior Uncle Zhang swept his gaze across the crowd, then smiled faintly. This is no place for conversation. Would you honor us with a private audience within the temple? Jiang Chen glanced toward the ancient temple nestled nearby, paused thoughtfully, and accepted. Senior Uncle Zhang might well become an invaluable guide. A subtle smile touched Senior Uncle Zhang's lips as he turned sharply to the bald youth and coldly admonished, hurry. Prepare for the next round. You represent Wudong Mountain itself. Fail to place among the top 3 and you shall not return to the sect. The youth paled and stammered assent. Jiang Chen glanced back at the stout youth and his two companions and beckoned them over. Instantly, they hurried to her side. Qingzi, you're incredible. Spill it. Where'd you train? I'm enrolling tomorrow. The stout youth grinned, thumb raised high. Fatty, settle down. First shed that gut, then talk about training. Zhang Ke effortlessly crushed the youth's ambition. Martial cultivation isn't mastered overnight. Qingzi, did you begin training as a child? Lin Fugue asked, eyes alight with curiosity. Exactly. Only lifelong practice yields such mastery. Qingzi, you've kept this secret from us far too long. The stout youth nodded emphatically, his conviction so absolute that Jiang Chen dared not speak the truth. She had acquired this ability only recently. So she wove another gentle fiction. Yes, I've loved martial arts since childhood, so I trained diligently. She smiled as she replied. Young sir, shall we depart? Senior Uncle Zhang called out from afar, prompting her. Just a moment, Jiang Chen answered, then turned to the trio. I'll return shortly. Go ahead and descend the mountain. No need to wait. Knowing they could offer no real aid, each assured her in turn, then watched as Jiang Chen followed Senior Uncle Zhang down from the arena, walking steadily toward the temple. Upon entering the temple, they stepped into a grand main hall bathed in golden light, its altar lined with serene ancient statues. "Are you here to join this year's demon-subduing campaign?" Senior Uncle Zhang asked, eyes gleaming with quiet interest. Demon-subduing. Jiang Chen had never heard the term. Several days ago, the temple abbot discovered a demonic entity deep within the mountain range. He photographed it and posted the image on the renowned Wushu forum. We elders reviewed it and concluded its combat prowess transcends mortal capability. As guardians of China's martial legacy, expelling evil and upholding the Tao is our sacred duty. This tournament, merely a veil, designed to conceal our true mission, eliminating that entity. So, you aren't here for the demon-subduing campaign. No. What astonishing serendipity. Who would have imagined such hidden masters dwell even within humble Jiang County? Please accept my deepest apologies. Senior Uncle Zhang's repeated contrition left Jiang Chen faintly embarrassed. The matter is settled, Master Zhang. No need for regret. I've already disciplined him. At a loss for words, Jiang Chen offered only this measured reply. Senior Uncle Zhang studied her with unmistakable admiration and asked, "By the way, young sir, your martial artistry is exceptional. Might you consider joining our campaign against the demon?" Jiang Chen nearly declined, then paused. This campaign drew elite martial masters from across the realm, an unparalleled opportunity to observe, learn, and grow. And so she nodded. "Of course. Then please follow me once more." Senior Uncle Zhang gestured toward a narrow side door, and Jiang Chen trailed him inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, a razor-sharp aura sliced through the air like a blade of wind. She looked deeper and found the chamber behind the door vast and austere, a wide concrete floor flanked by two parallel rows of chairs. Seated upon those chairs were countless figures cloaked in shadow, faces obscured, identities veiled. System alert: spiritual energy fragment signature detected. Initiating source localization. Alert confirmed: source identified as Songsan Mountain. Fragment tier. Tier assessment unknown. System alert: spiritual energy fragment signature detected. Initiating source localization. Alert confirmed: source identified as Amei Mountain. Fragment tier. Tier assessment unknown. As Jiang Chen stepped inside, a flood of system notifications overwhelmed her mind. Upon hearing so many energy fragments, she was momentarily taken aback. Every sect had fragments. What was going on? "Isn't that Zhang Yoxin from Wudong? Why did you arrive so late today?" An old man chuckled. Zhang Yoxin bowed apologetically to the crowd. "I had some matters to attend to and am late. I hope the esteemed figures of the martial arts world can forgive me." Zhang Yoxin spoke with a dignified tone. "Zhang Daochang, who is this person beside you?" Another elder turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen. "Oh, this is a young friend I met on my way here. Don't be fooled by his youth. His strength is certainly not inferior to mine." The crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves. After all, it was hard for these old men to believe that someone as young as Jiang Chen could possess such strength. Soon a monk in robes cleared his throat and said, "Since this is someone introduced by Zhang Daochang, he must have some skills. Let's not deliberate further and quickly discuss the matter of exorcising the demons." Master Puhui is correct. Now that everyone is here, we can start. Even if this young brother's strength is lacking, his intent counts for something, doesn't it? Another elder added. The two individuals seemed to hold a particularly high status among the crowd, and as soon as they spoke, everyone around fell silent. "Thank you, Master Puhui, and elder son, for your trust. However, since this is someone I brought, I must ensure that everyone is convinced of his abilities." Zhang Yoxin said, turning to Jiang Chen with a slight smile. "Young brother, may I ask for your name?" "Jiang Chen," she replied. "Great, Jiang Xiong, how about we spar a few moves?" "Of course," Jiang Chen answered. Zhang Yoxin nodded in satisfaction, clenched his fists, and in the next moment shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity, deftly sidestepping the attack. The crowd erupted in excitement. "Not bad. Given your reaction and speed, you indeed possess the caliber of an inner sect disciple." "Jiang Xiong, don't just dodge. They need to see your offensive techniques as well," Zhang Yoxin urged as he pursued her. This time Jiang Chen did not evade, but met the attack head-on. Their fists collided, creating a terrifying sound of air being sliced. To think he can trade blows with Zhang Daochang from Wudong. This person is quite formidable. Formidable. At his age, he's practically a prodigy. Jiang Chen was unsure if she was a prodigy, but she was certain of one thing: Zhang Yuxin's movements were not fast. Her current senses were more akin to a cultivator's divine sense. Using it made Zhang Yuxin's actions seem exceedingly slow. However, seeing the movements and being able to keep up were two different matters. With her current physical capabilities, she could only match Zhang Yoxin evenly. After exchanging blows for a while, Zhang Yoxin suddenly shouted, "Be careful." He shifted his fists into palms, striking a striking pose. This was getting serious. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. However, she was unsure if this was real martial arts or just showmanship. But soon Zhang Yoxin demonstrated what true martial arts were. Even though she could clearly see his movements, his unpredictable palms always appeared in just the right place. By the time Jiang Chen realized that her body could not react in time. After barely blocking the third palm strike, Jiang Chen was unable to defend against the fourth. Fortunately, Zhang Yoxin pulled back just in time, his palm merely resting on her forehead, not striking down. Very good, very good. Jiang Shishir is indeed a genius. At such a young age he can spar with Zhang Daochang for so long, Master Puhui praised. Indeed quite impressive. But it doesn't look like he's familiar with martial arts techniques. If Zhang Daochang was serious with his Bagua palm, he would have struggled. My old friend, you don't understand. This shows that he has a solid foundation. Exactly. No matter how profound the martial arts techniques are, without a solid foundation, what use are they? Everyone expressed their opinions. Jiang Chen stood in place, secretly pleased. Indeed, profound martial arts were still useful. All right, now everyone should have no objections, right? Elder Sun glanced around at the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, we will start discussing the matter of exorcising the demons. I believe everyone has seen the demon. Does anyone have any thoughts? I think this demon resembles a tree, but isn't quite a tree. It must be a tree spirit. However, there are many trees in the mountains, making it hard to find. Why don't we set the mountain on fire to create a fake wildfire and flesh out the demon? An elder proposed. That's inappropriate. Setting fire to the mountain is a grave crime. Are you not afraid of the government coming after you? Another immediately rejected the idea. Even if they would give us some face, such a large-scale fire would be excessive. Elder Sun shook his head. Speaking of fire, I think we should make a few torches and burn the trees on the mountain one by one. If it is indeed a demon, it will surely react. This way, as long as we are careful, it shouldn't lead to a wildfire. Master Puhui offered his opinion. That's a good idea, Elder Sun nodded. The crowd echoed their agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood there clueless. After all, she hadn't seen what the demon looked like. This was like watching a show. However, that didn't mean Jiang Chen had nothing to do. Her mind was replaying the last few moves of Zhang Yoxin over and over. Since Jiang Chen could clearly see Zhang Yuxin's movements, her memory of them was exceptionally vivid. If she could learn those moves, she would have more confidence in future battles. Does anyone else have other ideas? Elder Sun asked again. The crowd exchanged glances. I heard that this demon survives by hunting animals within the mountains. Why don't we bring some chickens, ducks, and fish to lure it out under the cover of night? Zhang Yoxin suggested. Brilliant, Elder Sun smiled. What Zhang Daochang said is absolutely right. In that case, we should take a two-pronged approach, search the mountains during the day and set traps at night. What do you all think? Master Puhui summarized. With one person saying, brilliant, and another saying, absolutely right, the rest of the crowd had nothing more to add. Thus, the preliminary plan was established. Next, Elder Sun asked others to come up with ideas, but after thinking for a long time, no one could come up with any practical suggestions. In the end, after the discussion, the preliminary plan was officially finalized. Please be prepared, everyone, we will start executing the various plans tomorrow morning. Master Puhui glanced at everyone and announced the departure time. The crowd responded in agreement, then rose from their seats and left one after another. Zhang Yoxin looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Xiong, are you free tomorrow morning? Jiang Chen thought for a moment. I should be free. In fact, she was quite eager to see these so-called martial arts experts battle against the so-called demon. With her keen senses, she would definitely learn much more. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yoxin, Jiang Chen found a secluded spot to practice the 4 moves just demonstrated by Zhang Yoxin. Each of these 4 moves seemed incredibly exquisite, with palms meeting palms, intertwining, and shielding one another, making it impossible to discern the motive behind the strikes. Moreover, Jiang Chen was astonished to discover that these moves inexplicably carried a hint of energy, as the spiritual power within her body was actually being released. It seemed that the reason she could only withstand 3 strikes from Zhang Yoxin before was related to this. At that time, although Jiang Chen struggled to keep up with Zhang Yoxin, it was primarily because the palm techniques employed by Zhang Yoxin exuded a mysterious force that was quite heavy. When Jiang Chen's hand collided with Zhang Yuxin's, her hand was always pushed back more forcefully, leaving her no time to prepare for the next defense. If her energy derived from spiritual power, then what about Zhang Yuxin's internal strength? Or perhaps it was the same kind of spiritual energy she possessed. Was this supernatural ability also closely related to the energy fragments? She had no way of knowing. After practicing for an entire afternoon, Jiang Chen had finally grasped the 4 moves more or less, although some details might still be unclear and somewhat biased. As twilight fell, Jiang Chen returned to the main road and descended from Juyang Mountain. Upon returning to their modest dwelling, she headed directly to their room and knocked on the door. The door quickly swung open, revealing Lin Fuqiang. Seeing Jiang Chen return, Lin Fuqiang was overjoyed, saying, Chengzi, why are you back so late? If you were any later, we would have to call your phone and report you missing. I got held up by some matters, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. The 2 of them entered the room only to find the others were already in the dormitory. All right, Chengzi is back. Shouldn't we go out for dinner? The fat boy stood up and patted his belly. How about ordering takeout? The people in the class group said there's not much good food around here. If we order from further away, we might find something tasty. Zhang Ke said as he pulled out his phone. That works but doesn't interfere with me playing on my phone, the fat boy replied, knowing he wouldn't oppose not going out. Qingzi Fuqiang, what about you two? Jiang Chen asked again. That's fine, Lin Fuqiang nodded. Jiang Chen also indicated she had no issues. Great, then I'll go ahead and order, Jiang Chen said as he began tapping on his phone, occasionally announcing food options for everyone to choose from. Jiang Chen returned to her bed, and just as she sat down, she noticed Lin Fuqiang starting to undress. Fuqiang, what are you doing? Jiang Chen stared blankly at Lin Fuqiang. Of course I'm taking a shower. We hiked a mountain today, and I'm covered in sweat, Lin Fuqiang replied, beginning to remove his pants. As Jiang Chen watched Lin Fuqiang strip away his clothes, she suddenly found herself uncertain of how to react. Should she pretend not to notice or turn away and not look? Jiang Chen, you've seen that kind of thing before, you watched it every day. What's the big deal? You now have a woman's body. You need to be aware of the differences between genders. Do you understand what mental pollution means? Two conflicting thoughts began to swirl in Jiang Chen's mind. Fuqiang, you need to wash quickly. I still have to shower after you. What are you rushing for? If it weren't for Qingzi, we would be in trouble. After Fuqiang is done, let Qingzi go first, Jiang Chen scolded the fat boy. TCH, it's just a shower. What's the big deal? Right, Qingzi? The fat boy turned to seek Jiang Chen's agreement. However, in the next moment, the fat boy was stunned. Qingzi, why are you facing the wall? The fat boy looked at Jiang Chen curiously. At that moment, Jiang Chen chose to turn away and not look. After all, it wasn't her little brother, but someone else's. Hearing the fat boy's question, Jiang Chen suddenly found herself unable to respond. Qingzi, I know. Are you practicing your skills right now? The fat boy seemed to have discovered a new world, his eyes lighting up. Yes, I'm indeed practicing my skills. Seeing the fat boy come up with a reason, Jiang Chen quickly went along with him, adjusting her posture to mimic meditation. Qingzi, when you have time in the future, teach me a few moves, okay? I don't expect you to be that powerful, just a bit capable will do, the fat boy chuckled. Jiang Chen made an okay gesture. The fat boy then lay back down contentedly, but after a while he looked at Jiang Chen again. By the way, Qingzi, you haven't said whether I can go wash first. Wash? You all can wash as you like. Don't want to wash today. How could she bathe in front of these people? That would mean removing her veil, and if they rushed in, what would happen? She had observed the bathroom door earlier. The lock was completely broken. If she wasn't careful, she could lose her virtue. Know the virtue of this body. Qingzi, what kind of joke is that? After all that sparring today, sweating so much, and not showering, aren't you afraid of smelling bad? Jiang Chen also looked puzzled. I'm not joking, I'm just not going to wash, Jiang Chen insisted stubbornly. Seeing that Jiang Chen truly didn't want to wash, the others exchanged confused looks and decided not to press the issue. After dinner, Jiang Chen found a moment to sneak out. Not washing. That was impossible. She certainly didn't want to smell bad. Since she couldn't wash in the room, she had to go wash outside. Leaving the dwelling, Jiang Chen entered Juyang Mountain again. After walking for about 40 minutes along the mountain path, she finally arrived at a pond. This pond was one Jiang Chen had spotted while hiking earlier, and she had memorized its exact location, not expecting it to come in handy now. It was late at night, and there generally wouldn't be anyone around. After inspecting her surroundings, Jiang Chen began to undress. As she stepped into the pond, a chill enveloped her body, but the spiritual power within her quickly suppressed the chill, leaving only a sense of comfort. Just as Jiang Chen was enjoying her bath, the nearby bushes suddenly rustled. Jiang Chen's senses were already sharp, and upon hearing the rustle, she immediately ducked down into the water. She wasn't wearing her veil, and was completely in a woman's body. Hee. Suddenly, a silver bell-like laughter rang through the woods, eerie and strange. Who's there? Jiang Chen called out. However, when Jiang Chen saw the girl's attire, his nerves tensed up again. 2 branches adorned with flowers were stuck atop her head. Aside from that, she wore a thin white garment, and her bare feet showed no signs of scratches. Her chubby face bore a pair of peculiar pink pupils. Sister, you are so pretty, but why can't I tell what kind of transformation you are? Also, why did you come to Juyang Mountain? Are you here to play with me? The girl looked at Jiang Chen with a cheerful smile. System prompt energy fragment aura detected, beginning to lock onto the source of the aura. System prompt search complete source of aura Juyang Mountain fragment level B level comparative assessment certain death. Danger. The sudden system prompt made Jiang Chen's nerves tighten instantly. B level. Certain death. Shouldn't it start at E level and then rise through D, C, and B? How could he encounter a B level right away? Jiang Chen dared not speak, and the girl continued smiling. Sister, are you absorbing moisture? The girl stretched out a foot, stepped into the water, and then sat on the shore with great enjoyment. Jiang Chen still didn't respond, instead beginning to slowly retreat, trying to feel his way back to the shore to escape. Hee, are you afraid of me, sister? The girl seemed to have seen through Jiang Chen's thoughts, but still made no moves, continuing to splash her feet. Sister, you haven't said what you transformed from yet. Why does your aura feel so abundant? Transformation? What does that mean? Could it be that this little girl thinks of her as a transformed monster? Looking at the branches on the girl's head and her unblemished feet, Jiang Chen suddenly realized, how could this girl possibly be human? The fact that she asked that question indicated that she was also a monster. Recalling the discussions he heard earlier in the temple about that monster, Jiang Chen suddenly connected the dots. Could she be that monster? But wasn't it said that this monster looks like a tree, but isn't one? This little girl, although looking slightly unusual, resembled a human with no resemblance to a tree. Jiang Chen was unsure what this creature was, but in a moment of panic he shouted, "I apologize for entering your territory. I will leave immediately." Although he didn't know what kind of monster this was, he guessed that monsters like animals had a sense of territory. He figured he had entered the domain of this creature, and since his spiritual energy had been detected, it had led to trouble. As he spoke, Jiang Chen reached the shore, quickly putting on his clothes and glancing back at the girl from time to time. Seeing that the girl had not moved, he sighed with relief. Once dressed, he immediately turned to run. In a flash, he covered several hundred meters. During his escape, Jiang Chen kept looking back, and upon seeing that the girl wasn't pursuing him, he gradually slowed down. Before Jiang Chen could relax, the girl's remarkably clear voice rang out beside him. "Sister, why are you leaving? I don't mind if you stay in my territory, but I mind being targeted by someone like you who is certain to lead to death." Jiang Chen glanced around, but couldn't see the girl and had no idea where the voice was coming from. "Sister, you can stay here. After all, it's hard to find someone like you as a companion." Jiang Chen hurriedly increased his speed and shouted to the surroundings, "But I have things to do at home, so I can't stay." Giggle. The tinkling laughter rang out again. Jiang Chen ran for several more minutes amidst the laughter, and suddenly, he found himself back on the main road of Juyang Mountain. Although he was still on the mountain, there were still some passers-by, even at night, and he was quite close to the top of Juyang Mountain. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and was just about to go to the top of the mountain to seek help from those experts when he heard the girl's voice again. "Sister, it's such a pity that you can't stay. I won't keep you this time, but remember to come find me to play if you have the chance in the future." Huh. After saying the last sentence, the girl's voice abruptly stopped and the laughter that accompanied it ceased as well. Jiang Chen's footsteps toward the mountain top came to a halt. He surveyed his surroundings and found everything peaceful, and the girl seemed to bear no ill will. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Before long, a few passers-by appeared in his view. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they were all momentarily stunned, then revealed fervent gazes. Jiang Chen realized something and quickly pulled a veil from his sleeve, putting it on swiftly, then turned and walked briskly down the mountain. Only when he had left the sight of those few people did he slow down. Upon returning to his lodging, Jiang Chen went straight to his room. Inside, the three chubby friends were still playing on their phones. Seeing Jiang Chen, they curiously asked a few questions, and Jiang Chen quickly fabricated an excuse before lying down on his bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, the words "certain death" from the system prompt continuously surfaced in his mind. Although the little girl seemed to mean no harm, he didn't want his life and death to be in someone else's hands, so whether that monster was the little girl or not, and whether he should follow the martial arts experts into the mountain tomorrow became a crucial question. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen set out from the lodging, heading straight up Juyang Mountain. He had thought for a long time yesterday, and finally came up with a plan to ask Zhang Yoxin and the others about the appearance of the monster. Since the little girl bore him no ill will, if the monster was not the little girl, then he thought it wouldn't be an issue to enter the mountain. If the monster was indeed the little girl, he would obviously abandon the idea without a second thought. In fact, regardless of the situation, not entering the mountain would be the best choice. However, Jiang Chen wanted to learn martial arts, and if he didn't take risks this time, what about next time? What if the next encounter was with a D level? Would he run away too? After all, the world doesn't revolve around him, and he couldn't guarantee that every energy fragment he encountered would be F level. When Jiang Chen reached the mountaintop, he found it already crowded with disciples from various sects. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the elders among them who had seen him yesterday greeted him warmly. The disciples behind those elders looked at Jiang Chen differently after witnessing this scene. They even began discussing Jiang Chen's identity. After all, Jiang Chen was about the same age as them, yet he could converse closely with the headmasters and uncles. It was quite astonishing. Jiang Chen quickly found Zhang Yoxin in the crowd. "Zhang Daoist," Jiang Chen called out eagerly. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yoxin turned and smiled upon seeing Jiang Chen, saying, "Little brother Jiang, you're here. Zhang Daoist, I would like to inquire about that monster. Please be sure to explain it to me in detail." However, when Jiang Chen saw the girl's attire, his nerves tightened once again. 2 branches adorned with flowers were placed atop her head, and apart from that, her clothing was merely a thin white fabric. She wore no shoes, yet her feet bore not a single scratch, and on her chubby face were a pair of very peculiar pink pupils. "Sister, you are truly beautiful, but why can't I tell what you have transformed into? Also, why have you come to Juyang Mountain? Are you here to play with me?" The girl giggled as she looked at Jiang Chen. System prompt energy fragment aura detected, beginning to lock onto the source of the aura. System prompt retrieval complete. Aura source, Juyang Mountain fragment level B. Comparative assessment, certain death. Danger. Danger. The sudden system prompt caused Jiang Chen to tense up. Shouldn't it have been in a level, then DC, and finally B level? How could he encounter a B level so suddenly? Jiang Chen dared not speak while the girl continued to giggle. "Sister, are you absorbing moisture?" The girl stretched out one foot, stepped into the water, and then sat on the bank, thoroughly enjoying herself. Jiang Chen still did not respond, but began to slowly retreat, trying to feel his way back to the shore. Are you scared of me, sister? The girl seemed to have seen through Jiang Chen's thoughts, yet she remained unperturbed, continuing to splash her feet. Sister, you haven't said what you have transformed from. Why does the aura of heaven and earth around you seem so abundant? Transformed. What does that mean? Does this little girl think of her as a transformed monster? As Jiang Chen looked at the branches on the little girl's head and her scratch-free feet, he suddenly realized, how could she possibly be human? Since she asked that, it implied that the little girl was also a monster. Recalling the discussion he had overheard at the temple about the monster that resembled a tree, yet was not a tree, Jiang Chen wondered, could she be that monster? But wasn't it said that this monster looked like a tree, but wasn't? This little girl, though looking a bit unusual, appeared no different from a human, as she certainly didn't resemble anything like a tree. Uncertain of what this being was, Jiang Chen quickly thought of a way out. I apologize for entering your territory. I will leave immediately. Although he had no idea what this monster was, he figured that both monsters and animals likely possessed a sense of territory. Jiang Chen estimated that he had entered this monster's domain, and given that his spiritual energy had been detected, it was no wonder he was in trouble. While speaking, Jiang Chen had already reached the shore, quickly putting on his clothes and glancing back at the little girl. Seeing that the girl had not moved, he let out a sigh of relief. Once dressed, he immediately turned to run. In that flight, he covered hundreds of meters. During his escape, Jiang Chen kept glancing back. When he saw that the little girl was not pursuing him, he slowly began to reduce his speed. Before Jiang Chen could relax, he heard the girl's exceptionally clear voice by his ear. Sister, why are you leaving? I don't mind if you stay in my territory, but I mind being targeted by a being that is certain to bring about my demise. Jiang Chen looked around, but he did not see the little girl, unsure of where the voice was coming from. Sister, you can stay here. After all, it's so hard to find someone like you. I just want a companion. Jiang Chen hurriedly increased his speed, shouting out, but I have things to do at home, so I can't stay. Giggling, the bell-like laughter rang out again. Jiang Chen ran for several more minutes amid the laughter, and suddenly his vision brightened. He had unexpectedly returned to the main road of Jiang Mountain. Although he was still on the mountain, even at night, there were still some passers-by, and he was very close to the top of Jiang Mountain. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and was just about to head to the top to seek help from those experts when he heard the girl's voice resonate again. Sister, it's such a pity that you can't stay. This time I won't keep you. If you have time in the future, remember to come back and play with me. After saying this final sentence, the girl's voice abruptly stopped and the laughter by his ear also ceased. Jiang Chen's steps toward the mountain top hesitated. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering that everything was calm as usual. The little girl seemed to harbor no malice. After a short while, several passers-by began to appear in his sight. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, then revealed fervent gazes. Jiang Chen realized something and quickly pulled a veil from his sleeve, putting it on hastily, before turning to walk briskly down the mountain. Only after he was out of sight of those few people did he slow his pace. Returning to the residence, Jiang Chen went directly to his room. Inside, the three chubby friends were still engrossed in their phones. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they curiously asked a few questions, to which Jiang Chen casually fabricated a reason before lying down on the bed. As he closed his eyes, the words, certain death, from the system prompt kept flashing in his mind. Although the little girl seemed to bear him no ill will, he did not want his life and death to be in someone else's hands. Therefore, whether that monster was the little girl or not, whether he should follow those martial experts into the mountains the next day, became a crucial question. On the morning of the second day, Jiang Chen left the residence and headed straight up Jiang Mountain. After thinking for a long time yesterday, he finally came up with a plan, which was to seek out Zhang Yoxin and ask about the appearance of the monster. Since the little girl bore him no ill will, if the monster was not the little girl, it would likely be fine for him to enter the mountain. If the monster was indeed the little girl, he would certainly give up without a second thought. In fact, it was best not to enter the mountain in either scenario, but Jiang Chen wanted to learn martial arts. If he did not take risks this time, what about next time? Zhang Yoxin noticed Jiang Chen's serious expression and responded with a bit more gravity. May I ask, Brother Jiang? I would like to trouble Taoist Jiang to show me the image of that monster you saw on the martial arts forum. Is that convenient for you, Taoist Jiang? Hearing this, Zhang Yoxin chuckled lightly. I thought it was something important. Please wait a moment. With that, Zhang Yoxin pulled out a smartphone from his Taoist robe, effortlessly unlocked it, and opened a web page. After finding a specific website, he placed the game in front of Jiang Chen. Several images were prominently displayed on the phone. The backgrounds of these images were set in a forest where a large tree was covering the corpse of an animal. At first glance, the tree seemed normal. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen noticed something unusual. The tree had two bulging eyeballs at the fork of its branches, and the tree was slightly tilted with some roots inexplicably lifted off the ground. Most importantly, how could a tree grow atop an animal's corpse? Even if it had, the corpse would have long since decomposed by the time the tree grew so large. This is just a picture. There was a video before, but it was too horrifying, so we moderators deleted that post. In that video, the creature moved with incredible speed, making an awful sound. If it were to escape this mountain and reach the city, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Jiang County. Seeing that Jiang Chen had absorbed enough information, Zhang Yoxin began to explain in detail. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief upon realizing that this monster was not the little girl. After all, if there were class energy fragments in this mountain, it wouldn't be surprising for only one little girl to mutate, while other tree demons were born. Moreover, the monster's hideous appearance, not fully transformed like the little girl, likely indicated it wasn't very powerful. Even with class fragments, the mutated creatures could vary in strength. Everyone present was not weak. Many older individuals were stronger than Jiang Chen. With so many people, self-protection should not be a problem. Seeing Jiang Chen finally relaxed, Zhang Yoxin smiled and asked, "Has this cleared your confusion, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Chen nodded. "In that case, please wait here a moment, Brother Jiang. We will set off soon." Jiang Chen agreed. She found a clear spot, sat down casually, and observed the entire mountaintop situation. Before long, she discerned that this morning seemed to be the semi-finals of the so-called martial arts gala. By the semi-finals, the local television station had also started broadcasting officially. Since the station was broadcasting, these old fellows would certainly want to show their faces and say a few words of encouragement to their disciples. As these procedures progressed, the competition finally commenced on the arena. As for the judging panel, they had no connection to these old folks. They were comprised of martial arts enthusiasts from all over the country. Though these people had little skill, they were articulate, knowledgeable, and familiar with various martial arts schools, making their commentary far superior to that of the masters and uncles. Once the competition began, the masters and uncles quietly retreated from the arena. As Zhang Yoxin left, he waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood and followed Zhang Yoxin out of the crowd, entering a small path in the forest on the left side of the mountaintop. When she and Zhang Yoxin arrived, a considerable number of older individuals had already gathered here. Unlike the dark room from yesterday, Jiang Chen took a moment to glance over these people. The vast majority were elderly gentlemen in their 60s or 70s, with few in their 40s or 50s like Zhang Yoxin. Among these old men, Jiang Chen was indeed the youngest. After about 5 minutes, Master Puhui slowly stepped forward from the crowd, bowed to both sides, and said, "Ba, since all the benefactors are here, we shall set off immediately." With that, he took the lead and began walking ahead. The others followed slowly behind. Though they were all quite old, they moved swiftly along the mountain path. Surprisingly, at that speed, ordinary people might not be able to keep up. After walking for a while, Jiang Chen noticed a few elders pulling wooden sticks from their backpacks, one end of which was tied with thick fire starters, presumably for making torches. Just as Jiang Chen expected these elders to ignite the sticks using inner energy techniques like in the television shows, they instead pulled out lighters and calmly lit the sticks. Jiang Chen felt quite bored watching this. Next came the tedious process of using fire to scorch the trees. During their march, those with torches would scorch ahead, while those without would remain vigilant of their surroundings. The search progress was very slow. Even though the participants were not ordinary people, completing this task would not be done in a day or two, especially since Jiang Mountain was not small. As previously mentioned, while Jiang Mountain was not tall, it was vast, even larger than Jiang County. The entire Jiang Mountain range was triangular in shape. While Jiang County was built around Jiang Mountain, it only surrounded two sides and was situated on the two slanted edges of the triangle. The longest base of the triangle still extended outward, covering a massive area. What Jiang County referred to as Jiang Mountain and the developed Jiang Mountain were merely a corner in the center of the two slanted edges. Beyond this corner lay the wild mountains and dense forests devoid of human presence. Given such a vast area, Jiang Chen and the others naturally had to proceed cautiously. On this day, from morning until afternoon, they searched without obtaining any information about the monster, not even finding an animal corpse. For the team, this was undoubtedly a terrible day. However, for Jiang Chen, it was quite satisfying. During their journey, many masters, feeling bored, engaged in sparring. Sometimes Jiang Chen would join them. This day was undoubtedly one of Jiang Chen's fastest days of improvement, and she also noted down many effective combat techniques using her spiritual sense. As night approached, they decided to give up searching for now and prepare to return to the mountaintop for dinner, planning to try setting traps later at night. When they returned to the mountaintop, Jiang Chen intended to eat with everyone, but before she could reach the temple, her phone suddenly rang with a signal. Jiang Chen opened her phone, surprised to see an unfamiliar number. As she connected the call, just as she was about to speak, a roar came from the other end. "Jiang Chen, where are you? Didn't I tell you to take a day off? Are you trying to sabotage your graduation?" That impatient voice could only belong to Wu Chunshui. It seemed like this was the first time he had ever used his own phone. "Teacher Wu Im at Jiang Mountain. I have something to deal with today, I'm sorry." Jiang Chen cautiously apologized. "What are you apologizing for? Hurry back. Don't think you can escape just because it's night. Since you were busy during the day, you'll need to accompany me tonight. I give you half an hour to arrive at the inn, or else I warn you, don't even think about graduating." Wu Chunshui shouted from the other end of the phone, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Chen helplessly put down the phone, feeling threatened by graduation again. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he walked over to Zhang Yoxin and said, Zhang Daozhang, I'm sorry, I might have something to take care of tonight, I need to head back. Zhang Yoxin, however, was magnanimous, no problem. If you couldn't find it during the day, who can guarantee you'll find it tonight? You should go deal with your matters first. Besides, Zhang Xiao, brother, you are participating voluntarily, there's no need to worry too much. Seeing Zhang Yoxin say this, Jiang Chen still felt guilty and repeatedly apologized before hurriedly running down the mountain. By the time she reached the front of the house, Wu Chunshui was already waiting there with a travel bag. Besides Wu Chunshui, there seemed to be another man. Mr. Fong, it's him. He is the assistant I prepared. Now that everyone is here, can we enter the mountain? Wu Chunshui smiled broadly at the man behind him upon seeing Jiang Chen. Wu Chunshui, who usually held himself high, was surprisingly lowering his stance and chuckling awkwardly at a man named Fong. Jiang Chen rubbed her eyes, almost thinking she had seen it wrong. Oh, there's no time to waste, let's go up quickly. The man nodded. Wu Chunshui hurriedly smiled. Right away. But Mr. Fong, about the payment you mentioned earlier. Don't worry, as long as you can help me find the Ganoderma, we will pay you. You should know our status. Yes, Mr. Fang's status is indeed unshakable. He'll lead the way for you right now. After Wu Chunshui finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Have you rested well? If you're ready, let's head up the mountain again. Up the mountain again. Jiang Chen glanced back at the mountain, her face full of distress. What kind of karma had she built with this mountain? Just as Jiang Chen was about to continue up the mountain, Wu Chunshui grabbed her again and pulled out a crossbow from his bag that he had somehow obtained. Then he took out another crossbow and weighed it in his hands. Take this. There are many wild beasts at night on the mountain, and we will rely on this for our lives. While Wu Chunshui spoke, he had already zipped up his bag. Jiang Chen understood that Wu Chunshui was actually making her his bodyguard. While Wu Chunshui busied himself with his pack, Jiang Chen glanced at the man referred to as Mr. Fong. At a glance, she realized that Mr. Fong was quite tall, dressed in a suit with a robust build, crew cut, and wearing sunglasses. Rather than a big shot, he looked more like a bodyguard. Stop dawdling, let's go. Wu Chunshui pulled Jiang Chen along. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen retracted her gaze and followed behind Wu Chunshui. Thus the three of them walked in a straight line up Jiang Mountain. However, their route was not towards the peak, but rather along a mountain path deeper into Jiang Mountain. This walk lasted for 3 to 4 hours. With Jiang Chen's stamina, although she wasn't exhausted, her stomach started to grumble and protest, reminding her that she hadn't eaten anything since the evening. Compared to Jiang Chen, Wu Chunshui, being an ordinary person, was already panting heavily. He found a spot, sat down with a thud, and waved to Mr. Fong behind him. Mr. Fong, I'm exhausted. Why don't we take a break? Mr. Fong did not answer, merely nodded silently. So Jiang Chen also found a place to sit down. After sitting down, she suddenly thought that Mr. Fong seemed not to be out of breath. This was a 3 to 4 hour mountain trek. Even an ordinary person like Wu Chunshui was already exhausted, and even a burly bodyguard should be somewhat fatigued. How could he not be panting at all? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen curiously looked over at Mr. Fong, and coincidentally, he seemed to be looking at her as well. Their eyes met, and Jiang Chen's heart sank, feeling something was amiss. She thought that if he was not out of breath, it was suspicious, and he wasn't a fool. He would naturally think she was suspicious too. Jiang Chen no longer dared to look at Mr. Fong and instead focused on the crossbow in her hands. Professor Wu, I invited you because I believe your knowledge of super biological entities is top-notch, but you have spent over 3 hours and still can't find that Ganoderma. I'm starting to doubt your abilities. Mr. Fong did not trouble Jiang Chen, but instead directed his criticism at Wu Chunshui. Upon hearing this, Wu Chunshui hurriedly explained, Mr. Fong, please trust my abilities. From the sample you gave me last time, I found that this Ganoderma has different habits than ordinary ones. It doesn't just enjoy sunlight, but thrives under direct sunlight, even in scorching conditions. After comparing the topographic map of Jiang Mountain, I found that there is a large vacuum zone in this area where sunlight is not obstructed by peaks or trees. It must be nearby. Wait another 3 hours. If you still can't find it, I will change personnel. Wu Chunshui nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Fong, I guarantee we will find it within 3 hours. After resting for a while, Wu Chunshui struggled to stand up, calling out to Jiang Chen. The three of them began to wander through the woods again. After an unknown amount of time walking, Jiang Chen felt a ticklish sensation in her ears. A faint, almost imperceptible laughter echoed in her ears. Sister. Jiang Chen was taken aback. That little girl. Sister, you're here again. Where are you looking, sister? Jiang Chen hurriedly lowered her voice. How do you know it's me? She was clearly wearing a misty veil. A sister is a sister. With such abundant aura of heaven and earth in you, only a sister would have it. But that veil is quite strange. It seems to emit some gas outside, but I'm not afraid of it. By the way, sister, you haven't told me what you're looking for. I can help you find it. Me. It seems she was looking for some Ganoderma, but from what they said, it didn't sound like an ordinary Ganoderma. I don't know what it is, but it should be something that looks similar to Ganoderma. Sister, do you want the Ganoderma? Of course, it would be best to find it quickly. She certainly wanted to find it quickly so she could get off the mountain and sleep. Then I can give you the Ganoderma. But this is for you, sister. You must not give it to humans. Jiang Chen was just helping someone else find it, and how could she not give it to them? Seeing that the little girl could find the Ganoderma, Jiang Chen wanted to tell a lie, but before she could say it, she suddenly heard a commotion from another part of the mountain forest. At the same time, the laughter of the little girl that lingered in her ears suddenly stopped. The source of the noise was not far away, and from time to time the sound of explosions could be heard. At this moment, the little girl's voice had disappeared. Could something serious have happened? The three of them were ultimately led by Mr. Fong, and both Wu Chunshui and Jiang Chen focused their attention on him. Let's go take a look, Mr. Fong instructed after pondering for a moment. Jiang Chen and Wu Chunshui exchanged glances and moved forward. As they approached the scene, the sounds became clearer. Demon die. Receive my moon-treading style. Such resilience, what a formidable creature. The cacophony of voices left Jiang Chen slightly astonished. The voices were all quite aged, and a multitude of elders appeared in this secluded forest, making Jiang Chen immediately recognize who they were. When Jiang Chen and the others pushed aside the layers of grass, a clearing emerged before them, where a dozen elders were engaged in battle with 3 towering trees. The massive root systems of those trees resembled countless tendrils, and the few eyes protruding from the stumps bore no emotion reminiscent of a certain photograph that Zhang Yoxin had shown her. However, there was only one tree in the photograph, while now there were 3. Although outnumbered, these martial arts masters found it challenging to deal with the trees. Yet despite their formidable defenses, the trees had limited offensive capabilities, relying solely on their ever-growing branches to bind. Found it, Mr. Fongalingji. Wu Chunshui excitedly pointed to a plant within the fray. Jiang Chen looked over and indeed saw a blood-red plant. The plant resembled a lingji, but its color and size were far from ordinary. Step back. Mr. Fong suddenly pushed Wu Chunshui aside and dashed forward as if he had spotted an incredible treasure. His speed surprised Jiang Chen slightly. System notification energy fragment detected, beginning to lock onto the source. System notification search, complete source of energy detected at Imperial Capital fragment level. Level comparative assessment. Indeed, this person was inexplicably connected to the energy fragments. However, the system had not alerted him before, and only now did it react. As Mr. Fong rushed a distance away, the martial arts masters engaged in battle with the demon also noticed the unusual occurrence. Seeing someone charging towards them, 2 martial arts masters leaped forward to confront Mr. Fong. These 2 were none other than Zhang Yoxin and Elder Sun. The 3 of them exchanged blows in a matter of moments, engaging in dozens of exchanges. Despite being 2 against 1, Zhang Yoxin and Elder Sun were forced back several steps by the final strike. Both of them wore serious expressions. This person does not practice martial arts. He merely relies on his physical prowess to fight us. What's terrifying is that his body is as hard as steel. What kind of monster is he? Mr. Fong saw the 2 being pushed back and snorted coldly. 50 years ago, you martial sects hoarded fragments for your own use, but now you dare to obstruct us. As he spoke, Mr. Fong raised an identification document towards them. Zhang Yoxin and Elder Sun exchanged surprised glances and exclaimed, "Could it be that you are a superhuman?" The 2 of them then nervously bowed. So it was an order from above. We dare not obstruct you. With that, they stepped aside. From a distance, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Above, the source of the fragments was the Imperial Capital. Could it be? She glanced at Wu Chunshui's face, only to find him showing no surprise, but rather a hint of excitement. It seemed Wu Chunshui also knew Mr. Feng's identity. Mr. Fong was satisfied to see the 2 behaving themselves and moved forward, but just a couple of steps and he halted. Unbeknownst to him, in front of the lingji, a little girl in a flowing white dress had already stood there. Zhang Yoxin and Elder Sun blinked in disbelief. Uncle, you're amazing. Among these people you rank 3rd, truly impressive. The little girl clapped her hands with a grin. Mr. Fong stroked his chin, looking at the little girl with great interest. 3rd. Then where do you rank? Surely not 1st. Me? Uncle, what are you saying? My body is quite weak. I would only rank 2nd at most. Oh, then who is 1st? Mr. Fong had already clenched his fist, ready to strike. The 1st one is right behind you. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. Mr. Feng's heart raced, and he quickly turned around, delivering a kick. The figure behind him leaped back several steps, stumbling, before finally steadying themselves. No, Mr. Fong, do you actually believe that little girl? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have surely been kicked to death by you. Jiang Chen wiped the shoe marks off her clothes. Could she really be 1st? Perhaps her cultivation at the peak of chi refinement did indeed make her the strongest here. But the issue was that she couldn't even utilize her spiritual power. Even if she tried to use the martial arts she had learned, the little bit of spiritual power she could muster was almost negligible. It's you? I suspected you were problematic long ago, but I never expected you to be in league with that demon. Mr. Feng's icy gaze swept over Jiang Chen. Even Zhang Yoxin and Elder Sun looked at Jiang Chen, who had suddenly appeared, with astonishment. Jiang Chen pointed to herself wide-eyed. When did she become part of that group? Mr. Fang, you shouldn't speak carelessly. I was just trying to kindly remind you. Jiang Chen genuinely meant well for them. This little girl seemed harmless, yet she was classified by the system as a certain death entity. If nothing unexpected happened, she was likely a target of focus for cultivating level energy fragments. Mr. Fang's strength was considerable, yet Jiang Chen could still escape from him, which certainly did not qualify as certain death. Thus it was clear that this little girl was stronger than Mr. Fang. A reminder. What do I need reminding for? Mr. Fang adjusted his sunglasses dismissively. Jiang Chen initially intended to warn him in a low voice, but Mr. Fang now wore a stay away from me expression, so she could only say in her usual tone, "We cannot afford to provoke her. I advise you to give up on the Lingji today." So you really are in cahoots with her. Mr. Fang glanced at Zhang Yoxin and elder son. You handle him. Keep him under control while I deal with this demon. Zhang Yoxin and elder son exchanged glances and stepped forward. With a formidable force behind Mr. Fang, eliminating their sect would be too easy. They dared not oppose him. Sister, why? Clearly you are not human, yet why do you side with them? The little girl's smile had vanished at some point, and she stared at Jiang Chen with a blank expression. Sister. Zhang Yoxin, elder son, and Wu Chunshui all looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Even Mr. Fang couldn't help but glance over at him. I see. Demon, did you capture the real Jiang Chen and then transform into his likeness? Quickly confess where you have hidden Jiang Chen. Wu Chunshui suddenly jumped up as if he understood something and shouted loudly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. Teacher, it's really me. If you don't believe me, I can tell you something only I know. Do you think that saying this will fool me? Naive. If you truly say it, then I will believe you are the real Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could only helplessly say, all right, this matter is known only to you and me. No one else knows. It's about the little yellow thing on your desk. Enough. Wu Chunshui abruptly interrupted Jiang Chen. He smiled at Zhang Yoxin and elder son, saying, no problem, it's true. Zhang Yoxin and elder son also felt that Jiang Chen was no different, and they nodded in agreement. While they were talking, Mr. Fang had already rushed towards the little girl. The two branches on the little girl's head glimmered with red light, and suddenly countless vines surged from the ground, sweeping towards Mr. Fang, quickly wrapping him in the vines. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew it was beyond saving, but she still held on to a last glimmer of hope and silently asked the system, do you have the function to discern the strength of others? System prompt. The auxiliary system can classify the strength in the game and apply it to reality. Would you like to use the game's strength classification to evaluate the surrounding crowd? Yes, Jiang Chen responded. System prompt. The vast majority of people around you are at the level of mortals. As there is no classification for mortals in the game, they will be automatically ignored in the display of cultivation levels. Mortals. Zhang Yoxin and elder son, such powerful figures are merely mortals. System prompt. Detection started. Detection completed. 2 units exceeding the mortal level were detected, starting to display. Jiang Chen blinked, and the next moment a line of text appeared above Mr. Fang and the little girl's heads. Above Mr. Fang, it displayed second layer of Qi training, while above the little girl, it showed third layer of Qi training. The gap didn't seem that big. It shouldn't pose a condition of certain death, right? Jiang Chen felt a doubt in her heart, but since it was the second layer of Qi training against the third layer, she thought that Mr. Fang's defeat was only a matter of time. Since Mr. Fang was bound to lose, it wasn't necessary to care about how strong the little girl was. She shouted towards Zhang Yoxin and Wu Chunshui, Zhang Daozhang, teacher, we must leave here immediately. We cannot accompany this Mr. Fang to his death. Zhang Yoxin was taken aback. Why does brother Jiang say this? We have all seen Mr. Fang's strength. Jiang Chen, although I don't know where you learned your martial arts, don't spread alarmist rhetoric. Wu Chunshui clearly looked unconcerned. However, before Jiang Chen could explain further, a muffled groan came from within the layers of vines. So soon he couldn't hold on any longer. Zhang Yoxin and elder son, being martial artists, clearly recognized that this muffled groan indicated weakness, causing them to pay more attention to Jiang Chen's earlier words. Yoxin, I think we should leave for our own good. If Mr. Fang can't even handle this, then staying here is also going to lead to our demise. Elder son looked at Zhang Yoxin and said solemnly, yes, I will go tell the others not to get entangled with the tree people any longer. Zhang Yoxin began to head towards the martial arts master over there. Seeing that Zhang Yoxin was taking her words to heart, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to say something to Wu Chunshui, but he waved his hand, saying, Jiang Chen, you go if you want him not leaving. If I leave, who will pay me? Jiang Chen swallowed, realizing that saying more would be useless. Wu Chunshui seemed intent on gambling for his own wealth. What could she do? After bypassing Wu Chunshui, Jiang Chen was just about to head down the mountain when she heard another muffled groan from the little girl, and then the vines suddenly burst apart. Mr. Fang jumped out in a disheveled state, wiping the blood from his body, looking somewhat wary at the little girl. Indeed, you have some skill. No wonder you rank yourself above me. If it were another time, I might have fallen here, but today blame your bad luck for running into me while I'm on a mission. As soon as Mr. Fang finished speaking, he pulled out a talisman from his pocket. With a hand gesture, a fire dragon suddenly emerged. The little girl's expression changed. Jiang Chen also changed her expression. That talisman was actually a rune. She had seen this rune before, and it was exactly like the one Luolan had used. But such things theoretically only existed in games. Why was it appearing in reality? Before Jiang Chen could ask the system, the fire dragon had already coiled around the little girl. The little girl desperately urged the vines around her to wrap around herself, but those vines only made the flames grow larger. Demon, is that all it is? Mr. Fong watched the outcome, grinning with satisfaction. Although the little girl was burning fiercely in the flames, she did not make a sound. Soon the little girl was burned into a human-shaped lump of charcoal. Just when Mr. Fong was about to reach out to pick that spirit mushroom, suddenly another vine broke through from the spirit mushroom and struck him. Human! Human! Endless roars erupted from the charcoal. The charcoal suddenly cracked open and the ground began to tremble. An earthquake! No way, Shueisha province is not on a seismic belt. What are you talking about? Damn it, isn't it shaking right now? At this moment, at the summit of Jiang Mountain, the disciples and staff from various sects staying here also emerged from their houses. However, as soon as these people appeared, they found that the entire Jiang Mountain was shaking, the ground was cracking, and animals were running wildly everywhere. Everyone understood that it was a real earthquake, and they began to frantically rush down from the summit. Quick turn on the camera, earthquake breaking news. The few reporters from Shueisha province weren't as anxious as the others. Disregarding their safety, they raised their cameras and began filming, truly dedicated to their work. At this time, the martial arts masters on Jiang Chen's side also scattered in fear, while Mr. Fong stood stunned in place. In front of him, a clay figure resembling the little girl was roaring with its mouth wide open. Around the clay figure, vines broke through the earth at intervals. System prompt detected a being with strength very close to Foundation establishment. Danger, extreme danger. Jiang Chen looked at the commotion around the mountain and couldn't help but think of a terrifying possibility. System, where is that being at the Foundation establishment level now? System prompt below the GM. Why did the little girl not die? Why would the system issue a fatal warning for a unit with a strength roughly equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Why in the vast Jiang Mountain is there only one little girl as a humanoid monster, while the others are all identical treants? At this moment, everything seems to find its explanation. Because the little girl is the mountain itself. Those treants, if nothing goes wrong, should not be monsters, but merely a manifestation of the little girl's abilities. At this moment, Mr. Fong finally felt fear. He desperately tried to escape, but thicker and sturdier roots and vines slowly entangled him more than before. Let me go. Let me go immediately. Do you know what will happen if you offend me? Even if you are the god of this mountain, it won't matter. Mr. Fong struggled, his once waxy yellow skin turning as dark as iron, yet no matter how he tore at the vines, he was always outpaced by their tightening grip. Before long, he was completely wrapped up, the green mass continuously swelling and contracting, yet it could not burst. After many seconds, the green mass fell into a deep silence. In the distant imperial capital, an old man sitting in a villa slightly opened his eyes. Agent response indicates that Special Agent No. 107 has lost life, mission failed. A mechanical voice came from above the villa. The old man squinted his eyes tightly. I initially thought it was just an ordinary fragment. I didn't expect it to possess such power. Should we send an agent again? No need. Low-level psychics would just be sending them to their deaths. High-level psychics are all burdened with important tasks and cannot be easily dispatched. Let's put that aside for now. Regarding the spiritual artifacts and abilities in the game, can they be copied over here? Due to the game currently being in beta testing with a low number of players, the control ability of the central system is very strong. Even I find it difficult to copy its data. The last time's Flame Dragon Talisman was already the limit of what we could achieve. It seems we can only wait until the public test. The old man closed his eyes again. At this moment, Jiang Mountain was still in chaos. Jiang Chen grabbed the stunned Wu Chunshui and desperately fled. Just a few meters out, several vines lunged at Wu Chunshui, who was still dazed. Jiang Chen simply yanked Wu Chunshui to the left. However, on the tree to Jiang Chen's left, several branches simultaneously extended, wrapping around Wu Chunshui's body. While Jiang Chen was unaware, the branches forcefully pulled, causing Jiang Chen to lose grip, and Wu Chunshui was swiftly ensnared by numerous vines. Jiang Chen quickly drew the Yunyang sword from his storage bag and rushed towards Wu Chunshui. Sister, do you really want to be my enemy? The little girl's voice quietly sounded. Jiang Chen turned to see the small girl made of clay staring at him with her enchanting red eyes. Jiang Chen did not respond, but continued to strike at the vines wrapping around Wu Chunshui. Several vines quickly lashed out at Jiang Chen, trying to block him. However, these vines posed no obstacle under the Yunyang sword. Jiang Chen effortlessly cut through all the vines. Just as he was about to slash at the mass, ensnaring Wu Chunshui, a green needle suddenly shot out from within the mass. Jiang Chen could not evade and had to raise his sword. Clang! The needle sword missed, grazing Jiang Chen's cheek while carrying away the misty veil. At this moment, Jiang Chen no longer cared about his appearance and swung the Yunyang sword again. The green vine mass instantly collapsed, and Wu Chunshui gasped for breath in despair. When he saw the beautiful Jiang Chen standing before him with the Yunyang sword despite being terrified, he could not help but exclaim, "Damn a beauty." Jiang Chen's face darkened as he immediately grabbed Wu Chunshui and tossed him out of the vine mass. "Just take care of yourself." "No. As a teacher, even if it's a stranger, I have to help." Before Wu Chunshui finished speaking, many vines once again burrowed up from the ground. Wu Chunshui suddenly jumped high, turned around, and fled shouting loudly, "My name is Wu Chunshui. Once we get out, beauty, you must come find me, so I can properly thank you for saving my life." At his age, still dreaming of a hero saving a beauty. It turns out that those who hide such books in their drawers aren't serious. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this moment, Jiang Chen turned his gaze back to the little girl. The little girl had a calm expression completely devoid of her previous anger. "All right, let's have a chat." Jiang Chen understood that if the little girl did not want her to leave, she absolutely could not escape. He did not believe that the fatal warning was just a bluff from the system. "Sister, do you want to stay in the mountain to accompany me?" The little girl tilted her head, lacking her previous playful demeanor. "Not to accompany you. I ask you, why did you kill that man before? Why do you still want to harm others now?" "Because I hate humans," the little girl replied expressionlessly. "So what is your reason for hating humans?" Jiang Chen remembered that the people of Jiuyang County treasured Jiuyang Mountain. Not only did they not cause any damage, but they also established a nature reserve. Since the little girl is the master of the mountain, how could she hate humans? The little girl paused at his words. She frowned and said, "Humans are deceitful and greedy. Recently, they organized to attack my little Trents, and now they come to spy on the treasures I've nurtured for decades. I know everything. Shouldn't I be angry? But what you've done is excessive. You could eliminate the man who wanted to kill you, yet the others did not pose any real threat to you. They simply misjudged the situation, thinking there were monsters causing trouble here. Since you know their intentions, you must also know the reasons behind their actions. However, you chose not to explain and instead wanted to kill indiscriminately. That is the wrong approach." Jiang Chen employed his persuasive skills as if educating a child, realizing that although this little girl was the master of the mountain, having lived there for a long time, her mentality might not be more mature than that of a child. "But I'm very angry, very angry. It's so unfair." The little girl pouted. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. This was just a little brat throwing a tantrum, but what could he do in this situation? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Chen suddenly came up with a solution. He waved to the little girl, saying, "Come here." The little girl hesitated for a moment, but soon walked step by step to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen awkwardly extended his hand and began to stroke the little girl's head. The body made of clay was not as sticky as one might think. In fact, its surface was as smooth as porcelain. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that her mother used to comfort her like this when she felt wronged as a child, unsure if this trick would work on a monster. The little girl trembled slightly and then fell silent. The tremors of the surrounding mountains began to subside, and the vines and roots started to sink back into the soil. Jiang Chen understood that she had made the right gamble this time. However, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her body was tightly embraced. The little girl clung to Jiang Chen, rubbing her head against her sister. "You smell really good." Jiang Chen stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. After a long time, the little girl reluctantly released her grip. "Sister, do you really have to return to human society?" the little girl asked with a pout. "Yes, actually, I'm not a monster. I'm also human." Jiang Chen finally dared to speak the truth, seeing that the little girl was no longer furious. "Impossible, humans don't possess the pure aura of heaven and earth that you have," the little girl said, looking skeptical. "The spiritual power on me, which you refer to as the aura of heaven and earth, is for a reason. You can consider it as my cultivation practice." Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Indeed, she could be considered a cultivator now, and she was indeed different from ordinary people. Oh, everything was different except for her physical structure and diet. "Sister, how about I come with you to human society?" The little girl suddenly raised her head, her big eyes sparkling at Jiang Chen. "You?" Jiang Chen looked at the little girl, whose face was covered in dirt. Her previous appearance was already somewhat eye-catching, let alone now looking like a mud figure. She feared that bringing her to society would cause chaos. "Sister, wait a moment." The little girl moved slightly away from Jiang Chen, and then to Jiang Chen's astonishment, her body unexpectedly transformed into a puddle of mud and fell to the ground. Before Jiang Chen could be surprised by what the little girl was doing, suddenly a heavy object leaped onto her head. Jiang Chen instinctively reached for her head, and when she grabbed it, she seemed to have caught something soft. "Sister, it hurts, be gentle," came the little girl's voice from above her head. Jiang Chen took the object off her head, feeling a mix of emotions. In her hands, a pure white rabbit was struggling, and from the rabbit's mouth came the little girl's humming. "You can possess animals too." Jiang Chen eased her grip and stretched out another hand to help. "Of course, but possessing a rabbit greatly weakens my power. It's even worse than my previous incarnation. Sister, now I can definitely go with you to human society, right?" Looking at the rabbit's mouth opening and closing, Jiang Chen found it truly bizarre. If that was the case, she seemed to have no way to refuse. If she upset the little girl again, it would be self-defeating. "Fine, as long as you're not afraid of being caught and stewed," Jiang Chen said, while holding the little girl in her arms. Those humans are no match for me, just rest assured. Jiang Chen reluctantly replied with an ahu, then asked, by the way, what's your name? I can't just keep calling you hey little rabbit or something like that. A name? Sister, how about Jiang Mountain? Jiang Chen sighed. Alright, I'll call you Xiaojiu from now on. Xiaojiu. I don't mind that, the little girl replied. You have to call me Xiaojiu. Oh. Once Jiang Chen set the little girl down properly, she finally had the mind to look around. Sister, are you going to go down the mountain? Do you know which path goes down the mountain faster? Sister, the fastest way is for me to take you. Take me. Sure, then take me. Although Jiang Chen did not understand what Xiaojiu meant, it did not prevent her from agreeing. Then Jiang Chen understood what it meant for her to take her. She saw the surrounding mountain winds blowing, and she was actually lifted by the wind. The wind carried her up into the air before finally stopping, and at this height, she estimated she was several dozen meters above the ground. Seeing this height, Jiang Chen secretly rejoiced at her wit. If even a person could fly, she certainly wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. With the wind blowing, Jiang Chen adjusted herself into a more comfortable position. She had to admit flying in the air was fast, there was no need to deter, no worry about obstacles like trees, and she could even enjoy the scenery. From this position, she could sweep her gaze across the wreckage on the main mountain path. Because this earthquake came quickly and left just as swiftly, the disciples from various sects who had fled to the mountainside were now in a state of confusion on the mountain path. As Jiang Chen began to glance around, when she looked at the mountain peak, she felt a glint of light. Who was looking in the mirror up there? Jiang Chen looked closely at the peak of the mountain. Upon closer inspection, she immediately covered her face. Just now she had actually seen a camera. Moreover, that camera was aimed directly at her in midair. And her veil, her veil, had just fallen off. Xiaojiu, we need to go back. Jiang Chen said urgently. Sister, why? I dropped something very important there. However, Xiaojiu jumped out of Jiang Chen's arms, climbing directly onto Jiang Chen's head. Then it gracefully jumped back into Jiang Chen's arms, and at this moment, it was holding the misty veil in its mouth. Sister, is this it, eh? Where did you get this? It was just hanging in your hair behind you. It was too light, so you didn't notice it. Jiang Chen hurriedly took the misty veil and said to Xiaojiu, let's accelerate and leave this place. On the mountaintop, the cameraman and the reporter were both stunned. Only after Jiang Chen left their line of sight did they awaken from their stupor. The cameraman looked at the reporter. The reporter looked back at the cameraman. It's decided tomorrow's headline will be Juyang Mountain shockingly reveals the fairy change holding the moon rabbit. When Jiang Chen reached the foot of the mountain, she deliberately chose a place with few people. After confirming that no one was around, she landed. At that moment, she had already put on her veil. As she walked towards the residential area, Jiang Chen noticed that it was bustling with activity, as if something had happened. Xiaojiu, if we run into anyone, don't speak. Remember to act like a normal rabbit. Understood. Xiaojiu nodded compliantly. Jiang Chen then entered the residence. When she reached her room, she found the door was open, and inside there was only a fat man lying on the bed. Jiang Chen walked in and asked the fat man, where are Fu Gui and Aku? They took the teacher to the hospital. The fat man glanced at Jiang Chen and replied casually. To the hospital? Is this what they call karma? Jiang Chen pondered silently. Just as he sat on the bed, the fat man suddenly jumped up. Qingzi, where did you buy that rabbit? Are you planning to eat rabbit meat at this late hour? Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu immediately bared its teeth at the fat man. Fortunately, it was relatively obedient and did not directly curse. What the hell is this rabbit, a dog in disguise? The fat man had never seen a rabbit glare at a person before. I bought it to raise it. Jiang Chen hurriedly went to comfort Xiaojiu. Raise. Qingzi, you a grown man are raising a rabbit. Saying this, the fat man looked thoughtfully at Jiang Chen. Qingzi, I've noticed something strange about you lately. You keep doing odd things. Jiang Chen quickly laughed it off. You're overthinking it. It's just that my little sister from the countryside wanted to raise one, so I bought it and planned to send it over. If the fat man had been hesitant before this time, he started to doubt. Qingzi, is that true? Under the gaze of the other, Jiang Chen, feeling guilty, lifted the blanket and directly snuggled with Xiaojiu. Really, absolutely true. Well, I won't say more. I'm going to sleep now. Qingzi, you sleep with the rabbit. Aren't you afraid of getting covered in its mess? It's fine. It's smarter than you think, Jiang Chen said, turning his back to the fat man and waving his hand. That's just strange, the fat man muttered, seeing that Jiang Chen seemed genuinely ready to sleep and no longer spoke. Today, Jiang Chen had been running up and down the mountain and was already exhausted. As soon as he got into bed, a wave of sleepiness washed over him. That night, Jiang Chen was in a daze, unaware that in the middle of the night the rabbit in his arms jumped to the floor and directly leaped out of the window. The next morning, as Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes, he heard the fat man's deafening snoring. Frowning, just as he was about to get out of bed, he bumped into something on his chest. That thing felt very crinkly, and when Jiang Chen looked down, he discovered Xiaojiu was sound asleep, hugging a blood-red plant, and the crinkly sensation was caused by this plant. This plant was actually the spirit mushroom that Mr. Fong had fought over the other day. It seemed that Xiaojiu sensed Jiang Chen waking up and slowly opened its eyes. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at the spirit mushroom, Xiaojiu perked up and smiled, saying, Sister, this is for you. Isn't this thing very important to you? Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that Xiao Jiao had said it took her decades of effort to cultivate this thing. And it was because Mr. Fong wanted it that Xiao Jiao fought fiercely over it. Now she was actually giving it to her. This thing was originally nurtured by Xiao Jiao's body. It's useless to me, Xiao Jiao shook its head. Useless? Yet it fought so hard yesterday. Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to retort. However, she also understood that it was not Xiao Jiao's fault. This spirit mushroom was originally hers, and anyone who tried to take it without her permission would resist, let alone a proud little brat. Xiao Jiao, what is this thing good for? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked again. Good for? Sister, if you want to eat it, you can. I think it should be quite tasty. Xiao Jiao giggled again. Well, it was equivalent to not asking anything. Jiang Chen held the spirit mushroom and silently thought, System, can you determine the value of this thing? System prompt. The system can only identify objects imbued with spiritual energy. Are you sure you want to identify it? Confirm. System prompt starting identification. Identification complete. This item is an exotic spirit mushroom that has been nourished by spiritual energy for a long time. Its specific name does not exist in the Earth's database. Do you want to assess its grade within the game? Confirm. System prompt starting assessment. The value of this exotic spirit mushroom is equivalent to a 4th grade spirit pill. Consuming it entirely can instantly restore the spiritual energy of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator and heal all injuries caused by spiritual energy damage below the mid-foundation establishment level. This is indeed a good item. Jiang Chen placed the exotic spirit mushroom into her storage bag and got up to brush her teeth and wash her face. After finishing all this, the fat man was still sound asleep and had not yet woken up. With nothing to do, Jiang Chen picked up Xiao Jiao and was about to head out when she suddenly thought of something and walked back into the bathroom to look at the extremely blurry mirror. Although she looked fine now, even a bit cute, the problem was she should be a man in front of others, right? A grown man holding a little white rabbit. No matter how you looked at it, it was utterly effeminate. She hadn't paid attention to it yesterday, but now Jiang Chen couldn't let it stay like this. She picked up Xiao Jiao and placed it on her head. No, it felt a bit silly. Jiang Chen placed Xiao Jiao on her shoulder instead. This was much more satisfactory. It shouldn't be too strange. After all, it's quite normal for a bird or a flying squirrel to perch on a shoulder. As for a rabbit, it shouldn't attract too much attention. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Jiao looked at itself in the mirror, puzzled. From now on you can stay on my shoulder, Jiang Chen suggested. Xiao Jiao looked at the width of her shoulder and saw it was more spacious than being held in her arms, so she didn't refuse, lazily lying on Jiang Chen's shoulder to show her agreement. Seeing that the appearance was fine, Jiang Chen took Xiao Jiao out of the room. When they reached the door, Jiang Chen finally asked the absolutely crucial question. Xiao Jiao, the reason you gained consciousness, is it because of a fragment? This topic was very sensitive, so sensitive that Jiang Chen hadn't dared to ask it yesterday. Today she was taking the risk of being on the alert from Xiao Jiao to ask such a question. Sure enough, upon hearing this topic, Xiao Jiao, who had been lazy, suddenly perked up. Sister, do you know about that stone? I know a little. I just wanted to ask, what does that stone mean to you? Jiang Chen asked very subtly. In this situation, it would be foolish to directly say she wanted that stone. Xiao Jiao didn't notice the implications in Jiang Chen's words and just smiled foolishly. That is the core. Without the stone, I might revert to being a mountain that can't speak again. By the way, why are you asking this, sister? It's nothing. Jiang Chen immediately fell silent. First, she couldn't overpower Xiao Jiao. Second, she was also unwilling. With 2 weeks left until next month, Jiang Chen wasn't as eager for the fragment as she had imagined. She could wait until she found it in Linjiang City. It wasn't impossible. Moreover, if she really couldn't find it, she could just take Xiao Jiao to confront those sects. After all, almost all martial arts sects had energy fragments. Although Jiang Chen couldn't defeat them, Xiao Jiao could. Despite currently being just a rabbit, her strength was previously stated to be slightly weaker than her incarnations. An incarnation was equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. This rabbit body shouldn't be weaker than the 2nd level of Qi refinement. And none of the leaders of those martial arts sects had strength exceeding that of an ordinary person, so it should be quite easy for Xiao Jiao to defeat them. Of course, all of this was merely Jiang Chen's speculation. After all, he had never visited the mountain gates of those sects. These sects had inherited their legacies for so many years that no one truly knew their real strength. If any unexpected events occurred, it would be Jiang Chen who suffered the consequences. Therefore, Jiang Chen would only take the risk of causing trouble on the mountain if it were absolutely necessary. As he prepared to head downstairs for a breath of fresh air, he spotted a man coming up from below the staircase. The man was none other than the class monitor in Jiang Chen's class. Jiang Chen, where's Fatty? The monitor asked. Still asleep, Jiang Chen pointed to the room. Please wake him up, we have to go back now. Go back? Aren't we supposed to return in the afternoon? It was supposed to be in the afternoon, but yesterday old Wu got injured and the school was worried something might happen to us too, so they called and asked us to return immediately. I see. What about those going to the hospital? They have a vehicle coming to pick them up as well. You all should hurry up and pack your things. Understood, Jiang Chen replied before heading back to the room. He knocked heavily on the door. Fatty was jolted awake by the sudden noise. Seeing it was Jiang Chen, he groggily said, "Orange, stop messing around. I was playing on my phone late last night. We're going back to school. If you don't wake up, we'll leave you here." Fatty sat up abruptly. "What? Back to school? What time is it?" He checked his phone, then shot a disgruntled glance at Jiang Chen. "What time is it? Orange, are you doing this on purpose?" "Whether you wake up or not, I'm leaving first," Jiang Chen said as she stepped into the room to start organizing the belongings she had brought. Fatty sensed something was off. He quickly opened his phone, checked the class group, and jumped up as if he had seen something terrifying, rushing into the bathroom in a panic. He mumbled angrily, "That damn monitor, he definitely did this on purpose, only notifying our dorm last." After Jiang Chen finished packing, she went downstairs. In front of the residential building, a bus was already waiting. As soon as Jiang Chen got on the bus, Xiao Jiao on her shoulder attracted everyone's attention, especially the girls who pointed and whispered about Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiao. "Wow, where did that rabbit come from? So cute. So well-behaved, just sitting quietly on her shoulder." As Jiang Chen passed by these girls, some of the bolder ones couldn't resist reaching out to touch Xiao Jiao, startling it into fluffing up its fur, glaring at the girls, as if to say, "Foolish humans, do not touch me." However, with the rabbit's appearance doing such things, the result was a chorus of shrieks from the girls, who became even more eager to touch it. With Fatty hurriedly joining them, the bus finally started moving. At this moment, the provincial television station of Shuai was broadcasting its midday news. The female host's powerful tone showcased her professionalism. Last night, an earthquake occurred in the Jiang Mountain area of Jiang County, causing the Jiang conference to be interrupted and resulting in several fatalities. However, according to relevant departments of Jiang County, there was no sensation of tremors yesterday, and earthquake experts found no traces of seismic activity. Please take a look at the following video. The screen switched to the peak of Jiang Mountain. In the video, the camera was shaking continuously, accompanied by screams from the surroundings. The ground had indeed cracked, and the reporter was speaking passionately, completely disregarding their own safety. The earthquake lasted only a few minutes before quickly subsiding. Just as the reporter breathed a sigh of relief, the camera captured what appeared to be someone floating in the sky. As the camera zoomed in, a stunningly beautiful face came into view under the moonlight. Above that exquisite visage, a rabbit with a remarkable spirit jumped onto the woman's head, causing her to display a look of panic as she hurriedly covered her face. At the same time the video was airing, news of the appearance of the changed fairy in Jiang County began to circulate online. While everyone gasped at her beauty, many were also frightened. In the office of the Tianfeng group, Mu Tengfei almost spat out the water he was drinking. Others may not have seen Jiang Chen, but he had certainly seen her. Jiang Chen could indeed exorcise spirits, but no one had ever mentioned that she could fly. Previously, when they referred to Jiang Chen as a fairy, he had merely smiled. Now could it be that Jiang Chen truly was a fairy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's one thing to have ghosts and Taoists, but deities. Mu Tengfei could never accept that. From his perspective as an entrepreneur, the most likely explanation was that this was just a publicity stunt. But who would be promoting Jiang Chen? Mu Tengfei rubbed his chin deep in thought. Given Jiang Chen's character, since she promised not to go to another company, she would certainly honor it. There was no reason for anyone to promote her for free. After thinking for a long time, Mu Tengfei still couldn't find a breakthrough. He rubbed his temples, planning to ask Jiang Chen about it when he got to Donghai City. Meanwhile, Gao Lu, who was sitting at home, was dumbfounded when she saw the video. This person looked exactly like Ziyu. But Ziyu was just an NPC played by Jiang Chen. How could she possibly appear in reality? She quickly pulled out her phone, intending to call Jiang Chen, but before she could dial, a call came in. Seeing the number, Gao Lu didn't dare delay and quickly answered, "Manager Lin, is there something you need from me?" "Did you see the rumors online about that changed fairy?" Gao Lu hurriedly said, "Manager Lin, this is what I was about to tell you. That changed fairy must be Jiang. This matter must not be spread." "Manager Lin, I know you're very shocked. I'm shocked too, but just now Old You has given orders. None of us who are in the know can say a word." "Manager Lin, does Old You know something?" "Not clear, but the message from Old You is that this changed fairy is likely the hacker who infiltrated our game." Indeed, Z's appearance was identical to that of the changed fairy in the video. It was highly likely that the hacker did this on purpose to imprint their image into the game. It sounded quite reasonable, but Gao Lu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why would such a beautiful person choose to be a hacker? If she could fly in the sky, what would she need to be a hacker for? Although she was filled with questions since the higher-ups had given orders, Gao Lu had to comply. "Manager Lin, I understand. I want spread this matter." After this incident, Jiang Mountain became a tourist hotspot, attracting many otaku, hoping to witness the phenomenon from the video. As a result, Jiang County made quite a fortune. Little did anyone know the person involved, Jiang Chen, was still dozing off on the bus. Fortunately, due to the dark color of her clothes, she wasn't captured clearly on camera, otherwise she would have likely been recognized immediately. "Qingzi, wake up." Jiang Chen stirred groggily as someone nudged her shoulder. Opening her eyes, she saw the chubby young man, holding a smartphone in one hand, while gently pushing her with the other. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen blinked drowsily. "Check the news, right now." The chubby man hurriedly thrust his phone toward her. Jiang Chen took it, and instantly snapped, fully awake. There splashed across the headline was a photo of herself cradling Xiaojiao. Her mind raced through everyone who might recognize her, and her heart clenched tight. Qingzi, isn't that your younger sister? And where did this rabbit even come from? The chubby man pointed first at Jiang Chen in the photo, then at the rabbit beside her. Trouble. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down her spine. She stammered, hesitated, and after a long pause offered an awkward smile. She does bear a slight resemblance to my sister. Slight resemblance. They're identical. His gaze brimmed with 1,000 unspoken questions. And this rabbit, it's an exact match for the one in the photo. Faced with his probing stare, Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. How could she possibly explain? Was she really supposed to confess? I've turned into a woman. That would stain her reputation forever. What if she ever reverted to her former self? How could she ever hold her head high again? Her eyes darted wildly, then suddenly locked onto a familiar landmark outside the bus window. Tangkursan. No, impossible. Though they'd already entered Linjiang City proper, they were still far from the university town. Yet the mere thought of Tangkursan jolted another name into her mind, Mu Tingfei. Mu Tingfei, that's it. Clarity struck Jiang Chen like lightning. Since you've noticed, I may as well tell you the truth. She met the chubby man's gaze with earnest sincerity. Actually, my younger sister was also at Jiang Mountain last time. I knew it. But what was she doing there? Filming on location. On location? To be honest, she's an actress. The chubby man stared at Jiang Chen, stunned. Last night she happened to join her production crew to Jiang Mountain for exterior shots. Most likely she was captured mid-scene, and naturally her agency seized the opportunity for promotion. That's why this image was officially released. As for the rabbit, it's one she entrusted me to care for. Jiang Chen secretly gave herself a mental thumbs up. This explanation was nothing short of flawless rhetoric. The chubby man gaped, jaw slackening further by the second. I know it sounds unbelievable, but don't dismiss it outright. Next month, Donghai City hosts a fashion exhibition. My sister will appear there as one of the featured models. Then you'll see for yourself whether I'm telling the truth. Her argument was precise, persuasive, and even anchored in a concrete future event. By now the chubby man had been utterly convinced. Ah, I see. With her looks shell-blazed to stardom overnight. He scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, Qingzi, you still haven't introduced me to your sister. Don't go back on your word. Absolutely, I promise. Absolutely. Jiang Chen hastily reassured him, terrified of any further complications. After roughly 10 minutes, the bus finally pulled into campus. Once off, Jiang Chen headed straight for her dormitory complex. Back home, she gently placed the still snoozing Xiaojiao onto the bed, then slipped into her Neuralink pod. It wasn't yet noon. She had ample time, and a quick session in the game could yield some welcome credits. As the scene shifted, Jiang Chen seamlessly entered the virtual world. Unlike before, a translucent interface immediately materialized before her eyes upon login. At its center glowed the title, Available Quests. Beneath it, 3 or 4 tasks were neatly displayed in parallel. Their cultivation requirements ranged from Qi refinement level 1 to no higher than level 6, clearly calibrated to ZE's original cultivation base. Quest rarities spanned from frank to crank. Some could be issued dozens of times, others only 2 or 3. All were minor assignments. So Yu Hui hadn't lied. She truly had been granted independent status. The thought of never again answering to Qin Gaoxing filled her with exhilarating liberation. After reviewing her assigned quest, Jiang Chen left her residence and made her way to the Yunyang Sect's mountain gate. There she overheard 2 players discussing the Huiling Valley dungeon and mentioning Bai Luolan. Intrigued, she lingered to eavesdrop. Zhu Tian's team reportedly cleared Huiling Valley yesterday. Now Luo Zhao Min and Han Yujian, the demonic sects, must be growing anxious. Didn't Zhu Tian die there just a week ago? And he hasn't leveled up since. How did he manage it? Rumor has it Bai Goddess, the revered senior sister Bai, personally shared the dungeon strategy with Zhu Tian. Senior sister Bai, would she really do something so generous? Of course not. It's plainly a quid pro quo, and almost certainly tied to the upcoming Immortal Demon War. Jiang Chen listened spellbound, unaware that far-off a Tianyi sect disciple quietly crushed a Earth Stealth talisman in his palm. Inside Juxian City, Zhu Tian sat leisurely arranging his tea set. Before him stood a Tianyi sect disciple bowing with deep reverence. At last, we've waited. This CU vanished before our eyes for 2 full days. If she's not a special NPC, I'd eat my own words. Zhu Tian smiled, faintly speaking, as if commenting on the weather. Beside him, Jing Qihua remained impassive as still water. So, what's your plan now? Send someone to test her. Howie. Approach her. Win her trust. Is that feasible? More feasible than sending roses, at least. Granted, the official response to that 100 hostility penalty was bug, but before the patch, every rose added exactly 1 point. Clearly the system was signaling ZU dislikes roses. Even if we maxed her favor, we'd likely gain nothing. Zhu Tian stroked the teapot, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. True enough. But winning her trust is hardly simple. The NPCs here are far more perceptive than we imagined. Jing Qi, do you have a better idea? I heard Bai Luolan is close to NPC ZU. Could we leverage that connection? Zhu Tian paused. then let out a low, quiet laugh. Jingqi, do you truly think I'm on good terms with Bai Luolan? Aren't you? You recall she gave me that dungeon guide last time. Jingqi Hua hadn't expected such a reaction. If Bai Luolan had to name the 3 men she detests most, I'd rank among them. Understand. Is your real-world relationship with her truly that strained? Her father has long sought my patronage, and she's their only daughter. Draw your own conclusions. Jingjihua suddenly understood as she truly did not expect such a cliched scenario to unfold in reality, and she felt sorrow for Bai Luolan. Do you like her? Jingjihua pondered for a moment before asking again. Like her? No, I gave her to my brother, he quite likes her. Zhu Tian maintained a calm demeanor. What a twisted sense of humor. Jingjihua frowned and stood up. Aren't you going to wait for me? Zhu Tian glanced at Jingjihua. What are you going to? Jingjihua looked at Zhu Tian in disbelief. In her eyes, this young master typically only showed up for fights, and leveling up, such trivial matters were usually left to others. Of course, it's better to leave it to someone else if you don't feel assured. Zhu Tian also stood up and was the first to walk out of the room. Jingjihua, seeing this, helplessly followed him out. Ziyu. Inside Yunyang sect, Jiang Chen was just about to leave when a voice called out to her from afar. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Qin Gaoxing approaching slowly. Seeing Jiang Chen not wearing the Yunyang sect attire, Qin Gaoxing frowned. As an NPC of the sect, the most basic requirement is to wear the sect's outfit. Not complying is already a violation of NPC regulations. However, since this was a relatively public place, Qin Gaoxing did not directly state it, but rather indirectly admonished, Ziyu, where is your sect attire? As a disciple of Yunyang sect, how can you not wear the disciple's outfit within the sect? Qin Gaoxing's voice seemed intentionally raised, immediately attracting the attention of surrounding players. Jiang Chen looked at her attire and nearly forgot that she had worn the multicolored flowing cloud robe earlier. Having spent most of her time outside and not being reminded, she gradually forgot about it. This was a significant oversight. In the past, Jiang Chen would have faced a salary deduction for such an error, which was unavoidable. However, this time Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had been separated out. Master, I apologize. Jiang Chen on the surface was still a disciple of Yunyang sect, so she had to apologize in front of the many players, even lowering her head to express her grievances. How sincere this apology was, Qin Gaoxing could not know, but he understood that Jiang Chen was going to be in trouble. Is knowing your mistake enough? Come to Yunyang Hall immediately and explain the reason. After speaking, Qin Gaoxing gestured with his hands, and the Yunyang sword behind him flew out, as if obeying his command, expanding in size. When the Yunyang sword had expanded to the length of a person, Qin Gaoxing stepped onto it, and once again gestured. The Yunyang sword carried him up into the sky. As Qin Gaoxing left elegantly, the surrounding players looked on enviously. This technique of flying on a sword was one of the most attractive features of the game, ascending to immortality. Only cultivators who reached the foundation establishment stage were qualified to learn it. Although Yunyang sect was a small sect, the strength of the sect leader was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage, so flying on a sword was not a problem. Apart from the NPC Yun Tian, the only other flying cultivators in the entire Yunyang sect were the Law Elder and the Transmission Elder, both of whom were at the early foundation establishment stage. Those two elders interacted with players almost daily. Although Jiang Chen was aware of their existence, she rarely saw them, and speaking to them was even less likely. The rest, apart from the NPC Yun Song who had reached the peak of Qi refinement, the other disciples were mostly a mixed bunch. Seeing Qin Gaoxing leave, Jiang Chen also reluctantly mounted the celestial crane. After all, in front of so many eyes, she still had to perform well. Upon arriving at the familiar Yunyang Hall, Qin Gaoxing was still sitting in the main hall, his leg casually crossed. Ziyu, I can't believe you weren't dismissed. This truly surprises me. As per our agreement, I want to deduct your bonus for this month. Qin Gaoxing did not appear disappointed. In fact, he seemed rather gleeful. From his expression, Jiang Chen could almost be certain that Qin Gaoxing had not yet received news of her being separated out. No need for Captain Qin to worry. Whether you deduct that bonus or not is irrelevant to me. After all, she was now an independent entity. Even if Qin Gaoxing wanted to deduct her bonus, he had no right to do so. Qin Gaoxing seemed to have anticipated that Jiang Chen would say such a thing. What are you talking about? Do I seem like someone who doesn't follow the rules? I said I won't deduct it, so I won't. However, Qin Gaoxing snorted twice. I want to deduct the bonus, but your salary is another matter. Jiang Chen maintained her usual expression. Why? Why? NPC Ziyu, are you trying to play dumb with me? Why don't you know yourself? As an NPC, not wearing the sect's attire constitutes a violation. I have the right to deduct your salary. Jiang Chen nodded and shrugged her hands, saying, then go ahead and deduct it. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned to leave. NPC Ziyu, do you realize how serious this situation is? I have the right to deduct 2/3 of your salary. Jiang Chen waved her hand and continued walking outside. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I'm going to write a report to Sister Gao right now. Seeing Jiang Chen leave the Yunyang Hall without looking back, Qin Gaoxing was so angry that he logged off immediately. After a long while, when Qin Gaoxing logged back into the main hall, he was bewildered, muttering, the bonus is gone. The bonus is gone. My damn bonus is gone. After leaving Yunyang Hall, Jiang Chen felt instantly refreshed. She was just about to head to the celestial crane placement point when she noticed two familiar faces approaching her. These two, if Jiang Chen remembered correctly, they should be Zhu Tian and Jing Jihua, whom she encountered that day in the No. 3 copy of the Transformation Valley. The two walked straight towards her, leaving Jiang Chen puzzled about their intentions. Logically, they should not recognize her. Isn't this the renowned Ziyu fairy of Yunyang sect? Zhu Tian flashed a playful smile and approached Jiang Chen. If it were an ordinary female NPC, she would definitely be captivated by that handsome face. But Jiang Chen was not just any person, she was a man. A man who does not engage in homosexual relationships. Renowned as a fairy might be flattering to other female NPCs, but in her ears, it only sent chills down her spine. System prompt player Zhu Tian, ranked 3rd on the Immortal ranks, is approaching you. This player meets the basic requirements to become a GM. Would you like to investigate? Yes, no. System prompt player Jing Jihua, ranked 5th on the Immortal ranks, is approaching you. This player meets the basic requirements to become a GM. Would you like to investigate? Yes, no. As the two approached, the system issued a prompt just as before. Jiang Chen had always been open to GMs for completing a test meant fulfilling an obligation, and fulfilling an obligation meant sustaining one's life for a month. No one would risk their own life. Although he wasn't familiar with Zhu Tian and Jing Jihua, it didn't matter. As long as they could complete the testing task, he could get to know them better. Of course, compared to Bai Luo Lan, they would not offer as many privileges. Jiang Chen continuously selected 2 yes options. A new task appeared in the publishable tasks interface. Publishable task. Destined task: War of Immortals and Demons. Task quality: SSS. Achieve a top 3 ranking in the War of Immortals and Demons event and ensure that NPC ZU does not die during the battle. Restrictions: after accepting this task, NPC ZU must participate in the War of Immortals and Demons. On the day of the event, the Demon Sect will issue a task to kill NPC ZU, and there will be a large number of demon beasts attacking Yunyang Sect. Failure conditions: player fails to achieve a top 3 rank, player dies, NPC ZU dies. Rewards: increase cultivation by 1 minor stage, 1 4th tier spirit weapon, and 1 random divine ability. Publishable ×2. This time the task quality remains SSS. Judging from the conditions, the first requirement seems a bit too simple. Achieving a top 3 rank should be manageable since Zhu Tian and Jing Jihua are high-ranking players. Moreover, their prestige in the righteous sect is strong. At the very least, they should be able to make it into the top 3. However, since it is classified as SSS, it certainly won't be that simple. The complication likely lies in the second condition. Protecting NPC ZU from death may not seem difficult at first glance, but the issue lies within the restrictions. ZU must participate in the War of Immortals and Demons. Not considering Jiang Chen's growing strength, ZU's initial power is set at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Although this seems higher than the current player cultivations, the problem is that the War of Immortals and Demons is at least a month away. Given the current pace of players, in a month most will be at the 6th or 7th layer of Qi refinement, with some advanced players reaching the 8th or even 9th layer. Achieving a complete mastery of Qi refinement is also a possibility. At that time, with ZU's strength at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, she would undoubtedly be a mere fish, and with a single misstep, she might just meet her end. Moreover, the Demon Sect will issue a task to kill ZU, indicating that many players will undoubtedly target her, making it a situation where one cannot be too careful. Lastly, there are the Demon Beasts attacking Yunyang Sect. The disciples of the Demon Sect originally aimed to kill ZU, and now with the chaos caused by the Demon Beasts at Yunyang Sect, if Jiang Chen's speculation is correct, these numerous Demon Beasts would undoubtedly be stronger than Yunyang Sect's forces. Otherwise, how could they pose a threat? In summary, this destined task will certainly live up to its SSS ranking when the time comes. Seeing Jiang Chen in a daze, Zhu Tian suddenly lost his grasp of Jiang Chen's intentions and could only smile again. Fairy ZU, I am Zhu Tian from Tianyi Sect, and this is Jing Jihua from the Holy Sect. We caught a glimpse of Fairy ZU in the Transformation Spirit Valley, and from that moment I knew that Fairy ZU was extraordinary. I wish to befriend you, but I wonder if Fairy... Sure. Before Zhu Tian could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen immediately agreed. This took Zhu Tian by surprise. It was well known that ZU was a notoriously difficult NPC to deal with, and for her to agree so quickly was unexpected. Could it be that NPCs also judge by looks? Zhu Tian touched his handsome face. With a 20 appearance modification, most people wouldn't look ugly, generally they maintained an above-average appearance. However, Zhu Tian was different. He was already a handsome man in reality, and after the 20 modification, he appeared as a male god in the game. With such looks, it was not surprising that he could attract some female NPCs, but he had never considered that he could win over an NPC solely based on appearance. It seems Fairy ZU is not as rumored. Zhu Tian immediately exuded immense confidence. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Jiang Chen's eyes twitched slightly before he waved to Jing Jihua behind Zhu Tian. Jing Jihua, right. Come here. Even after becoming a woman for so long, Jiang Chen still felt an inexplicable discomfort under the gaze of men. Rather than speaking with a big man, she preferred to converse with women. Jing Jihua did not expect to be called out by Jiang Chen while standing so far back. She immediately looked at Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian was also surprised, but quickly gave Jing Jihua a knowing glance. Receiving Zhu Tian's signal, Jing Jihua walked over, forcing a smile. "You can just call me Jing Ji." Jing Jihua's looks were not exceptionally stunning, but she was of above-average appearance. At least to Jiang Chen, she was quite pleasing to the eye. She skillfully took Jing Jihua's hand and lowered her voice, saying, "I have a rather good task for you. Would you like to take it?" Jing Jihua was momentarily stunned, glancing unconsciously at Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian didn't hear what Jiang Chen said. Seeing Jing Jihua looking at him in a daze, he could only give her a look to gauge the situation. Jing Jihua turned back to Jiang Chen, a bit awkwardly pointing at Zhu Tian and asking, "What about him?" Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. Then a task message popped up in Jing Jihua's mind. However, upon seeing the task's quality and rewards, her expression became even more subtle. This change left Zhu Tian beside her even more puzzled. Jing Jihua glanced at Zhu Tian again, opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated due to Jiang Chen's presence, not daring to speak. Subsequently, Jiang Chen noticed that his task had been accepted. Jing Jihua walked to Zhu Tian and sighed, "Zhu Tian, I'm sorry." Zhu Tian felt something unusual now. It was evident that Jing Jihua had gained some advantage. Could it be that Ziyu was not captivated by his looks? However, even if she wasn't captivated, she shouldn't feel repulsed either. Why was it that Jing Jihua, who said nothing, ended up gaining benefits while he who had worked hard to charm her felt like he was being sold out? Zhu Tian couldn't grasp Jiang Chen's thoughts. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened them again, a hint of excitement appeared. It had been so long since he encountered a woman like this, and an interest he hadn't felt in a long time surged within him. In reality, women that Zhu Tian wanted were always within his grasp. Just recently, the mayor's daughter, beneath her noble and handsome exterior, had directly fallen for him. Later on, several top-tier celebrities were easily won over with some cash. In reality, those women are utterly uninteresting. He understands their thoughts and outcomes all too well. However, he has never experienced the NPCs in the game, especially the one known as the most difficult to conquer, Ziyu. In truth, Ziyu had no intention of stringing Zhu Tian along, as she simply felt a deep dissatisfaction towards his pride and arrogance. She despised men who relied on their looks, and a few years ago, she had simultaneously liked a girl with another man. Yet the result was that the girl abandoned her because she wasn't handsome enough, choosing another dashing man instead. From that moment on, she developed an inexplicable resentment towards men who flaunted their charms. This dissatisfaction wasn't overtly apparent, it was merely a desire to play a prank. At this moment, she estimated that if Zhu Tian came to ask her, she would likely give him the task. However, the subsequent developments were somewhat beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. "Thank you, Fairy Ziyu, for providing great benefits to Jing Ji. Since Fairy Ziyu is so fond of Jing Ji, I will ensure she visits you often. Now I must take my leave with Jing Ji." Zhu Tian spoke with an air of indifference, turning away and walking off into the distance. Jiang Chen truly did not expect Zhu Tian to be so prideful. However, she wasn't anxious. There was still some time before the battle between immortals and demons. She did not believe Zhu Tian would remain calm after seeing the task involving Jing Ji, and it was inevitable that he would come looking for her again. Once Zhu Tian and Jing Ji had walked far away, Jiang Chen returned to the Yunyang sect's gate. This place was usually bustling with players and was quite lively. What she needed to do was issue tasks. Since she now had tasks to give, she naturally wanted to accumulate some rewards. However, Jiang Chen had never issued tasks before, and most of the sect's disciples were unaware. She stood there for a while, but not a single person approached to ask her. This left her feeling quite awkward. In the end, she had no choice but to use a sound transmission talisman to call for Bai Luo Lan. When Bai Luo Lan arrived, she was not alone. The three idiots followed behind her. Now, as the top of the heavenly ranking Bai Luo Lan's every move naturally attracted a lot of attention. When she appeared at the gate, people around her began to point and whisper. "It's senior sister Bai and those brothers. Wow, what a commanding presence. No wonder they are the most formidable team in our Yunyang sect." "What do you mean, the most formidable team in our Yunyang sect?" Senior sister Bai and the others are recognized as one of the top 5 teams across the server. Jiang Chen listened to the envious voices of the disciples around her and realized that Bai Luo Lan and her team had indeed made a name for themselves. The 4 of them quickly approached her upon seeing Jiang Chen. "Senior sister Ziyu, we are here," Bai Luo Lan called out loudly before even reaching Jiang Chen. Once the 4 were close, Jiang Chen took a keen interest in observing them. "Junior sister Bai, what's this? Are you all acting together now?" Bai Luo Lan's expression stiffened. The one known as Kill That Turtle hurriedly approached with a grin, saying, "Senior sister Ziyu, isn't it true? Nowadays, participating in dungeons or events requires forming a team, and Bai Luo Lan calls us brothers every day." Bai Luo Lan shot him a fierce glare, then stammered in embarrassment, It's just more convenient they 3. Let me explain for you. Among the people she knows, only the three of us have the strength, and since we've worked together for a while, we've developed a bit of synergy. The one known as Let Go of That Beauty chimed in. Jiang Chen found this all rather amusing. Just a week ago, they had been at the mercy of Bai Luo Lan, and now they were comrades working in sync. All right, since you three idiots are here, consider yourselves lucky. I have quite a few tasks for you today. Jiang Chen issued several higher-tier tasks to the four. Senior Sister Ziyu, in such a public place, idiots, sounds so harsh. Can you refrain from calling us that in the future? Kill That Turtle looked at Ziyu with a slightly aggrieved expression. Yes, Senior Sister Ziyu, we are now quite impressive among the disciples of Yunyang sect. If you call us that, people will look down on us. Let Burn That Wastrel added as usual. What should I call you then? I just heard other disciples refer to you as those brothers, but since you three all have that, I should differentiate between you, right? Jiang Chen looked at the three of them, considering how calling them individually would sound even worse. No need, just call us Kill That Turtle, Let Go, and Burn That Wastrel. Kill That Turtle quickly replied. Right, Senior Sister Ziyu, Kill That Turtle, Let Go, Burn That Wastrel, easy to say, right? Burn That Wastrel also chimed in. That works. Jiang Chen nodded, agreeing that it would indeed be easier to differentiate. Wait a minute, Senior Sister Ziyu, you are a hidden NPC. Why are these tasks only crank? Shouldn't they at least be a rank? Kill That Turtle exclaimed suddenly. There are no a rank tasks, do them if you like, or don't. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. No a rank. Fine, if there are no a rank tasks, then so be it. Kill That Turtle dared not complain further. Compared to the three brothers by Luo Lan, who had previously taken on SS rank tasks, was far calmer. She simply assured Jiang Chen that she would complete the tasks, and then left. After the four left, more players finally gathered around Jiang Chen. The loud calls of Kill That Turtle had indeed served as effective publicity, making the surrounding players quickly realize that there were also tasks available with Jiang Chen. For these players, Jiang Chen, who was issuing tasks for the first time, was undoubtedly a novel experience, and everyone rushed over eagerly. As Jiang Chen looked at these players and issued tasks one by one, she could hardly contain her joy. Her mind was already filled with images of the densely packed rewards she would see a month later. In the tea house, Zhu Tian sat cross-legged deep in thought. Beside him, Jing Flower helplessly took a cup of tea for herself and began to savor it. SS rank, what a grand gesture. Zhu Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide. But why did she only give it to you and not me yet? I'm certain I did not anger her. This means there is a gap between us. Jing, tell me, where do you think the difference lies between you and me? Jing Flower, absent-minded, casually replied, is it gender? Zhu Tian's expression darkened. Speak seriously. You think about it yourself. Oh, after all, I don't have your sharp mind. Asking me is pointless. Zhu Tian knew that Ing Jihua generally disliked getting involved in such matters, so he began to ponder to himself. After a moment, he finally thought of something and said to Ing Jihua, has the data compiled from the previous Righteous Sect meeting been released? Let me check, Ing Jihua replied after contemplating. With that, she took out a sound transmission talisman, murmured a few words, and sent it flying. Seeing the talisman fly away, Zhu Tian abandoned his thoughts and began to enjoy his tea. Noticing that Zhu Tian seemed to have some free time, Ing Jihua casually asked a trivial question. I heard you set up some sort of alliance at Tiani sect. Are you preparing for the battle between immortals and demons? Zhu Tian nodded. That's about right. In group activities, a lone wolf has no future. With your strength among the disciples of Tian sect, the power of this alliance must be quite impressive, right? How many disciples from the Tian rank have joined? However, Zhu Tian shook his head. Ing Jihua, anyone who can make it to the Tian rank wants to fight for a better position. For the players on the Tian rank to achieve good results, they need the players below them to make sacrifices and support them. Generally speaking, the more players that sacrifice, the higher the ranking of the supported Tian rank players. My alliance has only so few people. If I were to nurture another Tian rank player, wouldn't that be counterproductive for me? And besides, asking a Tian rank player to support others, they might not be willing to do so. Ing Jihua remarked, might not be willing. Zhu Tian, how can I find that so ironic when it comes from your mouth? Ing Jihua clearly scoffed at Zhu Tian's last statement. That's the truth. In the entire Tian rank, aside from Bai Luolan, who doesn't have a group of supporters behind them, they can manage doing dungeons casually, but asking them to help with this kind of task is equivalent to making them give up their public testing, and the price for that isn't just a bit high. Even if one is wealthy, they wouldn't spend it like this. Besides, my alliance currently has 10 D rank players, and with the additional lower rank players, it's unnecessary to recruit Tian rank players based on sheer numbers. 10 D rank players. You didn't dig out all the D rank players from Tian sect, did you? After all, D rank players are mostly ordinary people, cheap and practical. If I don't recruit some, how can I justify my status? Zhu Tian smiled leisurely. Ing Jihua also smiled faintly as she quietly sipped her tea. Zhu Tian, have you forgotten someone? Zhu Tian seemed unsurprised that Ing Jihua would say this. How could I forget? As my closest friend in the game, I certainly reserved a spot for you. However, even you, Ing Jihua, should show a little sincerity. Ing Jihua generously held up a finger. The entire Xingmen. Zhu Tian was momentarily stunned. Even though Xingmin was just one of the 12 immortal sects and considered a rather obscure sect, it was still an entire sect, and it was not fewer than those under his control in Tianming. Zhu Tian chuckled awkwardly. Ying Jihua is indeed Ying Jihua. What kind of trick did you use to actually bring the entire Xingmin over? I didn't bring them over, I merely complained about Xingmin's coldness while being beside a few junior brothers and sisters. Later they discussed promoting me to enhance Xingmin's reputation so that no one would underestimate it. That's truly enviable. If I were the only Tian rank expert in the entire Tian E sect, that would be wonderful. Zhu Tian sighed, and then his expression became much more relaxed. However, if the entire Xingmin joins my Tianming, this upcoming battle between immortals and demons will be more certain. Zhu Tian, is it really that easy to merge me into Tianming? Ying Jihua seemed unsatisfied. Of course it's not that simple. You are being quite presumptuous in taking the position of vice leader. If you don't mind disclosing your real-life information to me, I can offer you a sum of cash. Zhu Tian easily stated 2 conditions. No need for cash. Oh, I only want your promise that your final ranking won't differ from mine by more than 5 positions. I don't want to be sold out by you. What kind of talk is that? Who are you? You are Ying Jihua, and everyone outside knows you are Zhu Tian's person. We have been teaming up since entering the game to complete tasks and dungeon runs. Are you really afraid I would sell you out? You are the Zhu Tian who sees women as grass. Shouldn't I be worried? Ying Jihua countered with a composed expression. Zhu Tian was instantly at a loss for words. He coughed twice. Ying Jihua, I have never regarded you as merely a woman. No, I have never regarded you as an ordinary woman. Fine, I promise that's acceptable. Oh, at most we can establish a contract. That would be best. Ying Jihua nodded. Zhu Tian reluctantly bought a contract scroll from the shop, drafted the contract, and both signed it. By the way, Zhu Tian, regarding my real-life information, I know you have the ability, but please understand once you do not interfere with my real-life life. So mysterious. Could it be that you are some big shot? Isn't it clear in your heart whether I am or not? Zhu Tian nodded unexpectedly. No problem, I will have the people monitoring you come back. Besides, you are indeed very ordinary, unexpectedly so. I thought Ying Jihua, who chats and laughs so freely in front of me, would be more interesting. Thank you for not being interested in me. It seems we can still be comrades. Of course, a pleasant cooperation. Zhu Tian extended his hand. Pleasant cooperation. Ying Jihua also extended her hands. While they were speaking, a disciple from Tian E sect walked in holding 2 scrolls. Zhu Tian, senior brother, this is the summarized information of the Ziyu we carved. After handing over the scrolls, the disciple from Tian E sect left the tea house. Zhu Tian handed 1 scroll to Ying Jihua and opened the other one. He saw the words on the scroll beginning to appear in his mind, which were what the Tian rank experts had stated that day in the tavern. Since it was quite chaotic at the time, Zhu Tian had asked the members of Tianming to help record and organize the information and then carve a copy for each of the Tian rank experts. These 2 copies were the ones that Zhu Tian and Ying Jihua were supposed to have. The 2 looked at them slowly. The first piece of information should be about the incident whereby Luolan was defended. Zhu Tian observed for a while, and then spoke. That time Bai Luolan should have been imprisoned for killing someone in the main city, but because of a few words from Ziyu, the city guards did not apprehend Bai Luolan. Ying Jihua continued, do you think the city guards are NPCs? According to the official description, they should be NPCs, however those who have interacted with them know that the city guards are much more rigid and lack the humanity typical of regular NPCs. Even basic conversations are difficult to manage, making them seem like outdated technology from centuries past. The Thorn Flower answered in a methodical manner. Yes, Ziyu can command those city guards, and their intelligence is clearly inferior to that of other NPCs. What does this indicate? It suggests that Ziyu holds a higher authority than the city guards, doesn't it? Exactly. Previously, someone tried to request other NPCs to stop the city guards, but those NPCs were ineffective. Only Ziyu succeeded, which indicates her authority is extraordinary. Of course, the later Rose incident also supports this. The point system of 1 point and 100 points may seem like a game bug, but what if it's a reflection of Ziyu's permissions? That's not right. If it were Ziyu's authority, the officials shouldn't apologize, but rather explain the situation to us. What if the officials are unaware as well? How could that be possible? The Thorn Flower widened her eyes. There's nothing impossible. As far as I know, the Yuhui group is merely the agent for this game. If the NPCs are highly intelligent and possess sufficient authority, it is entirely normal for them to perform actions beyond their control. Zhu Tian, that's not right. If Ziyu holds sufficient authority, why is she just a minor disciple of the Yunyang sect maid? She should be an extraordinary figure. The information mentions that Ziyu and her master Yunchang seem to have some discord, doesn't it? Yes, there is such information. What's wrong with that? Since Ziyu is Yunchang's maid, how could she dare to argue with her mistress? And why would there be discord? There is too little information about Ziyu. Perhaps there are hidden settings such as Ziyu being forcibly assigned to Yunchang by the sect leader of the Yunyang sect, but Yunchang does not favor Ziyu. Your idea is not incorrect, but there is one more point. Someone once overheard sect leader Yuntian privately cursing Ziyu. If she were assigned to Yun Chang by the sect leader, he should trust her immensely. Why would he speak ill of her in private? The Thornflower stared at the paper, then looked at Zhu Tian in confusion. This information isn't included in what you said. Of course not. This was reported to me by the disciples of the Tianming. The source of the information is highly reliable. Doesn't this indicate Ziyu has the authority to resist her own role? Zhu Tian thought for a moment and continued. Moreover, on the day we raided the second time, someone saw Ziyu enter the Hualing Valley. That day was when the Bai Luolan team from the Yunyang sect commenced their raid. Do you remember what happened after they completed the dungeon? Bai Luolan leaped directly from over 20 positions on the Tianzi ranking to first place. Jumping from over 20 to first place is not something that can be compensated by just 2 levels of realm enhancement. She must have received rewards such as a spirit weapon or divine abilities. The Thornflower suddenly awakened and pulled out her destiny task. Are you saying she also received a destiny task? Exactly. This explains why Bai Luolan did not join the Yunu Pavilion, but chose to go to the Yunyang sect instead. The Thornflower pondered, but how does this information relate to strategizing against Ziyu? Zhu Tian smiled slightly. We must grasp the key point. Ziyu possesses certain authority, granting her a degree of autonomy in decision-making. This means Ziyu might not have a fixed task trigger mechanism, but rather acts based on her willingness and mood. Additionally, Bai Luolan significantly enhanced her strength, while the 3 teammates did not experience similar increases, indicating those 3 did not receive a task. What similarities and differences exist between them and us? Isn't it worth discussing thoroughly? The Thornflower contemplated briefly. There are indeed many differences. Identify the most obvious one. Then it must be male and female. Thorn, please take this seriously. Do you think the thought processes of artificial intelligence would be so superficial? There were many female players in the initial group that sought to enhance their favorability with Ziyu. Why didn't they receive tasks? Where do you think the difference lies? Strength. I believe strength is the most fundamental prerequisite. As far as I know, the 3 fools from Bai Luolan's team have a good relationship with Ziyu, yet they did not receive a task, indicating Ziyu does not rely purely on her mood, but has a minimum requirement above that. That's also incorrect. Zhu Tian, your strength is far superior to mine and Bai Luolan's. Exactly. I'm also contemplating this issue. My strength should not be a problem, and at that time I did not do anything to make Ziyu unhappy. So Zhu Tian, is it possible that you guessed wrong? Perhaps the minimum standard is for powerful women. Impossible. How could only women qualify? This would disrupt the balance of the game. Zhu Tian waved his hand. There must be something we haven't noticed. Then take your time to think about it. The Thornflower stood up. Zhu Tian was taken aback. Where are you going? Did you not say that the conditions for Ziyu issuing tasks are based on meeting strength requirements and then influenced by her mood? I'm going to get familiar with Ziyu. Perhaps I can help you win her favor. It's not that simple. This matter still relies on me, just like how Bai Luolan helped Ziyu. I also need to create an opportunity to assist her. Zhu Tian also stood up and took out a bundle of sound transmission talismans. These talismans then scattered in all directions. 3 hours later, at the entrance of the Yunyang sect, numerous disciples of the Tianyi sect began to appear. At the forefront of this crowd was Zhu Tian, dressed in a white Taoist robe, exuding a flamboyant aura that elicited shrill screams from the passing female disciples of the Yunyang sect. Under his lead, a group of disciples surged into the Yunyang sect, heading towards Ziyu. Ziyu, who was still issuing tasks at the mountain gate, was momentarily taken aback as she saw such a large group of players approaching her. If it weren't for the smile on Zhu Tian's face at the front, she might have thought they were there to vandalize the mountain gate. Zhu Tian approached Jiang Chen with a smile. Fairy Ziyu, I heard you have many tasks here. I specifically brought my people to help complete some of them. As far as Zhu Tian knew, the more tasks an NPC issued, the happier they seemed to be. Though players were still unaware of why NPCs felt this way, it was certain that issuing more tasks served as a form of motivation for the NPC. Thus, upon learning that Jiang Chen was currently issuing tasks, Zhu Tian decided to bring the Tianming members to assist Jiang Chen and show her goodwill. Watching the number of her completed tasks decrease one by one, Jiang Chen felt increasingly excited. At this rate, her bonus evaluation a month later would surely be favorable, as no one else in the entire game could match her ability to finish all the tasks in just half a day. Such a bustling scene naturally caught the attention of the entire Yunyang sect, including various NPCs. Without a doubt, the most concerned were Yun Shang and Bai Qing. Just 10 minutes after Jiang Chen issued the tasks, the figures of the two appeared at the mountain gate of the Yunyang sect, walking straight towards her. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Chen caught sight of them. The moment she saw them, she knew she was in trouble. Before Yun Shang could approach Jiang Chen, she called out from a distance, Ziyu, I need you to come with me quickly. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't just follow her, but her identity dictated that she couldn't show obvious resistance, so she pretended not to hear. Fortunately, there were still quite a few players around, surrounding Jiang Chen in the middle and chattering away, giving her sufficient reason. Yun Shang felt somewhat dissatisfied, but she couldn't push her way through the crowd due to her status, so she called out a few more times. Jiang Chen continued to ignore her. Yun Shang gritted her teeth and exchanged a few words with Bai Qing, who then blinked and moved to the side, raising her voice to say, Yun Shang has a task for you all, come quickly. However, the effect of her shout was weak. Compared to Jiang Chen, who had issued tasks the day before, Yun Shang was evidently less attractive. Only a small portion of the Yunyang sect disciples went to her, as they were forced to turn towards Yun Shang due to the crowd around Jiang Chen. The vast majority of the Tian E sect disciples remained around Jiang Chen. After all, the task given by Zhu Tian was to complete as many tasks issued by Ziyu as possible, and they certainly wouldn't abandon that just to go elsewhere. It must be said that Yun Shang had a somewhat stubborn temperament. Seeing that she couldn't attract the players away from Jiang Chen, she simply stood there preparing to wait for this wave of players to leave. However, she did not expect that initially it was just the Tian E sect and Yunyang sect disciples, but after half an hour it evolved into a diverse crowd from various sects coming over. At this rate, Jiang Chen would not be free until all her tasks were completed. Yun Shang stomped her foot in frustration. I really don't know where this dead demoness got her task privileges. Today she's managed to attract so many players. I really don't know what trick she used. Bai Qing, standing nearby, also expressed her discontent. Yun Shang, didn't you hear what those players just said? The information about Ziyu issuing tasks at the Yunyang sect has been pinned on the forum. She must have created a buzz there. How shameless. Oh, really? A big man actually knows how to hype things up. Does he really think this Yunyang sect is his own sect? Bai Qing, do you have any ideas on how to deal with him? Actually, I do have an idea, Yun Shang. What idea? Bai Qing did not answer, but instead asked Yun Shang, hasn't Ziyu shown her face since she entered the game? What does that have to do with your idea? Yun Shang, this indicates that Ziyu must be exceptionally ugly. Where did you get that conclusion? Although he's a man, there are many well-dressed men in the world. Yun Shang, it's not that simple. Think about it, if Ziyu were very handsome as a man, what would he do? You mean? Men don't have our modesty. If they knew their character was attractive, they would have revealed their face long ago. How could they keep it covered until now? Therefore, this Ziyu must be quite ugly. If we find the right opportunity to unveil his face and post his appearance on the forum, what do you think will happen? Upon hearing this, Yun Shang's eyes lit up. You are truly wicked. If that ugly face gets posted, it will definitely drop his popularity. But Yun Shang, it's not just about losing popularity. The important thing is that those face-conscious people on the forum will surely criticize him. Just imagine how his mood would be every day looking at that kind of information. This idea is good, but how are we going to make her take off her veil? Yun Shang pondered and asked. Yun Shang, why are you so confused at such a critical moment? Yun Shang immediately shot Bai Qing a glare. Bai Qing quickly shrank her head, realizing she had spoken out of turn. Yun Shang, you are her lady. Oh, what's wrong with ordering her to take off her veil? Can she possibly resist? Right? How did I not think of that? Yun Shang excitedly clenched her fists. Of course, since Jiang Chen was still surrounded by the crowd, Yun Shang and Bai Qing had no chance to act, but with a plan to deal with Jiang Chen, they seemed to have gained motivation and stood there waiting. The players coming to take tasks were mostly those who heard about Zhu Tian coming to do tasks and came along. They belonged to various factions and were here to improve their relationships with Jiang Chen, self-reporting their names after taking tasks, afraid Jiang Chen would forget their leaders. Additionally, there was a small number of onlookers who had come from the forum. Initially, they saw the players receiving tasks from Jiang Chen looking delighted and thought it was some high-level task. However, upon receiving their tasks, they were left dumbfounded, all getting E and F level tasks, leaving them confused. Yet they couldn't say anything because all around them were joyful players. After all, people are social animals, and there's a tendency to conform to social norms. When everyone around them is extremely happy, they naturally cannot pretend to be unhappy, or they would seem out of place. Thus, these onlookers also pretended to be happy, acting as if they had gained something. Ziyu, you grow bolder by the day, daring even to ignore my summons. Yun Shang assumed the commanding air of one born to authority. In truth, their relationship was precisely that. Young mistress, I was preoccupied just now. I did not hear you. Jiang Chen immediately adopted a meek and deferential demeanor. Though most players had departed, this remained the mountain gate of the Yunyang sect, cloud-piercing pavilions where disciples still passed to and fro. Enough. Whether or not you heard me, you will remove your veil, now. What? Jiang Chen nearly doubted her own ears. Remove her veil? Why demand it so suddenly? I repeat, Ziyu, remove your veil this instant. Young mistress, may I ask, by what reason? I must verify something. Jiang Chen froze, speechless. Her face had appeared on television. If any player here had seen that broadcast, or the accompanying news report, her true identity would ignite catastrophe. Yet what plausible excuse could she offer? She stood in silence. Ziyu, are you defying my command? Or are you hiding something? I grant you 3 seconds. Remove your veil, or I shall do it myself. Her words revealed Yun Shang's shrewdness. The message was clear. I have offered you grace to defy me, and I claim the right to act. Resist, and I gain justification to subdue you by force. In Yun Shang's eyes, she herself had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, while Jiang Chen stood only at the 6th tier. And beside her stood Bai Qing, equally at the 6th tier. Should force be used, Jiang Chen stood no chance. 3. A solution. Damn it, where was it? 2. Jiang Chen felt her skull might split open. 1. There it came. You dare defy me. Forgive me, young mistress. Yin Shang's icy rebuke died mid-sentence, cut short by Jiang Chen's swift interruption. Young mistress, in my homeland, an ancient custom forbids unveiling the veil until the wedding night, the moment the bridal candles flicker. To do so earlier would bring grave misfortune. Jiang Chen turned her face aside, embodying mortified indignation and unyielding resolve. The expression, the delivery, was flawless. Jiang Chen sensed her mastery over feminine roles deepening with each performance. Yun Shang found herself utterly disarmed, incapable of anger. A sparse character background held its advantages, fewer constraints upon NPCs. Here Jiang Chen had improvised lore, and Yun Shang, for all her authority, lacked grounds to refute it. After all, she cultivated the image of a serene, aloof elder sister of the Yunyang sect, not a tyrannical enforcer or venomous shrew. With Jiang Chen's explanation, laid-bare coercion would undermine her very persona. Yun Shang was almost impressed. How shamelessly audacious must this man be to utter such words with perfect solemnity. She leaned toward Bai Qing. What now? Bai Qing's eyes darted slyly. Senior sister Yun Shang. We could ask her to unveil it solely for us. Only for us. Then how would that tarnish Ziyu's reputation? Senior sister, we can capture a screenshot the moment she unveils, then post it on the forums later. But such evidence lacks weight. Players may dismiss it as forged. True, some may accuse us of photo manipulation. Yet it matters little. We need only plant doubt. Sooner or later Jiang Chen will slip. Is this truly our only recourse? Senior sister, it is. Ziyu handled this deftly. We cannot press further. Yun Shang nodded once, then fixed Jiang Chen with a sober, unwavering gaze. Very well, Ziyu. I respect your customs. Yet unveiling remains unavoidable. Come with me to a secluded place. Surely showing it only to me poses no breach of tradition. Jiang Chen had anticipated this outcome. She knew this compromise was optimal, and what followed inevitable. Yes, young mistress. She bowed her head and followed silently in Yun Shang's wake. All three mounted a celestial crane soaring toward a secluded forest edging the Yunyang sect's domain. Ziyu, you truly outdo yourself. But no more evasions. Remove your veil now. With no witnesses nearby, Yun Shang grew bolder. Jiang Chen scanned the glade, confirmed solitude, then sighed inwardly and lifted her veil. She refused endless entanglement. Compared to the blunt, straightforward Qin Gaoxing, these two were cunning beyond measure. Summoning other female players would only compound the peril. And there, before Yun Shang and Bai Qing, emerged a face of breathtaking, ethereal beauty. At the sight, both women stiffened, struck dumb. In that instant, they felt themselves crude, ill-forged imitations, unworthy even of womanhood. Jiang Chen swiftly revealed herself. Satisfied, senior sisters? Yun Shang exhaled, slowly regaining composure. That will suffice. Jiang Chen turned without hesitation, mounted the crane, and soared toward her cavern abode. Mid-flight, she breathed easier, judging by their reactions. They appeared unaware of the Jiuyang County incident, or the moon goddess rumor. Though such news typically drew male attention, Jiang Chen feared whispers, however faint, that might force her into convoluted lies. One misstep, and all would collapse. After Jiang Chen departed, Yun Shang murmured, impossible. Can a man truly be this exquisite? Long moments passed. Bai Qing remained motionless. Exasperated, Yun Shang slapped her lightly on the head. Why stand there like a statue? Senior sister Yun Shang. She's a goddess. A goddess? Since when does a goddess unsettle you more than a handsome man? Oh. Bai Qing rubbed her head ruefully. Did you capture the image? Yes I did, she affirmed eagerly. Yet after a moment's pause, doubt flickered across her face. Senior sister, wait. If Ziyu is truly this beautiful, what use is a screenshot? Yun Shang recognized the flaw. Instantly posting such an image would only elevate Ziyu's mystique, not discredit her. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Yet the image felt too potent to discard. After reflection, she decided, keep it saved, for now. We'll reassess its utility later. Understood, Bai Qing replied. After logging out, Jiang Chen stepped into the real world as usual, grabbed a light meal, then re-entered the game as night fell across the realm. Approaching the mountain gate, she spotted Yun Shang and Bai Qing from afar. At the sight of them, an instinctive urge to flee surged, but they moved faster. Ziyu, your expression like a mouse spotting a cat. How much pressure has Yang Shujia placed upon you? Before Jiang Chen could fully turn around, she was called by that voice. This time Jiang Chen did not pretend not to hear, as the tone suddenly reminded her of something. It was evening, and if she remembered correctly, the person in front of her, Yun Shang, should be the stiff and unapproachable Yu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Chen did not encounter Yu Xiaoxiao many times, but the most memorable was the first time. Later there were not many opportunities to interact, and when they occasionally met, Jiang Chen would deliberately avoid her to prevent being dragged over to do manual labor. This time, since she had been discovered, she simply walked over and said, Miss. Yu Xiaoxiao did not respond, but instructed Biqing beside her, go and issue tasks to those players. I have something to discuss with Ziyu. Yes. Biqing was always timid in front of Yu Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, she did not hesitate and immediately stopped all the players heading towards Yunchang. Seeing Biqing walk away, Yu Xiaoxiao finally raised her eyes and asked, "Have you been bullied again by Yang Shujia because of her authority?" Her words were indeed piercingly accurate. Jiang Chen chuckled, awkwardly tacitly agreeing. "Not long ago, I heard Gao Lu say that the higher-ups seem to be very attentive to you, even giving you independent permissions. Didn't you talk to Yang Shujia about it?" Jiang Chen sighed. "I did, but others simply did not believe her." Upon hearing Jiang Chen sigh, Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to understand something. Indeed, with Yang Shujia's personality, she probably didn't take your words to heart at all. She is used to being arrogant, relying on her ambiguous relationship with Xiao Yu to act recklessly. Previously, Xiao Yu suppressed her sister's entry into Yuhui to warn her, but she still refuses to restrain herself. Moreover, Biqing is also someone who stirs up trouble. When the two of them are together, it is indeed very troublesome. At this point, Yu Xiaoxiao gave Jiang Chen a reassuring look. "I will speak to Gao Lu about this. Yang Shujia is likely to face consequences this time. If old Yu personally intervenes, even if her cousin is Xiao Ye's wife, it won't matter, let alone just a hint of ambiguity." Old Yu is helping her. Jiang Chen was a bit stunned. Although old Yu had helped her once before and given her many benefits, she knew clearly that all of it was the system's doing. She always felt that old Yu's intervention was due to a transaction between the system and old Yu, and after that assistance, the system and old Yu should have settled it. She was unsure if old Yu would continue to look after her. As for Lin Shu, with his personality, he would likely ignore her if she truly needed something from him. Gao Lu was a bit better, but generally he wouldn't interfere with small matters. Jiang Chen had not reported the matter earlier simply because she was uncertain about how the higher-ups would treat her after that incident. If it was still as indifferent as before, or even worse, then reporting it would only bring trouble to herself. Seeing Jiang Chen's confused expression, Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It seems you still don't understand your situation. From now on, you can report this matter to Gao Lu without worry." Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's warm words, Jiang Chen vaguely felt a sense of being cared for. "Miss, when there are no players around, you can call me Yu Xiaoxiao or Sister Xiaoxiao." Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaoxiao expressed a friendly attitude towards her. "Sister Xiaoxiao, may I ask, does old Yu still take care of me?" Jiang Chen asked cautiously. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at her. "You will find out once Yang Shujia's punishment is handed down." Although Yu Xiaoxiao did not explicitly say it, the latter part about waiting for Yang Shujia's punishment basically informed Jiang Chen that they would definitely deal with Yang Shujia. If Yang Shujia was punished, it would reflect the upper management's thoughts towards Jiang Chen. Speaking of which, Qin Gaosheng had said he would report her situation to Gao Lu, but after that there had been no news. Generally, after suffering such losses, people would try to reclaim their dignity, who would remain so quiet. The only result of the silence was that he had received a warning. Furthermore, regarding the recent change incident, none of those in Yuhui who knew her true appearance in the game had called her. Initially, she thought these people hadn't seen the news, but now it seemed there was another explanation. Overall, the attitude of Yuhui group towards her was fully revealed. "This fellow Taoist from Tianyi sect, our young lady, is currently speaking with Ziyu. Please do not approach. I just came to submit a task, it'll be done after that." "Fellow Taoist, this is Yunyang sect, not your Tianyi sect. I already said I'm just submitting the task." A noisy voice came from Biking's side. It abruptly pulled Jiang Chen, who was lost in thought, back to reality, and she and Yu Xiaoxiao looked in the direction of the sound. She saw Biqing pulling a player from Tianyi sect who had an unhappy expression. Zhu Tian. Jiang Chen did not expect Zhu Tian to complete the task so quickly. The task she had given Zhu Tian was at least clever. It would typically take 5 or 6 hours to finish, but only 4 hours had passed. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded at Jiang Chen. "I have nothing here, you can go ahead." Jiang Chen then walked towards Zhu Tian. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, Zhu Tian immediately put away his displeased expression and showed a carefree smile. "Fairy Ziyu, am here to submit a task." After Zhu Tian finished speaking, a screen flashed in front of Jiang Chen displaying the task information and a button to confirm completion. In fact, apart from destiny tasks, all other tasks needed to be submitted to the NPC, where they were accepted, who would then provide rewards. The rewards would automatically appear in the NPC's storage bag after the task was handed over. This setting was undoubtedly designed to enhance the game's realism. Jiang Chen selected confirm completion and handed the extra spirit stones from her storage bag to Zhu Tian, then formally encouraged him, saying, "You did well, keep it up." Zhu Tian took the spirit stones and casually tossed them into his storage bag, hurriedly saying, "This kind of task is incredibly simple. It's only right to finish it quickly." Indeed, for a master like Zhu Tian, completing it so quickly was not surprising. Jiang Chen nodded, expressing her approval. Seeing that Jiang Chen was merely complimenting him without any other response, Zhu Tian smiled again and said, "Fairy Ziyu, this kind of task cannot showcase my level. I believe I need a task that can truly reflect my abilities." "Are you saying you want to take on another task?" "That's right," Zhu Tian said leisurely. "But I have already issued all the tasks here. The announcement is finished. It's not a big deal, Ziyu Fairy. I don't care for those ordinary tasks. I want something special, something with difficulty." "Special, huh? They'll see if there are any special tasks tomorrow and reserve one for you." "Ziyu Fairy, what I mean isn't that kind of special. As Zhu Tian spoke, the smile on his face became increasingly strained. Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Zhu Tian, how foolish can you be to do something like this? Ziyu Fairy, the matter is quite simple. Zhu Tian wants to. Suddenly a woman in a black robe appeared behind Zhu Tian. With that sacred sect attire and that familiar voice, it was none other than Jing Jihua. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Tian swiftly pulled her back. Zhu Tian, holding Jing Jihua, whispered reproachfully, Jing Jihua, what are you doing? Nothing, just thought you looked too foolish and wanted to help you. Jing Jihua said with a look of insensitivity. Jing Jihua, although we are comrades in arms, you possess great courage, yet the skills required for hidden tasks. Do you understand the finesse? If you state it so plainly, will they give it to you? Have you underestimated hidden tasks too much? Zhu Tian was nearly driven mad with anger. Why did he hint instead of stating it outright? I got a hidden task without saying a word back then, and do you think it's difficult? Jing Jihua pouted. One must admit that sometimes the truth can be quite disheartening. Zhu Tian was left speechless, feeling a sense of melancholy. Seizing the opportunity while Zhu Tian was flustered, Jing Jihua shouted directly at Jiang Chen, Ziyu Fairy, he wants a hidden task. It was too late for Zhu Tian to react. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. The best outcome would be that the good impression of quickly completing the task was gone, and the worst would be that Ziyu directly added him to her blacklist. Upon hearing Jing Jihua's words, Jiang Chen finally understood. That's why Zhu Tian brought someone to do tasks with her and spouted so many unhelpful words. It turned out he was after a hidden task. Jiang Chen for a moment couldn't fathom why the perpetually arrogant Zhu Tian would go to such lengths to ask her for a hidden task. No, it wasn't just that she didn't think of it, rather she had overcomplicated it. After all, Zhu Tian's series of actions were too abnormal, first bringing someone to complete her tasks, then constantly bickering with her. This inevitably led Jiang Chen to think deeper about it, neglecting some superficial details. As for the hidden task, Jiang Chen had no intention of keeping it to herself. Seeing that Jing Jihua had spoken, she casually waved at Zhu Tian, come to claim it. Zhu Tian, still filled with regret, was momentarily stunned. He looked at Jiang Chen with an exceedingly surprised tone. Is it really that easy to claim it? No way. If it were that simple, why couldn't I claim it before? Zhu Tian was on the verge of going insane. Jiang Chen innocently blinked her eyes. Because you didn't ask me, Zhu Tian, Dao friend. Zhu Tian suddenly felt like a fool. What had all his previous calculations been for? What was the point of all his preparations? What happened to the strategy to win over Ziyu? Why had Ziyu fallen for him without any need for a strategy? Was it his fault? No, it must be that there was a problem with this game. What kind of messed-up game is this? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Tian suddenly burst into laughter towards the sky. His laughter drew the attention of other players. Isn't that Zhu Tian? He can't be going crazy, right? I think he's likely lost it. Isn't that Ziyu Shiji? I wondered why Zhu Tian went mad. If that person is Ziyu Shiji, then it indeed makes sense. The crowd was abuzz with chatter. Previously, Jiang Chen had used her privileges to cause a ruckus among a group of players, sending roses, and now even the third-ranked Zhu Tian was driven to madness. Such horror. Instantly, the disciples of the Yunyang sect looked at Jiang Chen with increased respect. After the laughter, Zhu Tian seemed to transform back into that exceedingly calm and flamboyant youth. He stepped forward. Ziyu Fairy, please issue a task for me. Without saying much, Jiang Chen directly issued the fated task. After receiving it, Zhu Tian began to examine it closely. Zhu Tian's heart sank. The task was exactly the same as Jing Jihua's. That was a top 3 slot. Though the Heavenly Alliance was powerful, ensuring both of them made it into the top 3 was nothing short of a fantasy. The guarantee from Bai Luolan was not for himself, but for the entire righteous path. As long as the entire righteous path guaranteed it, Bai Luolan's top 3 spot was assured. This meant there were only 2 spots left. The demon sect wasn't foolish, and the other righteous paths weren't easy to deal with either. Competing for the remaining 2 spots was no simple task. Zhu Tian had considered many possibilities, but had never anticipated that the task would overlap with Jing Jihua's. This meant that in this task, one of the 2 of them was destined to be sacrificed. Zhu Tian did not reveal his inner turmoil, but bowed to Ziyu. Then Ziyu Fairy, we shall part ways here. When we meet next time, I will definitely ensure Ziyu Fairy's safety. After saying this, Zhu Tian gave Jing Jihua a glance. The 2 quickly left the Yunyang sect. Once the 2 left, Jiang Chen relaxed again, idly waiting for those players to come and complete the task. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that the return of her little brother would attract the big names on the Tianzi list behind them, allowing her to legitimately issue several destiny tasks to them, saving her the trouble of searching for them. However, little did she know that these big names on the Tianzi list were all single-minded, and upon seeing that the person sent couldn't be reached, they kept changing their methods while avoiding any appearance. Compared to them, Zhu Tian was much more sincere. For the next 3 weeks or so, this was roughly the situation. To enhance their strength, all players began to immerse themselves in the wild and dungeons without hesitation, while Ascending to Immortality entered its most intense phase as the internal testing was nearing its end. The currently only existing dungeon, the Transformation Spirit Valley, saw an increasing number of strategy teams appear, while the Righteous faction, having received a hint from Bailulan, was far ahead in the strategies for the Transformation Spirit Valley, gradually widening the gap in strength with the demon sect. The most evident change was that the originally 3rd and 5th positions, Ju Tian and Thornflower, returned to the 2nd and 4th places. However, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. After the Righteous faction had been arrogant for 4 days, the strategy news of the Transformation Spirit Valley finally leaked to the demon sect, marking the official beginning of an arms race between the righteous and demonic paths. 3 weeks later, the average cultivation level in ascending to immortality had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, with strong individuals like Bai Luolan having already reached the 8th layer, just a step away from the 9th layer. Just as the game was entering its final sprint phase, Jiang Chen appeared at the airport in Linjiang City. At this moment, she wore a white dress, a sun hat on her head, large black sunglasses, and carried a small suitcase behind her. This time, she unusually did not wear the misty veil. Jiang Chen scanned the entire airport, constantly marveling at its luxury. Having never flown before, this was her first time on a plane, and a sense of excitement was inevitable. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in her excitement, her phone rang. She answered it, and a woman's voice came through. "Miss Jiang, have you arrived at the airport?" "Yes," Jiang Chen replied. "Good, please hold your phone and wait there. I will come find you right away." The voice on the other end sounded very polite. This kind of arrangement could have easily been made by both parties reporting a location to meet, allowing her to do nothing in place, which instead left Jiang Chen somewhat flattered and quite unaccustomed. After 2 or 3 minutes, just as Jiang Chen was idly observing the crowd, a voice identical to that from the phone rang out behind her. "Miss Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting." Jiang Chen turned around to see a long-legged woman in professional attire smiling at her. "My name is Su Mo, and I am an intern agent at Tianfeng. I was sent by Mr. Mu to pick you up as I happen to be handling some matters in Linjiang City." Jiang Chen looked at Su Mo with a calm demeanor and smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Su." "It's no trouble, Mr. Mu said you are an important guest this time, much more distinguished than I." Su Mo quickly waved her hand. Su Mo was of average appearance, but her long legs and humble nature made Jiang Chen quite satisfied. Having such a woman accompanying her on the journey was much better than she had expected. After chatting for a few moments and realizing time was not on their side, Su Mo led Jiang Chen into the lounge. While passing through security, Jiang Chen kept an eye on her suitcase, afraid something unexpected might happen. Su Mo looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression, wanting to ask something, but not knowing how to start. Once the suitcase safely passed through security, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped forward to grab the suitcase, and then chose a secluded corner, with Su Mo carefully opening a gap in the suitcase. "Sister, I told you they wouldn't find out, right?" Inside, Xiao Jiu poked its head out, its voice cheerful and giggly. "Huh, Miss Jiang, did you just say something?" Su Mo, who was looking at the airport announcement board, immediately turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Su Mo was stunned. In a moment of panic, Jiang Chen quickly hugged Xiao Jiu, then stuffed it into her arms. "This is a rabbit plush toy." Su Mo glanced at Jiang Chen in realization, and then chuckled softly. "So Miss Jiang likes plush toys, there's nothing embarrassing about it. It's perfectly normal for a girl to like dolls." As Su Mo spoke, she reached out her hand. "But speaking of which, this plush toy is really lifelike." Before Su Mo's hand could touch Xiao Jiu, Jiang Chen had already stuffed Xiao Jiu back into the suitcase. Su Mo's outstretched hand awkwardly hung in the air, and Jiang Chen hurriedly said, "I have a cleanliness obsession, Miss Su, please don't mind." Su Mo immediately relaxed. I understand. After saying that, Su Mo naturally withdrew her hand. Seeing the crisis averted, Jiang Chen patted her startled heart. Fortunately, Xiao Jiu had not caused her any trouble at a critical moment. Otherwise, things would have been troublesome. While some passenger planes now allow cats and dogs, rabbits are still not permitted. They waited in the lounge for about an hour before their flight was finally announced. This time, Mu Tingfei had booked them business class seats, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Outside the airport highway in Donghai City, 2 men were hiding in a dark alley. Is the news reliable? Absolutely no doubt about it. This time it's a big deal, and especially in a heavily guarded place like the airport. Don't be impulsive like before. Last time Scorpion was caught by those special department people because he didn't know how to retreat, so make sure not to make his mistake again. Understood. Strike swiftly. If we can't, we retreat. As long as you remember that, let's go. The two slowly walked out of the alley, but as they reached the street, their gloomy expressions changed, and they began to chat and laugh. "Brother, I told you not to use the toilet at home. Now you're out here in the alley. You still claim to be a civilized person." Sorry. All right, let's hurry up and get into the airport. If we're late, I will blame you." "No problem. If we are late, I will take responsibility." As they talked, the two walked toward the airport looking like two close friends. When they reached security, they maintained their usual demeanor, their facial muscles perfectly relaxed. After finishing security, the two exchanged a silent glance, then turned and walked toward the exit of the airport. "Brother, I think I saw someone I know." "Someone you know? Where?" "They're just there." Don't point a let's go check it out. The two jogged over afraid that the familiar face might leave. At that moment, several strong men came out of the airport exit, pushing the surrounding crowd aside and escorting a woman in sunglasses toward the outside of the airport. What luck today, we've apparently run into a bona fide movie star. Really? The two began pushing their way toward the group of burly men. Seeing them approach, the burly men glared fiercely, attempting to intimidate the pair into retreating. Yet the two advanced undeterred, as if blind to those menacing stares, until one even smiled and asked, "Brother, which star is this?" Quite the entourage, isn't it? The man sneered coldly. "Zhuang Yu, the big-name star. Heard of her?" Then scram. "Oh, so it's Zhuang Yu." One chuckled softly. The other promptly unzipped his briefcase and withdrew a deck of playing cards, flashing a sly grin. "Looks like we came to the right place." Before the burly man could grasp the meaning behind their words, a sudden chill grazed his neck. He raised a hand to touch it, and his consciousness wavered instantly. He had not yet collapsed when crimson blood erupted from his throat. "Oh!" Shrill cries pierced the air. Zhuang Yu, encircled at the center, paled in terror. The remaining guards reacted instantly, surging forward in unison to surround the two men. Yet before any of the three reached them, all fell, decapitated in a single brutal stroke. Simultaneously, the airport's alarm blared to life. The two men now stood before Zhuang Yu. The one holding the cards bared a chilling smile. "Miss Zhuang, welcome to Donghai City." Zhuang Yu's head spun, and she tried to scream for help, but fear locked her throat shut. Bang! A gunshot shattered the chaos. The unarmed man's expression hardened. Before his eyes, a bullet hung, suspended in midair. Damn it! No warning at all before firing. He cursed under his breath, glaring at a security officer hidden within the crowd. In the next instant, a playing card sliced cleanly across the officer's skull. "Seems we've been too conspicuous lately," triggering overzealous countermeasures. The card-wielding man rubbed his fingers, freshly released from flinging cards, and sobered instantly. Since these officers opened fire without hesitation, that department must be nearby. No time to waste. We leave now. Agreed. In one fluid motion, the card-wielder seized Zhuang Yu and hoisted her onto his shoulder. She thrashed wildly, but his grip remained ironclad, unmoving. As they spoke, a squad of fully armed, highly disciplined airport security personnel threaded swiftly through the crowd toward them, closing in fast. Each officer clutched a rifle. Had they not feared civilian casualties, the two knew full well they'd already be riddled with bullets. "The main entrance is sealed. We'll cut through the tarmac instead." The unarmed man extended his hand. The card wielder, perfectly synchronized, tossed Zhuang Yu across. Catching her, the unarmed man pivoted sharply and bolted against the flow of exiting passengers, aiming for the tarmac, then the perimeter fence beyond. Meanwhile, the card wielder hurled several cards into the air. They blurred into afterimages. Then from within the crowd, agonized cries erupted. The unarmed man, sprinting backward with Zhuang Yu, had barely rounded a corner when he collided head-on with another wave of passengers heading toward the exit. "Get out of my way." He thrust out one palm. Before it, a faint magnetic field shimmered. Anyone brushed by it was violently repelled. Only two women remained ahead. He grinned with relief. But before joy could settle, one woman, wearing dark sunglasses, spun on her heel and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick straight into his abdomen. He flew backward like a ragdoll. Zhuang Yu was hurled from his grip, slamming hard onto the floor, her shrieks of pain echoing sharply. Staggering upright, he stared at the woman and spat. "We planned this meticulously, even altered our faces. Yet you found us anyway. Laid your trap here in advance. Used Zhuang Yu as bait. What audacity, to gamble with public safety. Don't you fear impeachment?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Jiang Chen replied, bewildered. "I simply kicked away a man who tried to get too close." At that moment, the card wielder arrived from behind, taking in Zhuang Yu's writhing form and the unarmed man's wary stance. "Why haven't we left yet? Those officers mean business. They've already thrown several grenades. Wait longer, and they'll haul in rocket launchers. We're blocked." "Blocked?" The card wielder glanced toward Jiang Chen, standing at the exit, and flung 4 or 5 cards in rapid succession. The cards flew swift, but to Jiang Chen they were painfully slow. What intrigued her far more was the strange gas clinging to each card, reminiscent of Zhang Yoxin's strikes, yet also echoing her own spiritual energy, yet fundamentally distinct from either. Jiang Chen raised her hand, deflecting and intercepting with effortless precision. By now 2 cards were pinned between her fingers. She'd originally intended to catch every one, just for show, but their velocity surpassed even her ability to react fully. So she adapted, seize one, strike another, graceful, efficient, decisive. Damn, this energy on the cards. The card wielder felt genuine unease creeping in his eyes, darting constantly behind him, fearing encirclement. "We must move fast. The officers are only holding back, fearing deception. Once they confirm we're cornered, they'll charge. Trapped between them and us, we're finished. No rush. On my count. 3, then we strike together full force. She won't withstand both of us." The unarmed man clenched his jaw and began counting low and steady. At 3 they lunged. This time the card wielder flung his entire deck skyward, the cards swirling as if imbued with sentience, then snapping into perfect alignment, all aimed squarely at Jiang Chen. With a flick of his finger, they surged forward as one. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. Such a barrage would be difficult to deflect entirely. But it wasn't over. The unarmed man surged ahead. His palms splayed wide, a hazy circular energy shield coalescing before him, bearing down on Jiang Chen with crushing force. Jiang Chen paused and silently queried her system. System, what is the cultivation level of these two? System, prompt mortal. Only then did she relax, extending her hand. Where emptiness had reigned moments before, a radiant violet longsword materialized instantly. The two men froze, stunned by this impossible sleight of hand. But momentum carried them forward. Our retreat was no longer an option. The cards struck first, numerous, relentless, yet each one shattered against the blade Yunyang's sword, as though striking stone cleaved cleanly into its power utterly nullified. All the poker cards collided, yet the Yunyang sword remained unscathed. Impossible, the poker man exclaimed. You go first, I'll hold her off. Seeing this, the bare-handed man instantly realized the gap between him and Jiang Chen and began shouting desperately. However, the circular chi shield he formed shattered the moment it touched the Yunyang sword. Perhaps due to the overwhelming force, or perhaps because the bare-handed man did not expect his move to be so easily countered, he lost control and could not stop in time. Zila. The entire hand of the bare-handed man was severed, blood splattering everywhere, a cruel sight. Jiang Chen remained motionless, but the enemy was determined to charge at her. In the midst of their confrontation, the poker man took advantage of Jiang Chen's distraction to sneak around her. Watching the fleeing poker man, Jiang Chen hesitated. The poker man's speed was not slow, and at her current pace it was obvious she could not catch up. She could use Xiao Jiu, but that would expose the lie she told Suemo. Before Jiang Chen could make a decision, a group of security personnel rushed in, forcing her to abandon the thought. She quickly stored the Yunyang sword in her inventory. The bare-handed man, realizing the situation was dire, with one arm severed, shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare and turned to charge at the group of security personnel. The security personnel who had just turned around reacted swiftly. Seeing the impending danger, they immediately pulled the trigger and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the bare-handed man. However, the bare-handed man was too close to them. Even though the bullets hit their mark, it was too late. His body began to swell rapidly, as if it were about to explode. Could this be a self-detonation in a mutual demise? A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Before Jiang Chen could ponder further, a row of troops armed with blast shields surged around the corner, immediately protecting the armed team that had rushed in. Boom! Just as Jiang Chen had imagined, the bare-handed man exploded, creating a mist of blood. Observing the explosion, it seemed to have the power of 4 or 5 grenades. As the blood mist gradually dissipated, the troops with blast shields emerged unscathed from the fog, continuing their pursuit of another man. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. These security personnel seemed rather experienced, as if they had encountered such incidents countless times before. The personnel with blast shields did not pause for Jiang Chen. One by one, they skillfully bypassed her, heading straight for the poker man. A young man in a suit appeared at the bend, followed by a group of armed security. As he passed by Jiang Chen, he paused slightly, looking around at the crowd in distress, and then at Jiang Chen and Suemo, revealing a deep sense of confusion. Just as the young man was about to speak, he suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed his foot. Looking down, he saw Zhuang Yu gazing at him, with tears streaming down her face. Help me, my leg is broken. The young man was captivated by Zhuang Yu's beauty. You are Zhuang Yu. Yes, I was just kidnapped by those people. Please take me to the hospital. The young man nodded and called over a security officer, saying, take her to the hospital. Then he turned his gaze back to Jiang Chen, just about to speak again, when a scream echoed from outside the corridor. The young man's expression changed, and with a push of his feet, he flew out of the corridor like a cannonball. The security personnel behind him, not daring to delay, hurriedly chased after him. The security officer left behind lifted Zhuang Yu onto his back, and seeing Jiang Chen standing still, urged, Miss, there are very dangerous individuals at the airport right now. You must leave here quickly. Jiang Chen replied softly, her gaze wandering over Zhuang Yu. Logically, she had indirectly saved Zhuang Yu, so Zhuang Yu should be seeking her help. But now it seemed Zhuang Yu was deliberately avoiding her. Jiang Chen approached the security officer carrying Zhuang Yu and whispered, Zhuang Yu. Zhuang Yu stiffened, showing no reaction whatsoever. At this point, Jiang Chen was certain that Zhuang Yu recognized her. Back then, she had been wearing a mask, and now, with her large sunglasses, the only thing recognizable was her voice. It seemed Zhuang Yu vividly remembered their encounter with the ghost. Of course, Jiang Chen was also deeply affected by that incident. Just thinking about it made her furious. She had gone to save someone only to be the first one abandoned. If it weren't for her system, she would have been a corpse by now. Jiang Chen suppressed her questioning emotions, took a deep breath, and was about to leave. After taking a couple of steps, she realized something was off, and turned back only to find Suemo still frozen in place. Jiang Chen had no choice but to return, waving her hand in front of Suemo. Suemo suddenly came to her senses, and upon seeing Jiang Chen, lowered her posture in fear. Miss Jiang, don't dwell too much on what just happened. Mr. Mu must have told you, right? I deal with ghosts. Su Mo nodded hurriedly. Mr. Mu mentioned it, but I never expected Miss Jiang to be this formidable. All right, we should get going. You aren't too scared to move, are you? No, I'm fine. You can rest assured, Miss Jiang. To validate her words, Su Mo took a couple of steps forward, though they were a bit wobbly, as if she might stumble at any moment. Fortunately, she could still walk, so Jiang Chen paid it no mind and continued towards the airport exit. After Jiang Chen and Su Mo exited, the area outside the airport was filled with ambulances, while a group of doctors and nurses in white coats rushed in and out of the corridor beside them. Just a few steps out, Jiang Chen heard Zhuang Ye's piercing scream. Why can't I be taken to the hospital first? Aren't you doctors? Can't you save me from dying? Jiang Chen followed the sound and saw Zhuang Yu cursing at a doctor while lying on the security officer's back. Ma'am, I told you your leg is just a common dislocated fracture. I'm helping you with it now. You can take another vehicle to the hospital yourself. There are many patients in critical condition at the airport, and we must prioritize taking them to the hospital. Look around, the entire street is blocked off. Where do you expect me to find a vehicle? If I end up disabled, how is that any different from being dead? I can assure you, madam, you won't be disabled, the doctor spoke in a calm tone. I don't believe you. I want to go to the hospital right now. Zhuang Yu continued to shout. The security personnel and medical staff exchanged helpless looks. Jiang Chen ignored them, glancing at the empty street and the deserted car, and then turned to Su Mo for help, as she was not familiar with Donghai City. Su Mo smiled. Miss Jiang, let's wait here. The car sent by President Mu will arrive soon. But isn't the entire street under control? President Mu still holds some power in Donghai City, so you can rest assured, Miss Jiang. Seeing Su Mo's confident demeanor, Jiang Chen decided to stand by and wait. In the meantime, the commotion between Zhuang Yu and the medical staff continued unabated. After listening for a while, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. With Zhuang Yu around, it was all about saving face now. The noise had given the security personnel enough time to carry her out of the street. Just as Jiang Chen was about to close her eyes to rest, Su Mo suddenly called out, Miss Jiang, President Mu's car has arrived. Jiang Chen opened her eyes to see a black sedan slowly approaching on the empty road. Looking at the luxurious extended limousine, Jiang Chen hesitated to approach, or was it a bit too extravagant to pick someone up? The car stopped on the main road in front of the airport, and an elderly man in a shirt stepped out. Upon seeing the elderly man, Su Mo immediately waved her hand. Old Zhao, over here. The elderly man's eyes squinted slightly as he walked towards Jiang Chen. Reaching Jiang Chen's side, the elderly man known as Old Zhao bowed in a gentlemanly manner. You must be Miss Jiang. Please allow me to escort you to the car. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt numerous eyes from outside the airport focusing on her. She quickly adjusted her sunglasses, fearing her appearance would be exposed. Just as she was about to walk towards the sedan, a man's voice called out beside her. Excuse me, miss, please wait a moment. Jiang Chen turned to see the security personnel carrying Zhuang Yu. Is there something wrong? Jiang Chen asked politely, as was appropriate for a law enforcement unit. Madam, since you have a car, could you possibly take Miss Zhuang Yu with you? The security personnel smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to, but this big star was being a bit too troublesome. Jiang Chen looked at Zhuang Yu, who forced a smile at her, her eyes darting around as if avoiding something. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Mo and Old Zhao, who didn't answer, but instead indicated for her to make a decision. If they had said to take her, she wouldn't have objected, but to leave the decision to her. I'm not taking her, Jiang Chen blurted out. If they were leaving the decision to her, she would let Zhuang Yu suffer a little, only after some pain would she know what to do and what not to do in the future. Zhuang Yu's face turned pale upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, and tears began streaming down her face. The security personnel sensed the tension between the two from Jiang Chen's decisive reply and fell silent. Seeing Zhuang Yu so upset, Su Mo perhaps thought this was too cruel and hurriedly reminded Jiang Chen. Miss Jiang, actually Zhuang Yu is a signed artist of our Tianfeng. Why not just take her with you? Zhuang Yu's crying momentarily stopped. You are from Tianfeng? She asked urgently. Su Mo replied earnestly. I am Su Mo, an intern manager at Tianfeng. This is Miss Jiang, a guest invited by President Mu. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Zhuang Yu was overjoyed. Su Mo, hurry, take me to the hospital first. Her tone was assertive and brooked no refusal, as if it were a matter of course. Su Mo was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Su Mo, I am quite familiar with President Mu. Just take me to the hospital first, and you can return to pick her up later. I will talk to President Mu about it later. But Su Mo turned to Jiang Chen, feeling flustered. Had she known better, she wouldn't have mentioned her association with Tianfeng. Now if she took Zhuang Yu, Jiang Chen would be unhappy, but if she took Jiang Chen, she would be in a precarious position in Tianfeng and be left with no way out. Seeing Su Mo frozen in indecision, Zhuang Yu urged the security personnel carrying her. You take me to that car. The security personnel was momentarily confused. Why had Zhuang Yu, who was just being so cautious, suddenly become so forward? However, he was glad to be rid of this trouble. Hearing Zhuang Yu's insistence, he immediately prepared to walk over. Just then, Old Zhao stepped in to stop the security personnel. Young man, that car is not for you to ride in. As the owner of the vehicle, Old Zhao's words left the security personnel at a loss. Are you the driver? I've already said that I will speak to President Mu about this. Just take me to the hospital first. Old Zhao said expressionlessly, sorry, but this car is President Mu's private vehicle and has never been loaned out. Whoever he says can ride can ride. If the person does not agree, no matter how close they are to President Mu, it doesn't matter. You are just a driver. How can you represent President Mu? Zhuang Yu was furious. Sorry, it's not that I can represent President Mu, but it's the long-standing rule. Besides, only valuable dignitaries ride in this car. Ordinary people do not have that qualification. As he spoke, old Zhao slightly nodded to Jiang Chen. Miss Jiang, please. Jiang Chen had just been worried that old Zhao and Su Mo might yield to the pressure Zhuang Yu was exerting, which would embarrass her. Now seeing old Zhao support her so firmly, she smiled in gratitude. The three walked toward the sedan, while Zhuang Yu shouted desperately behind them, but the security personnel, carrying her, remained unmoved. He certainly wouldn't be as shameless as Zhuang Yu, since others had refused to let her in the car. He wouldn't cling to her either, especially since he had no connection to her whatsoever. The security personnel took Zhuang Yu back to where they started. Zhuang Yu began to cry again. The security personnel frowned. To be honest, he was getting a bit fed up. After hearing the doctor say that Zhuang Yu's condition seemed not too serious, he decided to put Zhuang Yu down on the ground and walk toward the airport. Where are you going? Zhuang Yu looked at the departing security personnel in surprise. Sorry, I still have duties. Please wait here for a while, Miss Zhuang. Once the control is lifted, someone will naturally take you to the hospital. The security personnel said this without looking back. Zhuang Yu was instantly at a loss. She grabbed her hair and desperately fumbled for her phone. Just as she was about to turn it on, she realized that there was no signal at all. Zhuang Yu bit her pale lips and threw her phone away in anger. Inside the airport, a young man in a suit surrounded by a group of security personnel wiped the blood from his hands. Behind him, a security officer stepped forward and handed him an oddly shaped phone, speaking with reverence. Captain Li, it's for you. The young man in the suit took the strange phone and answered hello. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Kaiyuan chuckled. Director Wang, it's all taken care of, just 2 small fries. Good job. Wrap this up properly, then come back for a brief report. As for the police, just stall them as usual. Understood, I'll be back right away. Li Kaiyuan hung up the phone and returned it to the security officer, then asked, by the way, haven't the police arrived yet? Captain Li, the police are all outside the airport. After all, they have no experience with this situation, and we didn't let them in. All right, then let them in to clean up. Also, don't turn off the signal jammer just yet. Wait until we confirm the airport is safe before doing so. Yes. The security officer saluted and ran into the airport. Li Kaiyuan loosened his muscles and took a few steps forward, then suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something. He quickly ran into the airport, passed through the waiting hall, and reached the front entrance. He began scanning the area, but the airport was crowded with passengers unable to leave due to road restrictions, making it difficult to find anyone. After searching for a while and not finding the person he was looking for, Li Kaiyuan waved at a nearby security officer. Captain Li, did you see a girl wearing large sunglasses about this tall? Captain Li, it seems that girl has left. Left? But isn't the entire area sealed off? How did she leave? She was picked up by a luxurious extended sedan. The security officer replied honestly. Li Kaiyuan bit his fingernails and immediately turned around, saying, take me to the surveillance room. Also pull up the passenger information from the recently arrived flights. I need to check on someone. Yes. The security officer immediately led the way. Jiang Chen sat in the car, completely unaware of what was happening at the airport. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of a luxury car. She had never imagined that there would be a refrigerator and a television inside the vehicle, but now this little private space was right in front of her. Su Mo was handing Jiang Chen a juice she had taken out from the refrigerator. With no other vehicles around, the sedan quickly drove out of the restricted road. Once it entered the main road, Jiang Chen got her first glimpse of the prosperity of Donghai City. The most prosperous city in Huawo revealed its true colors at once. The bustling streets and towering skyscrapers were a stark contrast to Linjiang City. The sedan continued along the main road and soon entered the underground parking garage of a large building. Once the car stopped, Su Mo and Jiang Chen got out. Miss Jiang, let me introduce you. This is the headquarters of Tianfeng Entertainment. Su Mo said with a smile as she introduced Jiang Chen. Such a large enterprise had an incredibly strict management system with numerous security guards standing in the underground garage. When Su Mo took Jiang Chen to the elevator, they even had to swipe a card to go up. After the elevator reached the 50th floor, the doors opened slowly. Su Mo led Jiang Chen out, revealing a very large office. Upon entering the room, Jiang Chen noticed that there were 2 people sitting on the sofas on either side. She didn't recognize the bald old man well, but the other young man was very familiar to her. It was none other than Mu Tingfei. System prompt energy fragment aura detected, beginning to lock onto the source of the aura. System prompt search complete. Aura source Donghai City fragment level. Level comparative assessment. Jiang Chen was taken aback. There were actually fragments here. She recognized Mu Tingfei, while Su Mo had shown no reaction. Therefore, this aura could only belong to the old man. Mr. Mu, I've brought the person. Su Mo respectfully said to the 2. The bald old man glanced at Jiang Chen and nodded. Seeing this, Su Mo wisely turned and entered the elevator, leaving Jiang Chen alone. Mu Tingfei noticed Jiang Chen seemed a bit reserved and quickly smiled, saying, "Miss Jiang, it's been a while. Let me introduce you. This is the chairman of Tianfeng and also the general manager Jean Ligua. You can just call him Mr. Jean." Jiang Chen greeted Jean Ligua Mr. Jean. Jean Ligua slightly nodded and then began sizing up Jiang Chen. After a moment, he finally said, "Could you take off your sunglasses?" "Sorry, I'll take them off right away." Jiang Chen quickly removed her hat and sunglasses, realizing that wearing them during the conversation was indeed a bit rude. After Jiang Chen took off her hat and sunglasses, Jean Liguo's eyes lit up and his previously cold expression softened slightly. "I initially thought it was Tingfei being mischievous, but now it seems that I am the one who's grown old." Jean Liguo's tone was no longer as stern as before. "Uncle Jean, I have a hobby of scouting talent. Oh, would I make a mistake?" Mu Tingfei said proudly. "By the way, Miss Jiang, I heard that when Tengfei tried to recruit you to work at Tianfeng, you declined." Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. "I still prefer to focus on my studies for now." Although she didn't want to miss out on opportunities, she still couldn't leave Yuhui. "Oh, upright character." Jean Ligua nodded repeatedly. Jiang Chen touched her conscience and felt a sense of shame. "In that case, I won't force you. Just let Tingfei explain the upcoming fashion show to you, and then we can finalize a contract." "Understood." Jiang Chen responded cooperatively. Just as her words fell, Jean Liguo's phone suddenly rang. Jean Ligua frowned, slightly displeased as he took out his phone. However, when he saw the incoming call number, his expression changed, and he said to Mu Tengfei, "Finalize the contract with Miss Jiang. First, I need to take this call." "Sure, Uncle Jean, you go ahead." Mu Tingfei replied. Jean Ligua then stood up and walked onto a balcony outside the office to answer the phone. "All right, Miss Jiang, we are pretty familiar now, so let's get to the point. Please take a look at the contract." Mu Tingfei pushed a pre-prepared sheet of paper and a pen in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen this time was not as careless as when she was at Yuhui. She picked up the contract and read it thoroughly from beginning to end. Jiang Chen saw that there were no issues and immediately signed his name, then pressed his fingerprint. Mu Tingfei picked up the contract, checked it for any problems, and then smiled, saying, "Miss Jiang, shortly, I will have Su Mo take you to your accommodation. Tomorrow night our fashion exhibition will officially open and Su Mo will come to pick you up then. Please refrain from going out during that time and stay in your residence." "Understood," Jiang Chen replied, indicating there were no issues. Mu Tingfei took out his phone, just about to call Su Mo, when he saw the balcony door open. Jean Ligua walked in with a grim expression. He approached Mu Tengfei and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Tengfei, could you step out for a moment? I would like to have a few words with Miss Jiang." "Jean, uncle, has something happened?" Mu Tengfei asked, surprised. Jean Ligua shook his head. "Don't worry, it's just a personal matter." Mu Tingfei stood up puzzled and walked out of the office, taking the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, Jean Ligua cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen. He sat down slowly, neither cold nor as friendly as before. "Miss Jiang, do you know who just called?" Jean Ligua asked in a deep voice. "I don't know," Jiang Chen replied. Who could have ties to Jean Ligua? Jiang Chen truly couldn't recall. It was an old friend named Wang Rang. Jiang Chen looked confused. "Wang Rang? Who is that? Am I familiar with him?" Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Jean Ligua raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment before saying, "Director Wang from Donghai City, have you heard of him?" Director Wang. That sounded like an impressively intimidating name. Jiang Chen quickly shook her head. "This is my first time in Donghai City. How would I know any Director Wang? Indeed, I have no impression of your appearance and name. You don't seem like someone who would lie." Jiang Chen found it increasingly strange. Which bureau does Director Wang oversee?" "The Donghai branch of the Shield Bureau. It has many other names, but this one is the most commonly known among us." "The Shield Bureau. Could it be that Jean Ligua has watched too many American sci-fi movies and is now delusional?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but worry about him. Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of reaction, Jean Ligua had an inkling. "I heard you are from Linjiang City." "Yes." Jiang Chen grew tense. Speaking of her appearance, she had been exposed on Juyang Mountain once. If Jean Ligua was idly watching gossip, it could lead to trouble. "What are your thoughts on superhumans?" "Superhumans." Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that during her time on Juyang Mountain, Zhang Yoxin, an old son, had referred to that Mr. Fong as a superhuman. Jean Ligua immediately caught the trace of surprise in Jiang Chen's expression. "You seem to have some inkling." Seeing this, Jiang Chen had no choice but to speak frankly. "I've seen." Jean Ligua felt relieved when Jiang Chen merely said she had seen. "Since you've seen it, I'll get straight to the point. Miss Jiang, are you a superhuman?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. Jiang Chen's reaction pleased Jean Ligua, who regained his smile. "Did you deal with an assassin at the airport?" "Was that person an assassin?" "An assassin? Were those two assassins?" She felt they were more like kidnappers. "That's right. Donghai City is not as simple as you think. The people you encountered are all part of an organization called Moon Shadow, which is a hidden parasite in Donghai City and a persistent headache for the Shield Bureau. It seems a bit complicated." Jiang Chen hadn't expected her trip to earn some money would turn out to be so troublesome. "Miss Jiang, you don't need to worry. I just wanted to confirm whether you are a dangerous person." After my observation, I can generally conclude that you do not belong to any faction. Perhaps, Miss Jiang, you are a solitary person who has awakened superhuman abilities. Am I right? Jean Ligua was quite confident. In terms of not belonging to a faction, he was indeed correct, but as for being a superhuman, she was truly not. I know you must have some doubts about your abilities, Miss Jiang. Jean Ligua continued to speak confidently. She really had no doubts. She was very clear about where her ability came from. Actually, the so-called awakening of superhuman abilities is not strange. Have you recently come into close contact with a certain type of stone? Stone. Jiang Chen recalled the fragments from earlier. She originally wanted to interrupt, but swallowed her words, nodding her head in response. That's right. There is a type of stone in this world that causes various phenomena to manifest. We call this stone a divine stone. I wonder where Miss Jiang encountered that stone. I would be willing to pay a hefty sum for it. Divine stone. If Jiang Chen guessed correctly, it should refer to the energy fragments. From Jean Liguo's words, it seemed there was an entire circle surrounding these energy fragments. That stone was left at my home by an acquaintance. Later they mentioned they were going abroad and took it away. I don't know where it went. Jiang Chen fabricated an excuse. Oh, that's too bad, Jean Ligua said, shaking his head in disappointment. By the way, Mr. Jean, from what you say, it seems there are quite a number of people who have undergone mutations. It appears there are many organizations as well. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Jean Ligua smiled and said, I can tell you about these matters, but Miss Jiang, you must first agree to do something for me. What is it? Director Wang must meet you. Please accompany me to meet Director Wang at tomorrow night's opening ceremony. Meeting someone. Jiang Chen immediately indicated there were no issues. That Director Wang was looking for her, likely just regarding the airport incident. She could just tell the truth then, as in the eyes of those people she was just an accidental superhuman. Then Miss Jiang, please listen carefully. I will only say this once. Jean Ligua cleared his throat. There are generally 4 types of mutations associated with divine stones: superhumans, masters, divine weapons, and monsters. Most mutations experienced by ordinary people result in significantly enhanced physical attributes and the emergence of a special ability. We collectively refer to these individuals as superhumans, while the entity managing these superhumans is the Shield Bureau. As for masters, they refer to martial artists who have undergone mutations. They do not gain any special abilities post-mutation, but their martial arts techniques will drastically increase in power and a form of energy will emerge within them. This energy is often referred to as inner strength. No one knows why the mutation processes differ between martial artists and ordinary people, but that is the nature of the divine stone. Regarding divine weapons, they refer to items that have undergone mutations, especially swords and firearms. As for monsters, they are simply what you see in TV dramas. This category is also the rarest. Over the course of a century, 4 types of anomalies have given rise to 2 major organizations: the Ability Management Bureau, led by ability users, and the Martial Arts Alliance, headed by masters. Among these, the Ability Management Bureau holds the primary position, while the Martial Arts Alliance serves as a support, together maintaining the dark order of the entire Huagua. Apart from these 2 organizations, the rest are scattered consortium families and a few supernatural beings. After Jean Ligua finished speaking, he noticed Jiang Chen's confusion and paused briefly. After a minute, he continued, of course, this is the general direction. Miss Jiang doesn't need to be overly clear about it. Currently, you are in Donghai City, and you only need to know a few key figures within the city. In Donghai City, power is balanced among 4 factions, the strongest being the Donghai branch of the Ability Management Bureau. The second is the Moon Shadow organization I mentioned earlier. They originally operated as a group of assassins, but acquired a divine stone through a twist of fate, which allowed them to grow in strength within Donghai City. The Donghai branch has been attempting to eradicate them, but the results have been minimal. Aside from these 2 factions, the other 2 are relatively weaker in terms of hard power. One of these factions is known as the Xia family, an old aristocratic family in Donghai City. Their lineage is deeply entrenched in business, politics, and the military, with wealth accumulated over generations that few can shake. The Xia family maintains their dignity in Donghai City through their complex relationships and ample wealth. However, under the social conditions of Huagua, aristocratic families are ultimately the weaker side. The Xia family has consistently kept their power beneath the Donghai branch, making them relatively weaker compared to the other 2 factions. As for the final faction, it is Tianfeng Entertainment. Although it may sound somewhat self-aggrandizing, there is truly no one in Donghai City who can surpass us apart from those 3. While our wealth does not compare to that of the Xia family, or even larger conglomerates, we possess something other entities lack: the ability to influence public opinion. We have close ties with various prominent figures in the entertainment industry, including celebrities, sports stars, and literary authors. If we have a request, our influence is something that, without needing to elaborate, Miss Jiang should be aware of. However, much like the Xia family, we cannot allow ourselves to grow too powerful, nor can we get too close to them. This is our way of self-preservation. After saying this, Jean Ligua finally picked up his tea and moistened his throat. Upon hearing this, a clear and comprehensive picture of the power dynamics emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. According to what Jean Ligua said, the Zhang Yoxin group we encountered on Juyang Mountain should be part of the Martial Arts Alliance, in that Mr. Fong is likely closely tied to the Ability Management Bureau. Take your time to understand. Even if I don't explain, Bureau Chief, one will tell you tomorrow. Let me give you a heads up now that you have become an ability user. Whether you wish it or not, you will be subject to the constraints of the Ability Management Bureau. This constraint is essentially an invitation for you to work there, and it is compulsory. So Miss Jiang, would you like to reconsider? Join us at Tianfeng. If you come to Tianfeng, I can still make room for you. Here at the very least you can live like an ordinary person. Isn't that more comfortable? Jean Ligua began to tempt Jiang Chen. It sounded appealing, but Jiang Chen shook her head. What's this, Miss Jiang? Are you thinking of going to the Ability Management Bureau? I must tell you it is quite strenuous there, and you live each day on the edge. No, I just think I should think it over. Jiang Chen replied ambiguously. All right then, think it over, Miss Jiang. Jean Ligua said no more and took out his phone to make a call. In fact, Jiang Chen was not very worried about being forcibly recruited by the Ability Management Bureau. Ever since she confirmed that Old Yu treated her very well, Jiang Chen had a vague feeling that Old Yu must have some ulterior motive. Before achieving that aim, he would never let her be handed over to the Ability Management Bureau. Although Yuhui Group is not comparable to a giant like Tianfeng, it is quite well known in Shuaizha province, especially now that the game Ascending Immortal has gained immense popularity. Since so many major conglomerates privately support ability users, how could Yuhui not have one? Adding another to their ranks would be no trouble at all. After Jean Ligua finished his call, the elevator doors opened quickly, and Mu Tengfei walked in with a confident stride, glancing at Jean Ligua. Jean Ligua nodded. We've finished our conversation. Take her down. Seeing Jean Liguo's signal, Mu Tengfei smiled at Jiang Chen. Miss Jiang, I originally intended for Su Mo to take you to your accommodation for a bit of familiarization, but as it's getting late, how about we let Su Mo take you to dinner instead? Of course that works. Jiang Chen also stood up. The two entered the elevator one after the other. As the elevator descended, they soon arrived at the basement parking garage. At the entrance of the garage, Su Mo and Old Zhao were already waiting by the car. Upon seeing Mu Tengfei and Jiang Chen arrive, Old Zhao opened the car door, and Su Mo hurriedly stepped aside, allowing Jiang Chen to enter first. After Jiang Chen got in, Mu Tengfei instructed Su Mo, just think of yourself as Miss Jiang's manager for this week. If you do well, I will consider making you a permanent one. Su Mo's eyes lit up, and she eagerly replied that there was no problem. After Mu Tengfei left, Old Zhao started the car. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen got out of the car at a Western restaurant. Under Su Mo's lead, they walked inside and casually found a seat. Once they sat down, Su Mo asked Jiang Chen what she wanted to eat. However, Jiang Chen had never been to such an upscale place and glanced at the menu before casually saying anything. Su Mo thought for a moment and began to order for herself, jotting down notes as she went. Jiang Chen, curious, asked Su Mo, what are you writing? Oh, I'm recording what Miss Jiang will have for dinner. As a star, one must maintain their figure, so I need to clearly plan how many calories Miss Jiang will consume tonight. Su Mo replied seriously. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Do managers really have to calculate calories? It felt a bit excessive. It was almost like encroaching on the territory of a nutritionist. Su Mo, you really don't have to take it so seriously. I'm not actually trying to become a performer or a star. No, since President Mu has instructed me, I must consider all matters from a manager's perspective. I hope Miss Jiang will cooperate with me. I will try my best. Soon the food arrived. Su Mo had ordered Jiang Chen a bowl of pasta with hardly any grease on it. After much deliberation, Jiang Chen confirmed there was no meat before she frowned and began to eat. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Chen's hearty eating style left Su Mo utterly astonished. Just as Su Mo was about to speak, a sudden burst of laughter rang in her ears, and before she could comprehend the situation, a female voice mocked, "Senior sister, your way of eating noodles is more exaggerated than a steak." Jiang Chen looked up and saw a petite girl standing beside Su Mo who had appeared there without her noticing. "Ku Xin, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Seeing that Jiang Chen knew her, Su Mo immediately shifted aside, creating space for the two. Miss Tang has some matters to attend to in Donghai City. Recently during our chat I mentioned that you would be coming to Donghai City, and she immediately asked me to bring her to find you. Mu Tengfei emerged from behind Tang Kursen. Upon seeing the two, Jiang Chen promptly greeted, "Please have a seat." They quickly found two chairs. They also ordered some food. With the clever Tang Kursen present, Jiang Chen and Mu Tengfei relaxed their demeanor and started chatting more freely. As they talked, Tang Kursen took out her phone and began flipping through it, then asked, "By the way, senior sister, I wanted to ask you about that news from Juyang Mountain." Mu Tengfei, curious as well, chimed in. "Yes, Miss Jiang, I wanted to ask too. Was the person captured in Juyang County you?" Jiang Chen paused her eating. She put down her utensils and looked seriously at the two, mustering a reply, "It was me." Jiang Chen let out a silent sigh. Indeed, what had to come would come, and now she had to think of an excuse. Clearly the previous reasoning she used with the fatty wouldn't work on Mu Tengfei. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's admission, Tang Kursen became excited. "Senior sister, besides exorcising ghosts, can you also fly?" "How could that be?" "Of course not." Jiang Chen could only respond one piece at a time now. Mu Tingfei, seeing Jiang Chen deny it, became even more convinced of his initial thoughts and proceeded to ask, Miss Jiang, have you signed with another entertainment company or agency? Jiang Chen was taken aback. The shift in reasoning was significant, and she wondered why he suddenly asked this question. She shook her head no. Hearing this, Mu Tingfei felt relieved. He thought with Jiang Chen's character, she wouldn't be untrustworthy. But that raises a question. Mu Tingfei muttered to himself, falling into contemplation. What question? Tang Kersin, noticing Mu Tingfei, seemed to know something, also became interested and asked. Mu Tingfei didn't answer, and seeing this, Tang Kersin turned to Jiang Chen. Senior sister, you still haven't told us the reason behind flying in the sky. Jiang Chen initially wanted to delay, but the way Tang Kersin's big eyes scrutinized her made her extremely uncomfortable. Finally, with no other choice, she pretended to smile mysteriously and said, guess. It's easy to guess. Senior sister, please don't joke around. How am I supposed to guess that? Just as Tang Kersin finished speaking, Mu Tingfei suddenly slapped his thigh. Right. Why did I think so long about such a simple matter? The news is simply lacking a topic. With Miss Jiang's beauty, it's enough to create a topic, so isn't that a condition? Seeing Mu Tingfei seemed to have figured it out, Jiang Chen also became excited. Mr. Mu, you guessed it. Exactly, Miss Jiang. Tell me honestly, was this news planned by the television station for you? Mu Tingfei had been quite tactful. If he had to say it plainly, it would be fabrication or forging news. If discovered, both the television station and Jiang Chen would suffer a tarnished reputation. The reason was coming. Jiang Chen's heart filled with joy, almost giving Mu Tingfei a thumbs up. Exactly. Mr. Mu is indeed Mr. Mu, you figured it out so quickly. Mu Tingfei waved his hand. It's nothing, such a simple matter, I just overthought it. Tang Kersin, seeing the truth was so ordinary, lost her enthusiasm at once. With the matter of Juyang Mountain explained, Mu Tingfei and Tang Kersin no longer pursued the topic, and the three chatted about some recent trivial matters before finally dispersing. In a villa on the outskirts of Donghai City, three individuals wearing ghost masks sat together. Poker and Shield are also dead. The Ability Management Bureau has pretty much grasped our movements. It will be difficult to take action next. There are only so many wealthy and powerless people in Donghai City, and most of them live in the wealthy district. As long as they guard the wealthy district, we really have no good way to proceed. So what do we do next? According to the boss, it seems they are preparing for something big. Are you referring to the fashion show? No way. That event gathers the Xia family and the Tianfeng. How could those two be easy to provoke? Coward. In Donghai City, besides the Ability Management Bureau, who else is our opponent? Moreover, if we are afraid to attack the fashion show, do you think they would even consider it? Surprise them when they least expect it. Exactly. Fine. They'll take this job. I will do it too. At this moment, a kind-looking plump man slowly walked out of a room in the villa. He smiled at the three. This divine stone is indeed extraordinary. The longer I stay with it, the more I feel my abilities growing stronger. The three exchanged glances and respectfully said, Boss, prepare yourselves. Next we will fight the Ability Management Bureau to the death. As long as we break their heavenly net set in Donghai City, we can leave. When the skies are high, we can soar like birds and return to our assassin careers. Upon hearing the prospect of returning to their assassin careers, the faces of the few were filled with sorrow. The Divine Stone granted them abilities, but along with these abilities came the Ability Management Bureau. No matter how they previously killed their opponents, were always the police, but since they acquired their powers, their opponents had become the Ability Management Bureau. The transcendence of abilities rendered assassination techniques utterly useless. Assassination had gradually become exceedingly difficult. By now, no one came to commission them. A once thriving shadow assassin organization was now reduced to a band of robbers constantly thinking about whom to rob and whom to extort. How ironic. The next evening, in a conference hall in Donghai City, Jiang Chen entered accompanied by Su Mo. Today, Jiang Chen wore a dress brought by Su Mo, while her face was still covered with a hat and sunglasses. As Jiang Chen stepped into the hall, classical music played inside. She glanced around and discovered that it was filled with various celebrities in addition to some elegantly dressed upper-class individuals. Just as she was about to look for Mu Tingfei, she suddenly felt a bump. Sorry, excuse me. Jiang Chen turned to see a very familiar-looking young man grinning at her. Before Jiang Chen could clearly see this person, a figure suddenly stood in front of her. Xia Tian, put away your disgusting face. What is going on with this familiar scene and this familiar voice? Oh, by she, have you managed to shake off my brother so quickly? Improvement is evident. Jiang Chen shifted slightly aside and finally saw the figure standing in front of her, a very beautiful woman who looked remarkably familiar. Xia Tian, by she, senior sister. Not far away, Tang Kersin, holding a plate, ran over with a cheerful smile. Seeing that the situation was off, she slowed down and began to scrutinize the three, Xia Tian, by she, and Jiang Chen. Sister, it's a bit hot here. From her chest, Xiao Jiu also poked her head out. Little Jiu's half head suddenly attracted the attention of three nearby people. Jiang Chen felt something was amiss and quickly pressed down Little Jiu's head. Senior sister, what was that fluffy thing on your chest just now? Tang Kurson asked curiously as she leaned closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurriedly smiled and said, "Oh, that's just some fluff to cover my chest. You see, this dress is so loose that it wouldn't be good if it accidentally exposed something. But it seems like there was some sound just now. That was me. You see, with the fluff blocking it, it's not breathable at all, so of course it's hot." Tang Kurson, not thinking too much about it, frowned slightly after hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, but then smiled again, handing over a plate of cake. "Senior sister, feel free to eat, it's all free today." As Tang Kurson handed it over, Xia Tian chuckled softly. Interesting. After saying that, Xia Tian gave Jiang Chen a deep look and waved to Bai Shi. "Bai Shi, I'm leaving now, take care." Bai Shi was momentarily taken aback, only to see Xia Tian swiftly blending into the crowd. Just then a magnetic voice sounded behind her. "Shi, why are you lying? I went to find my dad, and he didn't look for me at all." Jiang Chen turned to look and saw a man standing behind Bai Shi who resembled Xia Tian to some extent, though he lacked Xia Tian's exuberance and carried a sense of steadiness. Bai Shi shivered slightly, her expression darkening. "Xia Shang, I believe I told you not to be so familiar, and we are not possible at all." "Shi, what do you mean by impossible? Your dad has already discussed this with mine. We are getting engaged at the beginning of next month. Although I know you don't have any feelings for me yet, feelings are something that develop over time." Bai Shi was taken aback, disgust. Just now, Bai Shi charged off in a certain direction like a lioness whose fur had been ruffled. Seeing this, Xia Shang immediately chased after her, shouting, "Shi, don't get agitated." Watching the two rush away in a hurry, Jiang Chen clicked her tongue, unconsciously scooping up the cake that Tang Kurson had given her. It's quite a coincidence that there are both Xia Tian and Bai Shi. If she guessed correctly, they should be Zhu Tian and Bai Luo Lan, and it seemed they actually knew each other in real life. Among them, Xia Tian had definitely made himself look handsome in the game, while Bai Shi had made herself look unattractive. Jiang Chen had never seen anyone intentionally make themselves look worse before, yet there was a woman who was dissatisfied with being too beautiful. Seeing Jiang Chen enjoy the food, Tang Kurson happily led her around, and with the endless array of food, Jiang Chen's appetite instantly increased, feeling as if she would lose out if she didn't eat more. "May I ask everyone to quiet down for a moment?" After wandering around the venue for about half an hour, Mu Tingfei's voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the central stage of the venue. At this moment, Mu Tengfei stood at the center of the stage holding a microphone with a smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the annual fashion exhibition opening ceremony of Tianfeng Entertainment. Compared to previous years, this fashion exhibition has both similarities and differences. The similarity is that this time our exhibition is still aimed at the upper class. The difference is that this time the exhibition will not directly evaluate the designs by the designers, but rather the designers will create designs for the 10 models provided by Tianfeng Entertainment, and then you all will place orders. The one with the highest orders will win the Best Outfit Award at the exhibition. Furthermore, the clothes designed during this exhibition will be limited in time and purchase only sold at this exhibition and will not be available once it ends." Below, the gathering of upper-class individuals began to applaud. "Of course, we also want to thank Elder Xia and our general manager Jean for their strong support during this exhibition." Mu Tingfei pointed to a certain spot, and soon 2 spotlights illuminated 2 elderly men. They also greeted the crowd. The 10 individuals serving as design samples are mostly well known to everyone. Now let me introduce them one by one. The first is the hottest star of the moment, Zhuang Yu. The second is a new generation flower. And the 10th is Jiang Chen. In 7 days, we will present the most beautiful 10 individuals to you all. After Mu Tengfei finished speaking, he continued to talk on stage while Jiang Chen noticed that a few blonde foreigners had already surrounded her. The few of them pointed at Jiang Chen, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Before she could say anything, one of the older foreigners walked up to her and said, "Hello, you must be Jiang Chen." This foreigner actually spoke fluent Chinese. "That's me," Jiang Chen nodded. "Oh, we are the team designing clothes for you this time. My name is Hansen." The foreigner extended a large hand. Jiang Chen immediately reached out her hand to shake his. "Miss Jiang should understand our work. Over the next 7 days, I hope Miss Jiang will be available at any time, as we will do our utmost to design the outfits that suit you best." Hansen revealed a row of big white teeth. Of course, Jiang Chen was here for this job, so naturally she had no demands. "It's great that Miss Jiang is so agreeable. Now is it convenient for us to take your body measurements?" Jiang Chen looked around and noticed that many big stars were surrounded by various teams, including those of Asian, Caucasian, and African descent. She figured this was a necessary procedure, so she replied, "Sure." Hansen waved to a white woman behind him speaking a fluent English. The white woman nodded and walked toward Jiang Chen, then gestured for her to enter. Led by the white woman, Jiang Chen walked to a small room at the side of the venue. In front of the door of this small room, there was a paper with the name Jiang Chen written on it. After opening the door, various instruments appeared inside. After Jiang Chen came out of the room feeling slightly awkward, it wasn't the full body data collection and facial photo that embarrassed her, but rather the embarrassment when little Gio fell out from her skirt. She could clearly feel that the white woman's gaze toward her had shifted from treating an adult to treating a little sister. After Jiang Chen exited, Hansen and a few other foreigners entered the room, and soon various sounds came from within as if they were discussing something. Seeing that she had nothing else to do, Jiang Chen was just about to search for Tang Kursen when she noticed that everyone ahead was making way. Following the crowd, she saw Jean Liguo walking towards her with Elder Xia and a burly man. System alert detected trace of energy fragment, initiating source localization. System alert scan complete. Source identified, Xia Clan Mansion in Donghai City. Fragment Tier class. Threat assessment hazardous. System alert scan complete. Source identified, the Imperial Capital. Fragment Tier unknown. Threat assessment unknown. As the three approached, two alerts chimed simultaneously. Jiang Chen felt no surprise. If Jean Liguo carried one, then the other two fragments were unsurprising. The one from Xia Clan Mansion must belong to Elder Xia, and the one from the Imperial Capital undoubtedly to Wang Rang. Director Wang, Elder Xia, Mr. Jean, Jiang Chen greeted each in turn. Hello, Elder Xia replied with gentle warmth. Miss Jiang, hello. Wang Rang echoed the greeting, then scrutinized Jiang Chen intently, again and again, nodding slowly as though verifying some unseen truth. These three titans had already drawn most eyes in the venue. Now their collective attention upon Jiang Chen instantly transformed her into the center of focus. Is that her, Jiang Chen? Yes. At first, I wondered why an unknown face had slipped among so many renowned beauties and celebrities. Now it makes sense. She has connections. Don't dismiss her as merely connected. Look at her bone structure. Remove the hat and sunglasses, and she's certainly a beauty. That's stating the obvious. Anyone invited to this event must be stunning. Yet compared to the others, Jiang Chen seems a tier below. I wonder which unlucky design team drew the short straw assigning her. Miss Jiang, might we speak privately in the corner? Wang Rang said, clearing his throat twice amid the murmurs. Jiang Chen had anticipated Wang Rang's summons the previous day. His request elicited no surprise, and she agreed without hesitation. Seeing her ready assent, Wang Rang turned to bid farewell to Elder Xia and Jean Liguo, who understood his intent and merely waved in silent acknowledgement. They wove through the crowd, and though countless elites sought Wang Rang's attention along the way, he offered only faint, distant smiles, speaking to no one, passing all by with unwavering purpose. They halted at a secluded corner of the venue, distant from guests, quiet, and perfectly suited for confidential discourse. Still, Wang Rang's stature made absolute privacy impossible. Even now, several figures watched him from afar, yet none dared approach. The corner was too remote. His earlier reserve had been unmistakable. Only fools would fail to read the signal. He had business, serious business, and they lingered only at a respectful distance. Miss Jiang, I trust Mr. Jean briefed you yesterday. Yes. He mentioned you'd request a private meeting today, and that you intend to formally recruit me into the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Humph, that old fox speaks far too freely. He'll feel my rebukes soon enough. As head of Donghai City's most powerful faction, backed by the immense authority of the People's Republic, Wang Rang spoke with unassailable legitimacy. Yet Mr. Jean wasn't mistaken. My purpose here is twofold: to learn the nature of your ability, and on behalf of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau to extend a formal invitation for you to join us in safeguarding peace and stability within the paranormal realm. Director Wang, you may not be aware, but I'm currently employed at Yuhui. Under ordinary circumstances, such a statement meant nothing more than working for Yuhui Group, but here now it carried profound implication. Wang Rang's brow furrowed slightly. Paranormal agents were exceedingly rare, thus the Bureau maintained only sparse regional branches, often covering entire provinces. Donghai City, as a municipality directly under central authority, economically dense and socially complex, warranted its own dedicated branch. Meanwhile, Linjiang City fell under the jurisdiction of the Shueisha branch headquartered in Shueisha province's capital. Though nominally responsible for Linjiang, the branch could not possibly oversee every corner of such a vast province. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon yields to local serpents. Yuhui Group had reigned over Linjiang for decades, entrenched, dominant, untouchable. Unless the Shueisha branch abandoned all other responsibilities, it held no leverage against them. Not every branch enjoyed Donghai's privileged status, so if Jiang Chen truly served Yuhui, recruiting her would prove exceptionally difficult. Wang Rang studied Jiang Chen closely. Surveillance footage from yesterday's airport corridor had captured nothing, no record of how she'd subdued two opponents alone. To prevail against two at once suggested strength rivaling Li Kaiyuan, his own elite operative. Moreover, her presence at this high-profile fashion show implied undeniable beauty, a formidable combination power and grace. Such a figure would become the Bureau's golden emblem. That was precisely why Wang Rang had come in person, to convey unmistakably how deeply he valued her. Director Wang, if you know Elder Yu, you're welcome to ask him directly. Jiang Chen added swiftly, fearing disbelief. In truth, Wang Rang did not know Elder Yu, and even if he had, he would never make such a call at this moment. Miss Jiang already has employment. Then I shall not press further. Just as Wang Rang turned to leave, something caught his attention. He jerked his head upward. Instantly, shattering glass echoed from all four sides of the venue. Jiang Chen looked up, and saw dozens of smoke grenades hurled through the windows. Sister, this isn't ordinary smoke. Xiao Jiao suddenly emerged, ears spinning rapidly, and in the next breath a shimmering aura enveloped Jiang Chen completely. The luminous barrier repelled the smoke, entirely sealing her within pristine clarity. At the very moment the grenade struck, Wang Rang snapped his gaze skyward and bellowed, audacious beyond measure. Clapping a hand over his mouth, he stomped the floor and lifted cleanly into the air, launching himself straight through the window. Hey, isn't that Director Wang? Come on, let's play. A hearty, earthy laugh rang out from beyond the glass, and in that instant panic erupted. Screams pierced the air as security guards and elites alike scattered chaotically. After 10 seconds of chaos, the cries began to fade, and the frantic crowd collapsed one by one into silence. Is the smoke toxic? Jiang Chen asked, startled. No poison. It carries celestial qi woven into the mist through arcane artifice. Is there a spell embedded in the grenade? Could this be what Jean Ligua referred to as an altered item? Xiao Jiao sniffed the air and suddenly looked in a certain direction. Sister, there is a smell of blood over there. Jiang Chen immediately became alert, summoning the Yunyang sword and stepping toward that direction. Sister, the smell of blood is moving. It's people, a lot of them. People with a smell of blood. Could they be the culprits behind this incident? As Jiang Chen moved toward the direction of the blood smell, a sudden gasp erupted from the previously quiet venue. A she is missing. A she is missing. The sound only managed to escape a couple of times before it transformed into sobs, as if someone had interrupted. From the sound, it seemed to be Xiaoshang. Judging by the way he was being hindered, it appeared that aside from her there were others in the venue who were also blocking this poisonous mist. However, the entirety of a she. Jiang Chen felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If by she was by Luo Lan. Should he save her or not? Sister, those people have gone out. Xiao Jiao's bright red rabbit eyes sparkled. Xiao Jiao, how far can you smell them? As long as they are in this city, they won't be able to escape. Xiao Jiao proudly lifted her little head. All right, Xiao Jiao, lead the way for sister from here. Jiang Chen decided to follow and observe the situation before deciding whether to take action. Don't worry, sister, those people definitely won't escape. Xiao Jiao immediately climbed from her chest to her shoulder and stretched out a little rabbit paw toward the front. Just as Jiang Chen was about to chase, a strong wind suddenly blew around, scattering the mist almost instantly, gradually thinning it out. Through the thin mist, Jiang Chen noticed that aside from the wealthy celebrities sprawled on the ground, there were also two groups of people standing. One group was located deeper inside, appearing somewhat blurry, consisting of 5 individuals. The wind was blowing from one of them, while the other group consisted of 3 people who were much closer to Jiang Chen and clearer. Mu Tung Fei Tang Koexian, and that suited youth he had seen at the airport. The 3 had white cloth covering their mouths, the material unknown, but it was indeed capable of blocking this kind of toxic spell. Damn it, good thing I'm used to carrying this thingy, otherwise I would have been done for today. Seeing the mist dissipate, Li Kai Yuan began to curse. Thank you, this timely team. Mu Tung Fei expressed immense gratitude from behind. It's nothing, you're the favorite nephew of that old man Jean Ligua. How could I let you suffer? Xiaoshang, do you want to die? In such a situation you dare to speak up, afraid they won't find our location. This booming reprimand came from the blurry 5, and the only person capable of scolding the eldest of the Xia family like that could only be Xia Lao. But Daddy, she was captured right next to us. How can I not be anxious? Xiaoshang replied with distress. Xia Lao, everyone has a desire to be beautiful. My son was just a bit anxious. Besides, we are still standing here without any issues, which is the best outcome. This surely is Jean Ligua speaking. If he can disregard our lives for a woman this time, next time he might sell the entire Xia family for a woman. How can I hand over the Xia family to him in the future? Our luck just happened to be good this time. They are professionals, well aware of when our reinforcements would arrive. If that rebellious child had shouted a few seconds earlier, we would have definitely been in trouble. Seeing that Xia Lao was still furious, Jean Ligua hurriedly tried to mediate. With Jean Ligua's persuasion, Xia Lao's voice gradually softened. It was evident that he still held a fondness for Xiaoshang. At this moment, an apology from Xiaoshang would suffice, but unexpectedly the next thing Xiaoshang said made Jiang Chen's eyelids twitch. Dad, could you give me a few ability users? I will take people to rescue by she right away. As soon as this was said, even though Jiang Chen could not see Xia Lao's expression, she could tell that he must be so furious that his nose was nearly crooked. You rebellious child, given this situation at the venue, did I not teach you what you should do? As the organizer of the exhibition at this time, you should first handle the venue's affairs, reassure others, and maintain the Xia family's image. As for Bai Shi, until we understand the enemy's motives, forces, and location, we should consider this carefully. Xiaoshang stated clearly. Do you know what you're saying? But Dade, she is different. We can't take our time. You? Nonsense. It must be said Xiaoshang was indeed infatuated, but unrequited love never ends well. A lovesick person can easily go mad for love, willing to do anything one moment and then destroy you at any cost the next. After listening for a while, Jiang Chen lost interest when the father and son began to argue, and she started walking toward the venue's exit. The Xia family was large and had deep roots, needing to take things step by step, but she was alone. When Jiang Chen reached the exit of the venue, she heard Xia Tian's voice ringing out. Dad, I support my brother in this matter. Why, she is going to be my sister-in-law. It's too dangerous for a girl to be kidnapped, and if it drags on, I'm worried. As soon as Xia Tian finished speaking, Xia Shang immediately shouted in excitement. Yes, it can't take too long. We must go and rescue her right away. You also listen to Xia Tian's irresponsible words. What does he do every day other than think about women? You really make me angry. Jiang Chen stopped listening after that because she had already walked out of the venue. Outside the venue, there was silence. Jiang Chen followed Xiao Zhou's guidance as she walked outside. At the same time, the words Xia Tian had just said kept echoing in her mind. No, absolutely not. In the game, Zhu Tian always carried an air of arrogance. Even when Jiang Chen ignored him, he could still laugh and say he would come again, and later to obtain a hidden quest, he was even willing to lower himself to build a relationship with Jiang Chen. A person with such depth should stand up and speak confidently at this moment, not just say, I support my brother. Moreover, for Xia Lao to say that Xia Tian was irresponsible was even stranger. Was it really normal for Xia Tian to speak like that in Xia Lao's mouth? Based on her impression of Zhu Tian in the game, Xia Tian's tone was far too immature enough that it seemed somewhat like a provocation. But why would he provoke Xia Shang to save someone? Xia Tian definitely had something up his sleeve. As Jiang Chen pondered this, she ran quickly. Inside the venue, Li Kai Yuan looked at the figure that had just walked out the door and murmured, Jiang Chen. Why is she still standing? This is strange. As the strong winds blew for a while, the mist inside and outside the venue finally dissipated. Li Kai Yuan tossed aside the white cloth in his hand and walked towards Elder Xia. At the same time, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a bodyguard near Elder Xia. Clearly, the wind that had just dispersed the smoke was no ordinary breeze, and among the 5 people present, Elder Xia and the other 4 were certainly mortals. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that this bodyguard was an ability user controlling a power related to the wind. Upon seeing Li Kai Yuan approaching, Elder Xia no longer had time to reprimand Xia Shang and Xia Tian. He snorted coldly, bypassed the two, and walked towards Li Kai Yuan, altering the previous atmosphere by revealing a smile. Team Leaderly, do you know where Director Wang has gone? Li Kai Yuan waved his hand. I don't know. When the smoke bomb was thrown in earlier, it seemed that Director Wang noticed something suspicious and called out. He should have chased after it. I see. I hope Director Wang will be cautious and not fall into someone else's trap. Elder Xia nodded, his expression somewhat ingratiating. Just then, a number of uniformed security personnel rushed into the room. As soon as they entered, they began to investigate the surroundings. One of them approached Li Kai Yuan and saluted. Team Leaderly, the Special Operations Unit under the East Sea branch of the Superpower Management Bureau has arrived in full force. Notify the first team of ability users stationed in the affluent area and the second team stationed at the branch to abandon their posts and mobilize immediately to locate Director Wang and provide support. Move quickly. Understood. Just as the security personnel were about to leave, Li Kai Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Team Leaderly, is there anything else? Li Kai Yuan cast a glance at Elder Xia and the others, then his expression turned serious. Arrest the chairman of Tianfeng Group, Jin Ligua, and Xiao Wang. Upon hearing this, the security personnel immediately raised their weapons, aiming them at Elder Xia and the others. In an instant, all surrounding security personnel followed suit and raised their guns. Team Leaderly, what's going on? Mu Tingfei was stunned at the scene. Jin Ligua and Xiao Wanghe are being detained on suspicion of trafficking illegal arms, pending further investigation to determine the punishment, Li Kai Yuan stated coldly. Trafficking arms. Team Leaderly, don't joke around. How could my uncle possibly do that? Mu Tingfei quickly looked at Elder Xia. Elder Xia, you say. But halfway through he stopped speaking as Elder Xia sighed, clearly already knowing he was about to be arrested. He turned to Jin Ligua, who was standing beside Elder Xia, and saw that Jin Ligua also had a grave expression. They've been arrested. Li Kai Yuan waved his hand, and the security personnel closed in. Meanwhile, the bodyguard's lips moved slightly as if about to act. Li Kai Yuan had already been paying attention to that ability user and raised his finger slightly. Do not act. Team Leader Li is handling this correctly, Elder Xia suddenly scolded. The bodyguard's rising momentum immediately halted, and he silently took a step back. Seeing Elder Xia comply, Li Kai Yuan coldly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your cooperation, Elder Xia. He was unsure of the ability user's strength, but avoiding a major conflict was the best outcome for Li Kai Yuan. Uncle Jean, Elder Xia, what's going on? What ability user? Why are they trying to arrest you? Shouldn't we be the victims? Mu Tingfei felt as though he had stumbled into a world he was unfamiliar with. Even Tang Kurson, who had been silent by the side, wore a confused expression. Tingfei, I will explain everything when we get back. For now, don't ask too many questions, Jean Ligua said, looking at Mu Tingfei with a hint of fondness. For many years, Jean Ligua had never moved on from the death of his wife, which is why he had never remarried. As for Mu Tingfei, he treated him almost like his own son. Thus, he did not wish for Mu Tingfei to come into contact with the ability aspect too early. He even considered one day to sell off his and Mu Tingfei's shares and retreat to the background as a minor shareholder. Mu Tengfei realized he had been too eager and not composed enough, so he fell silent. As the two were handcuffed, Li Kaiyuan turned to Elder Xia and Jean Ligua. Do you have any leads regarding those smoke bombs? Elder Xia sighed while Jean Ligua shook his head. Elder Xia, Mr. Jean, please don't blame me, Li Kaiyuan. After all, in the entire EC city, only your two families possess divine stones, and you are the only one specializing in crafting divine weapons. A few years ago, the Superpower Management Bureau stipulated that aside from the ability users supplied by the Bureau, all others are prohibited from using divine weapons. Now that such a flaw has emerged regardless of the reason, you cannot escape responsibility. We understand this, Mr. Jean nodded, suddenly appearing a bit older. Take them away, Li Kaiyuan commanded. Several security personnel escorted the two out of the venue. After confirming that the police and doctors had arrived, Li Kaiyuan hurriedly left with his team. At this moment, only Mu Tengfei, Xia Shang, Xiatian Tang Kursin, and the police and doctors who were moving about the unconscious individuals remained in the venue. Miss Tang, I have called someone to pick you up. I need to head back to the company first to sort out some matters, Mu Tengfei said to Tang Kursin, ignoring her reaction, and hurriedly exited the venue. Meanwhile, Xia Shang had already stood up and looked at the bodyguard in front of him. How many ability users can you call upon? The bodyguard thought for a moment and held up 5 fingers. 5? 5 will do then, Xia Shang gritted his teeth. Bring all 5 of them, we will pursue them. But young master, just now the master. The master is not present, I am in charge of everything. Xia Shang stood up abruptly. His declaration was resolute, as if Xia Tian beside him was merely a decorative piece. Yes, the bodyguard immediately took out his phone and made several calls. While Xia Shang and the bodyguard waited, Xia Tian quietly retreated to the side, and without realizing it had already walked out of the venue. Taking out his phone, Xia Tian felt inexplicably happy. He thought for a moment and dialed a number he had recently added. The phone connected after a short while. Hello. A lazy female voice came from the other end, as if she had not yet woken up. Oh, do you recognize who I am? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then it erupted instantly. Damn it. Didn't I tell you to stop investigating me? How did you get my phone number? Pulling the phone slightly away, Xia Tian waited for the outburst to finish before saying, Jingji, go online and help me find Ziyu at the Yunyang sect. You must find her by any means necessary. After you have exhausted all efforts and still can't locate her, call me back. If you want to find her, do it yourself. No, I can only relax if you, Jingji, fail to find her. What do you mean? It means nothing, I'm just praising you. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call being disconnected came from the phone. Xia Tian smiled for no reason and dialed again, but it was unreachable this time. Blacklisted. Xia Tian shook his head. He could always change his number if necessary. Outside an abandoned factory in Donghai City, Jiang Chen peeked out from behind a tree. Xiaoju, are you sure this is the right place? Absolutely, but there are a lot of people inside, nearly 20 scattered around the factory. That person named by she is right in front of the factory's main entrance. Xiaoju's identification skills were almost on par with those of a police dog. However, if they were indeed positioned as Xiaoju described, this matter would not be simple. Placing Bai Shi alone in the center of the factory was clearly an obvious trap. They were baiting someone. Jiang Chen did not walk in boldly, but instead circled slowly to the side of the factory. Glancing at the factory roof nearly 10 meters above, Jiang Chen jumped a few times experimentally. Although her physical condition was significantly better than that of ordinary people, she still couldn't reach that height. Originally, she wanted to go up from here and observe the entire factory from above, but it seemed she had to give up. Sister, do you want to go up? Xiaoju can help you. Xiaoju noticed Jiang Chen's intention. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Really? MHM. Suddenly, Xiaoju's large ears began to twitch, and Jiang Chen noticed that a branch of a large tree not far behind her extended remarkably, stretching several meters toward the factory. Originally about 4 meters tall, the tree grew to nearly 6 meters during its extension toward the factory. If she used the tree to perform a second jump, Jiang Chen was confident she could make it. Sister, hurry up, it won't hold for long. Xiaoju urged. Without hesitating, Jiang Chen rushed toward the large tree, leaping onto a branch, walking to the top, and then jumping vigorously. Her hands grasped the edge of the factory roof, and with her immense strength, she effortlessly climbed onto the roof. At that moment, a cracking sound suddenly came from the large tree below. Jiang Chen turned around to see the tree rapidly withering, transforming into a dead stump in the blink of an eye. Xiaoju closed her eyes toward the tree's direction, saying, Sorry, big tree. Jiang Chen was quite astonished, and curiously asked Xiaoju, how did that tree just die? Xiaoju opened her eyes and began to explain. Xiaoju can activate the latent abilities of most plants for her own use. Just now, Xiaoju completely unleashed the potential of that big tree, but the consequence is that an overgrown tree will die from the exhaustion of its potential. In other words, using it once kills it. Jiang Chen was instantly filled with a desire to explore Xiaoju's abilities. Besides being able to control plants, what other abilities do you have? Sister, it's not just about being able to control plants. It's about spiritual sensing, Xiaoju pouted as she glared at Jiang Chen. Besides, don't you have spiritual sensing too? You just don't use it actively. Does she? While she had indeed become more perceptive after reaching the 6th level of qi refinement in reality, she could clearly see the movements of Zhang Yoxin and others. If this was also spiritual sensing, could she learn it too? Xiaojiu, can you teach me how to use it? Jiang Chen's mind began to race. Sister Xiaojiu can't teach. Xiaojiu just knows how to use it instinctively, like a natural ability. Jiang Chen's previously racing thoughts suddenly cooled down. Indeed, if what Xiaojiu used was that so-called spiritual sensing from novels, it would make sense that the methods differed between demons and humans. That's such a pity. Jiang Chen did not hide her disappointment. After thinking for a moment, she recalled something and continued to ask, by the way, Xiaojiu, you haven't told me what abilities you have yet. Xiaojiu shook her head. Outside Jiang Mountain, these are the only abilities Xiaojiu can use. If we return to Jiang Mountain, Xiaojiu will be powerful. That wasn't a lie. Back at the peak, Xiaojiu had even made her fly, which was far more difficult than controlling flowers and plants. Jiang Chen scanned the rooftop. The entire factory roof was made of iron sheets. If she stepped on the iron sheets, the noise generated would definitely alert those below. After hesitating for a moment, she walked along the walls surrounding the roof. After exploring around for a while, she indeed discovered a ladder embedded in the edge of the factory roof. This ladder was about 2 meters long, leading down to a window. Jiang Chen picked up Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, is there anyone down there? Xiaojiu shook her head no. Jiang Chen then felt relieved and climbed the ladder, quickly slipping into the window. Once inside the window, she realized that it was actually a small room. The room was filled with dust and some old dilapidated tables and chairs. The door was closed, relieving Jiang Chen's worries. As Jiang Chen walked a few steps toward the door, she heard faint rustling sounds coming from the next room, which her keen hearing picked up clearly. Inge, do you think this girl can lure in big fish? It should be fine. Didn't we hear that Xiaoshang likes to call by she? We left so many clues for him to track. I don't believe he won't come. It's still quite uncertain. The Xia family is unlikely to act impulsively for someone like her. I confirmed Xiaoshang's location before throwing the smoke bomb, but who knew we'd end up with something like this? There was no choice at that time. The other side was too alert and changed positions immediately. Time was limited, and staying too long would be too dangerous. If the Ability Management Bureau caught us, we couldn't afford the cost. Do you think if the Xia family doesn't come, we would have wasted our efforts? Don't worry, remember we still have people there. He's the kind of person who can persuade even the boss. With his words, I believe this matter won't fall through. The voices of the dialogue were distinct, sounding as though 3 individuals were present. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly had a glimmer of insight. Undoubtedly this matter was closely tied to Xia Tian. However, what kind of operation was it to collude with others against one's own family? Jiang Chen felt an ominous sense that a tragic drama from a wealthy family was gradually closing in on her. The people on the opposite side were evidently very close to Jiang Chen, causing her to freeze in place, daring not to make a sound. Even her breathing became extraordinarily calm. After a long while, the voices of the 3 individuals began to diminish. However, Jiang Chen could not ascertain whether they had left or not. Perhaps Xiaojiu might know, but at this moment, she was utterly unable to speak, unable to convey her intentions. After standing there for over 10 minutes while Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Soon she heard Xiaoshang's voice rising from outside the door. Quick, save her now. This voice was urgent, filling Jiang Chen with both joy and helplessness. The joy came from the fact that a fool had jumped into the trap, allowing her to move next. The helplessness stemmed from the fact that Xiaoshang had somehow managed to bring people along, which meant trouble for him ahead. As expected, the moment Xiaoshang's voice rang out, a cacophony of door openings and shouts echoed around, and the same occurred next door to Jiang Chen. This startled Jiang Chen into a cold sweat, but fortunately, she had not recklessly barged in. Soon various sounds of explosions and fighting erupted outside, prompting Jiang Chen to slowly push open the door. At that moment, she finally saw the full layout of the factory. The factory was hollow in the center, surrounded by 2 layers of walkways and rooms, and Jiang Chen's location was just outside a small room on the 2nd floor walkway. At this moment, the center of the factory was in chaos. On one side stood a group of black-clad masked superhumans, their masks prominently displaying a character for Moon numbering around 14 or 15, undoubtedly members of Moonshadow. Opposite them were Xiaoshang and his team, consisting of only 5 superhumans. In terms of individual combat capability, Xiaoshang's side was indeed impressive, but the black-clad individuals had nearly 3 times their numbers, effectively suppressing Xiaoshang. The scene was a whirlwind of dust and debris with lightning-fast movements and incomprehensible abilities. System, can you detect their strength? System prompt starting detection. Detection complete. A total of 8 units exceeding mortal level detected, displaying results. Just like the previous encounter on Jiang Mountain, their strengths began to convert into cultivation levels displayed above their heads. The 5 people accompanying Xiaoshang almost all had the designation of Foundation Establishment Level 2 above their heads, while on the Moon Shadow side, apart from 3 individuals with the same designation, the remaining 10 or so did not display any levels. Although Jiang Chen had reached Foundation Establishment Level 6, in reality her abundant spiritual power was of no use here. To her, those at Foundation Establishment Level 2 were almost akin to formidable bosses, and estimating Xiao Jiu's rabbit form at that level was likely its limit. It must be said it was a wise decision not to barge in openly just now. Bai Zai's position was quite conspicuous right at the forefront of the fierce battle. At this moment, Bai Shi was bound to a chair, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her large eyes nearly blazing with flames. This should have been a scene of a hero saving a beauty with the maiden looking pitiful. Yet now the hero was surrounded by a group of superhumans while the beauty was seething with anger, showing no signs of retreat. Jiang Chen bent down using the railing to circle around to the side of the factory closer to Bai Shi. Since the hero couldn't save the beauty, it would be quite nice if she could save the beauty herself, especially since she could slip away right after. How thrilling. After watching those black-clad individuals for a long moment, Jiang Chen finally seized the instant when all their attention was not directed her way. Taking advantage of that moment, she vaulted over the railing and jumped from the second floor to the first. In just a few strides, she had circled around to the back of the abandoned machinery behind Bai Shi. It seemed that in order to prevent Bai Shi from struggling and knocking over the chair, those individuals had intentionally placed the chair against this machinery, positioning it very close to Bai Shi, even close enough to cut her ropes. However, Jiang Chen did not want to alert the enemy. She whispered, "Bai Shi, can you hear me?" Bai Shi, sitting on the chair, was startled and tried to turn her head. "Don't move, just act as if everything is normal. Just listen to what I say." Bai Shi nodded. "Next, I will cut your ropes. After I cut them, find an opportunity when those black-clad individuals cannot see you and come over to me. Do you understand?" Bai Shi nodded again. Only then did Jiang Chen summon the Yunyang sword and cut the ropes behind Bai Shi. Bai Shi indeed did not immediately struggle, but observed the situation in the arena. Given Bai Zai's displayed courage, Jiang Chen was not surprised as she had witnessed it in the game before. Bai Shi appeared very patient, waiting for over a minute before suddenly standing up. She moved around the machinery to the back. This movement did not alert any of the black-clad individuals, but it was caught by Xiaoshang's side. However, this was unavoidable. After all, Xiaoshang faced Bai Shi, and even if his attention was not on her, he could catch sight of her with his peripheral vision. In fact, being seen by Xiaoshang wasn't a bad thing, rather it was advantageous. Because upon seeing Bai Shi escape her bond, Xiaoshang immediately urged a few superhumans to exert more effort, attempting to create an opportunity for Bai Shi to flee. Once she reached the back, Bai Shi quickly removed the cloth from her mouth and joyfully called out to Jiang Chen's senior sister. Jiang Chen was taken aback, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and began to assess the height from here to the second floor. It seemed to be over 4 meters, which should be manageable. "You're Bai Yu, right?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then paused. Wait, why was Bai Shi able to casually and naturally call her Bai Yu? Wasn't Bai Yu an NPC? Bai Yu didn't exist, did she? Could she not have some common sense? What Bai Yu? You've got the wrong person. Jiang Chen pulled Bai Shi and leapt onto the second floor. Once there, Jiang Chen felt less worried about being discovered. She directly led Bai Shi toward the room they had entered earlier. The bait has escaped. There's no time. If it has escaped, then it has escaped. As long as we leave Xiaoshang behind, the Xia family and Tianfeng will no longer pose a threat to us. After that, we only have to deal with the East Sea branch. Once we break through the East Sea, it will be sky high and free for birds to fly. We can't gamble like this. That person is reliable, but capturing both Xiao Wanghe and Jean Ligua simultaneously in the police station is no easy task. As long as they aren't in the station, what good does it do us to leave Xiaoshang behind? We have no choice but to gamble. The boss trusts that kid, we can take the plunge. What is there for us not to trust? Xiaoshang, who was just a stone's throw away, heard everything clearly. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you saying my father and General Jean have been taken into custody? Is this all part of your conspiracy? Conspiracy or not, you should take care of yourself first." Several men in black immediately surrounded them again, their attacks even fiercer than before to prevent Xiaoshang and the others from escaping. Jiang Chen led Bai Shi into a room, climbed over the window, and instead of going to the roof, she jumped down directly from the factory with Bai Shi. Seeing that no one was chasing them from behind, Jiang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the little creature on her shoulder, Xiao Jiu, perked up its ears and bared its teeth in front. Jiang Chen noticed something was off. It was too quiet around them, so quiet that it felt eerie. "Miss Jiang, you nearly ruined my plans." Suddenly 4 figures emerged from behind a few large trees. Upon seeing the person at the forefront, Jiang Chen grew alert again. The person was none other than Xia Tian. Behind him stood 3 others whose faces were obscured. Xia Tian was no threat since he had no abilities, but the 3 people behind him had the distinct markings of being at the second level of Qi training. "Xia Tian, what do you mean by this?" Bai Shi stepped forward in anger, accusing him. "What am I doing? Miss Jiang should know that by now." Jiang Chen stopped Bai Shi, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, Moon Shadow must have collaborated with you, right?" Xia Tian regarded Jiang Chen with approval, saying, "Not bad." Bai Shi suddenly seemed to realize something, pointing at Xia Tian and exclaiming, "I knew Moon Shadow must have some divine weapons. Xia Tian, do you know that selling divine weapons is a capital offense?" Jiang Chen glanced sideways, surprised that, why she was aware of divine weapons, a person who wasn't from the Xia family or Tianfeng shouldn't know about such matters. It seemed she was more complicated than she appeared. Of course I know. After all, Xia Wanghe and Jin Ligua have already been captured. Xia Tian displayed a nonchalant attitude. Xia Lao and Jin Ligua were caught. Jiang Chen caught another shocking piece of news. Was this intentional? Jiang Chen frowned and asked, "What do you think?" "I think so too." Jiang Chen had a rough idea. Selling divine weapons raised suspicions from the management bureau, leading to Xia Lao and Jin Liguo's detention. Then using Baishi to lure Xia Shang would mean Xia Tian controlled everything, and even though Mu Tengfei was still with Tianfeng, he was completely unaware of the abilities, making his presence irrelevant to the plan. Jiang Chen didn't know how long Xia Tian had been planning this, but at this moment he had indeed succeeded. In Donghai City, even though the Donghai branch suppressed Moon Shadow, what Moon Shadow feared the most was still the Xia family. With Tianfeng and the Donghai branch joining forces now that the Xia family and Tianfeng were leaderless, and even the Xia family leaned toward Moon Shadow, it didn't mean Moon Shadow wouldn't have a fighting chance. "I must say, Miss Jiang, you are a significant variable in my plan. If you had acted sooner to save Baishi, Xia Shang might not have fallen into the trap, and I would have failed. Now if you were to inform Wang Rang about this matter, my plan would be ruined as well. Therefore I will limit your freedom, and I hope you can cooperate with me." Xia Tian exuded immense confidence. "Just cooperation? Shouldn't you let me die here? Rest assured, Miss Jiang, I have some uncertainties that I need to clarify, so you won't be harmed." Xia Tian gestured with his hands. Immediately the three men charged towards Jiang Chen like tigers released from their cage. Emerging from the shadows of the forest, Jiang Chen finally saw the three men clearly. They were surprisingly dressed in Taoist robes, wielding long swords, and their faces seemed somewhat familiar. As the three approached, Xiao Jiu's eyes shone with dazzling light, and the grass on the ground rapidly grew, enveloping Jiang Chen securely. The three men swung their swords down, and the barrier formed by the grass immediately shattered. Yet inside was empty. "Damn, this woman can also perform magic." "What magic? Look up, you idiot." The three of them looked up and saw Jiang Chen wielding the Yunyang sword as she descended. "Surround her in a triangle." "Got it. Let's take her down." The three Taoist-robed men began to rotate, their swords gradually forming a vortex. Just as the vortex was forming, a fallen leaf quickly formed a floating surface beneath Jiang Chen. She pressed down on it with one hand and used the rebound to leap. At that moment, the vortex created by the three men surged upward, narrowly missing Jiang Chen as she executed a double jump. Rather than celebrating, she charged again at one of the Taoist-robed men after landing. The man, taken aback by Jiang Chen's close combat skills, failed to react in time and hurriedly defended himself. After a few exchanges, the man exclaimed, "Your techniques seem to bear some resemblance to Wudong styles. And your sword skills also possess the essence of Bagua Palm," another person added. "This woman doesn't seem like an ability user, but rather a master. But how do we explain her plant manipulation? She's just a freak." "Let's keep going." Two Qing gathers. As the three men prepared to encircle Jiang Chen again, the one who had just fought her exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no." With several cracking sounds, the sword in his hand broke into several pieces. "Be careful of the sword in her hand. It's not an ordinary weapon." The three men immediately became vigilant. However, Jiang Chen grew even more serious. Until now, she had relied on surprise to gain the upper hand when her opponents couldn't read her moves. Even so, she hadn't managed to injure them, and now that they understood her tactics, it would be even harder to fight. "Xiao Jiu, focus on defense," Jiang Chen whispered to Xiao Jiu as she raised the Yunyang sword again. She only had her extraordinary physical strength, but none of the three opponents were inferior to her. In a 3-on scenario, Jiang Chen could certainly maintain her position with the Yunyang sword, but she couldn't protect all sides. Thus, having Xiao Jiu, who could manipulate plants freely for protection, was the best strategy. After all, Xiao Jiu understood the techniques and could provide multifaceted defense, which Jiang Chen could not match. As long as she could injure one of them before Xiao Jiu's spiritual energy was depleted, that would be victory. Upon seeing one of their swords break, the three immediately distanced themselves from Jiang Chen, observing her cautiously. One of them called out to Xia Tian, "Xia Xiao, this is different from what you said. You said she was just an ability user. Why is she also skilled in martial arts? What if she's a disciple of some sect? What will we do if they seek revenge?" Xia Tian's previously relaxed expression vanished, and he said solemnly, "She cannot possibly belong to any sect." "Why?" another person asked again. "Because she may not be human at all." Upon hearing this, everyone present was left stunned. "I possess a unique talent. I am exceptionally sensitive to a person's voice, capable of distinguishing one voice among hundreds. The moment I heard yours, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. After you left the venue, I instructed Jingji to find you at the Yunyang sect. Jingji is tenacious. Once she sets out to accomplish something, she won't rest until she succeeds. However, she just told me she couldn't find you, and the person I sent to monitor the Yunyang sect didn't see you leave at all. At that moment, I began to sense something was amiss. Initially, I thought this situation was too bizarre. I even suspected you were merely a template in her reality, or that the NPC was you in disguise. But now after you drew that identical Yunyang sword from the game, I have no choice but to believe that you are not just a template or an actor, but rather the genuine Ziyu fairy from the game. Am I right in saying that? How was Jiang Chen supposed to respond to that? Xiaoxiao, are you joking with us? How could an NPC from the game appear in reality? Have you watched too many time travel dramas? The three in Dao robes exchanged strange glances. Xia Tian pointed at Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how would you explain her mastery of martial arts and her extraordinary abilities? How can you justify that her sword is identical to the Yunyang sword, yet can slice through iron like mud? This is not a novel, it's reality. Even the finest cold weapons in your hands would only chip against steel long swords. But now that sword sliced through your sword like it was made of cotton. The three exchanged glances. That seems to make some sense. But the official description of the Ziyu NPC in the game states she is at the 6th level of Qi training. Yet she doesn't appear to be a cultivator at all. I'm not sure about that. Perhaps there's some punishment for NPCs appearing in reality. Don't worry about that for now. I've already proven she is not a disciple of our sect. Shouldn't you take action now? The three instantly formed a circle and began whispering. Jiang Chen looked at them, who showed no signs of tension, and he felt his lips twitch. Were they fighting or just chatting? After a moment of discussion, one of them stepped forward and addressed Jiang Chen. What Xiaoxiao said doesn't count. You tell us, who are you? Jiang Chen almost thought he misheard. Were they not enemies? How could they ask him that? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you talking so much? I'm from Wudong, do you believe me? Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly that these three seemed oddly familiar. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen's offhand remark surprisingly made one of them seriously ponder, then shake his head. Impossible. If you were from Wudong, you would have used your palm strike first, not your sword. If you all don't believe it, then what's the point of discussing? If we're not fighting, I'm taking her with me. Xia Tian observed the conversation among the four and sensed something was off. What kind of trust issues could there be? The three had always been skilled, and so what if they were NPCs? Hadn't they often killed important figures? Leave? Do you think it's that easy to get past us three? Besides, if you leave, where does that leave our face? One of them snorted coldly. Exactly. You need to state your name and sect before leaving. We'll come looking for you properly later. Right, state your sect first. Jiang Chen sensed something was amiss. Did these three seem intent on letting him go? Hey, what do you mean by that? I paid a hefty price to bring you down from Zhongnan Mountain. Don't you want your reward? Xia Tian felt a twinge of difficulty. Everything was supposed to go according to plan. How could such a turn of events arise? Well, Xiaoxiao, we are concerned about potential revenge from our sect. You see, you're not killing her, just capturing her. If things go wrong, it would be us who suffer. Yes, it's us who would be in trouble. Xia Tian could easily discern that the three were speaking in circles around him. Although he didn't know where things had gone wrong, he felt a growing sense of helplessness. As Xia Tian pondered this unsettling feeling, a group of black-clad masked figures burst from the factory, seemingly having dealt with Xiaoshang's group. At that moment, Xia Tian felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly shouted, Ying San, hold her back. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Bai Shi, the three rushed over without a second thought. The three were not weaker than the three Dao robe men Xia Tian brought, especially with their group of subordinates. Jiang Chen felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Just as Jiang Chen raised the Yunyang sword ready to strike, a low curse from a Dao robe man behind him broke through air. Duo, San, take them down. Under Jiang Chen and Xia Tian's astonished gazes, the three Dao robe men charged at the three black-clad figures, seemingly turning against them. As the six engaged, the clash of martial arts and extraordinary abilities erupted. In the first exchange, the two sides fought evenly, but soon the Dao robe trio began to gain the upper hand. If we were to discuss the differences between martial arts and extraordinary abilities, it would be the nature of their powers. One possesses internal energy, while the other wields a unique ability. As for physical attributes, both martial arts transformations and extraordinary ability activations enhance one's physique. At similar levels, there's not much difference between masters of martial arts and extraordinary ability users. However, one significant point is that extraordinary ability users fall short compared to martial artists. That is due to the variability of the techniques. When combatants of similar strength face off, if the extraordinary ability user cannot quickly defeat the martial artist, they usually lose, as extraordinary abilities tend to be too singular and easy to see through. Thus, the path of heaven has its own order. For someone practicing martial arts to become a master, they must first dedicate years to honing their skills before they can transform into a master through the refinement of spirit stones. On the other hand, extraordinary ability users need do nothing special. As long as they resonate well with spirit stones, they will eventually become one. Why is it so easy for the latter? Because extraordinary ability users are merely quick products. When their strength is comparable in unknown combat, as long as the martial artist does not act recklessly or make mistakes, they will almost never lose to extraordinary ability users. While the six battled, the remaining black-clad figures continued to charge toward Jiang Chen. However, these commoners who didn't even possess the first level of Qi training posed almost no threat to Jiang Chen. After Xiao Jiu took action, they were beaten down howling in despair with no ability to resist. Xia Tian observed the situation on the battlefield and quietly began to retreat. Initially, he wanted them to hold Jiang Chen back until the leader of Yuang returned, but now that the three Taoists were creating trouble, staying any longer seemed unwise. Once a victor emerged, he wouldn't know who would be captured. As Jiang Chen cleared away the insignificant threats, the three black-clad figures began to show signs of defeat. Ing send you all go. I'll hold them off. One of the black-clad figures suddenly charged out, launching into a powerful display of extraordinary abilities, as if attempting to take on three at once. You think you can just walk away? Where would that leave our pride? Stay right there. Two of the three Daoist-robed men vanished in a blur, employing some unknown martial art, to instantly reappear behind Ing Yi. Unprepared for Ing Yi's resistance, the two lost the initiative at once and were forced into desperate defense. Under relentless pressure, and already demoralized, their guard collapsed entirely. Within moments, all three Daoist-robed men had pierced them through, pinning their lifeless bodies to the ground in pools of crimson. Damn it. We've just shattered our reputation, one spat onto the floor. We do this out of brotherly loyalty, not for any damn reputation. Another shrugged dismissively. Exactly. What kind of hero abandons righteousness? We're martial cultivators. Honor is our creed. Satisfied that the three black-robed masked figures lay truly dead, the Daoist trio finally turned, grinning broadly, revealing 3 rows of dazzling white teeth, toward Jiang Chen and Bai Shi. Senior Sister Ziyu, we handled that rather well, wouldn't you say? Back in the game, might you reconsider that hidden quest? The man standing at the center stepped forward with an easy, familiar smile. Senior Sister Ziyu. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. She scanned him up and down, and the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. Did you kill them? Burn them? Or just let those 3 fools go? Bai Shi exclaimed from behind. Hearing the name, one of the trio glanced over, and his expression shifted instantly to astonishment. Bai Luong. Well, what a reunion. The other 2 turned as well. The eldest chuckled warmly. My senior goddess Bai, you're even more radiant in reality. Brother 2, watch your tongue. Don't you see who the true beauty stands before us? Even Bai Luolon pales beside Senior Sister Ziyu. Absolutely, Senior Sister Ziyu reigns supreme. The 3 exchanged mischievous grins. Jiang Chen, however, grew increasingly bewildered. Truth be told, though they'd been friendly in game, why would they sacrifice tangible gains for her sake? A hidden quest in the game. Compared to reality, what weight does a virtual world hold? Why did you help me? Jiang Chen asked bluntly. They exchanged glances, and replied in unison, why wouldn't we? Jiang Chen froze. Was this simply the chasm between ordinary morality and theirs? Let me clarify. I mean no offense, but bonds forged in game carry little real-world value. Why abandon Xia Tian's payment to aid me? At her words, each of them burst into laughter, one after another. Senior Sister Ziyu, how could you say that? Friends made in the game are no less genuine. We're martial cultivators. Our highest virtue is righteousness. A petty sum. Huh. Fortune flows easily to those who uphold honor. Precisely. We lack for nothing, except true companionship. Fellow disciples bow and stutter before us. Masters and elders have no time for games. Only you and Bai Luolon treat us as equals. True enough. Even if Bai Luolon's tongue stings like a scorpion's tail, we still get along splendidly. Ugh, spare me the Bai Luolon nonsense. This isn't the game. I'm Bai Shi. And hearing that name makes my skin crawl. Bai Shi huffed indignantly from behind. Luolon or Shi, who cares? You'll always be Senior Goddess Bai to us. Exactly. Senior Goddess Bai, it's settled. Listening to their light-hearted banter, Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether their innocence was genuine or artfully feigned. Enough. If you're free, would you assist me with a small matter in the coming days? She spoke suddenly, her tone grave and resolute. What matter? Their smiles faded instantly. Remain in Donghai City for the next 6 days. I'll summon you when needed. And yes, this favor comes with compensation. Though the exact amount remains undetermined, it will be substantial. Both the Xia clan and Tianfeng Corporation have pledged generous rewards. None of you shall be shortchanged. The eldest clapped his chest proudly. No problem. Senior Sister Ziyu's request is command enough, even without reward. Bai Shi stepped forward and whispered to Jiang Chen, Senior Sister, are you planning to act first and explain later? And why not? I'm broke. After all, I just saved the Xia clan's legacy, and Tianfeng's very existence. Is asking for fair recompense unreasonable? Jiang Chen said it lightly, then added, by the way, since you've severed ties with Xia Tian, you'll stay with me. Master Mu, Tianfeng's President Mu, has arranged rooms for you. Consider it done. All 3 beamed with delight. Jiang Chen pulled out her phone first. She called the police, gave her location, and instructed them to notify the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, then hung up mid-question. Next, she dialed Mu Tingfei, not revealing the full story, only requesting an additional room for 3 friends accompanying her. Once finished, she approached the corpses of the black-robed masked figures and knelt. As expected, the system prompt appeared, but both fragment tier and threat assessment displayed only question marks. Clearly, this was not what she'd hoped for. Rising, she moved to the three most powerful among the massed corpses, and this time a complete system prompt materialized. System alert, energy fragment signature detected, locking origin. System alert, scan complete. Origin West Suburban Villa Donghai City. Fragment Tier E class. Threat assessment dangerous. Senior Sister Ziyu, what are you doing? Conducting an autopsy, one of the trio asked curiously. Not quite. Just verifying something. Jiang Chen straightened, meeting their gaze. One thing, I am not Senior Sister Ziyu. I never claimed that title anywhere at any time. From now on I am Jiang Chen. Understood. The three grinned sheepishly. Understood, understood. Our lips are sealed. Baishi nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Senior Sister. I'll keep it under lock and key. Jiang Chen gave a slow, deliberate nod, then leaned against the wall, waiting in silence. In the penthouse office of Tianfeng Entertainment, Mu Tingfei set down Jiang Chen's call and immediately dialed his receptionist. President Mu, how may I assist? Came the secretary's sweet voice. Book an additional room adjacent to Miss Jiang Chen's. Right away, President Mu. Anything else? That's all. He hung up swiftly and instantly dismissed Jiang Chen's affairs from his mind. Reclining into his chair, he sighed deeply. Moments earlier, he learned much. Elder Zhao had revealed everything, and even taken him to witness the divine stone held by Tianfeng Entertainment. They even met the 8 extraordinary ability users crowded at Tianfeng Entertainment. Mu Tingfei was sorting through the newly acquired knowledge when he suddenly seemed to recall something and rummaged through his desk, finally, pulling out a red folder. Opening the folder, he was met with the bold title Extraordinary Abilities Administration Private Spirit Stone Agreement. Mu Tingfei began to scan the contract. The contract was quite straightforward. The Extraordinary Abilities Administration recognized the rights of the signing company to possess spirit stones and create divine weapons. However, in return, the company signing this contract could not privately cultivate extraordinary ability users or sell divine weapons to private individuals. Additionally, to protect the spirit stones, the administration permitted the company to recruit existing extraordinary ability users as guards for the spirit stones, but the overall strength and number of these users would be strictly controlled by the administration. After reading the contract, Mu Tingfei leaned back again, closing his eyes as images of the room where the spirit stones were stored flashed through his mind. That room contained not only spirit stones and military weapons, but also some bizarre plants and stones. The cultivation of divine weapons is more complex than that of extraordinary ability users. To transform ordinary weapons and military equipment into divine weapons, a single spirit stone is not enough. One also needs some spiritual herbs and spirit stones as mediums. These spiritually infused items must be replaced every month and are extremely rare, only available on the black market. The information alone about these spiritual items requires a significant amount of manpower and resources to gather, which is why the Extraordinary Abilities Administration grants authority to companies. They simply do not have enough personnel to search for them and would rather spend money to delegate the task. As long as they restrict the relationships and power of these companies, everything remains within a controllable range, and they have nothing to worry about. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was resting against the wall outside the abandoned factory, had nothing to do and stared at the three men in Taoist robes. So how should I address you? Zhang Qingqing, said a man with a straightforward appearance, stepping forward after slapping his forehead. The eldest brother, the one who killed that bastard in the game. Zhang Qingyi, the second brother. The one who got that beauty off you is me, said another slightly thinner man as he stepped up to introduce himself. And Zhang Qingda, the one who burned that socialite, said the last solidly built man. Jiang Chen looked at the three distinctly different individuals. In surprise, you guys are brothers. No, we are all orphans who were taken in by our master. That's how we got our surname from him, Zhang Chengqing chuckled. Jiang Chen nodded in realization. Before she could ask anything further, she heard Bai Zai's voice coming from inside the factory. Master, hurry, there are still people alive among them. Jiang Chen looked around and suddenly noticed that Bai Shi had somehow made her way into the factory. She led the three men towards the direction of Bai Zai's voice, and just as they reached the factory entrance, saw Bai Shi squatting beside a group of mangled bodies. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Bai Shi quickly pointed at one of the indistinct figures and said, it seems Xia Shang and another extraordinary ability user are still alive. Jiang Chen shook her head. I've already called the police. Let's wait a bit. But Bai Shi, didn't you hate Xia Shang? Why are you specifically here to check if he's dead? Bai Shi sighed helplessly. At least he risked his life to come and save. Although I really dislike him, I can't just ignore whether he lives or dies. Now that he isn't dead, I have nothing weighing on me. As she spoke, Bai Shi seemed to hesitate, her brow furrowing. Jiang Chen could tell that Bai Zai's feelings were quite complicated. But it's not hard to guess. It's like hating someone intensely, yet that person is willing to do anything for you. Now that he almost lost his life, you still feel nothing for him, and at this moment you are most easily bound by morality. For example, someone might say, look how good that person is risking their life for you. What about you? How will you repay them? Such words can be quite hurtful. Jiang Chen understood what she was worried about and comforted her. He did what he wanted to do. It was not what you demanded or hoped for. Even if he dies now, it's just his own foolishness. It has nothing to do with you. Bai Shi paused for a moment, then smiled at Jiang Chen. Master, your words are coarse, but sensible. Isn't that right? Our sister Ziyu is a figure of the celestial realm. Zhang Qingda, unsure of what Jiang Chen was saying, still joined in the flattery. Still calling her sister Ziyu. Jiang Chen glared. Oh, our master, yes, well, just call you master with Bai Shi. Do I look like the head of a mafia? Jiang Chen muttered. As they were talking, the sound of police sirens finally began to echo in the distance. Jiang Chen and the others paused their conversation and began to look towards the factory's exterior. Before long, a convoy of black SUVs rushed in from the other end of the road. After the vehicles came to a halt, a team of security personnel quickly jumped out brandishing rifles and aimed them at Jiang Chen and the others as if facing a great enemy. Before Jiang Chen could speak, one of the security personnel called out from behind them, "Put down your guns, they are our people." Wang Rang stepped out from among the security personnel accompanied by Li Kaiyuan. Upon hearing that they were on their side, the security personnel lowered their rifles one by one. Thank you, Director Wang. Jiang Chen nodded in appreciation towards Wang Rang. No need for thanks, it's only natural. Wang Rang smiled first, then scanned Bai Shi and the three men in Taoist robes behind Jiang Chen before asking, who are these three? Jiang Chen, maintaining her composure, introduced the three to Wang Rang. These are the Zhang brothers, Zhang Qingqing, Zhang Qingyi, and Zhang Qingda. They are all masters, quite familiar faces. Kaiyuan sends several officers to rescue them. Wang Rang instructed Li Kaiyuan. Li Kaiyuan acknowledged with a sharp nod and immediately led several officers into the factory. Within minutes, 2 individuals were carried out and placed into a police vehicle. Soon after, Li Kaiyuan returned to Wang Rang's side and whispered something quietly. Wang Rang's expression tightened as he scrutinized Jiang Chen anew. Kaiyuan told me all 3 of Moonshadow's shadows are dead. Did you kill them? Jiang Chen did not understand the term 3 shadows, but she was certain none of the people present had escaped. Except for Xia Tian, who had vanished, everyone else remained detained. I'm not entirely sure, but earlier I did hear references to Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. If those are the ones you mean, then yes, it must be them. Yes, that's exactly who they were. A look of genuine astonishment crossed Wang Rang's face. To be frank, the 3 shadows ranked among Moonshadow's strongest operatives, peaking at the very apex of ordinary awakened beings. In unknown combat, no standard awakened individual in Donghai City could best them. Only someone of Kaiyuan's rank, a team captain, could even hope to hold them in check. How then did you prevail? This cascade of jargon made Jiang Chen frown slightly. Wang Rang instantly grasped her confusion. My apologies, I'm accustomed to the terminology. What I'm referring to is our Awakened Affairs Bureau's classification system. At the local branch level, ranks descend from director to captain to standard operative to security troops. By our standards, the 3 shadows would qualify as elite standard operatives. Our Donghai branch has only 1 director, myself, and 2 captains. Thus, the 3 shadows have long been a thorn in our side. We never imagined they'd be denied even the chance to flee. Now Jiang Chen finally understood how this ranking system functioned. Simultaneously, she silently commanded her system to scan the 2 men's cultivation levels. Instantly, 2 lines of text appeared above Wang Rang and Li Kaiyuan, Qi Refinement Level 5 and Qi Refinement Level 3 respectively. Jiang Chen formed a rough estimation. The gap between captain rank and standard rank corresponded roughly to the difference between Qi Refinement Levels 3 and 2. The 3 shadows' strength indeed surpassed that of typical Level 2 cultivators, placing them near the peak of that tier. Yet their misfortune lay in encountering a grandmaster in existence invincible within their own realm. Moreover, their unfamiliarity with Zhang Qingqing and his 2 companions left them utterly unprepared, even to attempt escape. Jiang Chen chose not to explicitly credit Zhang Qingqing's trio. Instead, she pivoted smoothly. Director Wang, given your strength, you must have secured some advantage when pursuing the fugitive earlier. The opponent I faced was Yusha, the leader of Moonshadow himself. His strength rivaled mine, and this time I gained no clear upper hand. He fled only after reinforcements from our bureau arrived. Then, Director Wang, would you welcome assistance from someone capable of defeating the 3 shadows? Assistance? If Miss Jiang is willing, I'd be delighted. But may I ask, do you have a particular request of the Awakened Affairs Bureau? Wang Rang stroked his chin thoughtful. Jiang Chen nodded candidly. Yes, I do. But it's simple. I wish to be officially registered under the Donghai branch of the Awakened Affairs Bureau. What purpose would such a title serve for you? Many purposes, such as resolving unnecessary complications. But most crucially, I seek formal participation rights in your operation against Moonshadow. When you launch your final assault, I ask only that you notify me in advance. Wang Rang grew more intrigued. Miss Jiang, if participation is all you desire, I could easily assign you as a collaborator. Why go so far as to join the Bureau itself? It's not the same. Collaboration implies subordination. The Bureau retains full authority over operations and information flow. They may choose what to disclose or withhold. What I require is autonomy in action and privileged access to internal intelligence. Collaboration meant operating strictly under Bureau command, where critical intelligence might remain concealed and timing dictated by others. Jiang Chen needed full agency to know precisely what other awakened beings were doing and to identify the optimal moment to secretly absorb energy fragments before the Bureau seized them first. Failure would cost her everything. Thus, formal enrollment was essential, not merely symbolic, but strategic. Only as a recognized member could she claim these rights legitimately and silence potential dissent from rival awakened beings. Wang Rang was taken aback by these dual demands. He hesitated, weighing Jiang Chen's possible motives, yet after prolonged reflection, found no plausible explanation. He briefly considered whether she sought the divine stone, but such artifacts radiated overwhelming energy. Even moderately skilled awakened beings could sense them at close range. Concealing one-on-one's person was virtually impossible. He quickly dismissed the notion, and left without answers fell into deeper perplexity. Director Wang, weren't you eager to recruit me into the Bureau before? Now I'm volunteering, albeit in a nominal capacity. Jiang Chen pressed gently. Very well, Miss Jiang. I propose an addendum to the agreement. Wang Rang appeared to have reached a decision. Please go ahead, Jiang Chen prompted. Though you'll be formally registered with our Bureau, we expect your support in matters within your capability, excluding hazardous operations or direct combat. Excluding hazardous operations or direct combat. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't that precisely the Bureau's core mandate? What else does it handle? For example, recently we issued a recruitment poster for awakened operatives. We'd like you, wearing official Bureau attire, as its cover model. Surely that wouldn't trouble you. Jiang Chen paused momentarily, speechless. Fine. She'd already stepped into modeling, lending her image to a poster hardly seemed extraordinary. I suppose that's acceptable, she conceded, albeit reluctantly. Agreed. On behalf of the Donghai branch, I confirm this arrangement. Tomorrow I'll register your details in our system. Should you be available the next 2 days, please visit the branch to collect your credentials. Only then did Jiang Chen allow herself a quiet, satisfied smile. Truth be told, even before the three fools emerged, Jiang Chen had set her sights on the energy fragments held by Moonshadow. Initially, she'd planned only to assist covertly, waiting for an opportune, undetected moment to absorb them. Yet that approach carried low odds of success and catastrophic consequences if discovered. Now armed with the three fools and the decisive victory over the three shadows, her leverage had grown substantially, and the risks had diminished markedly. Just after Jiang Chen and Wang Rang reached an agreement, a sharp, high-pitched voice called out from outside the crowd. Xia, where are you? Don't scare your father like that. Hearing the call, Bai Zai's face stiffened, and she shrank back slightly. A middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly approached from behind Wang Rang. Upon seeing Bai Shi, the middle-aged man burst into tears. Xia, I'm so glad you're okay. Despite the man's joy, Bai Shi remained unmoved, standing there like a statue. The middle-aged man paid no heed to her reaction and approached her, intending to pull her closer. Come, let's go home. I need to check if you're hurt. After the examination, will you send me to the Xia family? Bai Shi coldly glared at the middle-aged man. He froze for a moment, and his expression darkened. Isn't that Bai Xiong? How is it that everyone who fainted at the venue has awakened? Upon seeing Wang Rang, the middle-aged man was flattered and quickly replied, What Bai Xiong are you talking about? Director Wang, you are really joking. Just call me Bai Wan. It's true that most of the people at the venue have woken up. I was just worried about Sierra. I heard that she was captured, so I rushed over the moment I woke up. Bai Shi scoffed sarcastically. Bai Wan's savior facade. Aren't you just worried that your lucky charm is gone? Wake up. The Bai family is already in decline under your management, no longer the same Bai family as before. Sierra, what are you saying? I am your father. Does being my father only count in front of others? If you have the ability, be my father at home too. Bai Shi suddenly glared fiercely at Bai Wan. Bai Wan's face turned a mix of blue and purple. Bai Shi, what are you causing a ruckus for? Do you want me to tell your mother about this? Hearing the word mother, Bai Zai's fierce demeanor immediately softened, as if she were holding her breath, unable to release it. Seeing Bai Shi like this, Bai Wan felt somewhat satisfied. This girl has grown up and is simply rebellious. Come, let's go home. The onlookers were not fools and could tell that something was off. As the saying goes, a clear official cannot resolve family matters. Moreover, we outsiders should not intervene. Jiang Chen certainly cannot get involved. She could only give Wang Rang a knowing glance. If anyone could resolve family matters, it would undoubtedly be a corrupt official, someone with power. Wang Rang clearly fits the role of a powerful figure. Wang Rang was taken aback, looking at Jiang Chen in surprise. Seeing Bai Wan about to take Bai Shi away, Jiang Chen immediately shot him another look. Wang Rang immediately cleared his throat. Bai Wan's grip on Bai Shi paused as he looked at Wang Rang in confusion. Director Wang, is there something you need? Oh, I heard from Elder Xia not long ago that Bai Xiong is planning to betroth your daughter to the eldest son of the Xia family. Yes, I just discussed it with Elder Xia not long ago. Bai Wan did not quite understand why Wang Rang was asking about such trivial matters. The thing is, I see that your daughter does not seem to be fond of this marriage. You know, in today's society, we emphasize love and freedom, and arranged marriage seems rather unkind. Bai Wan did not expect Wang Rang to concern himself with such matters. He chuckled awkwardly. Director Wang, you jest. What parent doesn't think of their daughter's well-being? I arranged for Sierra to enter the Xia family for her own good. With the Xia family as her backing, she can enjoy the life of a young lady. Moreover, I've seen that Xia Shang, he quite likes Sierra. What more could one ask for in a match? Oh, is that so? Bai Wan spoke with reason, leaving Wang Rang momentarily speechless as he hurriedly gestured to Jiang Chen. In such a situation, if Bai Shi did not take the initiative, even Wang Rang would likely hesitate to say anything further. Jiang Chen could only shift her gaze to Bai Shi. Bai Shi, however, appeared as if she had not seen anything, seemingly fearful and cautious of something. Seeing that Wang Rang had fallen silent, Bai Wan was about to pull Bai Shi away again when a loud smack interrupted them. Bai Wan felt a sharp pain in his palm and quickly turned around to see a man in a Taoist robe standing in front of Bai Shi, arms crossed. I said, haven't you seen that, Bai Luo? Haven't you noticed that Bai Shi is unhappy? Zhang Qingqing glared at Bai Wan disapprovingly. Exactly, I think this old fool deserves a beating. Zhang Qingyi had already clapped Bai Wan on the shoulder without anyone noticing. Let me make this clear, if anyone makes by that person unhappy, my three brothers will not let them off easily. Zhang Qingda drew his sword, quietly slicing through the air in front of him. It must be said that sometimes these three fools could be quite useful, especially when they acted foolishly as it was just right. Who are you? Bai Wan was suddenly intimidated by the three's imposing demeanor, looking at them with trepidation. We. Listen, while we are Zhang Chengqing, Zhang Chengyi, and Zhang Qingda from Mount Zhongnan. Mount Zhongnan. Taoists. Do Taoists even have a say in our family matters? Seeing that the three were not bandits or robbers, Bai Wan's confidence surged a bit. He looked at Wang Rang and said, Director Wang, you see they are wielding swords. Of those are regulated items by the state. You should really take care of this matter. Wang Rang shook his head. By Xiong, they are legal. I can't intervene. Legal? A Taoist with a sword can still be legal? Bai Wan was utterly confused. Forget it, legal is legal. You three listen well. Right now, Bai Zai's father, which is me, is taking Bai Shi home. What authority do you have to stop us here? Bai Wan snorted coldly. Zhang Chengqing chuckled. What authority? Does a friend's authority count? Old fool, let me tell you, my brothers have always been two-faced when it comes to friends. If something happens, we stand by each other. If you want her to suffer, you must first ask the swords in our hands if they agree. Zhang Qingyi also drew his sword and waved it in front of Bai Wan. Bai Wan broke out in a cold sweat, looking to Wang Rang for help, but Wang Rang turned a deaf ear. At this point, Bai Wan seemed to understand the kind of troublesome people he had provoked. He suppressed the panic in his heart and said to Bai Shi, Sierra, you decide whether to come back or not. If you don't, I will tell your mother. Bai Shi was taken aback again. After much hesitation, just as she was about to walk over, a hand grabbed her. Enough, I've grown tired of this act. Jiang Chen shot a disdainful glance at Bai Wan and then turned to Bai Shi. I have a question for you. Would you rather marry Xia Shang or leave the Bai family? Bai Shi looked at Jiang Chen. But my mother. I know, just tell me your thoughts. Bai Shi gritted her teeth and said, leave the Bai family. Bai Wan was taken aback, not expecting Bai Shi to be so resolute. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Chengqing and said, find a way to rescue Bai Zai's mother from Hushi City in the next 2 days. Ooh, I don't care how you do it. Zhang Chengqing's eyes brightened. No problem. Jiang Chen then turned to Bai Shi and asked, can you live independently? Bai Shi was taken aback, but quickly nodded. I can. I graduated at 18 and have been helping in the family business, so finding a job won't be a problem. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Shi in surprise, graduating at 18 and still being a top student. All right, Bai Wan, listen carefully. From now on, Bai Shi has nothing to do with you or the Bai family. Jiang Chen shot a warning glare at Bai Wan. As if to cooperate with Jiang Chen, Zhang Qingyi immediately placed his sword against Bai Wan's neck, measuring him up. Bai Wan was now so flustered he couldn't speak. He looked at Wang Rang seemingly, saying, Director Wang, look, they are threatening me in front of so many people. But Wang Rang still had an expression as if he saw nothing. He looked at Li Kaiyuan, who stood there like a wooden log. For the Management Bureau, the importance of a near-captain-level combat power outweighed that of an ordinary person's domestic affairs. Bai Wan looked at Jiang Chen again, glancing nervously at the sword in front of him, and stammered, You. Who are you? Jiang Chen smiled. Just like the three of them, a friend of Bai Shi. Wang Rang coughed lightly, seemingly intentionally, and said, Jiang Chen, if nothing's wrong, you can go back now. Remember to come report to the Bureau tomorrow. Upon hearing Wang Rang refer to Jiang Chen like that, Bai Wan immediately understood Jiang Chen's identity. For the previous Bai family, supernatural beings might not have been a big deal, but in recent years the Bai family had lost that capability. The contract with the Management Bureau had long been cancelled, and even a single supernatural being was beyond their reach. Bai Wan's expression changed repeatedly. When Zhang Qingyi moved the sword away from his neck, his face turned a shade of dark purple. Bai Shi, think carefully about whether you will come back. If you choose not to, you will bear the consequences yourself. After saying this, Bai Wan, fearing that Zhang Qingyi would draw his sword again, quickly ran away. Once Bai Wan was far enough, Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude to Wang Rang. Thank you, Director Wang. Wang Rang waved his hand. It's a small matter. This was originally Bai Wan's fault. I suppose I can consider this a good deed. After saying this, Wang Rang called over Li Kaiyuan. I plan to go check on the corpse. If there's nothing, you all should head back early. It's a remote area here. Be careful of any surprise attacks from the moon killers. Jiang Chen naturally agreed. Subsequently, Wang Rang also took Li Kaiyuan and left. Seeing that most people had left, Jiang Chen took out her phone and called Mu Tingfei, first asking him to send someone to pick her up and finally requesting an additional room. Mu Tingfei was already in a state of confusion, and he didn't really think about Jiang Chen's requests before ordering everything to be done. Thus, Bai Shi and the three brothers of Zhang Chengqing ended up staying next to Jiang Chen. Early the next morning, the three of Zhang Chengqing brought Bai Shi to report to Jiang Chen. After notifying Jiang Chen, the four set off towards Huxi City. Huxi City is the capital of Shueisha province, and it is also close to Donghai City. The distance between the two cities is just over an hour by car, so Jiang Chen wasn't worried that Zhang Chengqing and the others would delay her matters. After advising them to be careful, she let them go. After finishing breakfast, she headed straight for the Supernatural Management Bureau. The East Sea branch of the Supernatural Management Bureau is located within the Supernatural Research Association in Donghai City. Here the Bureau usually operates as a public hobby association, but secretly, it is the Supernatural Management Bureau under the national banner. Upon entering, Jiang Chen casually asked someone for directions and soon found Wang Rang's office. When she opened the door, she discovered Wang Rang was staring at her. "You're here? A bit faster than I expected." Jiang Chen nodded. "I happen to be free." "All right, take this certificate." Wang Rang pulled out a certificate from the desk and handed it to Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen opened it, she found that it even had her photo on it, wondering when Wang Rang had taken it. Aside from the photo, the certificate looked very new with the national emblem of Huagua prominently displayed, giving Jiang Chen a vivid sense of becoming a civil servant. This taste of eating public grain is indeed different. After putting the certificate away, Jiang Chen asked, "Director Wang, when do you plan to launch a large-scale crackdown on the Moon Shadow?" Wang Rang shook his head. "Not urgent. With 3 shadows dead, Ing Sha will definitely take action again. As long as our informants gather intel on his movements, his hiding place will eventually be revealed, and we will then encircle him." "I know where the Moon Shadow's lair is," Jiang Chen suddenly said. Wang Rang straightened his casual posture and stared at Jiang Chen. "You know." Jiang Chen nodded. "I know the general location, but you will need to find the specifics." Wang Rang calmed his excited emotions. "Go ahead." "East Sea's western suburb villa." Wang Rang thought carefully. "Do you have any more details?" "None." Wang Rang said, "Okay, I understand. Miss Jiang, if we really locate the Moon Shadow's lair, I will remember your contribution." Jiang Chen blinked. "Can I also get credit for being a nominal member?" Wang Rang smiled. "Don't expect a promotion or anything, but don't you want the money?" Upon hearing about money, Jiang Chen perked up. "Yes, I want that credit." "All right, Miss Jiang, leave your phone number. Once we pinpoint the location of the Moon Killers, we will definitely contact you. Then I'll trouble you, Director Wang." Jiang Chen took a blank sheet of paper and a pen and wrote down her phone number. Afterward, she handed the paper to Wang Rang. "Director Wang, this is my phone number." Wang Rang took the paper, looked at the number, and waved his hand at Jiang Chen. "All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave now." Jiang Chen indeed had nothing else to do, so she quietly exited the office. However, after leaving the building of the Supernatural Association, she didn't feel as relaxed as before. She took a bus and headed towards the Xia family mansion. In Donghai City, the Xia family mansion, which has undergone several generations, has become an iconic building, and the Xia family is well known among the citizens of Donghai City. After getting off at the Xia family mansion, Jiang Chen surveyed the massive surrounding wall in front of her. If there is anyone in Huagua today who can brazenly claim land, it surely must be ancient buildings, and the Xia family mansion is such an ancient structure. Jiang Chen walked up to the 50-meter-long gate of the mansion and pressed the doorbell. Before long, a middle-aged woman dressed as a servant came out. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she slightly lowered her head and said, "Miss Jiang, young Master Xia is already waiting for you inside." Jiang Chen found herself somewhat admiring Xia Tian's calm demeanor. She glanced around and confirmed that Xiao Jiu was still sound asleep before stepping through the grand entrance. Inside the entrance was a straight pathway flanked by lush greenery and pathways. Jiang Chen followed the servant as they walked towards an ancient Western-style building at the end of the avenue. The Xia residence, it was said originally, was merely a Western mansion. In the past, when land ownership was not prohibited, the heads of the Xia family expanded it generation after generation, resulting in the current grandeur. When the two arrived in front of the building, the servant skillfully opened the door, leading Jiang Chen inside. Inside the room was an oval-shaped long table. On one side of the table sat Xia Tian, who displayed no discernible emotions. Today, Xia Tian unexpectedly wore a tailcoat, and his originally fluffy hair was slicked back, shining brightly. Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, he offered a charming smile, saying, "Miss Jiang, please have a seat." Jiang Chen was not shy. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Xia Tian exchanged a glance with the servant behind Jiang Chen, who then retreated and closed the door. At this moment, Xia Tian started to gaze at Jiang Chen. "Miss Jiang, you are truly beautiful. If you say you didn't walk out of a game, I wouldn't believe it." Xia Tian raised his glass of red wine towards Jiang Chen, praising her. Jiang Chen found herself unaccustomed to Xia Tian's flamboyant demeanor. What does this mean? Is he trying to use charm? Many people have said the same thing, Jiang Chen replied, as usual well aware of her own beauty. Seeing Jiang Chen remain indifferent, Xia Tian was not deterred and smiled. I thought Miss Jiang would bring the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities with her this time. Are you planning to spare me? Jiang Chen did not respond, but instead pulled out a newly acquired document from her sleeve and laid it on the table. Xia Tian was taken aback. I see, but Miss Jiang, do you intend to capture me alone? I won't capture you. Jiang Chen shook her head. Xia Tian, I know you are very intelligent. If I wanted to capture you, I wouldn't have come alone, or it would have been Xia Lao himself bringing people. Now Xia Lao is still unreachable. What do you think? Xia Tian took another sip of red wine, staring intently at Jiang Chen. Then what does Miss Jiang want? It's simple. I have a proposal for you. I promise not to reveal a single word about your planning of this matter, but you must hand over the divine stone of your Xia family to me. Finally, Jiang Chen revealed her intention. She knew everything, yet she had never mentioned it to Wang Rang. Why? Because saying it would mean the divine stone might no longer belong to her. Xia Tian fell silent. After downing the remaining red wine, he said, Miss Jiang, no fairy Z, you what kind of monster are you? An NPC appearing in reality, and you want me to hand over the divine stone. What does the divine stone mean to you? Or rather, what connection does it have with your NPCs becoming real? Xia Tian had clearly entered a misunderstanding, the misconception stemming from regarding Jiang Chen as a virtual character. But Jiang Chen rather enjoyed this misunderstanding. In fact, she needed such erroneous guidance. You don't need to know that. Whether it matters or not has nothing to do with you, Xia Tian. You just need to understand that you don't have to die, and I will gain the benefits I desire. What you say does have some reasoning, but if the divine stone is lost, Xia Wang, he will only suspect me, and our Xia family will be severely affected. My situation won't be good. That has nothing to do with me. I am now using equivalent exchange. Would you prefer to be suspected or to lose your life? Xia Tian lowered his head, tapping the table. After a long pause, he sighed heavily. It seems I have no choice but to proceed with this transaction. No, you do have a choice. Xia Tian forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I have no choice. Come with me. After standing up, he walked towards the bookshelf beside the hall. He pulled out a book from the shelf, twisted it, and the entire bookshelf began to creak and move. At this moment, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the room. Xia Tian shouted towards the side of the bookshelf, It's me, don't worry. Soon a voice came from within the bookshelf, saying understood. Now Jiang Chen realized that there was a communication device hidden within the book. Xia Tian turned back the supernatural beings in the house. Jiang Chen followed up and casually asked, Did not the supernatural beings that Xia Shang brought almost all perish that day? Those were Xia Wang He's personal guards, considered elite. Some lesser supernatural beings are still left. They are not of the same caliber as those over there. Jiang Chen understood and stopped asking questions. As the bookshelf shifted, a secret passage appeared ahead. Xia Tian entered first, followed closely by Jiang Chen. The secret passage was lit, and when they reached the bottom, a slightly larger room appeared before Jiang Chen. The room contained various wooden boxes, and peculiar plants and stones were scattered around. Through the gaps in the wooden boxes, Jiang Chen saw numerous firearms, swords, and even gunpowder. At the very front of the room, a shelf displayed a smooth bead. System prompt: energy fragment detected. Please retrieve it promptly. It seemed that this bead was indeed the energy fragment, though it was slightly different from the previous one. Before Xia Tian could speak, Jiang Chen had already walked up to the bead and grabbed it. In the next moment, the bead vanished as if by magic. Upon seeing the bead disappear, Xia Tian rubbed his eyes, looking at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression, not knowing how she had done it. After the bead vanished, Jiang Chen stood there, eyes wide open and unblinking, as if in a trance. Xia Tian approached in astonishment, intending to call her, only to feel that Jiang Chen's demeanor had suddenly changed. This aura caused him to retreat several steps instinctively. Upon looking again, Jiang Chen seemed 1,000 times more beautiful, truly like a celestial being. He didn't even dare to look Jiang Chen directly in the eye. Xia Tian shook his head vigorously, but that feeling lingered. All right, we should leave now. A voice abruptly awakened Xia Tian from his daze. He looked at Jiang Chen, who had returned to her usual state, and nodded hesitantly. After exiting the secret passage, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. This time, I'm quite satisfied. I won't cancel your task in the game, so do a good job. Jiang Chen turned his head and said, Xia Tian, I understand that you are not a malicious person. From the fact that you've only captured us without killing us, it is evident that your ruthlessness seems to be reserved for the Xia family. To be honest, if it weren't for this divine stone, I would probably just teach you a lesson. As for informing the management bureau to sanction you, it was never a possibility. So you can rest assured. So did I receive this divine stone for free, eh? That's for you to decide, Jiang Chen replied before walking out of the room, leaving Xia Tian in deep thought. After Jiang Chen exited, the servant at the door thought that Xia Tian had given her consent since she did not stop him, and thus let her out of the mansion. Standing outside the Xia family mansion, Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, almost unable to contain his excitement. System prompt: contact with a level energy fragment initiated, beginning absorption. System prompt: a level energy fragment absorption complete, beginning transfer to central authority. System prompt transfer successful. Central authority provides feedback, beginning to accept feedback. System prompt feedback successful. GM will receive the following rewards from the central authority. Please check. You will receive the following fixed reward. The cultivation level of the character in the game will be aligned with reality. You will receive the following random reward. Randomly materialize the items held by the character in the game, random ×1. Since this is your first time completing the collection of a level fragments, you will receive an additional chance for item materialization, current ×2. System prompt: do you wish to claim all now? Yes, no. This was the information Jiang Chen received after absorbing the Xia family's fragments. Naturally, she chose yes. System prompt: starting to grant fixed rewards. Elevating GM's realm to great perfection of Qi refinement. Error as the heart method possessed by GM can only be cultivated to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The reward failed. The system defaults to convert the reward to the 6th to 10th layers of Yunyang heart method. System prompt: congratulations, GM has learned the complete version of Yunyang heart method. System prompt: starting to grant random rewards. Executing random draw. Ding. Draw successful. You have learned sword control technique. Sword control technique, a basic divine ability for sword cultivators in the game. Ascend to immortality, capable of summoning flying swords to combat, consisting of 10 layers, current layer 5. System prompt: starting to grant additional rewards. Executing random draw. Ding. Draw successful. You have learned Imperial Phoenix Posture. Imperial Phoenix Posture, a rare divine ability, a hidden ability in Ascend to Immortality. The practitioner must be female. When using this ability, it will create immense mental disturbance to the enemy. If the enemy loses their mental composure under this ability, the practitioner has the right to cause the enemy to collapse instantly or even die, consisting of 10 layers, current layer 1. Among these rewards, if there was anything that disappointed her, it was that her cultivation level did not rise to great perfection of Qi refinement. Other than that, the rewards were already quite generous. With these two divine abilities, Jiang Chen could now truly be considered a 6th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Moreover, the complete version of the Yunyang heart method was not without its benefits. After acquiring the complete version, Jiang Chen had an added flowchart of spiritual energy circulation in her mind. She could even release a slight amount of spiritual energy consciously, which, though not profound, was sufficient to cut through bricks. Previously, Jiang Chen had also released spiritual energy, but that was passively released after employing some martial arts techniques, which was entirely different. If it came to a fight currently in all of Donghai City, probably only Wang Rang and Yu Sha could exchange blows with her. Even so, Jiang Chen was quite confident that she could defeat them, because she was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while Wang Rang and Yu Sha were merely at the 5th layer. This small difference of 1 layer could be fatal. Sister Xiao Jiao feels like your aura of the world has become denser again. Xiao Jiao, who did not know when she had woken up, came over and was now staring at Jiang Chen with her bunny eyes. Jiang Chen was just circulating the Yunyang heart method when she heard this and smiled. It's nothing serious, you can continue sleeping. Saying this, she gently pressed Xiao Jiao's head down. After leaving the Xia family mansion, the following 4 days passed without incident. Every day, aside from providing physical data to those foreigners at the conference, Jiang Chen practiced the 2 newly acquired divine abilities in her room. Sometimes at night, she would sneak into a secluded alley to test the Imperial Phoenix Posture on stray dogs and cats to evaluate its effects. Mu Tingfei, on the other hand, ran to the management bureau every day trying to rescue Jin Ligong. As for Xia Tian, he seemed to have disappeared these days. He had not come to check on the situation at the clothing exhibition even once. Despite the fact that there was investment from the Xia family, he did not care at all, and it was unclear what he was up to. Regarding the management bureau, on the surface, everything appeared as usual, but secretly one by one ability users disguised themselves and infiltrated the western suburbs of Donghai. In the western suburbs, there were not too many villas, but not too few either. Each villa had bodyguards on watch, making it incredibly challenging to avoid alarming these guards while conducting surveillance. Moreover, those conducting the surveillance could not easily use their abilities if they were detected by you, and all efforts would be in vain. On the 3rd day at noon, you can book. Bai Shi and Zhang Chengqing returned as well. From what they said, Jiang Chen learned that Bai Zai's mother had been rescued and was now settled in Shidu City, which was near Zhongnan Mountain. They had also arranged for their fellow disciples to take care of her, ensuring her safety. There was nothing unusual about Zhang Chengqing and the others returning, but Jiang Chen found it puzzling that Bai Shi had returned. After all, everything here had been settled, and Bai Shi had no reason to come back. Later, when Jiang Chen asked, she learned that Bai Shi had come back to sell shares. Years ago, after joining the Bai family enterprise, Bai Shi had worked hard to acquire a small share. This time, she wanted to sell the shares to capitalists at the clothing exhibition to obtain her first round of startup capital. When Jiang Chen asked Bai Shi what she intended to do, Bai Shi unhesitatingly replied with 3 words: workshop. Moreover, this workshop involved the 3 brothers Zhang Chengqing as well. Initially, Jiang Chen thought it would be a formal workshop, but when Bai Shi explained the purpose and scope of the workshop, it genuinely shocked Jiang Chen. Because this workshop was not an ordinary one, but a combination of bodyguard assassination, contracting, and gaming. Bai Zai's idea was simple. Ascend to Immortality was about to enter public testing, and she had recognized the potential of this game 2 years ago. Once the data was not wiped, this game would undoubtedly be a lucrative platform. As for the contracting of bodyguards and assassinations, in by Zai's words, this was called specialization. The commissions that Jiang Chen and the others had received before were arranged by their fellow disciples, but such opportunities were too few. Sometimes they would go a month without any, and even when there was no choice. Therefore, she thought about spreading the three brothers' contracting services through a professional website, thus expanding their opportunities for commissions. Jiang Chen didn't know much about these matters, so he could only wish them well. If it's really as she said about starting a studio, it's actually quite safe. With the Jiang Chen brothers there, she at least wouldn't have to worry about one pulling any tricks. The tranquility lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, which was a week after Jiang Chen arrived in Donghai City, the clothing exhibition sale was held as scheduled. When Jiang Chen was invited to enter the venue, he found that the number of people today was not less than last time. In fact, it was even more. Jiang Chen thought that after the last incident no one would come, but he didn't expect these people's courage to be greater than he had anticipated. She came along with the three brothers, Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's curiosity, she understood what Jiang Chen was thinking and smiled slightly beside him. You don't know, in the past Donghai City frequently had reports of attacks by the Moon Shadow. These people have long gotten used to it. Moreover, after the last sudden attack, they are aware that this time the security will definitely be tighter than last time, so they feel more at ease. In fact, this was indeed the case. This time it was said that a team of ability users from the Ability Management Bureau and the security forces were all spread around the venue to prevent a repeat of the last situation. As they walked further inside, she suddenly whispered to Jiang Chen, "I spotted a few potential clients and going to talk to them." Jiang Chen knew that she had come today to sell shares and nodded in agreement. She then led the three Jiang brothers to another side. Once the four left, Jiang Chen casually picked up a piece of cake from a nearby table and started eating while doing nothing. At the same time, she caught sight of a few familiar figures. Wang Rang and Mu Tingfei were fervently discussing something. Although people around them frequently glanced over, no one dared to approach. It seemed that Mu Tingfei was quite anxious to assist his uncle. Xia Tian, on the other hand, was chatting with a group of wealthy women, his smile suggesting that the Xia family was still the same Xia family as before. The loss of the Divine Stone was enough to downgrade the Xia family from a first-tier to a second-tier family, yet Xia Tian showed not a hint of worry on his face. It was unclear whether he was overly optimistic or had other motives. As for Tang Kurson, she surprisingly stood beside an elderly lady, their arms linked in a very intimate manner. The elderly lady was surrounded by a crowd appearing to hold a noble status. If nothing unexpected happened, this person should be Tang Kurson's elder. Perhaps feeling bored beside Tang Kurson, she started looking around. When Jiang Chen glanced at her, she happened to look back at Jiang Chen. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Tang Kurson stuck out her tongue with a pitiful expression, as if to say she really wanted to leave there. Jiang Chen shook his head and mouthed, "Take good care of yourself." Just then a voice came from behind Jiang Chen, "Miss Jiang." Turning around, she saw it was Li Kaiyuan. "Miss Jiang, the command from Director Wang has arrived. The operation will take place tomorrow night." It seemed they had found what they were looking for, and Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Location? There is no specified location. We will gather at the entrance of the bureau at midnight tomorrow." As he spoke, Li Kaiyuan smiled again. "Moreover, congratulations. Your reward has been issued. Perhaps I should start calling you Captain Jiang from now on." "Captain, didn't they say there wouldn't be a promotion, only monetary rewards?" Jiang Chen frowned. Compared to this nominal position, she clearly preferred the money. Li Kaiyuan glanced around. "This reward wasn't set by us. Initially, we thought they would only give you some money for your contributions and for being the image figure of Donghai City's ability users, but unexpectedly, after hearing that Miss Jiang would be the ambassador for our Donghai City Ability Management Bureau, they immediately changed the money to a captain's position. We can only say that we underestimated the importance those old fellows in the capital place on face. Then it's not as good as money." Jiang Chen sighed. Li Kaiyuan, however, looked strange. "Miss Jiang, what does money mean? The captain's position is something others would fight tooth and nail for. Once you have the captain's position, you can go to the capital to undergo the Divine Stone cleansing by the Bureau. By then, the headquarters will find ways to elevate your strength to the captain level. With strength, what is there to fear about not having money? Can I, as a nominal captain, still go to the capital?" "Miss Jiang, Captain Jiang, if you don't mention it, I don't mention it. And Director Wang doesn't mention it, who would know? Besides, at least in name, you are still under Director Wang. He would be more than happy to have another captain under him." Jiang Chen sighed. The problem was that her actual strength was likely even more terrifying than that of a director. If she were to reveal her identity in the capital, wouldn't that be disastrous? "By the way, from your tone, does the Divine Stone have the effect of enhancing an ability user's strength?" Jiang Chen, after pondering for a while, asked. "Ordinary Divine Stones do not have such effects, but our Bureau's Divine Stones are different. It is said that our Management Bureau's Divine Stones can even speak and have consciousness." "Can speak? Has consciousness?" Jiang Chen was a bit surprised and hurriedly thought in her mind, "System, do you know what's going on?" System prompt among the fragments that the central node separated out some are very close to the core, so it's not surprising that they have consciousness. Then are those fragments very powerful? System prompt for the current GM, please do not attempt to approach those fragments. Not to mention collecting them. Jiang Chen understood that even getting close was dangerous. Can we delay going to the capital? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, you can go anytime within a year. That's good. Jiang Chen sighed in relief. Just as Jiang Chen was relaxing, a strong fragrance suddenly wafted over. Li, it's been a long time since we last met. Thank you for your help last time. This sweet voice was captivating. Jiang Chen and Li Kaiyuan turned to look simultaneously and saw Zhuang Yuding standing gracefully not far away. At this moment, she wore a white Western-style dress, which was incredibly stunning. If it had been the old Jiang Chen, she would have probably been even more enamored with Zhuang Yu. Li Kaiyuan nodded appreciatively. So it's Miss Zhuang. My assistance at the airport was merely a convenience, no need to pay too much attention to it. No, your help was like a timely rain, unlike some people who stood by and did nothing. Zhuang Yu first smiled at Li Kaiyuan, then turned to Jiang Chen with a look of anger. Li Kaiyuan, of course, did not know what happened outside the airport at that time. Hearing Zhuang Yu say this, he curiously asked Jiang Chen, is there a misunderstanding here? There is no misunderstanding. I indeed stood by and did nothing at that time. Li, did you hear that? This kind of person has a malicious heart, thinking that just because they have a bit of looks they can manipulate others. Saying this, Zhuang Yu glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. It's true that she is beautiful, but there are many beautiful people. Not everyone can carry off these high-end outfits with grace. Zhuang Yu finished speaking and moved closer to Li Kaiyuan, revealing a pitiful expression. However, Li Kaiyuan slowly distanced himself, as these ability users had long developed a sense of superiority as a higher class. Compared to Jiang Chen, who was on the same level as them, Zhuang Yu, an ordinary person, seemed insignificant. Zhuang Yu hadn't expected Li Kaiyuan to show such a distant attitude, causing her face to flush. Don't think you're impressive just because you've hooked up with Captain Li. Just you wait, the audience's eyes are sharp. Zhuang Yu stomped her foot and quickly stepped into the crowd. Jiang Chen shook his head, wondering what kind of person could completely forget the incident of leaving him to the ghost without any guilt. Seeing Zhuang Yu walk away, Li Kaiyuan shook his head and reminded Jiang Chen, Zhuang Yu is still a celebrity, so be careful of her fans causing trouble for you. Am I afraid of ordinary people? No, I mean Miss Jiang should be mindful of her actions when dealing with ordinary people. Don't accidentally kill someone. After all, we are public officials and should prioritize human life. If someone from another department sees this, it could lead to trouble. Jiang Chen understood it was because of this matter. Don't worry, I will be careful with my actions. Li Kaiyuan's meaning was clear. As long as no one died, Jiang Chen could do as he pleased. That's good to hear. I will go accompany my friends now. Li Kaiyuan bid farewell to Jiang Chen and headed towards another group of people. During their conversation, a host had unknowingly walked onto the stage holding a microphone and delivering an enthusiastic speech. At the end, the host waved his hand dramatically. Now we officially begin the fashion show organized by Tianfeng Entertainment. Please welcome the first gown created in collaboration with the renowned Zhuang Yu and the Romantic Gallic team. It is perfect for young ladies attending banquets, truly a rare gem. As he spoke, Zhuang Yu had already slowly walked onto the stage. Jiang Chen realized why she was dressed so flamboyantly today. It turned out that her outfit was from this fashion show. As Zhuang Yu posed gracefully, the host engaged the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the fabric, look at the quality. If anyone is interested in this gown, you can place an order with our staff right away. Your orders will determine the gown's ranking. Also, I'd like to inform everyone that there will be an opportunity to cancel your order at the end of the exhibition, meaning if you regret your choice later, you can cancel without any consequences. The crowd began to buzz with excitement. The dress was indeed beautiful, and with Zhuang Yu's figure and appearance, it looked stunning, leading to its overwhelming popularity. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Jiang Chen felt as if Zhuang Yu had shot her a provocative glance. Of course, even if it wasn't an illusion, Jiang Chen naturally dismissed it as such. After Zhuang Yu, other models took turns stepping onto the stage, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. As a former impoverished boy, Jiang Chen watched with great interest, completely forgetting that he was one of the people in the crowd. Let go. Suddenly, a loud reprimand echoed from afar, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Jiang Chen was close enough to be drawn in by the sound. Axie, why don't you understand me? I like you so much. The doctor said if I had been any later last time, I could have died. Can't you feel my feelings? Xiaoshang, if you don't let go, it'll make sure you end up in the hospital again. Do you believe me? Axie, are you really this heartless? Realizing it was Bai Shi and Xiaoshang, Jiang Chen hurried over. Pushing through the crowd, she saw Xiaoshang sitting in a wheelchair, one hand bandaged and the other gripping Bai Shi. Behind Bai Shi, the Zhang Chengqing trio had their eyes fixed on her, seemingly ready to intervene. Clearly, the brothers were only holding back because Bai Shi had signaled them not to advance. Xiaoshang, with your condition, why not find someone who likes you? Why are you so obsessed with me? I have already said we are not on the same path. Given Xiaoshang's current state, Bai Shi could have easily pulled her arm away, but she was likely holding back out of guilt, not wanting to hurt Xiaoshang. What does it take to be on the same path? Xiaoshang's expression turned urgent. There is no possibility for us. I detest men, do you understand? I utterly detest them. Xiaoshang's face turned pale, trembling hands finally released by Shi, but then he fiercely exclaimed, fine if that's how it is, don't blame me for being forceful. As soon as Xiaoshang finished speaking, the bodyguard, pushing the wheelchair, removed his glasses. At the same time, the three from Jiang Chen gripped the hilts of their swords ready to draw them. There were many ordinary people around, and the bodyguard did not appear strong. A weak-looking person as a bodyguard must be an ability user. If an ability user and a master were to clash here, Jiang Chen had no idea what the consequences would be. After all, Jiang Chen was brought by Jiang Chen. She didn't want to have her newly appointed position revoked so soon, so, without a second thought, she stepped forward. Everyone stop. The bodyguard paused slightly upon hearing the voice, and the Jiang Chen trio lowered their arms as soon as they saw it was Jiang Chen. Don't listen to her, grabbed by Shi. However, Xiaoshang ignored Jiang Chen completely, his eyes locked fiercely on by Shi. Jiang Chen frowned and shouted, Xiaotian, control your people. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, a resigned sigh from Xiaotian came through the crowd. Stop it, don't cause any more trouble. With Xiaotian appearing from the crowd, the ability user seemed to hesitate. Seeing that the ability user had not completely stopped, Jiang Chen, wanting to be safe, walked straight to a nearby security officer watching the commotion and took out her credentials. Control that bodyguard. Although Jiang Chen's captain appointment had not been officially announced, news of a new female ability user being promoted to captain had already spread throughout the Donghai branch. When the security officer saw Jiang Chen's badge and realized she was a woman he hadn't seen before, he quickly understood and immediately replied, understood. After that, he quickly called over a few team members armed with firearms and rushed forward, aiming at the ability user. Seeing the Ability Management Bureau approaching him, the ability user immediately dared not move. Brother, you're gravely ill. Please return home to recuperate properly. Xiaotian gestured subtly to several underlings who instantly understood and moved forward to push Xiaoshang's wheelchair. Xiaotian, what do you mean by this? You have no authority to interfere with me. Father has been arrested. Now I am the highest-ranking member of the Xia family. Xiaoshang roared in fury. Senior young master Xia, may I respectfully ask you to leave? Surely that is within my rights. Mu Tengfei now elbowed his way through the crowd. Immediately, several staff members stepped forward and seized Xiaoshang's wheelchair. Though the fashion exhibition had investment from the Xia family, its primary organizer and largest financial backer was Tianfeng Corporation, making Mu Tengfei's word far more authoritative than Xiaotian's. Seeing them approach, Xiaoshang bellowed, release me at once. The Xia family is also an investor in this exhibition. You have no right to act thus. I'm withdrawing all funding. Withdrawing funding. The staff glanced uncertainly at Mu Tengfei, whose brows furrowed deeply as he remained silent, his unspoken command clear. They resumed, pushing Xiaoshang outward while the Esper followed closely behind, mute and deferential under the watchful eyes of the regulatory officers. Xiaoshang continued shouting, but to no avail. At that moment, everyone in the hall began scrutinizing the previously obscure model with newfound curiosity. How else could one person command the coordinated assistance of a specialized police bureau, Tianfeng Corporation, and even half the Xia family? Such influence could not be secured by mere connections. Surely she possessed some extraordinary standing. Yet none in attendance knew Jiang Chen's true identity. Our whispered inquiries yielded no answers whatsoever. Jiang Chen sensed the prying glances around her. Just as she prepared to slip into the crowd to escape their scrutiny, a thick, muscular arm reached out and grasped her. Miss Jiang, you've kept us searching for quite some time. A voice thick with foreign accent rang out. Jiang Chen turned and saw Hansen, lead designer of the fashion team. Before Jiang Chen could utter a word, Hansen hurried on. Miss Jiang, your turn is imminent. Please hurry and change. Only then did Jiang Chen recall her original purpose in coming to Donghai City, nearly forgotten amid recent upheavals. Indeed, to walk the runway in the garments. She offered Hansen an awkward glance and nodded, signaling him to lead the way. Hansen immediately stepped ahead, guiding her toward her private dressing room. Inside the dressing room, the foreign stylist stripped Jiang Chen bare once again. Next, please welcome Jiang Chen, presenting a uniquely Chinese aesthetic in collaboration with the master artist from Germania. The host announced from the stage. Backstage, Jiang Chen cradled Xiao Jiao in her arms. Hesitating to step onto the runway, for the attire she now wore was profoundly thought-provoking. As Jiang Chen lingered in doubt, a firm shove propelled her forward. Before she could react, she had already emerged onto the stage. Retreat was impossible now. Steeling herself, she pressed onward. She walked slowly, gently stroking Xiao Jiao as she took measured, delicate steps, utterly unlike her usual bold, unrestrained gait. This was the designer's directive and embodiment of classical Chinese elegance. Though Jiang Chen barely understood the concept of refined grace, she followed instructions without question. The audience had been boisterous at first, but as Jiang Chen advanced onto the stage, silence fell across the hall. This unnerved Jiang Chen deeply. Not long ago, she'd been photographed at Juyang Mountain holding Xiao Jiao just like this. Though most attendees were elite figures unlikely to follow tabloid gossip, perhaps one outlier among them would recognize her. After all, she'd worn modern clothes then. Now she appeared in full historical regalia. Wouldn't that confirm the rumors? Worse still, if someone circulated these new images, the regulatory authority might finally take serious notice of her. And if they revoked her position under some vague pretext of unverified identity, where could she possibly appeal? The host stared at Jiang Chen, eyes wide, completely speechless. Jiang Chen well understood his astonishment. She wore a violet classical robe, a garment so fantastical and anachronistic that it defied convention entirely, especially within a contemporary fashion exhibition. Even upon first seeing the robe, Jiang Chen had balked, her reluctance plain on her face. Hansen, however, had been ecstatic. He'd originally intended to design Western-style garments, but after studying Jiang Chen's features in depth and revising countless drafts, he settled decisively on the violet robe. It harmonized with her so perfectly, he declared, that only traditional attire could render her flawless. Indeed, it seemed the robe had been forged for her alone. Driven by an unwavering devotion to aesthetic idealism, Hansen had insisted the robe be brought to life. No compromise. Jiang Chen hadn't even had time to glance in a mirror before being summoned backstage. Though bystanders' eyes lit up at her appearance, she felt little confidence. The outfit was simply too unconventional. Clap, clap, clap. The first applause broke the silence, then surged into a wave of thunderous ovation. Several dashing young scions even whistled appreciatively. Instantly, the crowd erupted. A few rowdy men rushed to the front row, hurling vulgar remarks, and even dared to ask how much she charged per night. They were swiftly dragged away by security personnel and soundly beaten, intimidated into absolute silence by the mere mention of the Special Bureau of Public Security. Exquisitely beautiful, like a celestial maiden descending to earth, and that rabbit nestled in her arms. A stroke of genius. Truly, this ensemble transcends mere artistry. This is divine creation itself. The host roared with impassioned fervor. No more words. Place your orders now. The crowd surged forward in excitement. Seeing so many rush to purchase, Jiang Chen exhaled in quiet relief. Perhaps the robe did suit her after all. Among the spectators, Jiang Chen caught sight of Hansen, giving her a triumphant thumbs up, then wiping away tears, utterly fulfilled. All right, exhibitions are now complete. Please begin refining your orders. In 10 minutes, we will announce the final rankings. Hearing the announcement, Jiang Chen promptly made her way backstage. After changing out of the robe, staff carefully placed it into a protective case. Her contract ownership remained with the production team, a fact Jiang Chen accepted without surprise. Once dressed in her own clothes and stepping out backstage, she noticed the results had already been posted. Her ranking: second, just behind Zhuang Yu. For Jiang Chen's second place was no small achievement. In truth, she considered herself fortunate merely to avoid last place. Oh, Miss Jiang, you were absolutely magnificent. From afar, Jiang Chen saw Hansen striding eagerly toward her, grasping her hand and beaming uncontrollably. Hansen, I'm sorry, I only secured second place. Sorry. No. Hansen laughed with unrestrained joy. The value of this dress cannot be determined by the quantity sold, yet Hansen remained unfazed. Indeed, Miss Jiang, after all, not everyone can pull off such ancient attire, and it is not suitable for regular occasions. If purchased, it would only serve as a collectible. Their willingness to buy it is entirely a testament to their regard for you. Mu Tingfei approached slowly, holding 2 glasses of red wine. He handed a glass to Jiang Chen and smiled. Miss Jiang, you look absolutely stunning tonight. Jiang Chen smiled back. Thank you. Of course, Mr. Hansen is as well. With your talent, if you were to create Western garments, you would certainly capture the first place. Yet you chose not to, and I admire you for that. Mu Tingfei did not forget to compliment Hansen as well. Will you jest? I initially intended to design Western garments, but Miss Jiang's beauty has lingered in my mind. No matter how I think, I can only envision the ancient beauties of Huagua. Isn't that peculiar? Is that so? Then it seems we are fated, said Hansen. The two laughed for a moment, and Hansen extended his arm towards Jiang Chen. Miss Jiang, I will be leaving Huagua soon. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Jiang Chen politely shook Hansen's hand, of course. Only then did Hansen leave with his team satisfied. After Hansen departed, Mu Tingfei turned back and asked, by the way, Miss Jiang, when do you plan to return to Linjiang City? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied, the day after tomorrow. Oh, does Miss Jiang wish to spend another day in Donghai City? Would you like me to send someone to show you around? No need, I already have plans. Is that so? Mu Tingfei's face showed a hint of regret. All right, I will book a flight for you for the day after tomorrow. During their conversation, Mu Tingfei began to probe whether Jiang Chen was an ability user. Previously, he had not known about ability users, but now that he understood their existence, his earlier conclusions about Jiang Chen had completely been overturned. At first, Jiang Chen was unclear, but she gradually caught on to the hints. Mu Tingfei must have realized that her previous answers were mostly lies. If she continued to be vague, it would surely have adverse effects on their relationship. Thus Jiang Chen had to admit it openly. After all, she was already part of an organization, and whether Mu Tengfei knew or not did not matter much. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chen bid farewell to Mu Tengfei and prepared to leave the venue. She glanced around, and after finding Bai Shi and the Zhang brothers walked over. Bai Shi and the others had long known that Jiang Chen was Ziyu. Since Ziyu often wore ancient attire in the game, they were not as surprised as others. When the four heard that Jiang Chen was leaving, they immediately expressed their intention to depart as well. As for Bai Zai's matters, she had already resolved them. Although the Bai family's business was not as prosperous as before, it still held decent value, and those shares were quickly acquired at reasonable prices by interested parties. Though it was still a verbal agreement for now, it would soon be finalized without any issues. When Jiang Chen and the four reached the entrance, she saw Zhuang Yu being surrounded like a star. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, Zhuang Yu squeezed out of the crowd and smiled. "Miss Jiang, congratulations on being second as an ordinary person." Jiang Chen, however, pretended not to hear and continued walking with Bai Shi and the others. Zhuang Yu's expression changed, and just as she was about to reprimand, she suddenly felt more and more people pass by her. Looking to her sides, Zhuang Yu discovered that behind Jiang Chen, a large group of talented young individuals had unknowingly followed her. Compared to the circle around her, their numbers were several times greater. Go find out about Jiang Chen's background. You help me ask about Jiang Chen's relationship with Mu Tengfei. By the way, I heard that Director Wang from the previous bureau had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. I see if there are any leads. Listening to those young elites continuously instructing their servants to investigate Jiang Chen, she felt a deep itch of resentment. Suddenly, Zhuang Yu spotted a figure weaving through the crowd. Her eyes lit up as she hurriedly approached young Master Xia. She remembered that young Master Xia from the Xia family had just purchased her dress. Xia Tian turned to look, frowning. "Who are you?" Zhuang Yu was taken aback. "I am Zhuang Yu. Young Master Xia, you bought my dress." "Oh, that dress indeed nice, but it looks a bit too common on you." Xia Tian murmured, then turned to a man beside him, saying, "Help me send the clothes I just filmed to Shidu City. They'll give you the address later, you just sign it as Tian." Having done all that, Xia Tian was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating how someone would react upon receiving the dress. Watching Xia Tian walk away, Zhuang Yu was left stunned. Common? Was she really common? At that moment, Zhuang Yu began to question her own appearance and demeanor for the first time. The clothing exhibition ended swiftly, and the next morning Jiang Chen received a farewell gift from Mu Tengfei. Upon opening the gift box, she was astonished to find the ancient attire she had worn yesterday inside. Inside the box was also a note stating, "I kept the original piece. This is a replica, made for sale. Consider it a gift from me. Additionally, the payment will be transferred to your bank card tonight. Please check." Holding the ancient attire, Jiang Chen felt a surreal sense of disbelief. This piece must surely start at tens of thousands. Jiang Chen swallowed hard. Mu Tengfei truly was generous. As night fell, Jiang Chen tidied up a bit and stepped out the door. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers were already waiting outside. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they nodded in her direction. "Where's Bai Shi?" "She's asleep." "That's good. I appreciate your help tonight." "It's no trouble. After all, there's a reward to be had." The three brothers were quite cheerful. Jiang Chen took them in a car towards the administration bureau. When the four arrived at the administration bureau, a row of black cars was already parked outside. Many individuals in security uniforms were walking back and forth. In addition to the familiar security personnel, there was also a small group of people dressed in their own clothes. Although they were few in number, they gathered in small groups, presumably the elusive ability users from the administration bureau. As Jiang Chen and the others approached the entrance of the administration bureau, all eyes were upon them. A security personnel rushed to Jiang Chen, saluting Captain Jiang. "Director Wang is already waiting for you in the car." The car door quickly opened, revealing 3 people inside besides the driver. Wang Rang sat in the front while Li Kaiyuan and another stern-faced man occupied the back. Wang Rang raised his hand towards Jiang Chen, saying, "Get in the car." Jiang Chen said nothing further and simply got in. "I don't need to introduce Kaiyuan, you know him already. As for this one, let me introduce him. His name is Luda, another captain-level ability user from our East Sea branch, overseeing 3 ability squads in the branch." Wang Rang began to introduce the stern man. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The stern man twitched his eyelids and returned the nod as a form of greeting. "That's just how he is, cold and aloof. However, his nod means he has a good impression of you." Li Kaiyuan chuckled beside them. Luda shot a glare at Li Kaiyuan, who, accustomed to it, continued to laugh unabashedly. As Li Kaiyuan's laughter echoed, the car suddenly started moving. "All right, Kaiyuan, stop messing around for now." Wang Rang pulled out a house's blueprint from the front and handed it to Jiang Chen and the others. It was a bird's-eye view of a villa with clear details of its structure, including rooms, a basement, and more. "This is the design I obtained from the villa's architect. If you Sha and the others haven't made any modifications, it should be of this scale. Once we arrive, you all." Wang Rang began allocating responsibilities to the 3. First, the largest number of security personnel and Li Kaiyuan were assigned to surround the villa, forming a blockade to prevent Yu Sha from escaping, while Jiang Chen, Luda, and the remaining ability users would form the main force for this assault on the villa. Luda would lead 2 squads of ability users to storm in through the front door, while Jiang Chen would be allocated to one of the squads to enter through the back door. Wang Rang would remain outside responsible for diverting Yu Sha as soon as he appeared. After the 3 shadows of Yu Ying died, his own power suffered significant damage. It was likely that there wouldn't be many low-tier ability users left, but there was one person Wang Rang insisted Jiang Chen and the others stay alert for, someone named Yu Mia. Before Yu Ying obtained the Divine Stone, he was the top ace of the Yu Ying assassin organization, second only to Yu Sha. However, after Yu Ying acquired the Divine Stone, this person seemed to have vanished without a trace. This situation could only imply 2 possibilities. First, Yu Mia might have died for some unknown reason. Second, Yu Mia could still be hiding within the organization. If it's the second scenario, Yu Mai's strength would definitely not be inferior to the 3 shadows, and could even be stronger, as he would have had more time to be near the Divine Stone due to his position within Yu Ying. Of course, with the advantage in numbers from the Bureau, Wang Rang remained quite confident, merely advising Jiang Chen and the others to be attentive to dangers. The convoy traveled along the road with the traffic police department facilitating the journey. Upon seeing the convoy, they let it pass without questions. The convoy soon exited the urban area and entered the suburbs. The road became extremely muddy. When the vehicle finally stopped, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Before long, the faint sound of footsteps began to echo. Wang Rang opened the car door and got out first, with Jiang Chen and the others following closely behind. Once out of the car, Jiang Chen realized they seemed to be in a forest with the dense trees providing excellent cover for the vehicles. At this moment, the people from the cars behind had also formed a line. However, Wang Rang said nothing but stood at a distance, seemingly waiting for something. Not long after, a young man in plain clothes emerged from the forest. The man approached Wang Rang with familiarity, whispering, "So far there hasn't been any strange activity from the villa." "Well done. You can rest in the car now," Wang Rang said, patting the man's shoulder. The young man, taken aback, hurriedly replied, "It's my honor to serve the Bureau." After the young man entered the vehicle, Wang Rang pointed to a small hill in the distance about 500 meters away, where a 3-story villa stood. Only the 3rd floor was lit, while the other 2 floors were completely dark. "That is our target." Jiang Chen and the others looked over together. Seeing that they understood the location, Wang Rang then sternly called out, "Li Kaiyuan." Li Kaiyuan straightened up immediately and stepped forward, replying yes. Wang Rang instructed, "Take the security team and carefully surround the villa. Remember, do not get too close." "Understood," Li Kaiyuan responded, quickly rushing over to the already assembled security team. At his command, the trained security personnel merged into the night. "Luda." Yes, Luda also stood up like Li Kaiyuan. "You take the 1st and 2nd teams to hide at the front door of the villa. Once Jiang Chen's 3rd team circles to the back, then initiate the attack." "Understood," Luda replied, then ran towards the group of ability users dressed in plain clothes. Compared to the security team, these ability users were more relaxed, yet they at least formed some semblance of a line. Luda was managing them, so he was quite familiar with the process as he led away the 2 teams. Jiang Chen felt somewhat out of place. The 2 looked increasingly like soldiers, whereas she was not. Looking at her skirt, she thought that even if she tried to mimic them, she would still appear out of place. "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen was about to answer in a loud voice, but noticed that Wang Rang was not as imposing this time. Instead, he spoke more softly. "Miss Jiang, you don't need to be so tense. Their situation is different from yours. Just treat it as listening to a company boss orders." Seeing that she didn't have to embarrass herself, Jiang Chen felt relieved. "Miss Jiang, please take the 3rd team around to the back of the villa. Once you arrive, have someone in your team use the communicator to inform Luda. After Luda initiates the attack, do not rush on your side. Wait for 2 minutes before taking action." Jiang Chen nodded, "Okay." Wang Rang pointed to the remaining 5 ability users nearby, and Jiang Chen immediately understood that these 5 were presumably the so-called 3rd team. When Jiang Chen stood in front of the 5, their gazes showed no displeasure, yet there was no respect either. When she inquired about their names, they cooperated overall. After all, the Bureau's position system was very strict. Since Jiang Chen had been promoted to captain level, she must possess close to captain level strength. Therefore, the ability users were self-aware, and in recognizing their inferiority, attitudes of discontent did not arise. After everyone had introduced themselves, Jiang Chen memorized all their names. She said little afterwards, leading Zhang Qingqing and the other 3 along with the 5 as they began to jog towards the villa. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen, who had carefully circled to the back of the villa, signaled a below-level ability user to notify Luda. The villa remained silent, but Jiang Chen was not anxious, as her vision clearly showed several dark shadows sneaking into the villa. Soon 2 minutes passed, but Jiang Chen still did not allow the ability user below to enter. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Suddenly a scream echoed from within the villa. Jiang Chen immediately waved her hand and said go. Only then did the 9 of them leap into the back door. The physical quality of ability users is not something ordinary people can compare to. The difference between powerful and weak ability users lies entirely in their abilities. In terms of physical quality, there is actually not much difference between high and low levels. Just like Jiang Chen, whether at the 6th layer of Qi refinement or the peak of Qi refinement, her physical body could no longer improve. What became stronger was merely the size of her spiritual energy. Facing the wall, which was just over 2 meters high, any ability user could easily leap over it. Once they entered the back, signs of explosive combat began to emerge at the front door. Jiang Chen and the ability users quickly passed through the yard and pressed against the wall by the back door. One of the ability users emitted a purple light from his eyes, and then the closed window surprisingly opened automatically. Before Jiang Chen could express her surprise, another ability user took out a grenade and threw it inside. Upon inquiry, Jiang Chen learned that this grenade was actually a flashbang, and it was a divine weapon enhanced by divine stones with immense power. Even the enhanced vision of the ability users would be blinded in an instant. While Jiang Chen was asking, the ability users had already taken out standard semi-automatic rifles from their belongings. This made Jiang Chen even more curious. Initially, she thought that the ability users from the Ability Management Bureau would fight like other ability users, relying on their bodies and abilities. But now these ability users had pulled out firearms. As faint sounds of grenade explosions emerged from within the group of ability, users immediately rushed in with their guns drawn. The lights were off in the room, but for the many visually outstanding ability users and Jiang Chen, it had no effect. After scanning the entire room by the back door, there was not a single person inside. Just then a hearty laugh echoed from above the villa. Wang Rang, I didn't expect you to find me, but I was just looking for you. You shall hurry and surrender. You'll only face life imprisonment at worst. Hee imprisonment. After a hearty laugh filled with sarcasm, there was suddenly no sound, but the occasional sound of air bursts from above indicated that the two had already started fighting. Now that the most powerful Yusha was not present, wasn't it the best time to search for fragments? Jiang Chen knew the opportunity had come. Just as she prepared to split from the group of ability users, one of them received a message from their communicator. Calling Team 3, calling Team 3, request for support. Request for support. Support. Although there were only 2 teams at the front door, Yuing had already been seriously injured, so why couldn't the 2 teams handle it? The ability user was startled and quickly asked what happened. Team leader Lu can't hold on any longer. Send team leader Jiang over to help immediately. The voice on the other end was urgent. Luda couldn't hold on. Jiang Chen immediately thought of someone. Yumiya? The only one who could push the team leader Luda to his limits was Yumiya. She could think of no one else. Wang Rang had said that Yumiya was somewhat stronger than San Ying, but now, judging by the situation where Luda was calling for help, Yumiya was not just a little stronger, she was vastly superior. San Ying and his companions were merely at the peak of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, while Luda, being a team leader, was at least at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. For Luda to struggle, Yumiya must be at the peak of the 3rd layer, or perhaps even at the 4th layer. The ability users all looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also in distress. She was not afraid of Yumiya. With her current strength, even if Yusha came personally, it might not matter, let alone a mere Yumiya at the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refinement. What she was worried about now was that if she went to rescue Luda, the freed Luda would compete with her for the space to search, making it even harder for her to secretly claim the energy fragments. Seeing Jiang Chen hesitating, one of the ability users gritted his teeth and began to spray bullets at the front door. The bullets fired from the gun emitted a glowing substance. Each bullet that struck the door corroded a large area of the door panel like poison. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. Divine weapon. To her surprise, the door was blasted down, but the ability user did not stop. Upon entering the room, he targeted another door facing the front of the villa and shot again. The other ability users followed suit, raising their guns. These ability users were originally subordinates of Luda, and having followed him for so long, it was inevitable they would have some feelings. This action was clearly a silent protest against Jiang Chen, signaling that they were going to rescue on their own. After the ability users shot down 4 or 5 doors, they finally broke through the last door, revealing a disheveled hall where several people in black robes were engaged in a fierce battle with several ability users. In the center of the hall, Luda had several blood marks on his body, and around him lay the corpses of 6 or 7 ability users. Opposite Luda stood a figure in a black robe with a mask which bore the large character Mia. Standing in place, Jiang Chen saw a bright light coming from the innermost part of the room, realizing that the ability users had made a breakthrough. At that moment, she suddenly slapped her forehead, as if understanding something, and quickly walked towards the front hall, while Zhang Qingqing and the other 3 beside her exchanged glances and hurried to follow. As Jiang Chen arrived in the hall, the ability users inside showed expressions of joy. To bolster Luda's courage, several of them shouted, "Team Leader Lu, Team Leader Jiang is here. Team Leader Jiang is here, Lu, don't be afraid of him." In the eyes of these ability users, the joint effort of the 2 team leaders was sufficient to defeat Yumiya. Jiang Chen utilized the system to assess Yumai's strength. Upon this assessment, she discovered that Yumai's strength had not reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, but was at the peak of the 3rd layer. This realization further convinced Jiang Chen that her actions were justified. When Yumie saw Jiang Chen and heard others calling her team leader Jiang, he immediately distanced himself from Lu to fixing his gaze on Jiang Chen and coldly said, Team leader Jiang, when did Donghai City get another team leader? Are you perhaps a special agent sent by the higher-ups? Jiang Chen shook her head. Not really. Well, it doesn't matter if you are or not. What does it matter if there are two team leaders? Yumie do not fear either way. Yumai's head slightly lifted, arrogantly scanning the crowd. But Jiang Chen rolled her eyes, feeling that this person seemed, perhaps, a bit narcissistic. Jiang Chen gently took Xiao Jiu out from his arms, only to find the little girl still sound asleep, prompting him to shake her vigorously. Seeing Xiao Jiu awake, Jiang Chen placed her on Zhang Chenqing's head. Before either Xiao Jiu or Zhang Chenqing could speak, he spoke first. You should cooperate with that cold-faced man to take down that black-clad figure. Zhang Chenqing pointed at Yumie and then at himself, saying, that guy looks a bit formidable, can we handle it? He then glanced at his own head, adding, and there's this rabbit, it's not necessary to put her on my head, what if she falls? That would be a disaster. Just as Zhang Chenqing finished speaking, Xiao Jiu slapped his face with her ear and angrily said, who's the arrogant human here? Zhang Chenqing covered his face in shock. This rabbit has become sentient. Her name is Xiao Jiu, not a rabbit spirit. Her strength is definitely not inferior to yours, Jiang Chen clarified. This rabbit's strength is not inferior to ours. Zhang Qingyi exclaimed from the side. That's right. When I fought against you, those plant-controlling techniques were all executed by her. Do you think she's weak? Is that true? Zhang Chenqing reached out to touch Xiao Jiu, but was met with another slap from her ear. She seems a bit strong, but even with her, why do I still feel something's off? Zhang Chenqing clicked his tongue. The feeling of being a weakling facing a strong opponent, especially one who has cultivated martial arts for many years, naturally brought a sense of crisis. Don't be afraid, a third-level Qi practitioner leading 4 peak second-level Qi practitioners is more than enough. What do you mean a third-level Qi practitioner and second-level ones? This isn't a game. It doesn't matter as long as I say it's possible, it's possible. Jiang Chen realized he might have let something slip and quickly pushed the 3 of them to the front. What about you, Jiang? Zhang Chenqing was puzzled as to why Jiang Chen only sent them in. I'll support you from the back. Support. The 3 nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Yumie, seeing Jiang Chen's audacity, snorted coldly, truly arrogant. With that, he charged towards Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Lu De suddenly drew 2 daggers from his pocket and rushed towards Yumie. Don't think having divine weapons means you can do as you please. Just as Yumie was about to turn around, he was suddenly startled. When he looked down, he found that 2 roots had unknowingly extended from the flower pots in the hall, firmly binding his feet. Second brother, third brother, come. Zhang Qingqing, Zhang Qingyi, and Zhang Qingde suddenly leaped up, their 3 swords converging. Divine weapons. No, you're not superhumans. Yumie's pupils constricted. Just as the 3 Zhang brothers and Ludo were about to strike Yumie, he suddenly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he reappeared where he had been before. Luda and the 3 Zhang brothers couldn't stop in time and were about to collide, so they fiercely struck their weapons against each other, separating by relying on the impact. Damn it, this so-called Yumie is indeed not simple. Zhang Chenqing spat in frustration. So you are 3 masters? No wonder you have such audacity. You 4 along with a rabbit, and that Jiang fellow are indeed quite troublesome. Yumie glanced in Jiang Chen's direction, but when he looked, he was stunned, for Jiang Chen was no longer in that position. Yumie looked around and found that Jiang Chen had disappeared from the entire hall. Yumie's movements piqued the curiosity of Zhang Chenqing and the others, who inadvertently glanced around and realized the key point: Jiang Chen was missing. What happened to the support? After searching around and finding nothing, Zhang Chenqing muttered in resentment and decided to charge at Yumie again. Though Ludo was puzzled, he had to follow when he saw Zhang Chenqing go, as without these 3 and the rabbit, he couldn't hold on for long. Yumie began to suspect that Jiang Chen had some plot, often glancing around, fearing that Jiang Chen might jump out from some dark corner. However, just as Yumie was worried, Jiang Chen had already made his way to the 2nd floor. Perhaps luck was on his side. After wandering around the 2nd floor for a while, Jiang Chen heard the system prompt near a door. System prompt: energy fragments detected. Please retrieve them as soon as possible. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, but before he could push the door, he heard a series of gunshots and shouts from outside. Quick, cover Director Wang. Shoot, shoot fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was unending and deafening. Jiang Chen felt a sinking feeling. The sound of these guns was different from those used by superhumans, clearly real guns, and if he remembered correctly, only the security forces used real guns. The security forces should have been lurking around and wouldn't appear, so why were they here now? Jiang Chen pondered, and the only possible explanation that came to mind was that something had happened to Director Wang. Could it be that Yusha's strength has increased so much? Jiang Chen dared not think any further and hurriedly burst through the door. Inside was indeed a small room, square and not large, and at the end there was a stone placed on a wooden table. Just as Jiang Chen was about to go and seize it, he felt a gust of wind blowing from behind. Yusha let out a soft gasp, a power of object manipulation. However, just as he prepared to defend with the rock blade, he suddenly sensed something and hurriedly dodged. Boom! The Cloud Yang sword struck the ground forcefully, causing the second-floor flooring to collapse over a large area. Fortunately, the rooms below were completely empty. In the nearby hall with a booming sound, Yumiya and the others looked up in surprise, but soon the intense battle made them temporarily set aside their doubts. Jiang Chen once again made a hand gesture, and in the next moment, the Cloud Yang sword flew back up. At that moment, the sword was emanating a mysterious luster, clearly not an ordinary object. Seeing the power, beads of sweat instantly appeared on Yusha's forehead. This was no ordinary manipulation. A single sword could not possibly cause the flooring to shatter completely. This was simply like those sword immortals portrayed in television dramas. With this thought, Yusha quickly shook his head. There were no immortals in this world. If there were, he would have died long ago, and he wouldn't have lived to this day. From a distance, Yusha dared not confront Jiang Chen's sword technique directly. Seeing Jiang Chen standing still manipulating his fingers without moving an inch, Yusha devised a plan. After dodging the next wave of sword attacks, he swiftly charged toward Jiang Chen. As Yusha approached, Jiang Chen, brandishing the newly formed stone spear, believing he had the upper hand, the spear seemed to strike an invisible barrier. Though the barrier offered only slight resistance, it allowed Jiang Chen to successfully evade. Just as Yusha prepared to leave his position and create another killing opportunity, he suddenly felt his body go numb. Before him, Jiang Chen seemed to have transformed, instilling in him a sense of fear, as if this woman before him was too beautiful to be trifled with. Yusha shuddered, shaking his head, trying to rid himself of this feeling. However, before he could muster the strength to do so, puff! With a sound, the Cloud Yang sword pierced through Yusha's back, sending him flying several meters and pinning him firmly against the wall. Your power should allow you to partially petrify your body. Jiang Chen slowly approached. Yusha's eyelids felt heavy, and he struggled to open his eyes to see Jiang Chen's appearance. If an ordinary person had received that strike, they would have been obliterated. Yet you were merely knocked away, indeed a formidable power. Faced with Jiang Chen's praise, Yusha trembled as he raised his arm, pointing at Jiang Chen. You. What kind of person are you? Having just defeated his enemy Wang Rang, Yusha was brimming with confidence, yet he could not have imagined being overwhelmed by a suddenly appearing woman with no ability to resist. Jiang Chen looked at Yusha, whose gaze was gradually dimming, feeling a mix of emotions. She hadn't expected to achieve such an impressive result using the Imperial Phoenix posture in combination with the sword technique. Earlier, she had utilized her actively released spiritual energy to form a protective barrier. Although it couldn't completely block the attack, it slightly delayed Yusha's assault, providing Jiang Chen with enough space to dodge. As for the Imperial Phoenix posture, she had only intended to disrupt Yusha's mental state and push him away with her sword technique, but she didn't expect to achieve such a chilling effect. Had she underestimated her own strength? Or was Yusha simply too weak? You are not an ability user. You are not a master. What kind of monster are you? Yusha muttered to himself, his consciousness beginning to blur. Just as Jiang Chen felt she had subdued Yusha, the next moment, she let out a quiet sigh. Because Yusha had actually died. For an ability user with such strong physical protection, shouldn't he have survived just a superficial wound? Jiang Chen pulled out the Cloud Yang sword, and suddenly noticed that the area where Yusha had been pierced was completely charred black. As the sword was withdrawn, the area where Yusha's body had touched the sword began to turn into black liquid. The Cloud Yang sword itself bore no toxins, and the sword technique had no corrosive abilities. So why was this happening? Jiang Chen observed the wound from which the Cloud Yang sword had emerged. Where the black liquid flowed, there was no blood. Instead, there were several objects resembling hard stones. Does the ability persist after death? Jiang Chen vaguely felt that she had discovered something. She released her spiritual energy with bare hands and touched the stone-like areas on Yusha's body. In the next moment, those stones indeed transformed into pools of black liquid. Rejection. There was actually a repulsive reaction between the ability and spiritual energy. Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. How could a transformation caused by fragments yield such a rejection? Jiang Chen couldn't make sense of it. Since she couldn't comprehend it, she set aside the confusion and instead focused on the fragment within the room. Jiang Chen walked into the room and approached the divine stone. As the system prompted, the divine stone began to slowly dissipate. System prompt: contact with a grade energy fragment absorption initiated. System prompt: a grade energy fragment absorption complete, transitioning to central system. System prompt: transition successful. The central system is providing feedback, beginning to accept feedback. System prompt: feedback successful. GM will receive the following rewards from the central system. Please check. You will receive the following fixed reward. The cultivation level of the game character is now reflective in reality. You will receive the following random reward. Randomly materialize the possessions of the game character. Random count 1. System prompt: do you want to claim all now? Yes, no. Jiang Chen naturally chose yes. System prompt: starting to grant fixed rewards. Reward completed. Congratulations, GM, your cultivation level has reached the great perfection of Qi refinement. System prompt: starting to grant random rewards. Executing random selection. Ding. Selection successful. You have obtained the 7-colored flowing cloud garment. 7-colored flowing cloud garment, a 3rd-tier spiritual artifact. Wearing it greatly enhances resistance to fire and poison abilities. With only this 7-colored flowing cloud garment remaining in the game, Jiang Chen was not surprised. She just didn't expect that upon arrival in reality this garment would still state enhancements to fire and poison abilities, as these so-called abilities and resistances were data only present in the game. Aside from her confusion about the 7-colored flowing cloud garment, Jiang Chen also clearly felt a tremendous boost in her power. The spiritual energy within her was significantly more robust than before. Now Jiang Chen felt that if she wished, she could flatten this villa in an instant. After storing the Cloud Yang sword in her storage bag, Jiang Chen walked calmly to the windowsill on the 2nd floor. She saw the heavily armed security forces outside beginning to probe into the villa. Not far away, Li Kaiyuan was supporting Wang Rang, while several doctors in security uniforms with Red Cross badges seemed to be checking his condition. Jiang Chen knew she couldn't linger here for long. She hurried down the stairs and paused just before re-entering the hall, but did not go directly inside. Jiang Chen felt that she needed a reason that would not raise suspicion from others. After all, she had just disappeared for such a long time, and Yusha had just died. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. Listening to the sounds from outside, Jiang Chen roughly estimated the location of Yumia, then circled to a nearby room. The wall of this room faced the hall, and if Jiang Chen heard correctly, right across that wall was where Yumia was battling with Lu Da and the others. The sounds of fighting fluctuated, and as Jiang Chen waited, she suddenly felt the sounds become much louder. Without hesitation, she shot towards the wall, using her sword control technique. This time she intentionally reduced her spiritual energy, so the wall only sustained a large hole about 2 meters wide. Jiang Chen caught the returning Yunyang sword and charged through the small opening, stabbing forward. After the dust settled, she was almost about to stab Yumiya. However, as before, Yumiya vanished from his original spot. "You've been hiding for so long, are you a rat?" Yumai's voice came from above, filled with anger. "I'm a tiger, and I just easily dealt with your boss." Although Jiang Chen wanted to say this, it was obviously impossible to voice. Not only could she not say that, but she also had to feign a look of regret, as if wondering why she hadn't succeeded in her surprise attack. "Jiang, the abilities of Yumiya are quite strange. Stop the sneak attacks. Let's go all out and suppress him from the front." Lu Da stepped forward and proposed his suggestion. Jiang Chen immediately put on a look that said she had no problem with it. Just then, a significant number of security forces began to pour in from outside. Behind them, Li Kaiyuan hurried in, shouting to Lu Da and Jiang Chen, "The situation has changed. Our retreat immediately. They'll have people cover for you." Lu Da was puzzled. "Why? So many of our ability users have died this time. Why retreat?" Li Kaiyuan's expression was grave. "Director Wang has been defeated." Lu Da was stunned. If Wang Rang was defeated, Yusha would come out free. If Yusha descended, they would surely have no chance of survival. Lu Da understood the power disparity well, and without hesitation, he shouted to the remaining ability users, "Retreat." From a distance, Yumiya felt delighted upon hearing the news. He wanted to capture Jiang Chen and the others, but the next moment, he hesitated, considering the strength on the opposite side. After Li Kaiyuan appeared, there were already 3 team leaders on the management bureau's side. If Yusha did not come down relying solely on him, he might not last even a minute under the assault of 3 team leaders and several grandmasters. So after some thought, Yumiya decided not to pursue, while secretly wondering why Yusha had not come down to clean up the mess. As Jiang Chen and the others were about to leave the villa, Yumiya could no longer wait. He entered a room with stairs and strode upstairs, saying, "Boss, if you don't make a move soon, they're going to escape." "Boss." Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Yumiya looked at the nearly completely destroyed floor and felt a wave of unease. When he saw the door to the room where the divine stones were stored wide open, his panic reached its peak. He cautiously approached the door and saw that across the wall, Yusha's corpulent body was leaning against it, head down and motionless. Yumiya stepped forward, bent down, and as soon as he touched Yusha's body, he felt his heart drop. Dead. His eyes were filled with horror. Outside the villa, a group hurriedly ran back into the small woods and quickly got into their cars, fearing that Yusha would come to kill again. In the car that Jiang Chen originally sat in, Wang Rang was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen glanced at Li Kaiyuan in the front seat and then asked, "How is Director Wang?" Li Kaiyuan shook his head. "There's no issue with life and death, but he will temporarily lose combat capability. If Director Wang is not present, Yusha can do whatever he pleases, and then Donghai City will be thrown into chaos. It seems we really need to ask the higher-ups to send agents down here." Jiang Chen remained silent. As long as there was no issue with life and death, she didn't care about agents. How they dispatched them was none of her concern. After all, Yusha was dead, and she had obtained the fragments. Aside from the Tianfeng Group's fragments, there was nothing else in Donghai City that piqued her interest. When the car arrived at the management bureau, Jiang Chen got out directly. Before leaving, she feigned a look of regret and said, "Li, it's such a pity about this failure. I have matters to attend to in Linjiang City and cannot assist you further. I'm very sorry." Li Kaiyuan waved his hand. Jiang Chen was merely an honorary member. Seeing the failed assault, it was natural to feel disheartened, and he understood very well. It's fine. If Director Wang cannot act, the few of us team leaders can only find ways to hide. Before the agents arrive, leaving Donghai City may be the best choice. Seeing that Li Kaiyuan had cleverly misunderstood Jiang Chen saved herself the trouble of explaining. She bid farewell to the two and walked back with the three brothers Zhang Chengqing and Xiao Jiao, who had just gotten out of another car. Along the way, Zhang Chengqing was extremely angry, feeling that they had made a wasted trip. Jiang Chen, after carrying Xiao Jiao back, said nothing. Whether they had gained anything, she certainly knew. That night, compared to the worries of Li Kaiyuan and Lu De, Jiang Chen slept incredibly soundly. The next morning, Jiang Chen wrote a letter asking Zhang Chengqing to deliver it to Wang Rang, who was recuperating in the management bureau. In the letter, Jiang Chen subtly suggested that Wang Rang could release Xia Lao and Jin Ligua, uniting the two families to jointly restrain Yuing. Meanwhile, as a condition for their release, they could gather a sum of money from both families, which could be used as a subsidy for those who fought valiantly yesterday, stabilizing the morale. Neither the Xia family nor Tianfeng would like one family to dominate. Regardless of whether they had previously assisted Yuing, it was no longer important. Because now that the Management Bureau had failed with Yuing being dominant, they would certainly support the Management Bureau with all their might to rebalance the power. Not long after Jiang Chen's letter was sent out, the Ability Management Bureau released the two individuals, and when Zhang Chengqing returned after delivering the message, he had a beaming smile, holding several checks, saying that both Xia Lao and Jin Ligua had paid up on the spot, and he had conveniently brought back their share in Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen did not accept it, but looked at Zhang Chengqing and said, "These are all for you three brothers. I mentioned before that you would receive a good reward from the Xia family and Tianfeng, and this is your reward." Zhang Chengqing was stunned for a moment, and then understood Jiang Chen's intention. He did not refuse thanking her as he stuffed all the checks into his pocket. By afternoon, Jiang Chen bid farewell to Zhang Chengqing, and by she boarding the plane back to Linjiang City. Mobile reading website. By the time Jiang Chen returned to Linjiang City, it was already evening. Stepping out of the airport, she did not head straight for the exit, but instead gazed thoughtfully at the large screen above. Just moments ago, the screen displayed the latest news about significant changes in Donghai City, capturing her attention. Surprising. The new report revealed that Xia Tian, the second son of Xia Wanghe, the owner of the Xia family mansion, announced yesterday that he officially became the third largest shareholder of Tianfeng Group. Simultaneously, Xia Tian exposed various crimes committed by his biological father Xia Wanghe and declared that he had severed his father-son relationship with him. This was the headline of the news on television. Looking at the title, Jiang Chen finally understood why Xia Tian seemed unconcerned these past few days. It turned out he had long contemplated breaking away from the Xia family. From Xia Tian's current actions, it was clear he had prepared for both scenarios. The first plan was to collude with Yuing to frame others, raising suspicions in the Management Bureau. If he had successfully killed Xia Shang at that time, the Xia family would have become his possession. Once he took control of the Xia family by his own means, even if Xia Wanghe returned, he would only be a puppet. The second plan was a fallback for when things went wrong. If Jiang Chen guessed correctly, Xia Tian had likely been secretly acquiring shares of Tianfeng long ago, while Jin Ligua had already considered retreating into the background with Mu Tingfei. One wanted to buy and the other wanted to sell. Naturally, Xia Tian became the third shareholder. However, one thing was certain: Jin Ligua must not know that it was Xia Tian who acquired his shares, otherwise he would never have sold them. If the Xia family infiltrated Tianfeng's management, the Management Bureau would certainly intervene, and then it would not be up to Jin Ligua whether to retreat or not. Now, the reason Xia Tian dared to expose himself was that he openly declared his severance from Xia Wanghe. Additionally, if Jiang Chen was not mistaken, Xia Tian must have leaked the news of the Xia family's Spirit Stone disappearance to the higher-ups of the Management Bureau. As long as the Xia family did not possess the Spirit Stone, they could not produce divine weapons, and without divine weapons they could no longer cultivate supernatural beings. What kind of storm could the Xia family stir up without their supernatural beings? Even if, for argument's sake, Xia Tian's declaration was false, it made no difference. As long as it was not a partnership between two companies that possessed Spirit Stones, the Management Bureau would not interfere. This Xia Tian was like a little fox. He was very clear that even if the plan failed, as long as he denied ever selling divine weapons to Yuing, the Management Bureau would have no evidence to act against him. At that time, he could completely destroy the Xia family's Spirit Stones and transfer them to Tianfeng. Moreover, Jiang Chen discovered the most insidious aspect of Xia Tian. When she last went to demand the Spirit Stones, Xia Tian, who seemed eager to give the Xia family's Spirit Stones to her, still pretended to be unwilling, confusing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen believed she had dealt Xia Tian a minor punishment, but little did she know that it was merely a minor inconvenience for him, which he had turned to his advantage. He was truly a master of acting. As the crowd behind her grew larger, Jiang Chen knew that if she lingered any longer, she would block the passage. So she quickly exited the airport, hailed a taxi, and provided the address of her college community. In Donghai City, after a series of upheavals, the Xia family had completely weakened. At least among the current business giants in Donghai City, only Tianfeng Group remained. As for Xia Tian's involvement, no one knew whether it was good or bad, but it was said that Jean Ligua did not reject Xia Tian and instead put him to good use. Back in her room, Jiang Chen breathed in the familiar scent and immediately felt a wave of comfort. This comfort made her drowsy. After tossing her suitcase aside, Jiang Chen lay down on the bed, and the little creature, Xiao Jiu, rolled out from her chest. It hazily opened its eyes, saw the familiar bed around, and then closed its eyes again. The next morning, after putting on her misty veil, Jiang Chen began her university life, as usual. Her trip to Donghai City was a leave of absence granted by the principal of Linjiang University on behalf of Tianfeng Group, so Jiang Chen's leave was approved without any issues. After Wu Chunshui's injury, a female class teacher had been substituting for him, and this female teacher was much more considerate than Wu Chunshui. Mu Tingfei had taken a 7-day leave, and yesterday was Jiang Chen's 8th day. Even though she had exceeded her leave by 1 day, the teacher still had not called. After meeting her long-lost friends like Fatty at school, Jiang Chen happily chatted with them for the entire morning. Upon returning home, she immediately entered the gaming pod. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of Yunyang Gate. At this moment, the atmosphere at the mountain gate was very tense. After observing her surroundings for a while, she noticed that the players of Yunyang Gate were all extremely busy. Many players were even standing in front of the gate holding signs to trade items, and these traded items were all materials for making pills. Pills were generally one-time recovery items, and the widespread trading of these materials made Jiang Chen feel an impending storm. Jiang Chen began to issue tasks on the side while listening to the discussions among the players. As players came and went, Jiang Chen gradually realized that the internal test of Ascending Immortals would enter its final day the day after tomorrow, and that day would also be the day the Immortal Demon Conference officially opened. Both righteous and demonic paths were sharpening their blades. After issuing some tasks, Jiang Chen logged off. She stepped out of her room, had a light lunch, and headed towards the bank. As usual, Jiang Chen checked her balance. When she saw the 3,000 yuan displayed in her bank account, she couldn't help but smile broadly. She had never seen so much money in her life. As before, Jiang Chen retrieved her father's bank card. She initially entered 2,000 yuan, but then thought better of it. That would be too shocking. Given her father's temper, he would surely come to skin her alive upon seeing that amount. Thus, Jiang Chen cautiously entered 5,000 yuan and sent it over. To prevent that old man from calling back, she also sent a text message explaining the source of the money. In any case, using work as the reason could not go wrong. 2 days always passed quickly. On the day before the Immortal Demon Conference was about to start, Jiang Chen woke up very early. Earlier, she had checked the official website for this event. The starting time was 11 a.m., and the ending time was midnight, which meant the event would conclude at 12 a.m. So she got up early and entered the game first. This event was crucial for her, not only regarding the testing tasks she needed to give to Zhu Tian and the Thorn Flower. Additionally, on the day of the Immortal Demon War, the Demon Sect would issue a task to kill the NPC ZU, and as the target of the task, she had to be on standby in Yunyang Gate well in advance. Last night, the system had already given Jiang Chen a reminder warning her that if she was not online at the start of the event, the Destiny mission would be automatically cancelled. When Jiang Chen arrived at the mountain gate, a large number of players had already started to appear in the Yunyang sect, but only a small portion of these players were disciples of the Yunyang sect, while a significant number were disciples of the Tianyi sect and the Holy sect. As these people appeared, they occupied the entire Yunyang sect, causing the weak disciples of the Yunyang sect to look on in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Just as Jiang Chen was observing these people, a man and a woman squeezed out from the crowd. Looking at the familiar-faced man in front, Jiang Chen roughly understood their intentions and immediately displayed a smile as usual. "Fairy Ziyu, it's been a long time." Zhu Tian called out loudly from a distance, as if nothing had happened in Donghai City. If an ordinary person heard this, they would think it had been a long time since they last met 10 days ago. But only the two of them knew that their long time apart was merely 2 or 3 days. "Friend Zhu Tian, aren't you afraid that the Tianyi sect will be compromised by placing their disciples in my Yunyang sect?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Fairy Ziyu, the Tianyi sect has plenty of disciples. The ones I brought out are significant to the Yunyang sect, but to the Tianyi sect they are just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, there are not few people from other sects within the Tianyi sect as well." Zhu Tian replied with a smile. "As for the Holy sect, the Holy sect has long been abandoned and cannot be defended." Jing Jihua shook her head. "Abandoned?" Jiang Chen was initially puzzled, but then recalled certain players' conversations from yesterday and suddenly understood, falling silent. While Jiang Chen was deep in thought, Jing Jihua curiously looked at her and asked, "Fairy Ziyu, do you also know what will happen today?" Logically speaking, the battle between the immortals and demons was an official event, and this NPC Ziyu shouldn't be aware of it. However, through their conversation, Jiang Chen clearly understood what would happen next. Jiang Chen was not surprised or fearful, as if she had known that Jing Jihua would ask such a question. "Both of your tasks were issued by me. Why would you think I wouldn't know?" In fact, aside from being in the game these past 2 days, she had been on the official website to learn about the battle between the immortals and demons. According to the background provided, the demon sect could no longer suppress their desires and sought to eliminate the righteous path, yet the righteous path had long been aware of the hidden spies within, leading to a tense and meticulous layout for the battle today. Jing Jihua, take some time to read the event background, you'll understand. Zhu Tian intentionally explained to Jiang Chen. Jing Jihua muttered, that background is so long and tedious, who has the time to read it all? She covered her mouth and retreated to the back as if afraid Jiang Chen would hear. Even if Jiang Chen heard, she naturally would not be so foolish as to dwell on it, and immediately turned to Zhu Tian. The time from the end of the SI hour to the beginning of the Wu hour is when the demon sect will launch a massive attack. We know the time. Don't worry, Jing Jihua, and I will definitely protect you. Zhu Tian commanded Jing Jihua. Jing Jihua, have the disciples in the alliance position themselves within the Yunyang sect according to our planned distribution and send out the scouts. I need to know the spawn points of the attacking monsters and the movements of the demon sect's disciples as soon as possible. Understood. Jing Jihua immediately turned to leave. After she had walked a certain distance, Zhu Tian approached Jiang Chen a bit closer. Fairy Ziyu, when I logged in earlier, I thought my mission was definitely lost. Am I the kind of person who mixes personal and public matters? Zhu Tian shrugged. Of course, so I believe there must be some benefits for you in this mission too. Quite perceptive, Jiang Chen silently walked around Zhu Tian. Isn't it good for everyone to mutually benefit each other? After saying this, Jiang Chen showed no intention of further conversation and walked towards Jing Jihua. Zhu Tian turned around and called out, Fairy Ziyu, please make your way to the Yunyang Hall later. It is located in the center of the Yunyang sect and is the safest place. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The Yunyang Hall. Isn't that the territory of Qin Gaosheng? Although Qin Gaosheng had been much more subdued recently, being subdued doesn't mean he would treat her kindly. Would he allow her to stand there? If the sect leader agrees, I have no objections. I have consulted with him, and sect leader Yun Tian has already agreed. Surprisingly, he would agree. Jiang Chen was somewhat astonished. Had that Qin Gaosheng taken the wrong medicine? All right, then you can have Jing Jihua take me there later. Saying this, Jiang Chen walked over to Jing Jihua, who was still giving instructions. Before Jing Jihua could ask for her purpose, Jiang Chen smilingly announced her task to the group of players. Although the players were too busy to take on tasks today, aside from completion targets, there were also issuance targets. Jiang Chen didn't care whether they would do it or not. Once she announced it, she had completed her own target. The group of players looked at the tasks that popped up on their screens. Each of them speechless, reading WW. Akanshu. But they also remembered the purpose of coming today, to protect the Yunyang sect and Fairy Ziyu. So in front of this great figure they were to protect, they silently chose to accept the tasks. Time flew swiftly, and when the clock struck 1100, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the server. System announcement: the demon sect is spying, wishing to control the 9 provinces. The righteous path knows this in the dark, wishing to take countermeasures. The battle between immortals and demons is about to commence. At this moment, within the 5 major sects, the noise of voices surged. Among them, the Tianyi sect was particularly mixed. As Jing Jihua set aside from the 36 caves that remained neutral and upheld their own sects, the 12 immortal sects had long been abandoned, with only the largest of the righteous paths, 12 immortal sects, the Water God Palace, still having a considerable number of people. The rest of the people gathered within the 5 major sects, among which the numbers were highest in the righteous Tianyi sect and the demon sect's Soul Prison Hall, followed closely by the Yunu Pavilion and the Luozhao sect. The last, Beast King Valley, had the fewest, even fewer than the Water God Palace, as Beast King Valley was the only neutral faction among the 5 major sects and 12 immortal sects, and would randomly join a faction after the event began. Neither the righteous path nor the demon sect knew where Beast King Valley would join, so naturally no one would send people to Beast King Valley. After the event began, all sects would be in a state vulnerable to attack. To allow players to become the protagonists of the event, all NPCs above the Foundation establishment stage were set to have participated in battles with higher tier figures yesterday, leaving only Qi refining disciples within the sect. Reaching the Foundation establishment stage allows one to fly with a weapon, which is a stark difference from the Qi refining stage. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that those above Foundation establishment do not participate in the disputes of the Qi refining realm. The entire battle between the immortals and demons lasted a total of 13 hours, during which there were only 2 hours of safe activity time, from 5 to 7 in the evening. During these 2 hours, the sect would be in an indestructible, invincible state, and players could log off. As long as they logged back in before 7, they would not lose their eligibility for the event. On the surface, the 2-hour break was meant for players to have dinner, but in reality, it was a breathing point in this battle of immortals and demons. At least for the leadership on both sides, these 2 hours were absolutely not for rest, but rather the best time to turn the tide of battle or expand their advantages. At the moment the announcement sounded, Jiang Chen was already within the Yunyang Palace. She did not see Qin Gaosheng, as he had exceeded the Foundation establishment stage and should not be in the sect, indicating that he had surely been reassigned. However, the NPC guarding the gate allowed Jiang Chen to enter the palace, indicating that Juetian had indeed communicated with Qin Gaosheng. At this moment, the surroundings of Yunyang Palace were filled with a dense crowd of players, all of whom were elite members of the Heavenly Alliance. Jiang Chen felt as if she were an uneasy canary in a cage. She let out a disinterested sigh, estimating that before long Yunyang sect would become the only sect among the 36 caverns that could be conquered. In this event, although both the 36 caverns and the Beast King Valley were neutral, there were two key differences. Firstly, the Beast King Valley required faction allocation. Once the formations were assigned, everyone would join that faction, while the sects of the 36 caverns remained permanently neutral, allowing disciples to join factions individually. Secondly, once the Beast King Valley chose a faction, the sect would be breached, but the sects of the 36 caverns remained invincible. The so-called invincible state actually pertains to the protective formations of the sect. These formations can slay perfected golden core cultivators, making them virtually invincible against current players. However, during the event, the protective formations of the 5 major sects and 12 immortal gates would be closed for some reason, but the formations of the 36 caverns would remain active. Thus, the 36 caverns could not be conquered, as clearly explained in the official activity announcement. Of course, this was the original explanation for the event, but with the emergence of the destined mission, a variable arose, namely that Yunyang's sect would become the only sect among the 36 caverns that could be conquered. From the defensive stance of the righteous sects led by Jiang and the offensive position of the demonic sect, it seemed that Yunyang's sect should also be part of the righteous faction. At this moment, far away at Tianyi's sect by Luolan and the trio of brothers stood among a crowd of players. This was the safest position and the best place to gain experience points. The promise made to Bai Luolan last time had not been broken by those in the righteous path. Similarly, within the Soul Prison Palace, numerous players were lined up. At the moment the announcement appeared, players from all factions surged out of their sects, rushing to their designated command locations. Outside the game, major video platforms also featured this event live on their homepages. Meanwhile, several announcements echoed, causing a stir among all players. System announcement: the battle between immortals and demons has officially commenced. Players will be unable to respawn upon death, and all locations outside of Jiang City will lose their safe zones. Jiang City will enter a closed state, forbidding player entry, and any routes leading to Jiang City will be prohibited. Players remaining in Jiang City after 5 minutes will be deemed to have forfeited this event. System announcement: to balance the forces of both sides, the Beast King Valley will be allocated to the demonic sect, with the faction lasting until the end of the battle between immortals and demons. System announcement: the heavens are vast, and the path of immortality is obscure. The journey of cultivation must endure countless hardships. However, there is one person in this realm disrupting the order of immortals. After a long period of covert investigation, the demonic sects finally realized that this person who defies fate is located within Yunyang's sect. Yunyang's sect has officially been designated as an enemy by the demonic sect, forced to join the righteous faction, as one of its elders was intercepted by the demonic sect, prompting all disciples above Foundation establishment to leave the sect to rescue him, resulting in the protective formations being rendered inoperable. System announcement: besides the demonic sect, the beast faction has inexplicably gone into revolt and has formally launched an attack on Yunyang's sect. As these system announcements concluded, the disciples of Yunyang's sect and the players currently within Yunyang's sect received a prompt. System prompt: the first wave of demons has reached the vicinity of Yunyang's sect. Please be cautious. Bai Luolan and the trio of brothers far away at Tianyi's sect also sensed this prompt. Return to Yunyang. Bai Luolan and the trio of brothers immediately burst forth from the crowd. The surrounding players on the Tianzi rankings furrowed their brows. They knew Bai Luolan was heading back to Yunyang's sect, but the problem was, even if Yunyang's sect had joined the righteous path, its value was not worth defending. Although they promised to let Bai Luolan enter the top 3, they clearly could not undermine their planned strategy for her. By the way, I just heard someone say that Juishan's Heavenly Alliance seems to be in Yunyang's sect as well, one person suddenly remarked. I was wondering where the largest organization of Tianyi sect went. Why abandon the well-established Tianyi sect to run to that small sect? Did you not notice? Jiang and the others knew Yunyang sect would participate in the battle before the system announcement. Something must be amiss. Forget it. Even if he has ulterior motives, I suspect it is mostly related to Ziyu and some hidden task. What can you do if you can't obtain it? But this is fine, with Jiang and them there, we don't need to divide our forces. Let Bai Luolan deal with it. Within the demonic sect, a dozen players on the Tianzi rankings suddenly received a transmission talisman from their sect's NPC. After listening to the words from the transmission talisman, some of the Tianzi ranking players who had stayed within the sect returned to their respective sects. Within the sect, they met with the NPC who issued the transmission talisman and received a task. However, no matter who it was, their first reaction upon seeing the task was shock, because the task bore a huge grade task mark. Destined Mission: Battle of Immortals and Demons. Task quality S. Kill the Yunyang sect disciple Ziyu during the Battle of Immortals and Demons. Failure conditions: player death, Ziyu killed by other players, or NPC Ziyu remaining alive after the event ends. Reward: increase cultivation by one small stage and receive a Tier 3 spirit weapon. While these players were receiving their tasks, Jiang Chen also simultaneously received various prompts along with the task information that entered her mind. System prompt: player Junzi Jian has accepted the Destiny quest. System prompt: player Damo Gulong has accepted the Destiny quest. System prompt: player Yanzi has accepted the Destiny quest. Destiny quest. How come she is unaware of it? System: what is going on with these Destiny quests? System prompt: the Destiny quest initiated by players Zhu Tian and Jing Jihua has caused this effect. Do these Destiny quests count as test attempts? System prompt: due to the large number of involved players, this test task will be calculated based on the number of players completing the task. Jiang Chen felt somewhat disappointed, but at least this month's testing obligation was settled. As for being killed, Jiang Chen certainly did not believe he would actually die. Besides, even if he did, there were various ways to revive in the game. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this Destiny quest was filled with malicious intent. On the surface, it seemed many had taken the quest, but in reality, at most 2 could complete it, and likely only 1 would succeed while the rest would be eliminated. If Zhu Tian's side won, at most 2 could complete the task. If the players from the Demon Sect won, then only 1 could. Jiang Chen had initially thought that 1 task would cover a year's worth of testing obligations, but it seemed there was no such good fortune. As the event progressed, disciples from various sects began to take action. Since both sides were conducting reconnaissance, they knew that the opposing cultivators had strategically deployed their sects, which at least ensured their safety in the early stages. However, those empty sects faced troubles. An hour into the event, a series of announcements began. System announcement: the main hall of the demon sects and Ingu has fallen. All players of the Just Path receive a slight boost to their attack and defense. System announcement: the main hall of the Just Path's Sheng Min has fallen. All players of the demon sect receive a slight boost to their attack and defense. System announcement: the main hall of the demon sects Ku Mu Zong has fallen. All players of the Just Path receive a slight boost to their attack and defense. Apart from the 5 major sects, the Water God Temple and Yunyang sect, numerous empty sects began to issue announcements of their fall one by one. This was an exchange resulting in the demon sect destroying 5 Just Path sects, while the Just Path destroyed 6 demon sect sects. Although it seemed the Just Path had the upper hand, the demon sect had the Beast King Valley as support. Being one of the 5 major sects, the players from the Beast King Valley, although ranked lowest among the 5, still outnumbered those from the 12 immortal sects. While both sides appeared to possess 3 sect strongholds each, what truly mattered was not the sects but the number of players. When comparing numbers, the Just Path was at a significant disadvantage. According to some statistics, among the 10,000 players in the closed beta, Just Path players outnumbered demon sect players by about 500. However, that was just a rough estimate, many variables had emerged. The Just Path consisted of 6 Immortal Sect players plus 2 major sects, while the Demon Sect had 6 Immortal Sect players plus 3 major sects. The additional Beast King Valley not only made up for the numerical disadvantage, but even slightly surpassed the Just Path. Currently, the largest organization of the Just Path, the Heavenly Alliance, was defending in the remote area of Yunyang Sect. Thus, with the Demon Sect growing stronger and the Just Path weaker, even with the slight imperceptible buff that the Just Path had gained, they remained at a disadvantage. After a series of announcements regarding the fall of sects rang out, both the Just Path and the Demon Sect seemed to fall into silence. Yet behind this silence, everyone understood that the real competition had begun. At this moment, the Yunyang Sect had already welcomed its first confrontation. Zhu Tian and Jing Ji stood at the mountain gate looking grave. Behind them by Luo Lan and the trio who had just learned of Zhu Tian and Jing Jihua's destiny, Quest chose to stay voluntarily to help after realizing Jiang Chen might be in danger. Currently, most disciples of Yunyang Sect had chosen to go to areas with more people after selecting their factions. Even though they heard that the Yunyang Sect had joined the Just Path and was about to be besieged by demons, only a few returned. The true defenders of the sect were still the members of the Heavenly Alliance. Now, including the disciples of Sheng Min, who had joined, the total number of the Heavenly Alliance exceeded 600, making it the largest spontaneous organization in the entire Just Path, and even in the game Dangxian. However, facing the densely packed demons at the foot of Yunyang Mountain, Zhu Tian still felt a bit nervous. These demons numbered in the thousands, and most types he had never seen before. Uncertain of their strength, Zhu Tian's expression was not good. If the first wave of demons had such a massive number, there would certainly be a second wave. Based on the game's usual pattern, the strength of the demons would only increase. The demons paused briefly at the foot of the mountain, and not long after they seemed to have received some command, and began to charge up the mountain. Leading the charge were a group of flying beasts. Zhu Tian had already called back all the scattered people. Seeing the attack on the mountain, he immediately issued orders. Jing Ji by Luo Lan, the 3 brothers, take some people to confront the flying beasts. The rest follow me to block the ground beasts on the mountain path. With Zhu Tian's command, Jing Jihua immediately led a group of people manipulating their spiritual tools and magical powers to strike at the flying beasts. Bai Luolan was somewhat reluctant to follow Zhu Tian's orders, but given the circumstances, she dared not act recklessly and had to join the attack on the flying beasts. Zhu Tian led the majority of the remaining players towards the mountain path, clashing with the ground beasts. In this encounter, the situation was tense. Zhu Tian felt considerably reassured. The average strength of these demon beasts was at the 6th and 7th layers of Qi refining, which matched the current average level of the players. Some of the stronger ones were only at the 8th layer of Qi refining. Even though their numbers exceeded those of the players by several times, the players had some coordination and healing pills, so they would not be at a disadvantage. After defeating a few demon beasts, Zhu Tian was surprised to find that these demon beasts actually provided points. Even though the points were low, they were indeed increasing. In the event interface, many players gradually began to feel something was off. Before long, they were astonished to discover that even though the Just Path and Demon Path had not yet begun fighting, some players' points had already skyrocketed to several hundred. Among them, Bai Luolan, Zhu Tian, Jing Ji Hua, the trio consisting of Kill That Turtle, Let Go of That Beauty, and Burn That Popular Guy, led the charge, followed by a dense row of disciples from Tian Yi sect and Sheng Min. This discovery made the leaders of both the Just Path and Demon Path restless. All these players were in Yunyang sect, right? They immediately dispatched people to investigate the reason at Yunyang sect. Although the current live broadcasts on various platforms could show the situation at Yunyang sect, the problem was that all players could not log off. Logging off would mean losing qualification. Moreover, new players were not allowed to join midway, so they were completely unaware of information from the outside world. Everything during the event had to be investigated within their own factions. HTTPS. Genius site address. Mobile reading URL. While dispatching scouts to survey players, many of their actions had to be accelerated due to the pressure of points. At Yunyang sect, the first wave of monster tides posed no significant challenge, and after more than 20 minutes, all the monsters were defeated, turning the initial worries of the Heavenly Alliance members into joy. They saw their rankings at the top of the activity interface. At that moment, Zhu Tian was in the first position, but he did not exhibit excitement. Instead, he approached Bai Luolan and whispered a few words in her ear. Bai Luolan nodded solemnly, leading the three to the Yunyang Palace to deal with that troublesome brat. When they arrived at Yunyang Palace, the waiting players around seemed to have received prior notice and allowed Bai Luolan and her companions to enter. 2 hours later, the second wave of demons attacked the mountain again. This time, the number of demons increased by 50%, forcing Zhu Tian to withdraw some elite members from Yunyang Palace. After these elites left, a few remaining players among the others stealthily hid in caves or forests. A moment later, sound transmission talismans shot into the sky unnoticed by anyone. At this moment, within the Water God Temple, 4 players and 1 NPC appeared. In this chaotic place, no one paid them any mind. Far too many players brought capable NPCs from their sects to help here, and any NPC above the 6th level of Qi refinement was considered a fighting force at this stage. Many players with high friendliness towards NPCs thought to use them as meat shields or to increase their team's output. Meanwhile, the righteous side, feeling disadvantaged, could no longer sit idly by. Firstly, the points of Zhu Tian and the others had been widening the gap with theirs. Secondly, their own strength was relatively weak, and if they delayed further, the situation would become extremely unfavorable. In terms of winning probability, the demon sect could secure 6 layers, while the righteous side only had a winning chance of 4 layers. 6 layers were still not safe enough for the demon sect. At least for now, they would not launch an all-out attack, and they would even avoid a decisive battle. But everyone knew that the last 2 hours before the event ended would be the most frenzied. In those 2 hours, regardless of how much winning probability everyone had, they would all give it their all. Firstly, time was running out, and secondly, it was to rack up points and seize rankings. All the processes leading up to those 2 hours were about accumulating winning probabilities. The higher the probability, the greater the advantage. The greater the advantage, the easier it would be to obtain points. In the entire map of Ascending to Immortality, the Soul Prison Palace and Luo Zhao sect are located on the left side, while Tian Yi sect, Yu Nu Pavilion, and Water God Temple are on the right side, presenting a crisscross formation. The Water God Temple is the protruding point of the triangle, which is why the righteous side is unwilling to give it up. As long as they hold the Water God Temple, the demon sect can provide rapid support no matter where they attack. It is precisely because of the existence of the Water God Temple that Tian Yi sect and Yu Nu Pavilion dared to send all their players, with the objective being the Beast King Valley, which had just joined the demon sect. Deploying such a large number of players aimed for a quick resolution, guarding against unexpected events. The Beast King Valley is located in the northern part of the map, even closer to the righteous side, almost disconnected from the demon sect. However, it indeed belongs to the demon sect now, so if the righteous side could destroy it, they could once again gain an additional buff. With a buff exceeding 2 layers, having fewer people is not necessarily a disadvantage. Moreover, there are many players in the Beast King Valley. If they could capture all these players, it would further weaken the strength of the demon sect. However, no one in the righteous side expected that merely 5 minutes after they set out, players scouting in front of the Water God Temple had already discovered the demon sect's army marching straight towards them. Moreover, this wave of the demon sect's army was mightily impressive. This news naturally reached the top players of the righteous side. At Tian E sect, aside from the players who had set out and those stationed at other sects, there were only 3 top players left, with the 7th-ranked player Tsonglan leading the group. However, upon receiving the news, all 3 wore heavy expressions. It shouldn't be happening. Didn't our informant say that the players from the demon sect were preparing to head to the Beast King Valley? Why did they suddenly appear in front of the Water God Temple? One person questioned. I don't know, but the main issue now is whether to call back the players who went out, another person pondered quietly. What if the demon sect is just feigning an attack? Then our plan would be deemed a failure, putting us in a passive position. As for informants, both the righteous and the demon sect have them, and they are impossible to eliminate. After all, not everyone is as wealthy as the top players. Some people inevitably sacrifice in-game benefits for money. However, for this raid on the Beast King Valley, they had made complete preparations. To ensure that the players from Yu Pavilion gathered entirely at Tian E sect, they released false news about an ambush on Luo Zhao sect. Only when those players arrived did they clarify that they were actually heading to attack the Beast King Valley. When they informed them that they were attacking the Beast King Valley, even if the demon sect knew their movements, it would be too late to stop them. After all, the distance from the demon sect to the Water God Temple was twice that from Tian E sect to the Beast King Valley. Even if the demon sect attempted a surrounding tactic, the righteous side still had enough time to reinforce. The distance from the demon sect to the Beast King Valley was even greater, which is why the righteous side dared to immediately attack the Beast King Valley after hearing about the demon sect's advance. By the time the demon sect arrived, the Beast King Valley would have long been destroyed. In Songlan's view, this action by the demon sect was merely to have their main forces hoarded closer to the righteous sects in the Beast King Valley, using a direct short-range threat to deter righteous players from taking rash actions, thereby gaining a more proactive advantage. However, now the 3 could not understand why the demon sect's players had suddenly appeared around the Water God Temple. We can't go back. Songlan immediately interrupted the discussion of the other 2. If we go back, we won't have enough time for our next step. Once the demon sect occupies the Beast King Valley and has the advantage in strength, we will only be exhausted responding to their strategies, completely in a passive position. The other 2 top players fell into deep thought. After a while, one of them sighed. Alas, if Zhu Tian hadn't gone to Yunyang's sect, it would have been great. With him devising strategies, at least we would have some foundation. Another person immediately brightened up and replied, how about using a sound transmission talisman to ask? Hearing their conversation, Songlan's expression immediately darkened. Are you 2 not trusting me? As the 7th-ranked player, not counting the neutral by Luo Lan, this was the best ranking among the righteous side aside from Zhu Tian and Jing Jihua. Since Zhu Tian went to Yunyang's sect, Songlan had always regarded himself as the leader of the righteous side. Now hearing these people talk about looking for Zhu Tian, wasn't that implying that Songlan was less clever than Zhu Tian? That he was quite foolish? But both of them wore worried expressions. There's no but about it. I do not believe that the demon sect has anyone so powerful that they can foresee our actions. Those players from the demon sect are surely just a smokescreen. I suspect they were organized by the demon sect temporarily when they heard about our attack on the Beast King sect, and their numbers must not be many. Songlan spoke with conviction. This assumption is too risky, another person disagreed. We are currently at a disadvantage. If we do not take some risks, how can we win? The 2 exchanged glances, unable to refute him. It's settled then. Songlan made the decision. Outside the Water God Temple, among the group of demon sect players, 9 players stood at the forefront of a large team, gazing at the entrance of the Water God Temple. In the center of the 9 players stood a female player dressed in the attire of the Soul Prison Temple, yet adorned in an incredibly glamorous manner, smiling confidently. She asked those beside her, how are the players from Tianyi sect doing? The player on the left replied, the informant said they haven't returned. Really? It seems I need to revise my previous assessment. The righteous side's command isn't lacking in intelligence, rather they are too foolish. Well, isn't it good to be a little foolish? It shows that Zhu Tian isn't all that impressive either. The player on the right spoke with great composure, his eyes reflecting a sharp gaze. Zhu Tian, if you think this decision was made by him, then you really underestimate him. The female player shook her head. Isn't it? I remember that Zhu Tian is indeed the nominal leader of the righteous side, the player on the left remarked curiously. Didn't the informant report that Zhu Tian was fighting wild monsters at Yunyang Gate? Most likely someone made a decision without consulting him. I see, the player on the right stroked his chin thoughtfully, but then he laughed heartily. However, I believe that even if Zhu Tian really came to command, he would definitely not be your match. Brother Lone Wolf, you flatter me. I'm just a merchant who ranks at the bottom of the Tianyi list. How could I possibly compare to the dignified leader of the righteous side? Yinzi, are you subtly mocking me for being an incompetent leader of the demon sect? Brother Lone Wolf stared directly at the female player named Yinzi. How could I dare? Yinzi, how about joining my wolf pack? I can offer you the position of my second in command. What do you say? Brother Lone Wolf's eyes gleamed with determination. To be honest, with Brother Lone Wolf being third on the Tianyi list, only behind by Luolan and Zhu Tian, this invitation was enticing enough. However, Yinzi made an unwilling expression. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Lone Wolf, but I prefer to handle some business matters. Such fighting and killing is just for casual enjoyment. If you really make me do this full-time, I would go insane. Brother Lone Wolf was about to say something more, but saw that Yinzi had already taken a couple of steps away. Time waits for no one. While they are still unaware, let's finish this quickly. After all, our focus is not here. Isn't that right, Brother Lone Wolf? Hearing this, Brother Lone Wolf swallowed the words he was about to say. He knew very well what Yinzi meant by focus. Before the great battle in the evening, if there was anything that could rapidly increase their strength, it was undoubtedly this level task they had just received. Perhaps after the server wipe, all levels and items would be cleared, but they didn't care. All they needed was to gain an advantage before the decisive battle. Moreover, they had never completed its level task and wanted to try it as a test for the upcoming public beta. Similarly, Zhu Tian received this task that was about to be wiped because at first he thought there would still be some game time left after the end of the War of Immortals, hoping to see if he could reach a higher level through this task. However, when the official announcement stated that the end of the War of Immortals meant the end of the internal testing, Zhu Tian began to feel that this task was even more extraordinary. After all, which game ends and still rewards players? Unless this reward is for the public beta or has some impact on it. Zhu Tian held on to this mindset and did not give up, but continued to work on the task. With Brother Lone Wolf's beckoning, the demon sect players surged forward. The players here were indeed the main force of the demon sect, while the true mastermind behind it all was the seemingly harmless Yinzi in the center. Yinzi did not participate in sect conflicts, nor did she organize her own forces, which is why her name did not shine on the Tianyi list. Yet this player, who ranked second to last on the Tianyi list, was strategizing behind the scenes for the demon sect with her low-profile identity. But no one knew that she had another identity, the Golden Bird of Ascension. In the entire game of Ascension, the exchange rate of spirit stones to real currency could only crumble if someone other than the officials had accumulated a vast amount of spirit stones, and that person was the Golden Bird. In Ascension, whether they were merchants looking to profit or players focused on life professions, everyone knew one thing: keeping track of the Golden Bird's movements would ensure they would not suffer losses. However, no one could guess that the Golden Bird would be Yinzi. After all, those who played the game for profit were usually ordinary people or the impoverished. Who would think that a big name on the Tianyi list would engage in such activities? Casual players were synonymous with being weak. Moreover, players on the Tianyi list were all wealthy individuals. In reality, the small amount of money in the game might not even be enough for their daily pocket money. Why would they bother to earn it? Thus, they could never guess. Only a few big names on the Tianyi list knew a thing or two about it. Evidently, Brother Lone Wolf was one of those few. As the demon sect launched their attack, the players inside the Water God Temple also refused to back down. They took advantage of the geographical advantage of the Water God Temple to execute some impressive counterattacks. After all, the entrance was that big. The players of the Water God Temple only needed to continuously unleash area spells at the entrance to inflict varying degrees of damage on the incoming demon sect players before they even engaged in combat. Seeing his side's players constantly being harvested, Brother Lone Wolf's expression grew increasingly grim. He glanced at Yinzi, but did not command the players to stop their assault. He knew very well that Yinzi would never do such an ungrateful thing. In a corner of the Water God Temple by Luolan, and the three who killed that turtle son were crouched in a corner scanning their surroundings. Goddess, why are we hiding here? Did you not notice that ever since we arrived at the Water God Temple, Sister Xiu has been watched by someone? She's too eye-catching, and I'm afraid of exposing us. In the background, Jiang Chen looked at the four speechlessly. She really wanted to tell by Luolan, you, the top player on the Tianyi list, are always flaunting in front of me in NPC. It's a wonder that I don't draw attention. At this moment, the Water God Palace was already bustling with activity. As the most vital location among the three righteous sects, the Water God Palace serves as the lifeblood of these sects. Naturally, there were plenty of players here. Although only 2 top-tier experts were assigned by the righteous path, the number of lower-tier players was comparable to that in the Tianyi sect, and even more than the Yu Pavilion. If we also consider the players from the Yunyang sect, it means that the righteous players in the Water God Palace occupied more than 1/3 of all righteous players. The demon sect would certainly need to keep some personnel to guard their sect, and the Beast King Valley had not yet joined forces with the demon sect. Even if they all rushed out, their total number of players would only be at most twice that of the Water God Palace. It is important to note that attacking is not the same as defending, especially during the Qi refinement phase when no one can fly. Defense often provides a greater advantage than offense. In addition to the small terrain that is hard to enter, a portion of those specialized in formations can be deadly during defense. A single formation in a defensive battle can trap many cultivators in a brief illusion or confusion. In combat, especially in a game without health bars, a moment of illusion or confusion can cost a player their life. Therefore, in the face of the demon sect's attack, the Water God Palace did not appear flustered. With their numbers, they could at least hold out for more than 3 hours. It takes only half an hour for players from the Tianyi sect and Yu Pavilion to reach the Water God Palace, meaning they could make 6 trips in 3 hours, making it hard not to feel at ease. As Jiang Chen and his companions watched the comings and goings in the corner, several players shouted out the losses in the north are very severe. Please, any available players immediately go support the north. Amidst the shouting, many players who, like Jiang Chen, did not want to participate in the fighting reluctantly headed toward the north gate. Although Jiang Chen and the others were in a remote corner, they were still spotted by those players. One female disciple from the Yu Pavilion brightened up and quickly approached Bai Lulan, saying awkwardly, "Fairy, why could you please go to the north side of the Water God Palace to command the battle?" She continued, "Currently Jiao Xiao and Sister Yunju are at the heavily pressured east and west gates. You are the only one left." Her meaning was clear. The implication was simple: there were no top-tier experts at the north gate, so they earnestly requested Bai Lulan to take charge there. As for Jiao Xiao and Yunju, Jiang Chen had heard of them. They were also top-tier players, likely the only 2 such players in the Water God Palace. Now, with both of them guarding the gates, it would be unreasonable for Bai Lulan, who was newly arrived, to remain idle. Bai Lulan glanced back at Jiang Chen, feeling extremely conflicted. She brought Jiang Chen here for his safety, but if she went to the front lines, wouldn't that put him in danger? Yet if she declined, what reason could she give? As Bai Lulan was in turmoil, the person behind her lightly nudged her and remarked, "You realize the trouble now, right? The great deity just said to take Sister Ziyu to the Water God Palace and then return, but you insisted on staying here." Bai Lulan shot a glare at him, but she felt a bit regretful inside. "How about we go then?" Jiang Chen noticed Bai Lulan hesitating and helped her say, "Fairy Ziyu, it's too dangerous. If you don't go, I'll be in even greater danger. In this world, who doesn't know that you and I are close? If you're here hesitating, what would the demon sect think?" Bai Lulan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, with her character, how could she possibly hesitate? "All right then, Fairy Ziyu, I will go with the 3 of them, and you stay here." "That's not acceptable either. I must go help, though otherwise taking me with you would be too obvious," Jiang Chen replied, leaving Bai Lulan at a loss for words. "Then, fine. But sister, please be careful." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Jiang Chen reassured as he patted Bai Lulan's head. Bai Lulan then turned to the Yu Pavilion disciple, saying, "All right, we'll head over now, but this is our first time at the Water God Palace, and we don't know the way. You'll need to lead us to the north gate." Bai Lulan and Jiang Chen slowly got up, and the Yu Pavilion disciple immediately dared not delay, promptly leading the way for Jiang Chen and Bai Lulan. Along the way, the Yu Pavilion disciple would occasionally steal glances at Jiang Chen's face. Sometimes when she looked for too long, she would stare blankly at him. Bai Lulan, fearing something unusual might happen, cautiously asked, "What are you looking at?" The Yu Pavilion disciple quickly turned her head away and awkwardly replied, "It's nothing. I was just curious where this NPC is from. She's really beautiful. Normally such a beautiful NPC should be famous, but I don't recall her." Hearing that the Yu Pavilion disciple merely said that, Bai Lulan felt relieved and casually replied, "It's nothing, just an NPC from a small sect. It's normal that not many people know her." The Yu Pavilion disciple responded, "Oh," and seeing that Bai Lulan was unwilling to say more, she quickened her pace. Jiang Chen, noticing that the Yu Pavilion disciple hadn't recognized him, merely smiled slightly. At this moment, she indeed had no connection to Ziyu. The original violet dress had long been replaced with an orange brocade robe, and the purple veil on her face had been removed. The Yunyang sword behind her had been put into her storage bag, making it impossible to draw any connection to Ziyu. As for why she was here, it was because of a conversation with Zhu Tian 2 hours earlier. After repelling the first wave of demon beasts, Zhu Tian felt that dealing with these monsters was more challenging than he had imagined. Although the first wave was not difficult, what about the second or third waves? If the current personnel were insufficient, Zhu Tian would have to redeploy elite players to protect Jiang Chen. However, doing so would reduce the safety around Jiang Chen. If the demon sect did not attack openly and engaged in sneak attacks or assassinations, Jiang Chen's danger level would increase significantly. To prevent such a situation from occurring, he thought of a plan: let Bai Lulan change Jiang Chen's appearance and quietly transport him to the Water God Palace. Thus, even if the demon sect breaks through the defenses, they will be unable to find Jiang Chen. If the Yunyang sect cannot hold out, Zhu Tian need not fight to the bitter end. He can simply pack up and leave. After all, the mission requires the protection of Ziyu, not the Yunyang sect. Whether the Yunyang sect survives or falls is of no concern to him. Although the Water God Temple appears to be on the front lines against the demon sect, the numerous players here differ markedly from those in Tianyi sect. Most players are affiliated with the 12 immortal sects and the 36 caves with countless small teams. For instance, in this temple defense battle, apart from the direct descendants of Jiao Xiao and Yunju, everyone else is participating voluntarily, allowing for great freedom. Moreover, precisely because it is on the front lines, the Water God Temple will undoubtedly not entertain any notions of underestimating the enemy or taking reckless risks. In a place filled with numerous players and a stable code of conduct, its safety is beyond question. This is also why Zhu Tian chose to send Jiang Chen to the Water God Temple instead of Tianyi sect, let alone to the Yu Pavilion. By the time Jiang Chen and his companions arrived at the North Gate, the battlefield here had already descended into chaos. The player teams that came to support were also deterred upon seeing the situation. She finally understood why the North Gate was in distress. It was unclear whether the opposing side was using divine abilities or employing some trick. At this moment outside the North Gate of the Water God Temple, a group of wild bull demons were actually assisting the demon sect in attacking the temple door. These demons are tough-skinned and meaty, taking the brunt of the firepower. With these demons present, the demon sect players rushing in from behind could establish their footing and begin their counterattack at a leisurely pace. In the skies, spiritual artifacts were flying and talismans were being cast. Many injured players retreated to heal, and once healed, they rejoined the fray. Fights between cultivators are inherently difficult to conclude with absolute victories. If injured cultivators merely need to step back, use pills to heal, and a few minutes later they can return to fighting fit. Bai Luolan, seeing those demons, curiously asked the disciple of Yu Pavilion, "What kind of sex divine ability is this that can summon demons?" The female disciple shook her head, saying, "By fairy, that is not a divine ability, but a type of wild monster called Ding Tian Nyo, which lives north of the Water God Temple. I don't know how they managed to lure these wild monsters here to act as meat shields. As a wild monster of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, it is indeed difficult to kill, especially in groups. The most crucial point is that when wild monsters die, they respawn. This means that if the technique to lure monsters can be used indefinitely, these wild monsters can never be completely eliminated. To think they could even summon wild monsters to assist, it is simply cheating." Seeing Bai Luolan in a daze and showing no signs of attacking, the disciple of Yu Pavilion immediately shouted to those around, "The first on the Tianzi ranking Bai Luolan has arrived." Everyone put in more effort. Indeed, upon this shout, the players who had not been paying attention turned to look. When they saw the glaring player name above her head, their morale surged, and even some hesitant player groups directly joined the battle. In the entire ascent to immortality, currently only Bai Luolan has reached the great perfection of Qi refinement, while the others, including Zhu Tian and others, have only reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. A difference of a single layer in cultivation translates to a significant difference in strength. Those Ding Tian Nyo may not fear a group of players at the 6th or 7th layer of Qi refinement, but if Bai Luolan were to strike, it would be a fatal blow to the Ding Tian Nyo. Thus the player's confidence soared. "Fairy Bai, we ask that you make a move as well." The disciple of Yu Pavilion looked at her eagerly. Bai Luolan knew she could not avoid it any longer and immediately activated her techniques to strike at the Ding Tian Nyo. Once Bai Luolan made her move, the battle situation quickly reversed, and the player forces that had been retreating were suddenly able to stand their ground. However, before Bai Luolan could kill a few Ding Tian Nyo, she heard an enraged move from among them. From behind the wild monsters, a Ding Tian Nyo engulfed in flames stepped forward, glaring at Bai Luolan as if it were a sworn enemy. Before Bai Luolan could react, the bull charged straight at her. It endured many players' attacks during its charge, but it was of no effect. Watching this situation, Bai Luolan's expression darkened, already sensing the extraordinary nature of this Ding Tian Nyo. She took out a jewelry box from her storage bag and quickly opened it. Inside the box lay 3 finger-sized long swords, each styled differently, with red, yellow, and blue as the main colors of the hilt. Bai Luolan pointed at the Ding Tian Nyo, and the 3 long swords from the jewelry box flashed with brilliance and struck the head of the Ding Tian Nyo. Instantly blood splattered, and the Ding Tian Nyo let out a mournful cry. However, apart from the cry, the Ding Tian Nyo's body did not stop and continued charging toward Bai Luolan. Bai Luolan was alarmed. She had always known the power of the 3rd-tier spiritual artifact called the 3 Light Sword Box. Ever since acquiring it from a destiny mission, she had rarely used it, but whenever she did, it had always been a one-hit kill. She had never seen a monster withstand a blow and still survive. As the man in the bull drew close, Bai Luolan had no choice but to sidestep. However, her evasion inadvertently allowed the Ding Tian Nyo to crash into the righteous player group, instantly disrupting their formation. Seeing that the entire battle line at the North Gate was about to descend into chaos, Bai Luolan was at a loss for what to do. Outside the Water God Temple, Yanzi languidly reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely enjoying a pastry, while watching the battle at the temple door. In the distance, Mo Gulang hurried towards her. Upon seeing Yanzi's relaxed demeanor, he immediately displayed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, he quickly concealed his displeasure and instead revealed a pleased expression. "Yanzi, good news, it seems we have breached the North Gate." Upon hearing this, Yanzi did not smile, but instead sat up in shock. "We breached it?" "Yes." "But are the players of the Water God Temple really that weak?" Yanzi muttered. Mo Gulang frowned. Yanzi immediately realized she had misspoken and laughed awkwardly. "A brother Gulang, can you ask them not to fight too fiercely? Just hold the line at the entrance." Mo Gulang took a deep breath. Why? Because now trying to eliminate the Water God Temple would consume too much energy. Upon hearing this, Mo Gulang could no longer hold back his rebuttal. "Yanzi, using players to fill the entrance of the Water God Temple is the real consumption. Now that we have breached it, we no longer have to be blocked. Why would you still opt for a method that consumes more energy?" Yanzi, however, calmly stood up and looked directly at Daimo Gulang. Brother Gulang, do you think the Water God Temple only has 4 gates to charge at? Daimo Gulang froze, unsure how to respond. He only knew that the outer perimeter of the Water God Temple was surrounded by walls dozens of meters high and impenetrable with 4 narrow gates, but he was unaware of the internal structure of the Water God Temple. As far as I know, besides the 4 main gates of the Shui Shin Temple, there are 4 smaller side gates around the central hall. If we break through a main gate now, they will immediately abandon the other 3 main halls and withdraw into the small halls to keep defending. Those small halls are compact and close to one another. Reinforcement between them is easy. At that point, no stratagem will avail us. Only brute force remains, and the casualties need no elaboration. You owe me an explanation. Why have we been charging them like this? It is simple. Make them believe we are the main force, that we have come to take them by force. You mean, our objective is not here? Yanzi held up 5 fingers. Brother Daimo Gulang, fight. 5 more minutes, then withdraw. After 5 minutes, we split in 2. While Tianyi Sect's main force has not yet returned, we will take Tianyi Sect, and you knew good directly. Daimo Gulang's eyes brightened. There were few players left in Tianyi Sect, and you knew Gu. Even if they divided their troops, we would still have more than enough. Remember, after we split, appoint someone you trust to supervise the teams. No player may leave the squad during that time, and anyone who deserts for any reason is to be killed on the spot. A cold glint flashed through Yanzi's eyes. Daimo Gulang understood her meaning. This was to prevent righteous spies in the ranks from betraying them. He nodded solemnly. I misjudged you. I will apologize to you in person after the public beta. No need. I am a merchant. I do not wish to keep killing like this, Yanzi said, shaking her head. Daimo Gulang laughed, then turned and walked a few paces, his expression darkening. He thought to himself that she did not know what was good for her. A sinister smile curled at his lips. If she could not be put to his use, then she must be destroyed utterly. The battle in the Shui Shin Temple grew ever more violent. In truth, before the healing pills ran out, relatively few players actually died. As long as they were injured, they could usually fall back under cover and take pills to recover, and only a few unlucky ones fell before they could return. It was precisely because Mo sect players retreated frequently to heal that they could not break through the gates. The situation at the North Gate, however, was entirely exceptional. After the Dingtian Nyo, its body wreathed in flames, smashed the defensive line, the righteous players' assault suddenly faltered. Seizing that moment, many Mo sect players surged forward, and other Dingtian Nyo finally breached the line, colliding with the players in brutal close combat. Daimo Gulang watched the favorable situation at the North Gate and felt a restless itch. Although Yanzi's plan made sense, merely withdrawing seemed too timid. He considered for a moment, then beckoned to 2 Tian-ranking elites beside him. The righteous line is in chaos. Shall we take the chance to charge in and wreak havoc a while before we leave? The 2 men dared not refuse when Daimo Gulang asked. They immediately agreed, voices eager. Yanzi watched the 3 of them charge into the North Gate and stood up from her chair again, biting her lip. Daimo Gulang, you are a damned fool, she spat. The players around them were at a loss for words. They did not see what was so foolish about such an attack. Only Yanzi knew that the 3's assault would inevitably cause the North Gate to fall. The consequence would be that all Shui Shin Temple players would shrink back into the small halls, and then they would have to expend immense manpower and pills to assault those small gates. If they did not do that, the righteous would grow suspicious. Why, after such a breakthrough, did the Mo sect not press the advantage? Continued inaction would make the cost far exceed the gain. At the North Gate, the flaming Dingtian Nyo, though near death under by Luolan's attacks, still left the scene in shambles and beyond easy repair. Isn't that the famed white goddess from the Tian ranking? A hearty laugh came from outside the North Gate. 3 figures rushed toward Bai Luolan. The moment they met, they unleashed various divine techniques and spirit implements. Bai Luolan scrambled to respond and barely withstood their combined onslaught. Seeing their names, Bai Luolan's expression grew grave. These 3 were Tian-ranking elites, 2 at the 9th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 8th. Among them, the most conspicuous was the 3rd of the Tian-ranking Daimo Gulang. Isn't that Daimo Gulang? So soon he can't resist coming to die. Bai Luolan taunted. Coming to die? We'll see who dies. Daimo Gulang snorted, drawing the spear from his back as a divine strike gathered power. The other 2 likewise revealed their techniques and prepared their trump cards. Although Bai Luolan possessed the great perfection of Qi refinement, she nonetheless strained under the threefold assault. Daimo Gulang stood barely 1 step shy of that great perfection. After felling several Dingtian Nyo, the 3 saw Bai Luolan in trouble and immediately came to assist. Each of the assisting 3 was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Together, they managed to hold back another 9th level cultivator. With that, the tangled engagement among them was barely maintained. As if fate were capricious, the near-dead Dingtian Nyo suddenly sprang up, and as if maddened, rammed wildly about. After knocking down several players, it charged into the Shui Shin Temple. Bai Luolan glimpsed the creature's trajectory out of the corner of her eye and cursed inwardly. The flaming Dingtian Nyo was headed straight for Jiang Chen's position. Bai Luolan was entangled by 2 opponents and could not spare herself. The Dingtian Yo was about to strike Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thrust both hands onto the bull's horns. Under the impact, he was thrown several meters back, yet he was not flung away and showed no sign of pain. Instead, he brought the raging beast to an absolute halt. This flaming Dingtian Yo had just seared a cultivator so fiercely that the man had screamed aloud. Its sharp horns had driven many players into retreat. Jiang Chen lifted the bull's lowered head, and its remaining strength instantly evaporated. The Dingtian Yo stared at Jiang Chen as if it had seen a monster, then bowed its forelegs and knelt. Jiang Chen had encountered many wild beasts like this while practicing the Feng posture and was far from surprised. His status as a GM in the game had its uses. The native creatures rarely dared misbehave before him and sometimes even showed deference. He crouched, shoved a restorative pill into the Dingtian Yo's mouth, and said softly, "Go. Help that cultivator," named by Luolan. The Dingtian Yo nodded its head and mooed once, then immediately turned and charged toward Damo Galan's position. At the bull's cry, the other Dingtian Yo hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned and attacked the Mo sect players instead. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, Jiang Chen patted his storage bag, and his once robust body suddenly became slender. At the moment of crisis earlier, she summoned the 7-colored flowing cloud garment, relying on its defensive power and fire attribute resistance to fend off the furious attack of the Bull of Heaven. As the 7-colored flowing cloud garment is a spiritual tool, it tends to prefer contact with a body infused with spiritual energy upon being summoned. Therefore, at the moment of summoning, it was concealed within the brocade robe, hidden from view. Although Jiang Chen's body swelled significantly, it was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Even then, they would merely attribute it to an optical illusion. What's going on? Why has the effect of the protection flag worn off? The protection flag has failed. The wild monsters are turning against us. Fall back a little. Facing the fearless attack of the flaming bull of heaven, the desert lone wolf had no choice but to focus all his attention on the bull. This allowed Bai Luolan to break free. Under the impetus of the 3 light sword box, she charged directly at the player of the 8th layer of Qi Refinement. Originally, it was the Desert Lone Wolf who led with the player of the 8th layer of Qi Refinement as support. Now that the Desert Lone Wolf was unable to assist, how could the player of the 8th layer defend against the onslaught? Within moments, all their spiritual tools were shattered, and their divine abilities were rendered futile. After sustaining some injuries, that player wasted no time and fled towards the players of the demon sect behind him, attempting to have them hold back by Luolan. However, the North Gate was currently a scene of people blocking people, beasts blocking beasts, in utter disarray. Moreover, these demon sect players were not his direct subordinates, so why would they sacrifice themselves for a player from another top-tier roster, especially since he hadn't compensated them? After the Qi Refinement 8th layer player shouted a few times, the other demon sect players distanced themselves from him. Such a golden opportunity by Luolan certainly would not let it slip away. With her urging, the 3 light sword box had nearly rendered the demon sect top-tier expert incapable of movement. Beside her, the Desert Lone Wolf and another player of the 9th layer of Qi Refinement wanted to assist, but were entangled by the people or monsters before them. The player of the 8th layer of Qi Refinement held out for about 3 minutes before finally transforming into specks of starlight. Moments later, the flaming bull of heaven let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the demon sect players were once again pushed back to the palace gate, the Desert Lone Wolf shot a fierce glare at Jiang Chen from a distance, striking down the 3 individuals who had killed the kid. Before Bai Luolan could approach, the 2 rushed towards the crowd of the demon sect. Compared to the previous top-tier players, the Desert Lone Wolf's authority was significantly greater. Seeing him about to leave, the demon sect members immediately cleared a path. After all, the Desert Lone Wolf is a representative of the demon sect, possessing one of the most powerful factions within the sect. Everyone knew that if he were to perish, there would be no hope for victory in this battle between immortals and demons. Bai Luolan's subsequent attacks landed squarely on the ordinary players positioned behind the Desert Lone Wolf. Seeing that the demon sect was in utter disarray, Bai Luolan lost her desire to continue attacking. After all, their task was merely to defend, and if they truly broke out with the numerical advantage of the demon sect, they would surely be overwhelmed. Turning around, Bai Luolan quickly approached Jiang Chen, curious as she asked, "Sister, how did you do it?" "I did back in Juxian City to help you escape, and I've done it again now." Jiang Chen did not elaborate. After all, the secrets of the Game Master were better kept hidden, otherwise players like Bai Luolan might lose most of their interest in this game, which was not what she wanted to see. Bai Luolan showed a look of realization and then immediately pulled Jiang Chen along, heading into the Water God Temple. Jiang Chen, being tugged by her, immediately displayed a puzzled expression. "Junior sister Bai, where are you taking me?" "Of course, to find a place to hide." "Why hide? Sister, you just did something so miraculous. I'm worried your identity might be exposed." "If you're worried about my identity being exposed, then I definitely can't leave." Jiang Chen broke free from Bai Luolan's grip. "Not leaving?" Bai Luolan stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. "Yes, I can't leave. Leaving would only raise their suspicions further. But I'm afraid they will come to ask questions. Then it's even simpler. We'll intimidate them with strength. Junior sister Bai, you are the top-ranked cultivator from Jiuxian City. Surely, you have some prestige left. Bai Luolan pondered for a moment, and it did seem to be the case. She hesitantly nodded. All right, I hope they haven't noticed anything amiss. After the desert lone wolf left the north gate, his expression remained grim. Since the start of the Immortal Demon Conference, the first top-tier expert had fallen. He had always thought the first to die would be from the righteous side, never expecting that a master from their own demon sect would be the first to perish. Having stepped out of the palace door for only a few steps, the desert lone wolf and another player of the 9th layer of Qi refinement stopped, as before them Yinzi was glaring at them with a furious expression. I've heard the wild monsters suddenly turned against us, and Shui, he has died. Shui, he was the player of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Although he ranked 3rd from the bottom on the top-tier list, he was still a top-tier expert, and his death was a significant blow to the demon sect. The two of them simply nodded silently in response to Yanzi's questioning. Big brother Lone Wolf, did you know that among the 4 gates of the Water God Temple your side suffered the most casualties, eh? Moreover, the consumption of elixirs has been the highest. We've only been through half a day. I asked the players at the North Gate how many elixirs they have left. Also the players under Shui, he almost turned against each other just now. You need to use money to calm them down, or if something goes wrong, I can't even imagine what will happen. Yinzi stamped her foot angrily. Elixirs require refining, and refining consumes spiritual energy. At this stage, everyone must conserve their spiritual energy for battle, and they even need to use elixirs to recover their spiritual energy, leaving no time to waste on refining new elixirs. The elixirs they had prepared beforehand were mostly depleted. A glint of cold light flashed in the desert lone wolf's eyes as he lowered his head. After all, this was his fault, and he certainly couldn't show any signs of discontent. However, even if he was at fault, it was not for others to criticize. Who did this Yinzi think she was? The desert lone wolf felt inwardly dissatisfied, but he still put on a facade of apology. This matter is my fault. I will take responsibility for rehiring the players under Shui. You need not worry about that, Yinzi. Alright, it's happened now, and there's nothing we can do about it. The plan will be delayed by 3 minutes. Big brother Lone Wolf, tell all the top-tier experts to get ready. We'll have the formation builders set up the illusion formation at the camp and then directly take down the Tiani sect and the Yunu Pavilion. This time we cannot afford to fail. Understood, I will inform them right away. The desert lone wolf nodded expressionless as he walked towards the distance. Upon hearing that the North Gate had been successfully defended, the originally retreating Sandmen lost any intention of withdrawing. After a few minutes of relentless assault with no success, the demon sect began to retreat. However, they did not return to their sect, but instead set up layers of formations not far from the Water God Temple, forming a camp seemingly preparing for another assault. The Water God Temple remained vigilant, but compared to before, the atmosphere had relaxed considerably. After all, they had managed to hold off the demon sect's army with merely a third of their forces, which was something they could boast about for quite some time. Jiang Chen's every move still attracted the attention of most players. However, with the presence of the great player Bai Luolan, no one dared to voice any objections. Meanwhile, the forum and official website had already descended into chaos. When the scene switched to the North Gate of the Water God Temple, those who had seen Jiang Chen's face nearly overwhelmed the official live streaming server. Does this NPC look a bit familiar? I think it looks familiar too. What familiarity are you talking about? Haven't you seen the news? It's that change from Jiang Mountain. What? Let me search it up. I'll check it out too. I just finished looking. Damn, it really looks like her. What do you mean looks like? It's exactly the same, isn't it? Is she a real person? It can't be right. She's definitely a real person. I'm from Linjiang City, and recently there were ghost incidents at our film and television city, and it was this person who resolved it. Is that true? She can even catch ghosts. She can't really be changed, can she? You've watched too many Xinxiao dramas. Where would there be a change? The focus is not on that. The key point is if this NPC is a real person, then what about the other NPCs? If all NPCs are real people, then what is the point of us playing this game? If NPCs enter as Golden Core and Nascent Soul, what meaning is there left for us players? The resemblance of Jiang Chen's appearance to the previously circulated news immediately sparked various speculations. If it were just this, it wouldn't be a problem, as it was merely speculation, but the crucial point was that not long after their discussion, someone anonymously posted a message that, in line with the atmosphere, raised Jiang Chen's popularity to the highest point. In a closed small room, a woman looked at the forum sneering as she uploaded photo after photo from her computer, titling it with the words, NPC Ziyu revealed. This post sent the players watching the live stream and browsing the forum into a frenzy. Is this NPC Ziyu? This explains why Ziyu is a special NPC, because she is a real person. So we've been played by a real person for so long. Refund. Yu Wei refund. Watching the endless replies below, the woman revealed a malicious smile. Although she had signed a non-disclosure agreement with Yu Wei stating that the NPCs were not real people, she did not reveal that Ziyu was a real person. She merely posted Ziyu's appearance, so she wasn't worried about Yu Wei causing her trouble through the police. As long as it wasn't through the police, she wasn't afraid of Yu Wei himself. After all, no matter how powerful Yu Hui was, his influence only extended throughout Linjiang City. Inside the Water God Temple, Bai Luolan soon encountered the two top-tier players Jiao Xiao and Yun Zhu. Among them, Jiao Xiao was a top-tier expert from the Water God Temple itself, while Yun Zhu was a player from the Yu Pavilion likely assigned here to assist Jiao Xiao in guarding the Water God Temple. Such an important Water God Temple only had two top-tier experts, which seemed few, but in reality, it was a matter of interests. Each top-tier player was fighting for themselves. The reason they cooperated was that they understood the principle that cooperation benefits both parties, while division harms both. However, they would not harm their own interests because of this cooperation. The Tianyi sect as the command center served as the point of interest for the righteous faction. As long as the top-tier players were not foolish, they would stay with the command center or the main force. This way they would have a voice in strategic planning and wouldn't have to worry about being sold out. Why were Jiao Xiao and Yun Zhu here? It was simply because they had connections at the command center. Just like Jiuetian and Thornflower, there was also a cooperative relationship between top-tier players and top-tier players. For these collaborators, having someone they trusted speaking at the Tianyi sect was enough. However, there were very few who could genuinely collaborate, and the presence of only two top-tier players in the Water God Temple hinted at this reality. While chatting with Bai Luolan, the two would occasionally glance over at Jiang Chen as they had heard about the events at the North Gate, and such an NPC was enough to pique their curiosity. Before long, the two inquired about Jiang Chen's identity, and Bai Luolan had no choice but to lie, saying that he was a high-level NPC she had encountered by chance and had helped her with a task previously, so she had invited him to assist this time. Jiao Xiao and Yun Zhu were clearly skeptical, but Bai Luolan insisted it was true. They pressed her with many questions, but seeing that she remained tight-lipped, they had no choice but to shift the topic to how to defend against the demon sect. While the three were engaged in a deep conversation, the demon sect disciples outside the Water God Temple had quietly split into two groups, circumventing the Water God Temple and rapidly heading toward the Tianyi sect and Yu Pavilion. Due to the formations, the view from the Water God Temple could not reveal any issues with the demon sect's camp. Half an hour later, both Yu Pavilion and Tianyi sect fell under attack. At that very moment, the Beast King Valley also faced the righteous army. In front of the Tianyi sect's mountain gate, Song Lan looked pale, and the other two remaining top-tier experts were not faring well either. They exchanged glances and scolded Song Lan. "Song Lan, we respect you for having a higher ranking than us, but look at the situation now. Aren't you the main force? How can there be so many people if you're not the main force? Just now the Yu Pavilion sent a sound transmission talisman saying they are under heavy attack. What do you suggest we do?" Song Lan was also a bit flustered. After stammering for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Tell the main force attacking the Beast King Valley to return immediately." "That's ridiculous. The Beast King Valley is at least an hour away from here. By the time they arrive, we will have already lost our hold." "Exactly. This is already a deadlock. In just half a day, we are about to lose our base of operations. Damn it, I should have never listened to you back then." "Then what do you suggest we do?" Song Lan clenched his teeth and yelled at the two. "What to do? What can we do?" One person said dejectedly, "Shall we ask Jiuetian?" The other person thought of something and quickly said, "Jiuetian, is he a deity? What can he do in this situation?" Song Lan looked down on this idea. "Song Lan, you might look down on him, but I want to ask." That top-tier player, being stubborn, immediately took out a sound transmission talisman, explained the current situation, and sent it out. HTTPS. At the Cloud Yang sect, Zhu Tian was engaged in a bloody battle when he received this news, facing the third wave of beast attacks. His expression was extremely grim. Illogically, even if he had taken away a portion of the righteous players, the total number shouldn't have diminished significantly. How had they managed to get into such a dire situation? He had hoped that the front line would be stalemated, allowing the demon sect to focus its attention on Ziyu, thus enabling Zhu Tian to disrupt the demon sect's plans with the trap set at Cloud Yang sect. But now the opponents had managed to decisively conquer the righteous side. They would hardly care about the task on Ziyu's side. Once the righteous forces fell entirely, the demon sect could confidently pressure the Cloud Yang sect. At that point, it would be questionable whether they could even escape, let alone seduce. From a distance, the returning Jingtian Hua noticed Zhu Tian's bad demeanor and approached him, asking what's wrong. "The Tian sect is finished." Jingtian Hua immediately covered her mouth in shock. "No way. Isn't the Tian sect the main force of the righteous side? Could it be that in just half a day the players of the righteous side were wiped out by the demon sect?" "No, they were schemed against by the demon sect." Zhu Tian recounted the message he received to Jingtian Hua word for word. Jingtian Hua pouted, "So what are you planning to do now? Are we abandoning Cloud Yang sect?" No, Zhu Tian shook his head. Cloud Yang sect is in a remote location too far from the Tianyi sect. We definitely won't make it in time, and what's most crucial now is that we cannot lose the Tianyi sect. Everyone knows that the righteous side is led by the Tianyi sect. If it falls, what will the players think? Will there still be unity of will? Everyone will just look out for themselves, and it will only get worse. Do you have a solution? Jingtian Hua's eyes flickered. A not-so-ideal solution. Oh, at this point, it's the only way to go. Seeing that Zhu Tian had a plan, Jing Tianhua didn't press further and instead said, "What's next? Do we still need to guard Cloud Yang's sect?" "Yes," Zhu Tian nodded. "If we give up now, we can't help over there, and it's better to continue guarding. Who knows, it might have unexpected effects." Jing Tianhua shrugged. "Aren't you afraid they'll mess it up for you again?" "They won't be able to. After this time, they can only respond to changes with inaction. It's impossible for them to take the initiative. As long as they don't act, they won't be able to hurt themselves." Zhu Tian took out the communication talisman and expressed all his thoughts. At this moment, the Tian E sect was already under fierce attack from the demon sect. The three people inside were in a state of panic, but when they saw a communication talisman appear before them, they were suddenly overjoyed, for since Zhu Tian had replied, it meant he must have a plan. After the communication talisman burned, Zhu Tian's voice came through. After listening, all three nodded repeatedly in agreement. 1 minute later, 3 communication talismans scattered flying towards Yu Pavilion Water God Palace and the main forces at Beast King Valley. At this moment, Yu Pavilion was not in a better situation than the Tian sect. While the Tian sect had 3 players on the heaven ranking here, there was only one, and that player was holding the line with great difficulty. Upon receiving the communication talisman, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and ordered all disciples to withdraw from Yu Pavilion. After all players exited Yu Pavilion, the heaven-ranking player led them directly towards the Tian sect. Within Water God Palace by Luo Lan and the others also received the communication talisman from the Tian sect. They didn't expect that while they had just blocked the demon sect's forces, others had managed to pull off a miraculous escape. Furious Jiao Xiao and Yunju secretly cursed the underhanded tactics. The instructions provided in the communication talisman were very clear, demanding that the players of Water God Palace immediately support the Tian sect without any delay. Bai Luo Lan was calm upon hearing the news, but Jiao Xiao and Yunju could not sit still. They were not foolish, they knew what the fall of the Tian sect meant. They exchanged glances and immediately began gathering players. Unlike the complete exodus of Yu Pavilion, only half of the players from Water God Palace would be sent to assist, as this situation was different. A sect must preserve its own strength as much as possible. There was absolutely no reason to hand it over to the demon sect without a fight. After a discussion among Bai Luo Lan, Jiao Xiao, and Yunju, they realized that Bai Luo Lan was not very keen on supporting the Tian sect. They decided to let Bai Luo Lan stay in Water God Palace to hold the fort while the two of them would lead the reinforcements to support the Tian sect. Bai Luo Lan naturally had no objections to this suggestion. For her senior sister Zi Yu was the most important presence. Rather than risk being surrounded while assisting the Tian sect, it was safer to stay in Water God Palace. Beast King Valley was far from the Tian sect. When the main forces of the righteous side had not yet received the communication talisman, the announcement of Yu Pavilion's fall had already appeared. Initially, they were in disbelief, causing quite a bit of chaos as the main offensive and defensive factions in the camp nearly came to blows. However, when the news from the communication talisman arrived, these heaven-ranking experts were left unsure whether to laugh or cry. The talisman clearly indicated that the Tian sect was indeed in a dire situation. However, Tsang Lan did not instruct them to immediately rush to support. Instead, he indicated in the communication talisman that in order to secure the Tian sect, Yu Pavilion had already been abandoned. The living forces of Yu Pavilion and Water God Palace had already rushed to the Tian sect, so the Tian sect would not face any issues in the short term. As long as they could capture Beast King Valley within half an hour and then return to support, they would be in time. If they captured Beast King Valley, abandoning Yu Pavilion wouldn't be a loss. Upon hearing this, the heaven-ranking players looked at each other. After some discussion, they ultimately decided to take down Beast King Valley. After all, Yu Pavilion was already lost. If they didn't capture Beast King Valley, it would be seen as a loss. For these talented players, suffering a loss was absolutely intolerable. It only takes half an hour to reach the Tian sect from Water God Palace, and about 40 minutes from Yu Pavilion, as the players from Yu Pavilion had offered no fierce resistance before abandoning it. Therefore, their numbers were not small, and with half of the players from Water God Palace, the total was about a quarter of the righteous side's main force. After the demon sect divided its forces, the strength at the Tian sect was only about half of the demon sect's main force. While it seemed that the righteous side was outnumbered, the principle remained: one side defends while the other attacks. Even if they go to assist, the supporting players would find ways to enter the Tian sect rather than engage in a large-scale conflict with the demon sect outside. With Yu Pavilion giving up resistance, Water God Palace recalling half of its players, and the righteous side's main forces focusing fully on capturing Beast King Valley to compensate for the loss of Yu Pavilion, this was Zhu Tian's plan. 2 points are crucial. The first is that the Tian sect must hold out for half an hour under the absolute advantage of the demon sect, and the second is that the main force of the righteous path outside the Beast King Valley must capture the Beast King Valley within half an hour, then rush back to support the Tian sect. If the first point cannot be achieved, then any reinforcements will be meaningless. If the second point cannot be achieved, then the main force will definitely be late, because after half an hour the two factions of the demon sect will surely have joined forces, and at that time the pressure on the Tianyi sect will be unprecedentedly great. Even with reinforcements from the Yu Pavilion and the Water God Palace, they can only hold on for an hour, which is still the maximum time given by Zhu Tian. Even though the factors for failure are significant, all Zhu Tian can do now is this. At this moment, the defense battle within the Tianyi sect is exceptionally fierce. The Tianyi sect, similar to the Yunyang sect, is a mountain sect, meaning the sect is located at the mountaintop. One major characteristic of mountain sects is that they are easy to defend but difficult to attack. After listening to Zhu Tian's advice, the 3 players on the Tianyi list in the Tianyi sect have long lost their previous panic. Even though their numbers are far fewer than those of the demon sect, they still maintain their composure. Outside the Tianyi sect in the demon sect's camp, Yan Zi gazed at the burnt-out communication talisman in front of her, lost in thought. Beside her, the desert lone wolf appeared rather relaxed. He glanced at the still pondering Yan Zi and said with a smile, "Why be so nervous, Yan Zi? It's merely the last struggle of the righteous path. At this rate, the fall of the Tianyi sect is just a matter of time. Besides, do they think they are the only ones with reinforcements? Once we gather the players attacking the Yu Pavilion, we will still have the advantage in numbers." Overall, what the desert lone wolf said was not wrong. If this stalemate continues, the demon sect will not suffer any losses. Even if they cannot capture the Tianyi sect, the righteous path will be like a trapped beast, unable to stir up any waves. But the current issue lies not in this, but in the strength of both sides. Even though the demon sect currently has a significant advantage, the righteous path has from start to finish actually not suffered any major blows. If one thinks carefully, the number of players on the righteous path has remained intact. On the contrary, on their side, not to mention the severe resource consumption from previously attacking the Water God Palace, just by abandoning the Beast King Valley, they have already lost a portion of their combat power. If no results are achieved, this plan will only serve to squeeze the activity space of the righteous path, having no real effect. Profit. Besides having a few more layers of buffs than the righteous path in offense and defense, Yan Zi cannot agree with that. However, this action of the righteous path is indeed beyond her expectations. Has the commander changed? Or perhaps did that Zhu Tian take action? Yan Zi revealed an excited smile, thinking, then let's have some fun. Brother Lone Wolf, once the demon sect disciples from the Yu Pavilion return, we should no longer continue the strong assault on the Tianyi sect, but rather directly turn towards the Water God Palace. With half of the players missing from the Water God Palace, their combat power is certainly not what it once was. If we charge in with an overwhelming advantage in numbers, the Water God Palace can easily be taken down. As for whether the Tianyi sect will send reinforcements, Yan Zi is certain they will not. The Water God Palace can support the Tianyi sect because the Tianyi sect is crucial. Zhu Tian anticipated that the demon sect would surely make every effort to capture the Tianyi sect, and that's why they dared to support so recklessly. But the Water God Palace is different. The righteous path has no absolute certainty that the demon sect will definitely go for the Water God Palace. If it turns out to be a feigned attack and they fall into an ambush, it would be beyond what the righteous path can endure. Therefore, they will not take that risk. In other words, if we turn to attack the Water God Palace, it will definitely fall. In the Yunyang sect, Zhu Tian closed his eyes. He had just sent out another communication talisman and sighed, if the Tianyi sect survives, then the Water God Palace must be sacrificed. The thorn flower beside him was quite satisfied, saying, under these circumstances, trading the Yu Pavilion and the Beast King Valley to save the Water God Palace as the only loss is already fortunate. But it's not that simple. The righteous path will only be trapped inside the Tianyi sect, rendered completely useless, while the demon sect will then be free to lay out their plans, even turning their attention towards the Yunyang sect. Isn't that precisely what you desire? Zhu Tian shook his head, saying, it's too early. I originally hoped that after the evening rest period the Yunyang sect could disrupt the demon sect's final deployment. However, at this early stage that effect may not be achieved. The thorn flower did not continue, for at this point there was no use in saying anything more. She looked at the Tianmeng players fighting the monsters in front of her and suddenly asked, do you regret doing this task for a reward that might disappear? If you were at the Tianyi sect now, the righteous path would not have reached this point. Zhu Tian revealed a strange smile, saying, regret. I do not regret it. Perhaps if I were at the Tianyi sect now, the situation of the righteous path would be somewhat better, but how much better could it really be? The person scheming behind the demon sect is not worse than me. If we were to clash normally, they would not be acting so freely now. Rather, it could be said that my presence here is perhaps more fitting. Zhu Tian had yet to mention one more point. Regardless of the task, just having an NPC that can appear in reality is worth his thorough study and flattery. What could he possibly regret? Half an hour later, the Tianyi sect successfully held out until the first wave of reinforcements arrived. The first to arrive were the two from the Water God Palace, Jiao Xiao and Yunzhu. Before they even approached the Tianyi sect, they sent out a communication talisman. After learning the direction of the demon sect players, they quietly bypassed them, with their players successfully entering the Tianyi sect. Soon after, the players from the Yu Pavilion also arrived. Once these two reinforcements arrived, the three from the Tianyi sect, Song Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon sensing the arrival of the Righteous Path's reinforcements, the demon sect quickly abandoned the attack on the Tianyi sect. After uniting with the branch players attacking the Yu Pavilion, they swaggered towards the Water God Palace. Zhou Xiao and Yun Zhu wanted to go for support, but were firmly stopped by Conglan. After explaining the reasons to them, the two had to abandon the thought of support. However, at the same time, they also sent a message to Bai Luolan of the Water God Palace, informing her that the demon sect was heading towards the Water God Palace. When Bai Luolan received the message, it was already 10 minutes later. She listened dazedly to the information in the communication talisman, completely stunned. She initially thought that it was safer here than going for support, but why had the Water God Palace now become the most dangerous place? The communication talisman from the Tianyi sect also said they would not send reinforcements, and everything must rely on the Water God Palace itself. Upon hearing this news, Bai Luolan almost went mad. No reinforcements. Are they just leaving them to fend for themselves? Bai Luolan suddenly did not know what to do. After thinking for a while, she simply sought out Jiang Chen. After Bai Luolan finished speaking, Jiang Chen looked at her with a very foolish expression. Sister Bai, since they are not sending reinforcements, it means they have already given up on the Water God Palace. Since everyone else has given up, what are you still tangled up about? Bai Luolan looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Silly, can't we just give up the Water God Temple? Bai Luolan suddenly realized. Senior sister, are you suggesting we flee to the Tianyi sect? No, we cannot go to the Tianyi sect. Why not? If you can think of going to the Tianyi sect, the demon sect can think of it too. The situation at the Water God Temple is different from that at the Yu Pavilion. Although the Water God Temple currently has only half the number of players it did before, it still has more players than the Yu Pavilion. With a larger number of players, it becomes a bigger target. Previously, when the Tianyi sect was besieged, anyone would instinctively think that the few players from the Yu Pavilion would certainly seek refuge in the Water God Temple. Who would have thought that the Yu Pavilion would go to the Tianyi sect to meet their demise? By the time the demon sect disciples discovered the players from the Yu Pavilion heading to the Tianyi sect, there was already a considerable distance between the two. However, the situation at the Water God Temple is different. Now that the Yu Pavilion has fallen, there is only the Tianyi sect to turn to, which will not serve as a diversion. Then where do we go? Bai Luolan asked, feeling somewhat at a loss. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. We won't go anywhere. Well, just roam outside. Guerrilla warfare. Bai Luolan immediately thought of this well-known term. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Bai Luolan. No, the players of the demon sect are mostly clustered together. What guerrilla warfare can we conduct? What we need to do is hide. If we must put a name to it, we can call it reserving our strength for critical moments. Bai Luolan frowned. Senior sister, what if we don't end up using it? Then we won't use it. In any case, we absolutely cannot take the initiative to seek them out. Seeing Jiang Chen's absolute certainty, Bai Luolan chose to trust her. She nodded. I understand. Although the players present belonged to different organizations and various top teams on the Tianzi rankings, after Bai Luolan explained the situation, they quickly realized their predicament was quite dire and that the Tianyi sect had even given up on them. In this situation, everyone had no choice but to follow Bai Luolan's arrangements, temporarily making her their leader. After Bai Luolan and the others withdrew from the Water God Temple, the demon sect simultaneously launched an attack on it. Before long, the announcement of the fall of the Water God Temple echoed throughout the game. With the announcement of the fall of the Water God Temple, the entire game of Ascending to Immortality officially entered a state of one-sided suppression by the demon sect surrounding the Tianyi sect. It seemed clear to all that the righteous path was powerless to resist and was now slowly dying. Inside the Water God Temple, Yanzi smiled as she looked at the destroyed Grand Hall, feeling quite pleased. She turned to Damo Gulang and said, Brother Lone Wolf, the Beast King Valley has also fallen. The main force of the righteous path is already on their way back to the Tianyi sect. Damo Gulang immediately understood Yanzi's meaning and laughed heartily. By the time that main force enters the Tianyi sect, they will be completely trapped by us there. No matter how much they struggle, they won't be able to make any waves. Time is of the essence, Brother Lone Wolf. Please take the players to the Tianyi sect immediately. Of course, but how should we deal with the righteous players from the Water God Temple? Send people to scout back and forth on the road from the Water God Temple to the Tianyi sect. If they are foolish enough, we can return to conduct an annihilation battle. If they are not foolish, let them wander outside. If a few players won't significantly impact us. All right. Damo Gulang trustingly waved his hand, summoning a few players and giving them instructions. After conducting a reconnaissance of the Water God Temple, the members of the demon sect regrouped and headed back to the Tianyi sect. By this time, the buffs of the demon sect had surpassed those of the righteous path, even exceeding them by a level. With numbers, control of the situation, and buffs all in their favor, Damo Gulang felt an overwhelming sense of ambition in his chest, just a wave of his hand away from conquering the Tianyi sect. But before that, he cast a glance at Yanzi. As the saying goes, when the birds have flown, the bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. If someone's usefulness has run out, it is time to act. The members of the demon sect made their way to the Tianyi sect, while Damo Gulang called over a few players from the Tianzi rankings and seemed to be whispering about something. Yanzi walked behind and caught sight of what Mo Gulang was doing. Seeing those people glancing towards her from time to time, an inexplicable sense of unease rose within her. She wasn't foolish. She had noticed long ago that Mo Gulang had some dissatisfaction with her. However, she didn't think Mo Gulang was the type to be petty. If he were, how could he have risen to the position of leader of the demon sect? Even as Yanzi repeatedly tried to persuade herself, the feeling of unease only grew stronger. Yanzi pulled a nearby player over and said urgently, "I need to leave the team for a moment, but I'll be right back." The player agreed. Yanzi immediately turned and entered a nearby forest. She didn't walk far, but hid in the trees to keep an eye on Mo Gulang's direction. She wanted to know what Mo Gulang was planning to do. Soon the few players from the Tianzi rankings dispersed and headed straight for the place where Yanzi had previously stayed. Upon arriving there and finding Yanzi missing, the group inquired with the others nearby. The players who had seen Yanzi's movements pointed toward the forest. The players from the Tianzi rankings exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward shouting loudly, "After days and nights of monitoring, we have finally discovered that Yanzi has been in close contact with the righteous path. She is a spy for the righteous path. From now on, anyone who sees Yanzi is to kill her on the spot." The players were instantly in an uproar. A master from the Tianzi rankings being a spy for the righteous path. It was as absurd as saying that our royal relatives were spies for the opposing side. Some astute individuals had discerned the underlying motives, but they didn't dare to speak up or express their thoughts. When it came down to it, if anyone were to be blamed, it would only be Yanzi's misfortune. Yanzi had not formed any significant power as a loner. She was the easiest to handle. Witnessing everything from within the forest, Yanzi felt a surge of relief. If she hadn't seen Mo Gulang glance in her direction, she might have been killed by those people already. While secretly relieved, she also felt an overwhelming hatred towards Mo Gulang. If it weren't for her, how could the current situation exist? Without her, how could the demon sect have proceeded so smoothly? All she wanted was to secure a decent position in the activity rankings. "Sister, Yanzi, why are you here?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind her, sounding surprised. Yanzi turned around and saw it was a player who had previously left the team. As their eyes met, Yanzi inwardly cursed, realizing it was a disaster. Sure enough, the player's shout immediately drew the attention of the main force. Seeing Yanzi, the players from the Tianzi rankings charged over like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting, "Capture the spy." Yanzi gritted her teeth and quickly ran towards the distance. Yanzi had no idea how long she had been running. Talisman, spirit artifacts, divine powers. She had used everything that could aid her escape. She didn't know how far she had run or if the players from the demon sect were still pursuing her. Thus, she could only continue to run. Yanzi gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. If the lone wolf of the desert stood before her now, she would expend all her energy to slay him. After running for an unknown time, Yanzi finally opened the map. To her surprise, she realized that she hadn't run very far. It seemed she had made a large loop and had turned from running west to heading south. Although she hadn't run far, Yanzi felt a sense of relief, for even if the people from the demon sect sought her out, they would likely search along the west and would not think to look south. This time she had indeed stumbled upon a fortunate turn. Yanzi found a spot leaned against the shade of a tree and began to ponder quietly. What should she do next? How should she proceed? After wandering aimlessly for a long time, Yanzi suddenly sensed that something was amiss. She glanced around, her entire being tensing up. Seeing that, Yanzi seemed to have noticed a group of players emerge from the surrounding woods and bushes. Upon seeing their attire, a chill filled Yanzi's heart, for these were players of the righteous path. How can they catch a lone player from the demon sect like this? Didn't the white goddess say that the demon sect was heading towards the heavenly sect? I don't know. Do you think this person might be here to scout? A scout just sitting here so brazenly? I find that hard to believe. Then what do you think it is? Whatever it is, we should kill her first and talk later. As Yanzi listened to the players' conversation, she immediately took out the flying sword from her storage bag, but after hesitating for a moment, she put it back. Though she was also a player on the leaderboard, there were dozens of players opposite her. Having already used a large number of escape items, now her spirit artifacts were either depleted or on cooldown. It was impossible to escape silently, and unless a miracle occurred, there was no chance of survival amidst so many people. Yanzi was deep in thought while a portion of the righteous players had already begun chanting their divine powers. "Wait, I am willing to provide information about the demon sect." Yanzi immediately spoke up. The righteous players who had been prepared to unleash their divine powers halted simultaneously and turned to look at the leader among them. The man pondered for a moment and gestured to the surrounding players, "Go collect her storage bag." Two men approached, and Yanzi, understanding the situation, took out her storage bag and handed it over. In the game, once a storage bag is bound, only its owner can open it. When the owner dies, the storage bag also dissipates, following the owner upon resurrection. It cannot be stolen or lost, but if the storage bag is not on the owner, items cannot be retrieved from it. Thus, the request from the righteous players for her to hand over her storage bag was a very reasonable one. "All right, follow us now." Seeing that Yanzi was compliant, the leader waved her over and led the way deeper into the forest. Yinzi walked at the center surrounded by the group for safety. After about 5 minutes of walking, the crowd came to a halt. Yinzi looked around and found that they had unknowingly arrived at a valley surrounded by a dense crowd of righteous players. With such a large number of players, it was likely that they were the group that had escaped from the water goddess temple. Before Yinzi could thoroughly examine everyone, a righteous player had already pushed her out of the crowd. As a player dressed in demon sect attire appeared, all eyes in the valley were immediately drawn to her. Is she the demon sect player willing to cooperate with us? In the distance, a female voice called out. Yinzi looked up to see a very beautiful woman frowning as she scrutinized her. Beside the woman stood 3 rather unruly male players, and behind them, an even more beautiful woman partially revealed herself, appearing quite low-key. Looking above the characters, Yinzi saw Bai Luolan alongside the familiar names Kill That Bastard, Let Go of That Beauty, Burn That Popular Guy. Bai Luolan's team ranked quite high among the many fixed teams, with Bai Luolan herself being the top player. Even though they were part of a smaller sect like the Yunyang sect, the members were still well known among players in the game. However, the woman behind the 4 had no name displayed above her head. She was actually an NPC. When it comes to NPCs close to Bai Luolan, almost everyone would first think of Ziyu, but Ziyu wore purple robes and a purple mask, definitely not resembling this one. Suddenly, Yinzi remembered something, mumbling to herself. Ziyu wears purple robes and a purple mask, definitely not resembling this. Her eyes brightened. It all made sense now. The righteous path seemed to be in total defeat, but there was still a chance, and that chance lay in the hands of Zhu Tian. Yinzi. That name sounds somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before, Bai Luolan murmured softly. Yinzi was typically low profile, and even on the leaderboard, she was ranked towards the back. Most people looked at the top 3 or 10, rarely going through the entire list, and even if they did, they wouldn't remember every player clearly. Thus, not just Bai Luolan, but even the other players present had no idea what Yinzi represented. Yinzi certainly wouldn't reveal her identity as a player on the demon sect leaderboard helping the righteous path. They wouldn't believe her. Players on the leaderboard were already high-ranking members of the demon sect. Each had their own influence, and the interests involved were too great. One couldn't just switch allegiances at will. It could be said that players from the demon sect on the leaderboard were essentially the demon sect faction, and the demon sect faction comprised those players. Of course, Yinzi, being an unaligned merchant, was an exception. My name is Yinzi. Besides this name, you can also call me Jin Yao. Yinzi revealed her other identity. Bai Luolan didn't think much of the name Jin Yao, but some players around her suddenly exclaimed. Ah, is she the one hoarding spirit stones in the game? That's the one who can change the game's economy overnight. I heard the officials even tried to sign some agreements with her. So her real name is Yinzi. She coughed lightly and asked, You're Yinzi, right? Tell me, why would a player from the demon sect come to help us? Because the people from the demon sect want to kill me. Kill you? Why? Bai Luolan was taken aback. Because the head of the demon sect dislikes me. Yinzi shrugged, appearing helpless. Daimo Gulang. Bai Luolan, who spent all day in games, was quite knowledgeable compared to Jiang Chen, and immediately named the leader of the demon sect. That's him. Yinzi nodded affirmatively. Why would a player on the sky ranking want to kill you? Bai Luolan looked at Yinzi with suspicion, scrutinizing her again. Because I'm smart, and Daimo Gulang cannot tolerate anyone smarter than him. Smart? Oh, I almost forgot what you were, but Daimo Gulang is the leader of the demon sect. Could he really be that petty? Yes. Yinzi immediately agreed, her expression full of resentment, yet utterly sincere. Bai Luolan observed her for a while, and seeing it seemed genuine, began to believe her. She then asked, What can you help us with? Yinzi knew this was about her survival. The crux of revenge had arrived. As I mentioned before, Daimo Gulang cannot tolerate anyone smarter than him, and that's because I was the one who planned this series of schemes for the demon sect. You. Bai Luolan's gaze widened in astonishment. Yes, it was me. Bai Luolan waved her hands hurriedly, saying, No, you're exaggerating. I'm starting to not believe you. Rather than having you help us, it would be better for us to fend for ourselves. Yanzi's expression changed. Her worst fears were coming true. Bai Luolan's decision was not wrong. Rather, excellent individuals often made such choices. Maintaining the status quo would allow the players from the Water God Temple to remain unscathed, while following her advice could lead to a trap. If it were a trap, the entire team would be doomed together, and the loss would be irreparable. Seeing her situation deteriorate, Yinzi gritted her teeth and pointed at the person behind Bai Luolan, saying, I know you, Ziyu. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, while Bai Luolan was even more surprised. She widened her eyes and scolded, Stop talking nonsense. My senior sister Ziyu is currently fighting off enemies at Yunyang Gate. Yinzi did not respond, but gave Bai Luolan a significant look. Bai Luolan was unaware of the destiny mission of Zhu Tian, but Jiang Chen knew. If this Yinzi was a spy for the demon sect and she knew Jiang Chen was in this place, she should have desperately sent a sound transmission talisman to call demon sect players here, instead of pointing at Jiang Chen and claiming she was Ziyu. Now that Ziyu and her group had just left the Water God Temple, and the players from the demon sect had not been gone long, the distance between them was not far. The reason the demon sect did not pursue Jiang Chen was that the value of Jiang Chen's group did not warrant surrounding Tiani's sect. If they received the sound transmission talisman and learned that Ziyu was in the Water God Temple's team, the demon sect would have a reason to ambush this team. Under the siege of players several times their number, the people from the Water God Temple would only find themselves increasingly cornered. Seeing Bai Luolan hurriedly wanting to call someone to kill Yinzi, Jiang Chen reached out to stop her. Bring her to me. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Luolan. Bai Luolan was about to say something, but swallowed her words. She pointed at Yinzi wanting to say something, but hesitated to voice it. Sister Bai, it's fine. Let her come over. I want to have a chat with her. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Bai Luolan reluctantly nodded. You guys bring her over. Bai Luolan called to a few people and led Yinzi to a large rock not far from the canyon. After the other players left, Bai Luolan finally cleared her previous doubts and leaned closer to Jiang Chen, whispering, Sister, why not just kill her? What if she starts spreading rumors? There's a reason for everything. This Yinzi should be trustworthy. Jiang Chen replied softly, then walked up to Yinzi and smiled. You have successfully earned our trust. I must say you did quite well. Yinzi smiled as well. I didn't expect the true appearance of Fairy Ziyu to be so beautiful. If it weren't for Fairy Bai wanting to harm me, I wouldn't have said what I just did. I hope Fairy Ziyu can forgive me. I forgive you, but since I saved you, you should demonstrate the value you ought to have, shouldn't you? Yanzi's smile faded as she said solemnly, of course, I will make the demon sect wish they were never born. Let's hear it then. A surprise attack on the way. Attack who? Attack the players from the demon sect heading to Yunyang Gate to find you. After saying this, Yinzi immediately began to explain. Since Fairy Ziyu is here and Zhu Tian is still at Yunyang Gate, there is only one possibility. Zhu Tian wants to lure the wolf into the house using the terrain of Yunyang Gate and the beasts to resist the demon sect. When they can no longer hold on, they will break, through leaving behind a portion of players willing to sacrifice themselves to hold the Water God Palace. The demon sect, seeing that there are no NPCs among Zhu Tian's crowd, will assume you are inside the Water God Palace. Once the demon sect fully attacks the Water God Palace, they will discover their efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, Zhu Tian will have already widened the gap with the demon sect, and the beasts outside will have reached the mountain gate, delaying their pursuit, making it too late to catch up. This was a strategy to hold back the demon sect's mobility. Although the delay wouldn't be long, it could disrupt their plans as the event was about to end. Zhu Tian had not anticipated that the righteous faction would be so thoroughly defeated. He was now certainly in a difficult position. At this point, if his plan has gone awry, we should let it get back on track. Jiang Chen seemed to have an inkling of what Yinzi wanted to do. You want us players to become a surprise unit. Exactly. Next, when Tian sect is surrounded, to suppress the righteous players within Tian sect, the players sent by the demon sect to Yunyang Gate will definitely not be many, most likely just enough to exert pressure. The main road in front of Yunyang Gate is filled with beasts, making it impossible to enter. Moreover, the cranes outside Yunyang Gate aren't enough to carry so many players. A small-scale transport by crane would only make them targets, so they will certainly rush up from the small path at the back mountain. Although the small path behind Yunyang Mountain is not particularly narrow, the cliffs on both sides are steep. As long as we surround them from behind while they attack the mountain, they will definitely be unable to support each other. If we can defeat or repel this first wave by the time the demon sect reacts and sends a second wave, it will take quite a while. Now, with just over an hour until 5 o'clock, as long as we can fend off the first batch of players before the 5 o'clock break, the second wave of demon sect players will definitely not arrive in time, and Zhu Tian's plan can get back on track. I'm sorry. Upon seeing this title, the readers should know what Yeyue wants to express. The subscription ratio for this book is at 2:1, teetering on the edge of collapse. Before it was officially published, Yeyue had somewhat predicted the ending, but the results were unexpectedly bittersweet, being higher than what I had imagined in reality, but lower than my hope for dreams. At that time, Yeyue felt a mix of emotions: relief, regret. In any case, it was something special. In fact, the readers who have been following along noticed that Yeyue began to slack off soon after the book was published. It was a struggle of the mind, grappling with whether to continue writing or not. Yet as my struggle continued, the initial passion for creating this book gradually faded. By the time I came to my senses, I had unwittingly stopped updating for several days. When Yeyue wanted to pick up the pen again, I had lost the ability to think about the story, feeling like a walking corpse, merely going through the motions of creation. So I gave up. Yeyue knew that anything said now would be meaningless. The only positive aspect was that there weren't many paid chapters. To be honest, Yeyue still holds an inseparable affection for this book, as it was the first one to gain so many collections and allowed Yeyue to taste what it means to fail. So even if it has stopped updating now, it doesn't mean that I won't continue writing in the future. One day, when Yeyue finds the leisure to do so, perhaps I will revisit what I have written and slowly complete the ending of this book. For now, let's put it on hold. Finally, a small new book advertisement. The new book is a concept that came to mind while I was struggling with this one. It's not a transformation story, but rather a master-led farming story. If you like this genre, you might want to give it a try. If you really dislike Yeyue, please ignore the advertisement below. Thank you. I have a master simulator and new book in the game category. Stop hitting on Yeyue.